In the illustrious Daxia dynasty, the master of the Eastern Palace is none other than Shen Cangsheng. Since the inception of his military career, he has never tasted defeat, gaining renown across the vast lands. A missive arrived, demanding Shen Cangsheng's presence at the Black Dragon Pass for a duel with the crown prince of the Great Qi dynasty. A letter of challenge lay before him. Between his fingers, he grasped a black chess piece. Contemplating the intricacies of a chessboard, he placed his piece down. The sound of a dragon's roar seemed to resonate, echoing throughout the surroundings. The white dragon was vanquished. "Your Highness is indeed formidable," exclaimed Si Qi, Shen Cangsheng's devoted handmaiden, who played as the opposing white side. "Hamming?" Shen Cangsheng inquired, taking a handkerchief from his maid to wipe his hands. The guard nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the Daxia dynasty boasts an immensely rich heritage, revered as the longest-standing nation in the world. Over the span of millennia, it has never waned, heralding the emergence of true dragons to steer the tide of fate, bolstering the crumbling edifice and rescuing the populace from peril. For countless ages, this has remained steadfast. In this era, the royal family of the Daxia dynasty has expanded its territories by an astonishing 50,000 miles, establishing the Daxia name echoing through the realms of 100 nations. This solidified its stature as a great power, ranking among the most prestigious nations. No one dares to underestimate the Daxia dynasty. With its vast lands, it occupies some of the wealthiest territories in the world. Surrounding nations, coveting its abundant resources, have ignited a monumental war once again. This ongoing conflict marks the third such confrontation in history. The imperial family of Daxia has sent forth the crown prince himself, adorned in the grand map of Daxia, demonstrating unparalleled prowess and redefining the empire's borders, solidifying his place in the Eastern Palace. Now as the emperor of Daxia, the northeast lies a region plagued by barren soil and relentless natural disasters. Yet, even amidst such adversity, the neighboring smaller nations continue to provoke incursions. The Great Qi dynasty, positioned to the northeast of Daxia, stands at the forefront of this conflict. At the Black Dragon Pass, a figure cloaked in a blood-red cape seemed to stain the very fabric of the earth with crimson. The cape billowed ominously. "Ha! Great Qi Crown Prince, how many times must we engage before you concede defeat?" A young man, appearing to be in his mid-20s, smirked as he regarded the half-kneeling figure before him. "Shen Cangsheng, do not grow complacent. If you possess the courage, release me, and we shall duel once more," replied the young man, known as the Great Qi Crown Prince, with an air of arrogance that remained unshaken even in his half-kneeling position. Suddenly, Shen Cangsheng sprang from his chair, advancing towards the Great Qi Crown Prince, seizing him with force. Slap! A resounding strike sent the Great Qi Crown Prince crashing to the ground. "Hanming, do you truly believe your own words?" Shen Cangsheng retorted, pulling Hanming back up from the floor, delivering another blow that left her spitting blood. "Pray tell, over the past month, how many times has this prince captured you? And how many times have I released you?" Shen Cangsheng interrogated, gripping the bruised and battered Hanming. "Humph! Shen Cangsheng, you are merely timid. Hasn't this prince been captured 8 times? Do you dare to try once more?" In the grand realm of the Great Qi dynasty, Hanming, the crown prince, was celebrated as a prodigious talent of the new generation. With this illustrious title adorning her, she resolved to lead an army against the Great Xia dynasty to affirm her reputation as an extraordinary military genius. However, dreams possess an elusive quality. Thus, during this month, Hanming encountered the darkest period of her life. The moment the imperial banner of the Great Qi dynasty was raised, her tragic tale commenced. In the span of a month, Shen Cangsheng captured and released her 7 times, ultimately failing to reclaim any semblance of victory. "Another round? Are you certain?" Shen Cangsheng propelled Hanming several paces with a swift kick. Nevertheless, every soldier from the Great Qi dynasty rushed to assist their prince. For the past month, they had faced defeat, and Shen Cangsheng had not advanced a single step with his troops. This earnestness led the imperial family to feign ignorance, confident that Shen Cangsheng would not resort to harming his own prince. In the Great Xia dynasty, Every heir to the Eastern Palace was a peerless military talent. Shen Cangsheng, as part of the new generation, had garnered considerable acclaim, prompting exclamations of awe. Great Xia, how is it that such invincible individuals continually emerge? The previous generation's Eastern Palace master instilled fear across nations. In this generation, Shen Cangsheng similarly trampled his peers, leaving none to oppose him. Shen Wudi, the reigning emperor of Great Xia, his firstborn, Shen Cangsheng, was regarded with utmost importance by the royal family, epitomizing the ideal successor. One thought for the populace. Shen Wudi's regard for his eldest son was evident. Yet, amidst the treaties of the 100 Nations, Shen Cangsheng had inadvertently carved a name for himself in the annals of chaos, much to Shen Wudi's dismay. After all, warfare demands resources. Could he not focus on developing the people's livelihood? Does this not do justice to the name I bestowed upon you? Han Mingming nodded emphatically. Shen Cangsheng, this prince believes that next time you shall be the one to lose. With a swollen visage, she approached Shen Cangsheng, striking a pose of unrivaled supremacy. Han Mingming, do you still have the audacity to show your face? Shen Cangsheng gazed at her in disbelief. She had suffered defeat 7, no, 8 times, yet persisted in her challenge. With unwavering confidence, Han Mingming proclaimed, this prince is undoubtedly a prodigious talent of the new generation and shall surely prevail. Observing her tenacity, Shen Cangsheng felt a pang of compassion. One must cherish their dreams otherwise. How do they differ from salted fish? We must honor those who dare to dream. Han Mingming embodied this spirit, facing relentless defeat yet clinging to her identity as an extraordinary talent. Should such a person not receive encouragement? As the heir to the dynasty, how could Shen Cangsheng turn her away? How shall we engage this time? Shen Cangsheng delivered another kick, sending Han Mingming soaring once more. By the heavens! Shen Cangsheng, could you refrain from kicking me? Han Mingming shouted midair. Shen Cangsheng shook his head and declared, no. The soldiers of the Qi Empire turned away, unwilling to witness the humiliation of their own prince. Han Mingming rose from the ground, filled with fervor for battle. She proclaimed, Shen Cangsheng, this time it will be a duel between just the two of us. Do you dare? Han Mingming was confident in her abilities, for she was the princess of the Qi Empire, skilled in martial arts since childhood. With unwavering conviction, she believed that she would surely defeat Shen Cangsheng this time. Han Mingming, you can absolutely do it. Silently, she encouraged herself. Upon hearing this, the soldiers of the Qi Empire wished fervently to drag their prince back, feeling utterly embarrassed. Didn't he realize his own combat prowess? Before him stood the prince of a formidable nation, undefeated in battle since commanding his troops. Meanwhile, he had faced countless defeats. Thus, the 9th great battle was about to commence. At Hiling Pass, banners fluttered as the armies of 2 nations stood opposed, not in brutal combat, but rather as if engaged in a philosophical discourse. Suddenly, a voice rang out, Shen Cangsheng, come forth and face me. Han Mingming, wielding 2 massive hammers, charged at Shen Cangsheng. With each swing, the air was torn asunder, infused with an immeasurable force, rendering her hammers unparalleled in might. In response, Shen Cangsheng offered a faint smile, his crimson cloak billowing without a breeze, as if it could rend the very fabric of space. Han Mingming, this is the final bout. With a deft flick of his fingers, a black chess piece materialized between them. Let the game begin. Upon his command, his attendant, Siki, who bore a chessboard on her back, placed a delicate hand upon it and swept it with vigor. The clash of metal echoed like the sound of weapons meeting in battle, conjuring a storm of chaos. Shen Cangsheng, with a flourish of his cloak, settled into his chair, watching Han Mingming with a bemused expression as she approached wielding her hammers. A tearing sound resonated through the air, akin to fabric being ripped apart, as a black chess piece suddenly appeared before Han Mingming. With a flick of his finger, the piece darted forward, confronting her directly. Humph! Han Mingming, undeterred, brought her hammers crashing down upon the black piece. The small piece, upon impact, produced a sound reminiscent of clashing swords. Han Mingming staggered back 2 steps, yet the black piece seemed to be manipulated by an unseen force, curving midair after colliding with her hammer. With a smile, Shen Cangsheng pointed once more. The black piece, suspended in the air, abruptly redirected towards Han Mingming's chin. She executed a somersault in the air, brandishing her hammers as she shouted, "Shen Cangsheng, reveal your weapon, or beware, for I shall reduce you to mere pulp." Believing she had shattered the black piece, Han Mingming was taken aback when it veered back towards her, disorienting her with its sudden movement. Before she could defend herself, the piece struck her chin, propelling her into the air. Shen Cangsheng chuckled, directing the black piece to land squarely on the chessboard, its position unmistakably at the center. Meanwhile, Shen Cangsheng's feet stomped firmly on the ground, and with a swift motion, he drew the long blade from the side of his guard. In an instant, he soared into the air, confronting Han Mingming. Their eyes locked, and it seemed as though time had ceased. With a swift motion, Shen Cangsheng pressed down on Han Mingming's neck, forcing her down from the sky, and then he placed the blade ominously against her throat. Looking at her with a smirk, he inquired, "So, Han Mingming, do you wish to continue this fight?" The chill of metal infused itself into Han Mingming's mouth and nose as she gazed at the glinting blade. With a gulp, she twisted her head and said, "Shen Cangsheng, are you aware that this is an ambush? I truly look down upon you." Shen Cangsheng regarded Han Mingming with a slight smile, his voice cold as he replied, "Han Mingming, do not presume this is merely a game. If I truly were to engage you in combat, none of you would return to your capital of Dachi. Do you believe me?" With that, he lowered his long knife once more, as if poised to sever Han Mingming's throat at any moment. Han Mingming, bruised and battered, looked at the chilling Shen Cangsheng and felt her body betray her, as if he truly intended to take her life. "Wait, Your Highness, no, I concede. Is that not sufficient?" she exclaimed. Shen Cangsheng sheathed his long knife with a flick of his wrist, severing the collar of her garment in the process, which fell directly into its scabbard. Han Mingming could not help but gasp in shock. Shen Cangsheng, a flicker of shadow, returned to his seat. While Siki naturally stowed away the chessboard behind him, Shen Cangsheng leaned forward, resting his arm on his leg, chin supported by his hand. Amusement dancing in his eyes as he observed Han Mingming. "Well, are you not returning to your ranks?" In a sudden flourish, Han Mingming sprang to her feet, her hand waving as if she had reverted to her former self, a peerless general. "Retreat and return home. In this encounter with the Crown Prince of Daxia, there was no victor. We shall duel again when time permits." The banners fluttered, but suddenly, the flagpole snapped. The soldiers of the Dachi Empire, upon hearing their prince's decree, hastened their steps, seemingly invigorated. "No victor? The prince, must you not have some dignity?" Shen Cangsheng chuckled at the spirited Han Mingming, choosing not to comment further. Siki, standing behind Shen Cangsheng, furrowed his brow and remarked, "Your Highness, this Dachi prince is somewhat brazen." Shen Cangsheng reclined slightly, laughing. "Are you implying he lacks shame?" Siki nodded in agreement. "Indeed, this fellow is a bit shameless, but rather entertaining." In the imperial capital of Daxia, at the Chaodian Hall, a messenger declared, "Your Majesty, urgent battle reports from ahead. An 800-mile express." The order flag bearer, carrying 8 flags, each signifying 100 miles, approached with urgency. Such an express could not be summoned lightly, for it pertained to the nation's fortune. Shen Wudi remained composed upon the dragon throne, his eyes reflecting serenity despite the urgency of the message. This was the demeanor of a great nation. "Speak," he commanded, his hands resting on the throne. "Your Majesty, the Southern Seven Kingdoms coalition has invaded our Daxia borders." The court officials and generals merely raised their eyebrows slightly, none displaying fear upon their faces. This collective demeanor emphasized the grandeur of a mighty nation, as if the threat of the coalition was of little consequence. Turning toward the head of the civil officials, Shen Wudi inquired, "Chancellor, what is your perspective on this matter?" The Prime Minister leisurely waved his feather fan, exuding an air of tranquility, as if the vicissitudes of the world could not stir his composure. Yet, suddenly, a startling announcement pierced the calm. "What? The coalition of 7 nations?" The entire court, both civil and military officials, seemed to awaken from a stupor. "Goodness, what is happening? Are we to face war once more?" The court, akin to boiling water, erupted in chaos. The grandeur of the great nation evaporated in an instant. The Prime Minister slowly opened his eyes, and in a flurry, he exclaimed, "Your Majesty, summon the Crown Prince at once. The coalition of 7 nations is upon us. How could one not be alarmed?" Shen Wudi's trembling hands steadied within his sleeves, the vibrant yellow dragon robe quivering as he proclaimed boldly, "Quickly, fetch the Crown Prince." Yet, in his voice lingered a hint of panic. At Black Dragon Pass, Shen Cangsheng listened intently to the reports. "Oh, an urgent message from 800 miles away regarding the coalition of 7 nations?" Rising from his seat, he stretched his limbs. "To the south with the sword," he declared. "Let us march forth." In Jiangnan, Suzhou City, known throughout the Great Xia dynasty as a land of fish and rice, lay alongside the fish-dragon river that traversed the realm. The city's prosperity was undeniably anchored in the bounty of this river. On this day, in the lively month of March, the willows swayed gently along the riverbank. A young man strolled forth, his long hair gathered into a ponytail, flanked by two enchanting ladies, each a paragon of beauty, unrivaled in the world. Young master, ever since the military funds were intercepted 2 months ago at Fish-Dragon River, the local authorities merely conducted a token investigation, and nothing has since transpired, one of the women softly remarked. The young man smiled gently, letting a tender green willow leaf slip through his fingers. It seems my second brother has not idled these past few years. His gaze was set upon the capital, the Golden City. For years prior, Shen Cangsheng received imperial orders to divert from Black Dragon Pass and lead the Four Symbols Celestial Army to confront the coalition of 7 nations, a conflict that had persisted for 4 long years. Recently, the coalition had begun to falter, yet within the Four Symbols Celestial Army, unforeseen troubles had arisen. The military funds had been intercepted. The consequences of warfare combined with such a loss were dire. The Crown Prince, Shen Cangsheng, abandoned a defensive posture and chose to lead the Four Symbols Army on the offensive. The opposing coalition boasted forces exceeding 10 million, while the Four Symbols Army numbered less than 4 million. The staggering disparity was nearly threefold, and thus the battle transformed the heavens and earth. The impending conflict would see troop deployments reaching 20 million, marking it as the largest engagement in 30 years, drawing the attention of countless nations. Shen Cangsheng, a true deity of war, unfurled the battle formations of the Four Symbols Army, piercing through the ranks of the coalition. The coalition, rife with internal discord, crumbled under the pressure. Thus, the peril of the coalition was momentarily alleviated. However, instead of returning triumphantly, Shen Cangsheng stealthily made his way back with a few companions. It had been 2 months since the military funds were intercepted, yet no one had provided an explanation. One must understand, to intercept military funds could cost countless lives. The task of escorting the military funds fell to the second prince of the current dynasty. For 4 years, the Eastern Palace has been without a master. The young man walked leisurely, with 2 women trailing behind him, consistently 2 steps slower. Young master. The latest news regarding the military funds robbery is that the second prince has entrusted the matter to the national master, one of the women spoke. Upon hearing this, Shen Cangsheng scoffed. The young man was none other than the crown prince, Shen Cangsheng. A smirk danced on his lips as he remarked, for these 4 years, my father has intentionally remained inactive. I never anticipated that so many events would unfold. With a gentle flick of his finger, a willow leaf transformed into a swift blade, slicing through the water's surface. When did our great Xia dynasty establish the position of national master? Shen Cangsheng inquired. The maid behind him replied, during these 4 years, His Majesty has deliberately chosen inaction. The second prince has grown close to the Confucians, seemingly attempting to win them over. The various schools of thought are the founders of diverse knowledge and are indispensable to the prosperity of the great Xia dynasty. As time progresses, the ambitions of these schools have grown increasingly vast. They are no longer satisfied with their influence among the common folk, but have set their sights on the imperial court. Shen Cangsheng's gaze sharpened as he said, I had no idea that during my 4-year absence from the capital, my younger brother could orchestrate so much. The current national master is indeed a prominent Confucian scholar, and since his appointment, the Confucian school has flourished at an astonishing rate, subtly overshadowing other schools. Let us go and meet this national master, Shen Cangsheng declared, taking a stride that carried him several paces ahead. The present national master is the esteemed Confucian scholar, Kong Rushing. At around 50 years of age, with silver hair and a white beard, clad in a flowing white robe, he emanated an otherworldly presence. Haha, national master. I apologize for not welcoming you properly, the Taoist leader exclaimed, clasping his hands and laughing heartily. Kong Rushing smiled and replied, the Taoist leader's affairs are undoubtedly demanding. I have intruded. Kong Rushing made a respectful gesture. In Jiangnan, the Taoist leader, Su Hu, had once been a general stationed at the border. After sustaining severe injuries in battle, he could no longer wield a sword, relinquishing his military post to become a civil official. In the Great Xia dynasty, even civil officials possess martial skills, which is a hallmark of the realm. Thus, every civil official harbors dreams of being a military commander, contributing to the Great Xia's stature as a formidable nation. With a smile, Su Hu said, Tonight, I have reserved a place for the national master at the Zuiyu Pavilion to extend a warm welcome. Upon hearing this, Kong Rushan's face brightened with joy, and he hastily accepted. The position of Taoist leader holds considerable authority, particularly outside the imperial capital, where their power surpasses that of officials of similar rank within the capital. Even as the national master, he would not assume an overly lofty demeanor in the presence of a local Taoist leader. If the governor were to disregard him, there would be little he could do, for the position of the national advisor is, at present, merely nominal. The emperor has only nodded in assent, without issuing any formal decree. Thus, Su Hu's actions have significantly elevated his status. In the back hall of the Dao mansion, a subordinate questioned, "My lord, are we truly to grant him such courtesy?" Su Hu sat composedly in his chair, while the guard behind him displayed a look of disdain. Su Hu gently closed the lid of the teapot and replied, "The military funds matter was entrusted to the national advisor by the second prince. And yet 2 months have elapsed without the slightest effort from this advisor. Now, hearing of the crown prince's remarkable feats abroad, he can no longer remain idle." The guard remarked, Perhaps this national advisor is now fearful of the crown prince returning triumphantly?" Su Hu responded calmly, "It is of no concern to us. Tonight, we shall witness an intriguing spectacle." Having accompanied Su Hu for over a decade, the guard understood him well, and a look of delight spread across his face upon hearing Su Hu's words. "My lord, do you mean to say the crown prince may arrive tonight?" Su Hu replied nonchalantly, "The coalition of 7 nations has been thoroughly intimidated. Is it so surprising for the crown prince to return? Regarding the military funds matter, who among the discerning cannot see the truth? Do you truly believe the second prince possesses the power to overshadow the crown prince? A group of old fools. It seems they have lived long enough." A voice echoed through the Dao mansion. "At the Drunken Moon Tower, a renowned tavern in Suzhou, one can find not only fine wines, but also the enchanting beauties of Jiangnan. It is a place where young heroes of the realm yearn to gather. The women here possess extraordinary talents, excelling in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, making it a beloved haunt for literati." In the Qinglian private room, Su Hu poured a glass of wine for Confucian scholar Kong Rushi and inquired, "Is the national advisor here concerning the military funds issue from 2 months ago?" Kong Rushi stroked his beard and laughed. "Su Darren, your words are misguided. The matter of military funds has long been resolved. Why bring it up now?" He added, "Moreover, the culprits have already been executed. This case is closed." After finishing, he laughed heartily. Su Hu gently probed, then, "May I ask how the national advisor intends to explain this to the crown prince?" Suddenly, the wine cup in Kong Rushi's hand shattered. A flicker of apprehension crossed his face, though it quickly vanished as he declared, "I have already reported to His Majesty. Do I still need to report to the crown prince?" However, as soon as Kong Rushi finished speaking, a chilling voice interjected, "Shouldn't the matter of my military funds be reported to me? Or do you, an old dog, dare to disregard the crown prince?" From the Qinglian room, a cold voice resonated. The door swung open, and Shen Cangsheng strode in. Within the room, Kong Rushi's expression changed dramatically. Though he had never seen the current crown prince Shen Cangsheng in person, he was familiar with his likeness. Now, standing before him was a figure who, having shed the youthful innocence of his portrait, retained an unmistakable countenance. In the present day, the Confucian scholar has ascended to the position of the national master, able to stand before the emperor without bowing, let alone the crown prince. The scholar displayed no sign of movement, his countenance as cold as frost. Turning his gaze away from Shen Cangsheng, observing the demeanor of the Confucian scholar, Shen Cangsheng allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. Su Hu promptly approached Shen Cangsheng and knelt on one knee, declaring, "I have met His Highness the Crown Prince." Naturally, Shen Cangsheng recognized Su Hu, having once spent a period learning under him. Although Su Hu had since relinquished his military post to become a civil official, Shen Cangsheng did not underestimate him. To become a general safeguarding a great nation was not merely a matter of eloquence or a few written works. The bloodshed that accompanied such a position was likely known only to the individual himself. In a world teeming with myriad states, even the role of a border general was sufficient to demonstrate Su Hu's capabilities. Shen Cangsheng quickly assisted Su Hu to his feet, saying, "General Su, there is no need for such formalities. You need not continue this. If one were to take it seriously, Su Hu could indeed be regarded as a tutor to the crown prince." Su Hu replied earnestly, "Your Highness, one must not disregard the principles of propriety." Shen Cangsheng chuckled wryly, shaking his head. "General Su, you remain as earnest as ever." Su Hu smiled in return. Shen Cangsheng then shifted his gaze towards the Confucian scholar. Taking a seat casually, as if meeting a friend, with a gentle smile he inquired, Might I ask who this is? Having arrived at this gathering, Shen Cangsheng was undoubtedly aware of the scholar's identity. His question was, without a doubt, an affront to the Confucian scholar. You claim to be the national master. Yet I, the crown prince, do not recognize you. Su Hu, well aware of Shen Cangsheng's intent, approached him and remarked, "It is quite normal for His Highness, who has long guarded the nation's gates, not to know certain individuals." Through his words, Su Hu implied that the crown prince, having spent years at the borders, was not unaware of the turbulence stirred by the scholars within the court. It was not that no one dared to reprimand them, but rather that it was not desired. Su Hu had once fought alongside the current emperor, and he understood him well, a decisive figure, indeed. The present unrest among various schools of thought was merely a result of the emperor's reluctance to take action otherwise. Shen Cangsheng nodded, urging Su Hu to continue. Su Hu stated, "This is the present national master, Confucian scholar Kong, who is also the current leader of the Confucian school. His influence in the court is currently at its zenith." Shen Cangsheng snapped his fingers, feigning contemplation, and suddenly raised his head to fix a piercing gaze upon the Confucian scholar. His eyes sparkled with intensity, as though cleaving the space between them. The wine vessels and dishes upon the table abruptly shattered. The Confucian scholar, upon witnessing this, instinctively retreated. Humph! A flush crept onto the scholar's face as a muffled sound emanated from his throat. He then turned to Shen Cangsheng, demanding in a stern voice, "What is the meaning of your actions, Your Highness?" Shen Cangsheng smiled and replied, "What? Upon encountering me, why do you not pay your respects?" The Confucian scholar retorted, "Your Highness, the national master is permitted to stand before the emperor without bowing. Moreover, you are merely the crown prince at present, not yet the sovereign." The Confucian scholar's robes billowed as he spoke. Like the resonant chimes of morning and evening, an invisible force began to stir, enveloping the atmosphere with an aura of boundless eloquence. This was the essence of righteous vigor, the scholarly demeanor cultivated by literati, akin to that of the prime minister, who once wielded such righteous spirit that he vanquished 3,000 foes with a single breath. Both civil and martial pursuits possess their own distinct paths. Upon witnessing the Confucian scholar's demeanor, Shen Cangsheng remained unperturbed. With a gentle press of his fingers on the table, akin to a sharpened sword, he positioned them firmly before him. Calmly, Shen Cangsheng declared, "Though I am not an emperor, when has our dynasty ever appointed a national master? Why have I not received an imperial edict?" In the chamber, as his words resonated, silence fell. The Confucian scholar, gazing at Shen Cangsheng, felt a trickle of blood escape the corner of his mouth. "Your Highness, do not overstep your bounds," he implored. Shen Cangsheng grinned, responding, "I seem to recall that those who hold positions in various schools of thought are forbidden from serving in the court. Now, you Confucian scholar, are a paragon of Confucianism. Who granted you permission to assume such a role?" His words pierced like a blade, directly targeting the Confucian scholar. According to the laws of the land, any official position within the schools disqualified one from court service, and the penalty for transgression was death, without mercy. Rising to his feet, Shen Cangsheng derisively addressed the scholar. "Or do you truly believe that you can overshadow me simply because my father does not act against you? His restraint is merely due to his ennui over the years, leading him to mistakenly regard you as someone of significance." Who was the Confucian scholar? He had recently been appointed as the national master and was a figure of immense scholarly influence, with disciples scattered far and wide. Yet, in this moment, Shen Cangsheng's mockery rendered him insignificant. How could he swallow such indignity? With a face ashen as iron, the Confucian scholar retorted, "Your Highness, do not forget that I am now the national master, the foremost among officials. Do you dare to lay a hand upon me?" This was the scholar's source of confidence. Shen Cangsheng chuckled, "Very well, let us discuss the military funds. I have just heard that those who looted the military treasury have been brought to justice. Hence, when can I expect the funds to be delivered?" The Confucian scholar was taken aback. Faced with the demand for military funds, he had none to offer. Thus, he stammered, "Your Highness, is there an imperial edict to support your request for military funds?" Shen Cangsheng delivered a swift kick, sending the Confucian scholar crashing against the wall. "I demand my own military funds. Do I require an imperial edict for that? Or is it that you have failed to recover the funds?" Su Hu immediately interjected. "If the military funds have not been recovered, that constitutes a grave crime against the emperor. You would deserve the execution of your entire clan." One accusation after another piled upon the scholar, causing him to roll his eyes before fainting. Shen Cangsheng paid him no heed but turned to Su Hu, saying, "General Su, strip him of his garments, and inform the Confucian school that if there is no news regarding the military funds within 3 days, they shall execute their leader. Su Hu nodded vigorously. Shen Cangsheng departed alone, gazing at the night sky, filled with countless stars. Confucian school, since you dare to loot the military funds, do you not fear my blade? Pray tell, during my 4-year absence, have I become incapable of wielding a blade, or have you all grown audacious? The night air is cool, and a gentle breeze stirs. Within the shadows lurks an array of hidden blades, poised to strike. The following day, as the sun rose in the east, its golden rays enveloped Shen Cangsheng, casting him in a divine light akin to a celestial being. The young Shen Cangsheng, somewhat frail in form, basked in the sunlight, garbed in a simple white robe. Little did anyone suspect that this very figure had once shattered the united forces of 7 nations at the gates of his homeland. He commanded countless esteemed generals and masters. And now, stationed at the borders, none dared to trespass. Such a person, with a mere gesture, could summon a spectacle of unfathomable magnitude. Yet now, audacious individuals dared to plunder the military funds meant for the soldiers guarding the borders. Such treachery is tantamount to treason. Your Highness. Siqi approached Shen Cangsheng from behind, softly calling out to him. Shen Cangsheng did not turn, but instead inquired, Siqi, how old is the second prince this year? The second prince, referred to by Shen Cangsheng, was none other than the current second prince, Shen Cangdao. Siqi, bowing respectfully, replied, the second prince is 25 this year. Indeed. Shen Cangsheng was now 29. For one who practices martial arts, vitality surges, and longevity follows suit. With a deep sigh, Shen Cangsheng remarked, at 25. He is still so easily swayed by the Confucians. He has disappointed me greatly. The entire court was likely aware of the second prince's actions. And the deepest disappointment was not felt by the reigning emperor, but rather by the crown prince himself. While the sentiments of the crown prince could be surmised by the present populace, the second prince had yet to achieve true maturity. Siqi reassured him. There is no need for your highness to worry. The second prince will eventually see the truth. As the crown prince's maid, her status was elevated. Yet she refrained from speaking further on royal matters, offering only a symbolic comment. Alas! Shen Cangsheng turned and asked, it has been 3 days. What news from the Confucians? Siqi replied, Your Highness, the Confucians merely threaten that if you do not release their leader, they shall come to the capital to accuse you of leading the nation astray. Upon hearing this, Shen Cangsheng chuckled derisively and stated, If they do not wish to be saved, then let them perish. Siqi nodded in agreement. Thus, at noon, the entire city of Gusu erupted in fervor. The cause was none other than the decree from the East Palace, announcing that the Confucian leader was implicated in the plunder of military funds and had deceived the emperor. A crime deserving of execution. As this news spread, the populace peered out in curiosity. After all, in recent years, the Confucian leader had risen to prominence, and Confucian disciples had seemingly elevated themselves above others. The common people had long harbored discontent towards the Confucians. Now, the revelation of the national teacher's involvement in the theft sent shockwaves through the city. At Jinling Terrace, at that moment, Kong Rushing knelt in the center, his face pale with fury, shouting, Shen Cangsheng, you defy the emperor. I am the national teacher, head of all officials. You have no right to execute me. Shen Cangsheng leisurely sipped his tea, a smile gracing his features as he remarked, Confucian scholar, do you truly believe that this palace, stationed at the nation's gates, remains oblivious to your actions? Kong Rushing glared at Shen Cangsheng, unable to fathom how the emperor had seen through the elaborate ruse orchestrated by the Confucian scholars. How could Shen Cangsheng, positioned beyond the borders, possess such knowledge? How did you come to know? He demanded. Shen Cangsheng replied, Kong Rushing, you must understand. This realm belongs to the Shen clan, not to your Confucian order. Upon hearing this, Kong Rushing erupted in laughter. Do you realize how many officials in this world hail from Confucianism? Should you choose to execute me today, how many will abandon their posts? Chaos will surely ensue. Kong Rushing asserted with confidence, believing Shen Cangsheng would comprehend the implications of his gambit. If he were to be slain, the disciples of Confucianism would not remain passive, and the great Xia dynasty would descend into turmoil. Shen Cangsheng, his expression impassive, recognized the truth in Kong Rushing's words. I had almost forgotten your point until you mentioned it, he said, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips. In that case, let us see if the great Xia will indeed descend into chaos should I take your life. Resign from your posts? Huh. Does Kong Rushing truly believe that those once ordinary disciples are so loyal to Confucianism? The sustenance of their lives does not stem from Confucianism. The great Xia dynasty is replete with capable individuals, and Shen Cangsheng is hardly concerned with them. Is the prime minister merely a figurehead? Kong Rushing was taken aback, realizing that Shen Cangsheng was indeed resolute. Yui stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. Shen Cangsheng glanced at the son and jested. It seems your stature among them is not as formidable as you believed. Even now, no one has come to your aid. Is it possible that you are the sole representative of Confucianism? As he spoke, the common folk erupted into laughter. Indeed, the crown prince's words ring true. With the crown prince at the helm, does Confucianism dare to act against the prisoners? To even dare to seize military funds is truly disgraceful. The great Xia dynasty boasted an open culture with little regard for censorship or taboo. Thus, even in the presence of the crown prince, they felt free to voice their candid opinions. For years, the crown prince has guarded the borders, and they merely stir trouble among the commoners. When faced with the crown prince, they behave like hounds. Indeed, my esteemed fellow speaks aptly. Among the officials of this dynasty, I hold the utmost respect for the emperor and the crown prince. Your words resonate deeply with me, revealing the truth. Aha, well said. Allow me to treat you all to a feast and indulge in merriment. Shen Cangsheng responded with a beaming smile, relishing the sentiments expressed by the crowd. I had thought your Confucianism held the hearts of the people, but it appears you are merely a despised mouse in the alley. Kong Rushing overheard the comments, feeling the sting of their words. As a fellow scholar, he could not comprehend why their tongues were so venomous. Kong Rushing gazed with a mix of sorrow and indignation at the two individuals below, who were preparing to indulge in wine and conversation, wishing he could leap forth and bite them. Suddenly, the sound of recitation filled the air, sweeping in like a tempest. It was the spring and autumn annals. Upon hearing this, Kong Rushing exclaimed with delight. The spring and autumn annals represent a profound doctrine of Confucianism, capable of altering the very seasons with but a word. An astonishing power indeed. Even in the martial world, few dare to provoke those who cultivate the spring and autumn. Shen Cangsheng slowly rose to his feet. In the distance of Jinling Terrace, a formation of 100 individuals appeared, arranged in 4 groups, each holding a bamboo slip, advancing toward the terrace. I shall see for myself what extraordinary prowess lies within the Confucian spring and autumn. With that, Shen Cangsheng snapped his fingers, and suddenly, the heavens trembled. The clash of weapons resonated. Little did he know, the spring and autumn of your Confucianism would be pitted against my Zhuke. Which of us is stronger? With a sharp cry, the world transformed. Behind Jinling Terrace, the sky blazed crimson like a setting sun, flames erupting fiercely. A long, piercing cry resonated, transforming into waves of sound, surging toward the formation of Confucian scholars. The streets were already in chaos, the common folks gathering as Shen Cangsheng stood proudly upon Jinling Terrace. Defiant against the heavens, suddenly, a whooshing sound pierced the air, and a man cloaked in fiery red appeared behind Shen Cangsheng. With the arrival of this figure, it felt as if a wild beast were about to emerge from the depths of the earth. The sound of synchronized footsteps, accompanied by the clashing of weapons, gradually approached the onlookers. Down the mountain village, nestled among lush green hills, a river flowed from the mountains, winding through the settlement. The villagers relied on fishing for their livelihood, situated over 30 miles from Gusu City. Villages like this dotted the landscape, rising with the sun and resting at dusk. Despite their proximity to Gusu City, their harvest remained decent. On this particular day, the sun shone brightly, perfect for all endeavors. As the men of the village finished preparing their nets to commence the day's labor, a long-lost figure arrived at the village entrance. Stopping to gaze at the place that lingered in his dreams, Li Bugue, now in his 30s, could not help but shed tears. Li Bugue, a native of the village, had enlisted in the army during his youth, and 12 years had passed since he departed. 12 years. Not once did he return. Sometimes, he pondered whether he would remember the way home if he ever returned. Beyond the national borders, Li Bugue served as a soldier defending the realm, having fought valiantly to prevent any enemy from advancing. Within the borders, he was merely a fisherman from a small mountain village, a lineage of fishermen. Yet, the young Li Bugue yearned for more than fishing. A man should not squander his life in idleness. He still recalled that day when the snow fell abundantly, blanketing the mountains and rivers. At the village entrance, there was only one person there to bid farewell to Li Bugue, Lu Sanyang. Lu Sanyang and Li Bugue grew up together, sharing childhood dreams and aspirations. On a snowy day at the village entrance, Lu Sanyang bid farewell to Li Bugue. At the moment he turned to leave, she called out to him, "Bugue." The snowstorm raged, nearly obscuring visibility. Li Bugue turned to face her, and Lu Sanyang, biting her lip, removed a golden hairpin from her head. Upon seeing the hairpin, Li Bugui recognized it as the one he had painstakingly saved to have crafted for her. Having been childhood sweethearts, they had silently pledged their lives to one another. The gift of the hairpin symbolized their commitment to walk through life together. With determination, Lu Sanyang pressed the hairpin into Li Bugui's hand, saying, "Bugui, I will wait for your return, for the day you personally place this on my head." After speaking, she ran into the swirling snow, her figure gradually vanishing. Clutching the hairpin, Li Bugui silently vowed, "When I return, I will surely bring you home in grandeur." That departure marked 12 long years. Now, Li Bugui, having returned with the hairpin in hand, proclaimed, "Sanyang, I am back." He belonged to the illustrious Daxia dynasty, a renowned general of the Great Vermilion Bird Legion. In Gusa City, atop Jinling Terrace, Shen Cangsheng smiled lightly and remarked, "Which do you believe is superior? Your Confucian teachings, or the might of my heavenly soldiers?" His gaze fell upon the kneeling Confucian scholar, Cangsheng. Cangsheng beheld the fiery battalion, clad in red robes, resembling flames that seemed poised to ignite the heavens. Their steps were so synchronized that he might have thought it was a single thunderous sound, reminiscent of divine beings. Trembling, Cangsheng stammered, "What manner of men are these?" A figure behind Shen Cangsheng stepped forward, standing tall and straight like a lance, declaring, "The Great Vermilion Bird Legion." Upon uttering those 5 words, a crimson silhouette of a vermilion bird appeared in the sky, letting out a resounding cry. The red-robed man at Shen Cangsheng's side introduced himself. "I am Li Finxian, known by the title Vermilion Bird." As the leader of the Great Vermilion Bird Legion, he had once led his troops through the southern kingdom, leaving a trail of devastation in their wake, where flames consumed all. To this day, that kingdom trembles at the mere mention of Li Finxian's name. Although Cangsheng was a scholar, he was well aware of the legendary generals bearing titles. Such generals were undoubtedly the strongest of their time, excelling in both strategy and martial prowess. The Daxia dynasty, vast and resource-rich, boasted only 12 titled generals, each representing the pinnacle of strength in the realm. Among them, Li Finxian commanded the illustrious Great Vermilion Bird Legion, renowned for their fiery path of destruction. Upon hearing the words of the illustrious Xian, Cangsheng's face drained of color. He muttered incessantly, "The Great Vermilion Bird's heavenly soldiers." Suddenly, with fervor, he shouted, "You must flee." As a member of the court, Cangsheng was acutely aware of the weight carried by the term heavenly soldiers. In the realm of martial prowess, they were referred to by the Confucian scholars as the spring and autumn, a single individual capable of challenging 100 soldiers. Their righteous aura powerful enough to vanquish millions of foes. Yet, these were mere tales, myths rather than reality. While spring and autumn may be formidable, it greatly depended on whom one measured against. The heavenly soldiers, however, were a constant presence guarding the nation's borders, forbidden to return to the court without a decree. It was conceivable that a person might go their entire life without ever encountering a heavenly soldier, let alone one of their esteemed rank, an existence steeped in legend. Cangsheng was in a state of panic. The individuals before him were the most promising disciples of Confucianism. Such talents were not simply cultivated at will. Shen Cangsheng smiled faintly and remarked, "Oh, but I wish to witness the legendary spring and autumn. Please do not refuse me." Cangsheng's countenance turned ashen, his eyes devoid of spirit. "But those are heavenly soldiers," he lamented weakly. It seemed all hope was lost. Initially intending to leverage the strength of Confucianism to suppress this prince, he found his adversary summoning the heavenly soldiers instead. How could one possibly contend with that? Furthermore, what was Shen Cangsheng's standing in the emperor's eyes? If he were valued, why allow the second prince to act so wantonly in the court? If he were not valued, how could the heavenly soldiers be so easily summoned back? Cangsheng, who prided himself on having seen the world, now realized he had perceived nothing clearly. Shen Cangsheng's voice boomed like thunder, commanding, "Vermilion Bird warriors, go and experience the Confucian spring and autumn. Let us see if you can temper your fierce flames." According to legend, the spring and autumn could alter the seasons, change the weather, and invert yin and yang. "We await your command." A phantom of the vermilion bird soared into the air, like a long spear shooting forth. The Confucian disciples gripped their spring and autumn bamboo slips, their voices growing louder, as a milky white righteous aura gradually enveloped them. Simultaneously, a voice emerged from among the Confucian disciples. "Shen Cangsheng, will you not release our master? Otherwise, we shall assuredly ensure your demise here." Another voice from the ranks of the Confucian scholars echoed defiantly. The spring and autumn of Confucianism were renowned throughout the martial world. Whenever a Confucian disciple appeared, regardless of sect or faction, they would be met with respect. The spring and autumn represented the foundational technique of Confucianism. Legend had it that their emergence could change the color of heaven and earth, shifting the seasons, with boundless transformations imbued with righteous energy capable of vanquishing malevolent forces. During the turbulent times when the Great Xia dynasty was fractured, the Confucian disciples rallied, famously known as Peach and Plum Abound. 3,000 Confucian scholars could conquer Wu, as their leaders donned battle attire to lead the disciples in defending the borders. With their spring and autumn scrolls in hand, the righteous aura gathered at the horizon, successfully reversing the seasonal changes, causing snow to fall in June, catching their enemies off guard when the sweltering heat abruptly transformed into the depths of winter. As a result, a significant portion of the enemy forces perished from the cold. The Spring and Autumn Annals of Confucianism, a tome that brought immediate renown, commanded respect for scholars far and wide. In that era, the eminent Confucian sage, wielding the Spring and Autumn Annals, could disperse 100,000 soldiers with but a single proclamation, as an aura of righteousness coalesced into form, manifesting itself as a scroll of bamboo slips, brimming with infinite brilliance. It arrived without a trace and departed without a sound. Subsequently, the Grand Ancestor unified the realm, permitting the dissemination of various philosophical doctrines by those who participated in this endeavor. However, one stipulation remained: the prominent figures representing these schools of thought, those in positions of power, were barred from engaging in governance. This decree stemmed from the Grand Ancestor's recognition of the formidable influence wielded by these philosophies. In the Daxia dynasty, one could propagate their own teachings, and I could welcome your disciples, yet if one held a high position within their own doctrine, they were unequivocally prohibited from political involvement. The ordinary disciples merely sought wealth and status, aiming for official titles and nobility. For those already entrenched in power, such ambitions held little allure. Were one to dominate the court with their doctrine, the Grand Ancestor's principle of contention among 100 schools would be rendered moot. The myriad philosophies, each vying for prominence, epitomized the Grand Ancestor's method of equilibrium. Yet now, the second prince has audaciously contravened the Grand Ancestor's edict, appointing a Confucian sage to the position of national teacher, with no opposition within the court, and even the sovereign merely nodded in acquiescence. The reasoning behind this is understood by but a handful across the realm. The current sovereign and the prime minister, these two formidable figures, surely grasp the implications. In recent years, the propagation of Confucian thought has burgeoned, adopting a dominion-like approach that suppresses other philosophies. It also poses a threat of assimilation to the Daxia dynasty. If left unchecked, in a century or two, the officials of Daxia may all become disciples of Confucianism, with the majority of the populace embracing its doctrines. This eventuality is unwelcome to other schools of thought, and even more so to the current sovereign. Little did anyone anticipate that this incumbent Confucian sage would take the first step. Is this not in alignment with the sovereign's intentions? As long as the sovereign reigns, he must embody the wisdom of an enlightened ruler for all to see. The sovereign cannot act. Others lack the requisite authority. Even the second prince shares this limitation. Apart from the sovereign, only one possesses such authority, the crown prince, Shen Cangsheng. However, to challenge Confucianism would invite public scorn, and the burden of this disdain would rest squarely on Shen Cangsheng's shoulders. There are even murmurs that the populace might advocate for the abolition of his title as crown prince. For Shen Cangsheng, the potential loss is considerable. On the platform of Jinling, Shen Cangsheng's gaze grew increasingly frigid, listening to the clamoring of Confucian disciples who dared to openly call his name. One could gauge the extent of their audacity. It is crucial to recognize that this is a feudal dynasty. How many can boldly utter the name of the crown prince? Shen Cangsheng coldly remarked, "What? Does Confucianism seek to end my life? To assassinate the crown prince is, without a doubt, an act of rebellion." From the ranks of the Confucian faction emerged a middle-aged man, adorned with a scholar's cap and robe, clutching the Spring and Autumn Annals in his hand. Before the square formation, I proclaimed loudly, "I am Yin Hui Liang, one of the 7 sages of Confucianism. Today, I stand before you to represent the Confucian school, and I implore His Royal Highness to release my master." Yin Hui Liang, a true sage of the human realm, possessed profound knowledge and an understanding of the cosmos and humanity, with an aura of righteous spirit enveloping him. He was a paragon of wisdom, surrounded by countless students, each well-versed in the classics, embodying exceptional talent. Yet, these talents remained within the Confucian fold, with none venturing into officialdom. Despite their scholarly prowess, they willingly chose to remain ordinary disciples, professing to serve the populace, yet taking no tangible action. Instead, they exhibited an unquenchable fervor for criticizing the current dynasty. Shen Cangsheng, well aware of Yan Huiliang's stature, remarked, "Master Yan, you Confucians have overstepped your bounds." Shen Cangsheng maintained a respectful regard for Yan Huiliang, and while he refrained from further comment, he could not help but lament that Yan Huiliang, though a sage of Confucianism, was not a sage of the Great Xia. The distinction between the two was profound. The former served only Confucianism, whereas the latter bore the responsibility for the well-being of the realm's populace. In contrast, the Yinyang school also boasted 7 sages, yet only 2 bore the duty of teaching, while the remaining 5 were esteemed sages of the Great Xia and held significant positions in the Imperial Astronomical Bureau. In the court, they were highly valued. Unlike their Confucian counterparts, of whom none enjoyed similar standing, how then could the current emperor be satisfied? Yan Huiliang scoffed. "Is it not reasonable for my master to serve as the national teacher? What bounds have we transgressed?" Upon hearing this, Shen Cangsheng understood clearly. If even the Confucian sage held such a belief, it was evident what the others thought. Shen Cangsheng replied, "You Confucians have strayed from the principles established by our founding ancestor." With a long sigh, he pondered the futility of it all, questioning who could truly comprehend the situation. If Confucianism could genuinely serve the masses, why would Shen Cangsheng lament? Yan Huiliang retorted with a cold smile, "Is my master's intellect not on par with that of the chancellor? Why should he not serve as the national teacher?" Shen Cangsheng responded, "Then let me experience the Confucian spring and autumn annals." With that, he swept his hand, and 2 grand banners unfurled in the wind. One was the embroidered golden-black dragon flag, a majestic representation of the Great Xia Empire, towering at 9 zhong, symbolizing the imperial authority. The other, slightly smaller, yet still formidable at 8 zhong, depicted a blazing vermilion bird, seemingly capable of incinerating heaven and boiling the seas, known as the vermilion bird flag. Representing the celestial troops, Shen Cangsheng declared, "I have prepared a fitting destiny for you." As his words fell, a tremendous roar echoed, and outside Suzhou City, at the foot of Cold Mountain, thousands gathered. Here, a great pit, 900 zhang deep, had been unearthed, and at the moment Shen Cangsheng issued his command, the entire Great Xia Empire seemed to spring into action simultaneously. All Confucian disciples, having been captured, were being transported in a grand procession of prison carts towards the city of Gusu. Shen Cangsheng commanded, "Capture them, but do not kill." The soldiers of the great vermilion bird responded to his orders. With a cry, the vermilion bird screeched, summoning an infinite blaze as it charged towards the formation of Confucian disciples. The disciples, imbued with the essence of righteousness, stood resolute, channeling their noble spirit to withstand the flames of the vermilion bird. Attack! Li Finxian wielded the vermilion bird blade, cleaving through the righteous energy, which was instantly reduced to nothingness. The soldiers of the great vermilion bird seemed to transform into a long blade, tearing apart the noble essence with ferocity. The spring and autumn scroll soared through the air, morphing into a scroll of bamboo slips, with the righteous energy acting as its cutting edge, shaking the very foundation of the great vermilion bird soldiers. Witnessing this, Li Finxian's eyes gleamed with fervor. "I have yet to witness the spring and autumn." The vermilion bird blade swept across the sky, reminiscent of a phoenix awakening. Yin Hui, holding the spring and autumn scroll, proclaimed loudly, "Spring and autumn, reverse." Suddenly, it felt as though snowflakes began to materialize between heaven and earth. The spring and autumn reversed, ushering in a change of seasons. Li Finxian scoffed. "A mere 100-man formation dares to speak of reversal?" The vermilion bird blade descended, its sweeping arc akin to blazing flames, incinerating the void. With a single stroke, Li Finxian shattered the bamboo slips formed from the gathered righteous energy. Simultaneously, the ethereal image of the vermilion bird charged directly into the ranks of the Confucian disciples, unleashing a torrent of murderous intent. This was the true might of the great vermilion bird. As the vermilion bird penetrated the righteous energy, the disciples collapsed, bloodied and defeated. They were no longer the stalwart defenders of the nation from years past, unable to summon the vigor of the former spring and autumn. In an instant, it was over. Shen Cangsheng observed the fallen disciples and remarked to Kong Rushing, "The present Confucian sect has lost the people's heart. How can they hope to gather the spring and autumn and reverse the cosmos?" Shen Cangsheng gestured towards the vast mountains and rivers, stating, "In the past, the great Confucian leaders cared for the common people, thus able to unite the spring and autumn. However, today's Confucian sect is not what it once was. The cosmos is based on the populace, and the spring and autumn revolve around the heart. The present Confucians are undoubtedly traitors. What talk is there of reversing the spring and autumn? With his grand robe billowing, Shen Cangsheng declared. Capture them all and await the arrival of the Confucian sect for a collective reckoning. Understood. For years ago, Shen Cangsheng raised his banner to march, accompanied by the four symbols' heavenly soldiers, as he simultaneously took away the four formation maps. Now, the four symbols' formation maps were invincible, and the coalition of 7 nations lay in ruins. The heavenly soldiers were called so because these armies bore the presence of formation maps. Formation maps are a product of war. Inscribing the names of participants upon them allows those individuals to summon the maps, which then materialize according to the engravings. Dominating the battlefield, the Daxia dynasty originally possessed 8 formation maps, each capable of inscribing the names of 900,000 individuals. This implies that 900,000 could simultaneously invoke the formation maps. Other dynasties, at most, could claim 900,000, yet only possessed a single formation map capable of such. The Daxia dynasty, however, boasted a remarkable 8. This is precisely why the Great Xia dynasty stands at the pinnacle of power. On the battlefield, while ordinary soldiers hold significance, the outcome of war is not determined by them, but rather by the celestial warriors capable of invoking the battle formations. Indeed, those who can summon these formations are referred to as celestial soldiers. They possess the power of heaven and earth, and when the formations rise, they can move mountains and part seas. When the crown prince of the Great Xia dynasty emerged, it was said that auspicious signs surrounded the entire palace. With the 4 divine beasts residing above, Shen Cangsheng seemed to be a person favored by the heavens, setting aside the extraordinary signs of his birth upon taking command. He presented 4 battle formations, each comprising 120,000 men. What a magnificent sight it is to witness a formation summoned by 120,000 warriors. Shen Cangsheng established 4 divisions of celestial soldiers, each precisely 120,000 strong, neither more nor less. Subsequently, he led these 4 divisions across the battlefield, achieving an unbroken record of victories. The 4 symbols of celestial soldiers earning renown across the seas and lands. These divisions wielded formations that were said to be linked to the legendary 4 divine beasts of ancient times: the vermilion bird, the black tortoise, the azure dragon, and the white tiger. Each division had a commander presiding over the formation. The origins of these commanders remain a mystery. Each one possesses the abilities of a divine general, unparalleled in the world. Invincible, wielding the vermilion bird blade, commands 120,000 great vermilion bird soldiers, having achieved the fearsome feat of rendering an entire dynasty barren for a decade. To this day, that dynasty trembles at the mere mention of Invincible's name, paying tribute to the Great Xia dynasty annually for 10 years. Each of the 4 leaders possesses unique capabilities. Invincible is merely one among them, and not even the strongest. In recent months, the city of Suzhou fell into a profound silence. For atop the Jinling platform stood Shen Cangsheng, the crown prince of the Great Xia dynasty. Shen Cangsheng gazed at Kong Rushing and remarked, "It appears that over the years, the ideology of your Confucian school has indeed transformed." Upon hearing Shen Cangsheng's words, Kong Rushing's face twitched. Shen Cangsheng continued, "The founder of Confucianism, Confucius, once proclaimed that the teachings of Confucianism uphold benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, trust, forgiveness, loyalty, filial piety, and brotherly respect." Shen Cangsheng mockingly looked at Kong Rushing, pointing at the Confucian disciples below, and asked, "Perhaps you could enlighten me. Do they embody these virtues?" The individuals below are indeed exceptional figures of the Confucian school. Otherwise, they would not have been led here by Yin Hui. Shen Cangsheng's words undoubtedly struck a blow to Kong Rushing, even challenging the ideals of the venerable Confucius himself. Kong Rushing gazed at the Confucian disciples with a face ashen, for was it not as Shen Cangsheng had stated? How many of the virtues upheld by the Confucian sages could still be observed among them? Benevolence, which signifies love and compassion, was once advocated by the Confucian sages to be inclusive of all, yet what do we see now? Entering the Confucian school requires not only exorbitant fees but also annual contributions. The essence of benevolence has long been discarded into the mire. Loyalty and propriety? Just moments ago, they were calling for the current crown prince's demise. Where is the semblance of loyalty in that? As for the letter, Kong Rushi dared not to contemplate further. Entering the imperial court, he was indeed a paragon of Confucianism, the first to violate the edicts of the venerable sages. A sense of impending doom enveloped him. Shen Cangsheng remarked, "The reason our dynasty has permitted you to disseminate your teachings is due to the assurances provided by your scholarly forebears. However, Your Confucianism has now fallen into decay. With a commanding presence, Shen Cangsheng gazed at Kong Rushi and said, "For this final act, I invite the Confucian luminary to witness a spectacle. What say you?" Upon meeting Shen Cangsheng's piercing gaze, a chill ran through Kong Rushi's heart. What do you intend to do?" he stammered, trembling. Shen Cangsheng gestured towards the vast expanse of mountains and rivers, inquiring, "Do you comprehend how this immense landscape came to be?" Kong Rushi appeared perplexed. Ignoring his confusion, Shen Cangsheng continued, "This sprawling land was forged by the boundless blood of countless subjects of our great Xia. The heavens stained with blood, a fierce battle in the skies. For the sake of their homeland, how many have been wrapped in horsehide, never to return? How many have never laid eyes upon this magnificent expanse?" Shen Cangsheng asserted. "Since our forebears fought to establish this vast territory, I shall not permit even the slightest harm to befall it. Do you understand, Confucian luminary?" Kong Rushi sighed deeply, feeling utterly powerless. Indeed, Shen Cangsheng's words were crystal clear, and how could he not comprehend their gravity? Yet, he yearned to protest, but they are innocent. Shen Cangsheng stepped forward, questioning, "Innocent? Are those who eternally guard our borders not innocent, their bones lying in mountains? Do you not see? The bones before the gates cry out nightly, yearning to glimpse this vast landscape. Do you not see the land shattered, the setting sun blood red, the rivers stained crimson?" Shen Cangsheng continued, "You claim they are innocent now, yet who perceives their innocence? Your forebears donned battle attire to protect this land, but what of you? You will only bring ruin upon it." He admonished, "Do not speak of their innocence. Do you think I am unaware? Every Confucian who ascends to power fails to heed the people's plight, consumed by greed. Is this truly the tenet of your philosophy?" His voice thundered like spring thunder, resounding in Kong Rushi's ears. "Education for all has devolved into education for the wealthy, while the humble are cast aside." Shen Cangsheng scoffed. "You truly bring disgrace upon your forebears." At that moment, Li Hingxian approached Shen Cangsheng, stating, "Your Highness, we have arrived at the foot of Han Mountain. 80,000 prison carts, a grand procession, converged at the mountain's base. Let us proceed." Shen Cangsheng cast one last glance at Kong Rushi and turned away. Meanwhile, in the Golden Capital, not a single official dared to utter a word. "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince's actions will surely render him a pariah for generations." The Emperor, eyes closed, let out a long sigh. He was prepared for this course of action. The second prince's situation remained precarious. Shen Cangsheng stood outside, gazing towards the direction of Gusa City, remaining silent for a long time, save for a single sigh. "Brother, why must it be so?" In the Jiangnan region, Gusu City lies beneath a mountain known as Hanshan. Many years ago, atop Hanshan stood a temple known as Hanshan Temple. However, with the passage of time, this temple has long since vanished. Jiangnan has historically been a haven for scholars and poets. Now, the only remnants of Hanshan Temple can be glimpsed through the verses of our forebears. At the foot of Hanshan, banners fluttered in the air, the towering black dragon flag of the great Shukai army intimidating the heavens. On the opposite side, the Shukai flag blazed like fire, scorching the skies and boiling the seas. 120,000 troops of the great Shukai army were stationed there. As time progressed, a procession of prison carts, subdued by the great Shukai army, arrived at the base of Hanshan. At that moment, a vast pit, 900 zhang deep, had formed at the foot of the mountain, an abyss that seemed to devour all who ventured near. "Who are you to dare imprison the disciples of Confucius?" shouted a man clad in the official robes of the Daxia dynasty from within the prison cart, once holding a fifth-rank position and a disciple of Confucianism. He found himself abruptly seized without explanation, bound alongside others, utterly unaware of the unfolding events. "You brigands! The righteous spirit of Confucianism shall not forgive you. There are countless disciples of Confucius. We shall inscribe your crimes." The voices came from those adorned in official robes. Midway up Hanshan, Shen Cangsheng observed these individuals with indifference. The Daxia dynasty had bestowed upon them titles and salaries, yet they now clung to their identities as Confucian disciples, neglecting to mention their official ranks. This demonstrated the profound influence of Confucianism, which had eclipsed the authority of the court. Such is the essence of Confucianism. Shen Cangsheng closed his eyes. Within and beyond the court, no dissenting voice was permitted, and now Confucianism had emerged as that dissent. The tenets of Confucian thought had permeated the hearts of the people. They professed adherence to Confucian principles, yet how many truly upheld those principles? Loyalty to the sovereign? It appeared to be mere lip service. Each of them bore sins worthy of execution, yet the mere existence of Confucianism rendered the Daxia officials hesitant to act. "Master, can you enlighten me as to why this is so?" At that moment, Confucian scholar Kong Rushing stood behind Shen Cangsheng, who was observing the shouting Confucian disciples below. Upon hearing Shen Cangsheng's inquiry, Kong Rushing found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Shen Cangsheng continued, "It is because of your Confucianism. You frequently wield your pens to condemn others. Historically, aside from weapons, it is the pen of the scholar that brings death." He went on. "The pen of the scholar can strike terror more profoundly than the blades on the battlefield. It kills in silence." From his sleeve, Shen Cangsheng produced a scroll of writing and flung it towards Kong Rushing's face. In this account, it is noted that there are but a few instances concerning the Yellow River's overseer, a high-ranking official of the second tier, tasked by the court with managing the flood disasters of the Yellow River. Yet, what of you Confucians? In pursuit of your own interests, you have vociferously condemned this second-tier official, transforming him into a figure of corruption, ultimately driving him to his own demise. Shen Cangsheng remarked, "I now believe that this world might be more enlightened without the presence of scholars like you." The Confucian scholar gazed upon the records within the documents, scrutinizing every event and circumstance. They profess to act in the name of the people, yet their true motivations are merely selfish desires. In stark contrast to the principles of Confucianism, what a bitter irony this reveals. At this juncture, the Confucian scholar inhaled deeply and inquired, "So, the second prince was deliberately misled by me? The crown prince possesses considerable resolve. The scholar could not fathom that the second prince was a fool." Shen Cangsheng replied, "The second prince shares the same mother as I." Shen Cangsheng continued, "Yet, I find myself perplexed. The crown prince's actions will surely incite public outrage. After this incident, no matter how the crown prince attempts to tarnish Confucianism, your reputation is doomed to bear the weight of eternal disgrace, which offers you no advantage in your aspirations to ascend the throne. This confounds me. The sovereign may wish to eradicate Confucianism, but the only one capable of embodying virtue is you, the crown prince. However, is it truly worthwhile to bring about mutual destruction with Confucianism for the sake of the throne? One side represents the exalted position of the 9-5, while the other is merely Confucianism. This should be a clear choice, should it not? In the vastness of heaven and earth, is there anything greater than the 9-5? Can the eradication of Confucianism truly enable Shen Cangsheng to claim the throne? Regarding Shen Cangsheng's potential to ascend to the 9-5, the Confucian scholar harbored no doubts. Setting aside the crown prince's established position, Shen Cangsheng's accomplishments over the years were substantial enough to garner the support of the entire realm for his rise. However, Shen Cangsheng's current actions were evidently unwise, even foolish. With grandiosity, Shen Cangsheng proclaimed, "The Shen family is not solely represented by me. Others can likewise uphold this vast land." Yet, how could Shen Cangsheng not comprehend that from this day forth, he is destined to bear eternal infamy, even in the annals of history? This day shall not be overlooked. The Confucian scholar sighed, "I cannot compare to you." With that, he leaped into the air, declaring, "Crown Prince Shen, I shall witness you carry this eternal disgrace." Shen Cangsheng nodded towards Li Finxian, who suddenly knelt. "Your Highness, you need not bear this name. I am willing to take the burden," Li Finxian asserted. Shen Cangsheng brushed his hand and chuckled bitterly, "Alas, if not for me, none could shoulder this weight. Indeed, this eternal disgrace is not something everyone can bear, and should Li Finxian take it upon himself today, he would surely not survive until dawn." However, before Li Finxian could speak further, Shen Cangsheng interrupted, stating, "It is precisely for this reason that I am reluctant to bring them back. Finxian, I have long prepared for this. Do not speak further." Li Finxian rose and took a step forward, shouting, "By the decree of the crown prince, all disciples of Confucianism shall be buried alive." With Li Finxian's declaration echoing in the air, the gravity of the moment hung heavily. Within the confines of the prison carriage, the disciples of Confucius began to tremble with trepidation. "Your Highness, please, no. I am an official of the court. Your Highness, please, no." As their voices echoed, one among them cried out, "Demon, even in death, I shall not spare you. You are unworthy of being the crown prince." Suddenly, the heavens darkened, and bolts of lightning, visible to the naked eye, rent the sky asunder. It seemed like divine retribution. The Confucian disciples, upon witnessing this, burst into raucous laughter. "Do you see? The heavens themselves are warning you. Why do you not release us?" They jeered. "If you persist, you shall surely invite the wrath of heaven, doomed to suffer for eternity." Shen Cangsheng bellowed, "Bury them." Countless disciples of Confucius were thrust into a pit, many perishing from falls or being crushed, their numbers beyond reckoning. Once all were cast in, at the foot of Cold Mountain, Numerous Confucian texts, along with the disciples, were set ablaze. Boom. The thunder seemed to penetrate the earth, even causing Cold Mountain to tremble. A torrential downpour fell, as if blood. As the seasons turned, a year passed. It was deep autumn. A full year had elapsed since the crown prince, heedless of the world, executed the burning of books and the burying of scholars. Following this act, Shen Cangsheng earned the epithet of the violent prince. Yet, others clamored that such behavior rendered him unfit to be the heir to the throne. Now that Shen Cangsheng was merely a prince, his willingness to annihilate an entire school of thought was alarming. Just imagine if he were to ascend to the throne, sitting upon the 9-5 position. Of course, those who voiced such opinions were but a small faction. In the aftermath, more individuals sought to elevate their own talented scholars into the court. The myriad schools of thought discerned Shen Cangsheng's motives. The arrogance of Confucianism had invited this calamity. Did they not see the Yin-Yang school? Not only had their strength grown daily, but they also held the esteemed position of the court's celestial monitor. While capability played a part, it was the heart of the Yin-Yang scholars that thrived within the court. Thus, following the burning of books and the entombment of scholars, the court of the Great Xia not only remained stable but grew even stronger as various schools vied for favor, flourishing with vigor. Once the pests were eradicated, prosperity would only increase rather than decline. In Jiangnan, in the city of Suzhou, there lay a grand estate that Shen Cangsheng had acquired. At this moment, he sat leisurely within the courtyard, with Si Qi in attendance. Si Qi poured tea into Shen Cangsheng's cup and then tended to the fire, monitoring the brew of plum wine atop the stove. Recently, Su had sent some plums, although plum wine was more suited for winter, in this weather. The northern regions had already been blanketed in snow. The frozen plums, when simmered in the wine, released their fragrant essence, creating a taste unparalleled in the mortal realm. As Shen Cangsheng sipped his tea, he awaited his plum wine. Is there anything better than enjoying wine alongside tea? He mused. Suddenly, the front door was flung open with a crash. The intruder was none other than Li Finxian. Li Finxian approached Shen Cangsheng and mysteriously inquired, "My lord, can you guess who I have seen?" Shen Cangsheng, with his eyes closed, appeared tranquil and unperturbed. "Who?" he replied, as if he had already merged with the surrounding world. Unfazed by honor or disgrace, Li Finxian gazed at his master and could not help but sigh. Shen Cangsheng, once the crown prince of the Eastern Palace, had gained fame in his youth, undefeated in battle. 5 years prior, he had repelled the coalition of 7 nations, forcing them to pay reparations and cede territories. His battle attire was stained with blood, and his cloak was emblematic of the nation's sovereignty. Moreover, he had instilled fear through his ruthless policies, silencing scholars and eradicating dissent. His imposing presence once commanded awe across the realms. Yet now, he resembled a carefree nobleman, spending his days indulging in tea and wine or leisurely strolling by the riverside with maidens, devoid of the former vigor. Shen Cangsheng furrowed his brow but did not open his eyes. "What are you sighing about? Do you wish to return to the borders?" The 4 Symbol celestial soldiers had 3 stationed abroad, while he led the great vermilion bird soldiers in the Jiangnan region. Li Finxian shook his head and remarked, "No." He hesitated, unsure how to express his thoughts. Shen Cangsheng swayed slightly and pressed, "Did you not just mention someone you saw? Who is it?" With a mysterious smile, Li Finxian replied, "My lord, it is someone you would never expect." Shen Cangsheng shook his head. "Pray tell, who?" He took a delicate sip of tea. Li Finxian softly uttered 3 words, "Su Huanjing." On that fateful day, heavy snow blanketed the mountains, obstructing the army's advance, forcing Shen Cangsheng to halt. They stumbled upon an unnamed village amidst the snow-laden peaks. Accompanied by Li Finxian and others, Shen Cangsheng arrived at this nameless hamlet. The snow lay thick upon the mountains, and they encountered a woman of tender age, blooming like a flower. In such deep snow, how can you ascend alone? Dressed in simple garments. Shen Cangsheng and his companions approached her, and he offered a gentle smile. At that time, he was but 23. The woman, light as a feather, swiftly distanced herself. A good 10 paces away, with a wary gaze, she interrogated, "Who are you? What brings you here amidst the snow?" Shen Cangsheng found himself at a loss for words, unable to respond to her inquiries. Thus, they replied, "We are merely wandering merchants who, caught in this heavy snowfall, have no choice but to explore the area." While ordinary folk would shy away from venturing in such conditions, Shen Cangsheng and his companions, their vitality palpable, remained impervious to the winter chill, their extraordinary martial prowess rendering them fearless even in the face of the snowstorm. The woman merely chuckled and turned away. Shen Cangsheng felt a flush of embarrassment. Had she dismissed them so easily? Situated near the border, amid countless hills and forests, this place was indeed remote from the imperial capital, rife with treacherous terrain and bandits. However, as Shen Cangsheng and his companions prepared to depart, the sound of horses' whinnies pierced the air. Upon hearing this, the woman's countenance changed dramatically as she hurried back. Bandits lurked in the mountains. By the time they returned, they were met with the harrowing sight of lifeless bodies strewn across the village. A settlement of fewer than 100 souls had been utterly slaughtered in an instant. Witnessing this atrocity, the woman, undeterred by fear, charged directly into the midst of the marauders. Shen Cangsheng and his companions followed, their anger palpable, as he tore off his cloak and stepped forward with resolute determination. In that moment, the heavens shifted, and the snow wept in sorrow. Once the bandits were vanquished, Shen Cangsheng approached the woman, standing silently by her side. His desire was for peace to reign across the realm. Yet, in the desolate mountains, far from the centers of power, malefactors persisted. It was not that the court was indifferent, but rather that they were constrained by their own limitations. They could only address one issue at a time as it arose. As Shen Cangsheng was about to take his leave, the woman spoke, asking, "Do you believe the current emperor is a foolish ruler?" At that moment, Li Fengxian and the others drew their swords in alarm. Ever since the current emperor ascended the throne, his reputation as a wise sovereign had spread far and wide. Thus, such doubts could not be tolerated by Li Fengxian and his companions. Shen Cangsheng restrained them, inquiring, "What prompts this question?" The woman replied, "If the emperor is indeed wise, why has my village suffered such calamity?" Shen Cangsheng fell silent for a moment before responding, "The world is vast, beyond your imagination. The emperor can only survey the general plight of the populace, not solely the tribulations of your village. Overall, he remains a commendable ruler." He continued, "Why do you not venture out and see for yourself if he is a wise sovereign? If he is indeed foolish, inform me, and I shall see to it that he is deposed." The woman gazed at Shen Cangsheng in alarm, her heart whispering the words, "Traitor?" Shen Cangsheng, observing her expression, laughed heartily and said, "Until we meet again." As she watched Shen Cangsheng's retreating figure, she called out, "My name is Su Huanjing, and I shall venture forth to discover the truth. If he is a foolish ruler, then why has such calamity befallen us?" Unbeknownst to Su Huanjing, as she set out, she would hear of the crown prince leading the mighty Shke army to sweep across the lands, executing anyone who dared to commit murder. When this news spread, the common folk rejoiced, proclaiming, "With such a prince, the realm is blessed, and the people are fortunate." However, what none could fathom was that it was merely because Shen Cangsheng had seen himself reflected in her eyes. Shen Cangsheng had longed to say to her, "Greetings. It has been a while. I am Shen Cangsheng." The great Xia dynasty, boasting vast mountains and rivers, stands as one of the largest nations in the contemporary world. Notably, the great Xia dynasty does not prohibit martial arts, thereby establishing its formidable prowess that intimidates other nations. Consequently, a popular adage circulates among foreign lands: upon entering the realm of Great Xia, one should refrain from engaging in combat, even when confronted by a scholar. For one can hardly fathom that the seemingly studious individual may possess formidable martial skills. This notion is exemplified strikingly in the figure of the Chancellor of Great Xia. In the realm of Great Xia, the highest-ranking martial artist is not a valiant general, but rather the Chancellor, the foremost civil official among the 100 officials. Since the dynasty embraces martial arts, some individuals, reluctant to serve in the court, harbor unparalleled skills, thus giving rise to the Jianghu, a world of martial artists. Within Jianghu, a segment roams the seas, indifferent to worldly affairs. However, another segment constitutes the primary architects of Jianghu, bearing their own legacies, with some ancient sects predating the existence of the great Xia dynasty itself. 2 decades ago, whispers circulated among these ancient sects, proclaiming their survival beyond the demise of the nation. This claim, albeit bold, held a kernel of truth, as sects within Great Xia have persisted through tumultuous times, with some ancestors having aided the founding figure of Great Xia in establishing this territory. Nevertheless, in light of Great Xia's burgeoning prosperity, the audacity of sect disciples to voice such assertions indeed ruffled the nerves of the court. A decade ago, these ancient sects encountered a youthful prodigy. "Only the court possesses legitimacy in this realm," declared the spirited youth, boldly asserting his stance within Jianghu. The sects, boasting that their disciples were unparalleled geniuses among their peers, particularly the venerable ones, faced the most brutal blow they had ever experienced. Before an ancient sect stood the youth adorned in a golden crown, clad in a dragon robe, and donning cloud-patterned shoes. This youth was none other than the crown prince, Shen Cangsheng. With his singular might, he engaged in combat against all disciples of the ancient sects, nearly overwhelming them, prompting the appearance of their esteemed elders. As the sect sought to rally their protective forces, Shen Cangsheng issued a command, and the celestial guardians descended as if from the heavens. "I desire to test the strength of your ancient sects," declared Shen Cangsheng. Thus, the four symbols formation was initiated, and one sect unleashed a fiery assault, with the elders uniting to obliterate Shen Cangsheng. Yet, the ancient sect was decisively penetrated by Shen Cangsheng, who sentenced the elder to an indefinite imprisonment within the celestial prison. This battle etched his name into legend. At that moment, the sects realized the court's strength had risen to astonishing heights. Only the court possesses legitimacy in this realm. This phrase lingered in the throats of the Jianghu factions. If the court is the legitimate authority, then what does that render them? As illegitimate, they might be deemed as heretical. However, just when they believed the court was poised to eradicate Jianghu, a decree was issued. Any sect establishing itself must pay a fee. To establish a sect, one requires a locale and must pay land rent. To accept disciples, one must pay taxes. Each sect possesses its own lineage, and thus it is impossible for them to sever the ties to the heritage left by their ancestors. Consequently, various sects began to remit taxes. Simultaneously, the imperial court established the Eastern Palace, tasked with overseeing matters of the martial world. Initially, the creation of the Eastern Palace faced opposition from numerous officials, for the term Eastern Emperor was deemed a profound act of treason. If others were appointed, would they not be referred to as Eastern Emperors? The current sovereign, however, merely uttered a single phrase that silenced all dissent. Should there come a day when Shen Cangsheng no longer holds the title of Master of the Eastern Palace, the Eastern Palace shall be abolished. This decree astonished the officials, revealing the sovereign's unparalleled favor towards Shen Cangsheng, a favor that transcended all prior generations. Even the crown prince had never enjoyed such privilege. Among the 7 sons of the sovereign, Shen Cangsheng was the eldest and also the crown prince. The 7 sons were not all born of the same mother, each royal offspring having their own supporters. As long as the crown prince had yet to ascend to the imperial throne, others would still have their chance, for the crown prince could also be deposed. Yet, the existence of the Eastern Palace unequivocally signaled the extent of Shen Cangsheng's favor. At the tender age of 10, he began attending court, but merely 2 months later, the sovereign decreed that he should no longer appear in the court. This was due to the sovereign's gentle stance on martial matters, which led to Shen Cangsheng's repeated defiance of the sovereign's wishes. While many believed Shen Cangsheng, being young and inexperienced, would ultimately be sidelined for his audacity, they remained unaware that years later, he would disregard imperial edicts and alter the unchanging landscape of the martial world, shocking all. In response, the sovereign promptly established the Eastern Palace. The Eastern Palace, overseeing martial affairs, recruited only the most skilled individuals, all of whom reported directly to Shen Cangsheng. The Eastern Palace answered to but one command, that of the Eastern Emperor's edict, and even the sovereign held no authority to intervene. The power wielded was truly immense. After serving as the master of the Eastern Palace for 2 years, Shen Cangsheng embarked on an expedition, and it had been many years since he last made an appearance in the martial world. Since the inception of the Eastern Palace, branches had been established across various regions, with the Jiang'an branch located in Suzhou. Shen Cangsheng strolled leisurely through the streets, adorned in splendid garments, resembling a wealthy young master, indulging in the sights with a hint of ennui. "Young master, it has been many years since you last appeared in the martial world. Do you think they might have forgotten that there is still an Eastern Emperor?" Siqi chuckled, covering her face. She had grown up alongside Shen Cangsheng and held him in great admiration. In her eyes, no one in the world could compare to her prince, not even the sovereign. After all, her prince had never tasted defeat. Whether in martial debates or in battles across the vast expanse, every engagement had ended in resounding victory. Among the court and the populace, there circulated amusing anecdotes about her prince. One of these tales spoke of, one day, His Majesty convened a council with the esteemed ministers to deliberate on state affairs when suddenly, 8 urgent edicts were dispatched, warning of an impending enemy incursion. The ministers were thrown into disarray, and the sovereign nearly toppled from his dragon throne in alarm. He turned to the chancellor and inquired, "What is your counsel, Chancellor?" The chancellor, typically calm and composed, was overtaken by anxiety and promptly declared, "Quickly summon the crown prince." In that moment, the emperor, regaining his composure, bellowed with authority, "Hasten to summon the crown prince." Though merely a humorous anecdote, it is not something one would dare to spread indiscriminately, had it been another. they would likely have met a dire fate. Siqi, having grown up alongside Shen Cangsheng as maid, found that even the ministers of court treated her with utmost respect upon her emergence from the Eastern Palace. Though lacking an official title, her influence surpassed that of many officials. Shen Cangsheng remarked nonchalantly, if they have forgotten, then let them be reminded, with a casual flourish. The entire realm remained unaware that the Eastern sovereign had indeed returned. The Great Xia dynasty, in essence, is divided into 4 territories, further subdivided into 36 regions and 72 prefectures. When the Great Xia was initially established, this classification resonated with the celestial order, implying the dynasty's eternal existence, destined to endure alongside the heavens. 5 centuries ago, the lands governed by the Great Xia were rife with nations, embroiled in ceaseless conflicts, with skirmishes occurring almost daily, leaving only a few to escape the turmoil. Some, having attained enlightenment, traversed the nations, seeking to quell the discord. Yet, how could the nations heed the counsel of a scholar when they were consumed by the desire for territory and populace? Those in the desert yearned to dominate the central plains, while those in the central plains coveted coastal resources, those by the sea sought mineral wealth, and those in mountainous regions aspired to the flatlands. Thus, conflicts ensued incessantly. Nevertheless, there existed places untouched by war, among which were the 8 clans. These clans boasted a lineage that spanned millennia, claiming to be imperishable. Even today, the 8 clans persist, albeit without the transcendent stature they once held a century ago. Yet, in the realm of martial arts, their esteemed position remains unblemished. As Shen Cangsheng strolled leisurely through the streets of Suzhou, in the southern regions, amidst the dense forests and mountains, he found himself in a land characterized by its towering ranges and abundant foliage. This area is rich in resources, described as inexhaustible. Beyond the mountains and dense woods lay the territories of other nations. The Great Xia's southern front was particularly tumultuous, primarily due to the wealth of resources in this region. In an unnamed forest, the mountains extended to this point, where an endless military camp could be seen. Above, the black dragon flag billowed, reminiscent of a true dragon sweeping through the woods. 3 to 5 miles away, a waterfall cascaded down, and even at this distance, the roar of the water could be distinctly heard. The waterfall tumbled from the cliff like a silver ribbon, suspended in the air. The sounds of various beasts echoed throughout the forest, a cacophony of roars. Beneath the white torrent, if one looked closely, they would see a solitary figure standing still. The man, bare-chested, had his eyes tightly shut, allowing the waterfall to crash down upon him. Despite the relentless onslaught of water, he remained unmoved, as if he were a stubborn stone, rooted there for countless years. Suddenly, the man's tightly closed eyes flew open. What kind of eyes were those? For most, eyes are composed of black and white, embodying the duality of yin and yang, akin to the interplay of day and night, a manifestation of the heavenly principle. However, the man beneath the waterfall possessed eyes unlike any ordinary person. His gaze was devoid of white, a pair of pitch-black orbs, resembling the vastness of the starry sky, profound, infinite, almost divine, yet eerily demonic. His hair was white, as if the colors of his eyes and hair had been exchanged. As he stepped forward, his flowing white hair glimmered like a sword, slicing through the waterfall. At the moment he stepped forth, the river beneath his feet unexpectedly surged, parting to reveal the stony riverbed. Just as the man was about to take another step, an unforeseen calamity struck. A thunderous roar echoed through the mountains and forests. A majestic snow-white tiger leaped towards him. Under the sunlight, the tiger's fur glimmered like satin, its whiteness translucent and exquisite. Indeed, it was a sight of unparalleled beauty. However, as he beheld its forepaws, the razor-sharp claws sliced through the air like swords, capable of cleaving gold and shattering stone. Undoubtedly, a mere brush from this tiger would result in decapitation. The tiger opened its cavernous maw, filling the air with a pungent, bloody scent. As the tiger was about to pounce beside him, the man furrowed his brow. Then, with a gentle lift of his hand, he grasped the tiger's jaw, hoisting it effortlessly into the air. The tiger, pinned down, felt a fatal force in the grip of this human. It roared, thrashing its limbs in a frantic attempt to escape. The man turned to gaze at the tiger. "Your fur is quite splendid." Though the tiger could not comprehend his words, it sensed the man's admiration for its beautiful coat. It could not tolerate this. As the king of tigers, it prized its majestic pelt, knowing full well how many hunters had sought to kill it for this very reason. Without exception, those hunters had met a brutal end at the hands of its lethal claws. The snow-white tiger yearned to convey to this human, The tiger cannot endure this. Yet, no matter how fiercely it struggled, it could not break free. Instead, it felt the pressure upon it only intensify. A realization struck the tiger. This predicament mirrored its own hunts, where the struggles of its prey were in vain. The tiger, felt fear. The man remarked, "Do you know how noisy you are?" The tiger ceased its struggles, acutely aware that this dark-eyed being possessed immense strength, surpassing even its own. Its limbs hung limply. The man exerted a gentle force, flinging the tiger several dozen meters away, causing it to crash into a tree, shattering the trunk. The trees here were at least a century old. The tiger, feeling pain like never before, realized it had never experienced such agony throughout its life. After crashing through 3 or 4 trees, it spat blood. This human was merciless, intent on slaying the great tiger. Immediately, the tiger scrambled to its feet, ready to flee. Humans. Yet, just as it prepared to escape, the man appeared directly before it, almost face to face. Their eyes locked, mere inches apart. The speed of this human was astonishing. Was he a demon? The tiger lamented. The man spoke, "You have 2 choices, become my steed or face my wrath." The great tiger comprehended the human's intent. Alas, despite having roamed the mountains for countless days, today it found itself ensnared. The man gently caressed the tiger's head, and his expressionless face suddenly broke into a genuine smile. Though not aesthetically pleasing, it was indeed a true smile. He murmured to himself, "It has been many years since I last laughed." As he gazed up at the sun, he lost track of time. This man, with ebony eyes and white hair, stood alone in the world. 2 years prior, a man had invited the leaders of the 8 sects to a duel on the Broken God Mountain. Ascending the mountain alone, he fought valiantly until the leaders could not withstand him. The elder masters of the 8 sects soon revealed themselves, but the man ultimately vanquished 7 of them, sustaining grave injuries in the process. Just as he was about to succumb, another appeared, just as he had years before, adorned with a purple gold crown, clad in a dragon robe, and wearing celestial shoes. This figure led him to a retreat from the full force of the 8 sects elders. He had been recuperating here for 2 years. On the battlefield, he was a formidable force, a being of both divinity and demonic prowess, leaving no captives, no surrenders, only death in his wake. In past conflicts with enemy nations, he had razed cities, with few exceptions. Wherever his name echoed, the enemy's morale plummeted by 30%. This name was unprecedented throughout history, Bai Mashing, the exalted commander of the White Tiger Legion under Shen Cangsheng in the Southern Territories. Riding his white tiger, Bai Mashing let out a proud roar that echoed through the mountains. Approaching him was a middle-aged man clad in azure robes, who greeted him with a smile, saying, "Your steed is quite impressive." The azure-clad man spoke with a hint of envy. Bai Mashing, maintaining a stoic demeanor, replied, "You could seek one for yourself." The azure-clad man shook his head and inquired, "How is your recovery?" "After 2 years, you ought to be nearly healed." Bai Mashing chuckled softly. The azure-clad man, undeterred by Bai Mashing's demeanor, continued, "The situation in the Southern Territories has nearly settled. You could return to court at any moment. The prince has returned to Jiangnan. Why not embark on a journey there?" In Jiangnan, within the magistrate's office of Gusa City, Suhu found himself in a quandary regarding a particular case before him. Though the law was established, the intricacies of the Great Xia dynasty's legal system meant that various factors could not be universally applied under strict statutes. The law of the Great Xia still retained a sense of humanity. On either side stood officers wielding staffs, while Suhu presided at the head of the assembly. Below him knelt a man, pale and devoid of life in his eyes, as if he had lost all spirit. Such individuals were not unfamiliar to Suhu. They were often those who had suffered the greatest of life's tragedies, either from the destruction of their families or from enduring immense harm, having lost the will to live. Ironically, the one who had committed murder was the very man kneeling before him. This was a murder case. Standing on the opposite side were several individuals, both male and female. They adorned themselves in robes embroidered with the azure phoenix, the attire emblematic of one of the 8 sects of the martial world, the Red Dust Fire Bath Pavilion. This esteemed sect has existed for an exceedingly long time, seemingly tracing its roots back 500 years, a prominent force in this vast realm. The individuals present are the direct disciples of the Red Dust Fire Bath Pavilion. Within the sect, the direct disciples are primarily the protégés of influential elders, poised to become the future luminaries of the sect, nurtured as the successors of the next generation. Their significance is self-evident. Moreover, among them, the leading woman is particularly noteworthy as she is the sole direct disciple of the pavilion master, who has lived for over a century and a half. This disciple was only accepted in recent years, a source of considerable distress for Su Hu. The individual kneeling on the ground was responsible for the death of a direct disciple of the Red Dust Fire Bath Pavilion. Not only did he slay the disciple, but he also ruthlessly exterminated the entire family. A complete annihilation. It is not that the direct disciples of the Red Dust Fire Bath Pavilion are lacking in strength. Rather, this person has an extraordinary background. He is a junior officer of the Great Vermilion Bird Heavenly Army. Such a rank is not ordinary. It commands 10,000 heavenly soldiers. However, the title of junior officer exists solely within the realm of the Four Symbols Heavenly Army. Currently, a year has passed since the Crown Prince Shen Cangsheng's infamous book-burning and scholar-burying incident, which also implicated the Great Vermilion Bird Heavenly Army. Su Hu found himself in a predicament. Lord Su, this man is heinously guilty, having murdered my senior sister's entire family. According to the laws of the Great Xia, he deserves the death penalty, does he not? Spoke the direct disciple of the Pavilion Master. Su Hu replied, Esteemed one, this individual holds a military rank. Under the laws of the Great Xia, when a person of military standing commits an offense, their superior must be present for judgment. Otherwise, I lack the authority to convict. This provision was established by the Great Xia dynasty to safeguard soldiers from being wrongfully ensnared while serving their country. Anyone bearing a military rank must have their superior present during trial. Suddenly, a glimmer of desperation sparked in the eyes of the kneeling man. He hastily exclaimed, Lord Su, I confess. I beseech you not to summon my superior. His name was Li Bugui, a junior officer of the Great Vermilion Bird Heavenly Army. He understood that he had sullied the reputation of the army, and the thought of summoning his superior, Li Funxian, filled him with dread. Su Hu, having once held the rank of general, comprehended Li Bugui's apprehensions. He continued, But do you know? In Gusa City, not only is he present, but that man is also here. He is Li Funxian, and that man, of course, was Shen Cangsheng. Upon hearing this, Li Bugui collapsed to the ground. Lord Su, I implore you, please execute me immediately. Li Bugui repeatedly bowed his head, soon staining the ground with his blood. His transgressions had transcended mere homicide. Since the Crown Prince Shen Cangsheng had taken command, no blemish had ever marred his reputation. Yet now, Li Bugui had sullied Shen Cangsheng's name, and worse still, it occurred before the Crown Prince himself. Is this not merely providing others with further excuses to attack the Crown Prince? A year ago, Crown Prince Shen Cangsheng had just ceased his purging of scholars, and now, he has turned to murder within his own household. The literati will undoubtedly seize this opportunity. Su Hu sighed, saying, What purpose does this serve? Had I known today would come, I would have. Suddenly, a voice interjected, May I observe? Dressed in resplendent robes, Shen Cangsheng gradually approached the center. Upon seeing him, Su Hu sprang to his feet. Your Highness. Shen Cangsheng offered a gentle smile and replied, No need for formalities. I merely wish to understand what my soldier has done to evoke such fear. He approached Li Bugui, who, upon recognizing Shen Cangsheng, turned and bowed deeply, exclaiming, Your Highness, I am truly sorry. Bang, bang, bang. Li Bugui suddenly noticed a foot before him. Boom. Li Funxian stormed in from outside. Seething with anger. How can I have such a coward among my ranks? He kicked Li Bugui away. Stand up. Among the great Shike heavenly soldiers, Li Bugui was one of the few whom Li Funxian held in high regard. Otherwise, he would not have attained the rank of a junior general. Upon hearing Li Funxian's command, Li Bugui sprang to his feet. Though disheveled, his spirit was instantly revived, standing proudly among the heavens. This was the spirit of the great Shike heavenly soldiers. At the moment Shen Cangsheng entered, the direct disciple of the Red Dust Fire Bath Pavilion suddenly froze upon seeing his countenance. It was so familiar. Shen Cangsheng approached her, smiling gently, and said, Let me introduce myself. I am Shen Cangsheng. Shen Cangsheng. These three syllables were known to all, for he had led his troops into battle, achieving victory after victory. Each triumph was celebrated with flowers lining the roads, welcoming their beloved crown prince home. With every expedition, incense burned, prayers offered for his safe return. To hold such significance in the hearts of the people is a rarity that has not occurred in a millennium. Although Shen Cangsheng's name had faded from the martial world, those from a decade ago would undoubtedly remember it. Adorned with a purple gold crown, clad in an azure dragon robe, and wearing celestial footwear, he single-handedly challenged 8 sects. Shen Cangsheng laughed. It has been a long time. His gentle laughter was like a spring breeze. The disciple of the Red Dust Fire Bath Pavilion stood in shock. Years ago, In a mountain village beset by bandits, she had asked whether the current monarch was incompetent. Over the years, she had found her answer. What impressed her even more was the current master of the Eastern Palace, Crown Prince Shen Cangsheng. A decade prior, a significant event had transpired in the martial world, which gradually became legendary. The protagonist of this tale was none other than Shen Cangsheng, the youthful crown prince, adorned with a purple-gold crown, clad in an azure dragon robe, and wearing cloud-treading shoes, challenged the 8 sects alone. Thus began the legend, the commencement of a remarkable saga. The young disciples of the 8 sects emerged in full force. Yet, regardless of whether they were core or direct disciples, none could impede the advance of Shen Cangsheng. Even in the end, the esteemed elders of the 8 sects made their appearance. As the oldest existing lineage, how could the 8 sects allow themselves to be so trampled upon? They were as inconsequential as dust. If an ancient immortal were present, it might be understandable. However, the adversary was merely a youth of less than 20 years. As Shen Cangsheng trod upon the 8 sects, nearly half of their core disciples perished, and their direct disciples were nearly annihilated. In such dire circumstances, the 8 sects were filled with rage. Yet, when the elders sought to subdue this youth, flags fluttered beneath the mountain of the sect. The 4 symbols' banners soared like ancient ferocious beasts, Zhuke, Baihu, Qinglong, and Xuanwu. These banners formed the 4 symbols formation, causing the very earth to tremble. Even the sect structures collapsed at the moment the formation was established. The heavens changed color. In the south, Zhuke ignited the world with flames. In the west, Baihu's murderous aura overshadowed the sky. In the east, Qinglong's furious roar shattered rivers and mountains. In the north, Xuanwu's dark waters crashed against the clouds. The spectacle was nothing short of magnificent. Shen Cangsheng stood before the 4 symbols formation, brimming with confidence, while a cloak was draped over his shoulders. The map of rivers and mountains. At that moment, they realized that this youth who had trampled upon the 8 sects was none other than the current crown prince, Shen Cangsheng. Clad in the map of rivers and mountains, a grand chair was brought forth, and Shen Cangsheng took a seat, gazing at the members of the 8 sects. He inquired, "What? Unable to prevail, do you intend to rely on sheer numbers?" The members of the 8 sects flushed at his words, for that was indeed their plan. After all, Shen Cangsheng was but one individual. If the 8 sects could slay him here, the tale of one man trampling the 8 sects would naturally not reach the outside world. Should it spread, how could they, as a sacred ground in the martial world, maintain their dignity? Yet, they could never have anticipated that their fleeting thought would provide the crown prince with an opportunity. Under heaven, all lands are the king's. And on the shores of the land, all subjects are the king's servants. The mountains occupied by the 8 sects were due for taxation. Was the leasing of land free of charge? Under the watchful eyes of 1,000,000 heavenly soldiers, the 8 sects were compelled to enter into a series of agreements with Shen Cangsheng. Thus, the Eastern Emperor's palace came into being. Anyone who sought to establish a sect must report to the Eastern Emperor's palace, or face the imminent threat of a great army. Shen Cangsheng informed them that the most formidable power in the world is not a single individual's strength, but the might of the heavenly soldiers. Regardless of how ancient your sect is, or how many strong practitioners you possess, should anyone refuse to comply, this prince wishes to see whose so-called strength prevails, the so-called strong ones of your sect, or this prince's heavenly soldiers of the 4 symbols. When over 4 million heavenly soldiers raised their formations, they possessed the ability to scorch the heavens and boil the seas. The 8 sects dared not confront their might. In that moment, their ancient mindset began to shift. No matter how powerful an individual may be, they cannot surpass the might of the heavenly soldiers. You remain but one person, while your adversaries number in the millions, if not more. Shen Cangsheng conveyed to them that the most powerful force in the world is not a sect, but a nation. Though dynasties may rise and fall, it is merely a change of power. Have you ever witnessed a dynasty weakening upon its rise? They only grow stronger. Even among a multitude, how many truly stand out? And what of the imperial court? Throughout the realm, all are subjects of the court. Thus, within the martial world arose the legend, or perhaps the myth, of the Eastern Sovereign. The Eastern Sovereign Palace reigns supreme among the forces of the Jianghu. The boy from yesteryears has now become the master of this powerful faction. In attendance were the disciples of the Red Dust Bathing Pavilion, and upon hearing the name Shen Cangsheng, 2 young women among them turned pale with anxiety. For it was their senior sister, Hua Fei Hua, who had once fought for the Red Dust Bathing Pavilion. With a single strike, this individual had slain her senior sister. It is worth noting that their senior sister was not only the pinnacle of her generation but was indeed formidable. The 2 trembled in fear. Casting anxious glances at Shen Cangsheng, terrified that he might bring about their demise. Before them stood Su Huangjing, a direct disciple of the pavilion master. Years ago, Su Huangjing had departed from her humble mountain village and encountered the master of the red dust bathing pavilion, who recognized the remarkable compatibility between Su's potential and the pavilion's teachings. Thus, Su Huangjing became a cherished disciple, envied by all. Gazing at Shen Cangsheng, Su Huangjing's eyes reflected a complex array of emotions as she remarked, "It has been a long time." For she had once boldly declared before him that his father was a fool. Shen Cangsheng inquired, "Have you found your answer since then?" Today, the great Xia dynasty flourishes, its citizens content and prosperous. While not all credit can be attributed to the emperor, it does suggest that he is no fool. In the eyes of the populace, he is regarded as a wise ruler of the ages. Such perceptions are a testament to the emperor's efforts. Su Huangjing replied, "I have found it. In times of peace, the world is seldom tranquil. This has been true throughout history. It is not solely the emperor's fault." The two exchanged knowing smiles, as if they were reminiscing over a millennium. Su Huangjing, with her elegant demeanor, captured the essence of a phoenix. Shen Cangsheng turned to Li Buguei and said, "Now, share your tale." Having led troops for many years, Shen Cangsheng could not believe that those he commanded would slaughter innocents without cause. Li Buguei stood resolutely, a golden hairpin clasped in his hand. With a quivering lip, he recounted his story. It was simple yet defied judgment. Li Buguei hailed from a small village outside Suzhou and had promised a lifelong bond with his childhood companion, El Sanyang. Fortuitously, he had become a heavenly soldier, serving as a celestial warrior for the great vermilion bird. Yet, years of warfare passed relentlessly. 3 years turned into another 3, and still, Li Buguei did not return. In the 4th year, El Sanyang sold all her possessions and set out in search of him, carrying but a few garments. She traversed the land for 3 years. And just as she approached the western borders, she learned of great victories there, with Prince Shen Cangsheng leading the celestial army southward. Thus, El Sanyang was compelled to alter her course once more. However, 3 years had depleted her resources entirely. In this unfamiliar land, she was utterly alone, driven only by the desire to find a single soul among millions. For a woman to undertake such a journey, if she were to succeed, it would indeed be a stroke of celestial fortune. In the realm of wanderers, there has always been no shortage of those seeking disciples. El Sanyang was fortunate enough to catch the eye of a seeker from the Red Dust Fire Hall, leading her, albeit reluctantly, to join their ranks. With her pockets empty, she had no choice but to accept this fate, for further searching would only lead to her demise. After 2 years in the hall, El Sanyang's gentle and caring nature captivated a senior brother whom she saved during a perilous moment. However, despite his persistent advances, she remained steadfast, revealing that her heart belonged to another, Li Buguei, who had now become a member of the Grand Vermilion Army. She felt a swell of pride, for he had finally realized his aspirations. El Sanyang often envisioned him adorned in the uniform of the Grand Vermilion Army, holding hands in promise of a lifetime together. No matter the distance, she would never forget him. When would he return? Within the Red Dust Fire Hall, El Sanyang lay on the brink of death, having inadvertently discovered a rare medicinal herb that others had also noticed. With just over a year of training, her abilities were only slightly superior to that of an ordinary person, rendering her no match for her adversary. Just as she was about to meet her end, her senior brother, who had been waiting for her return at the mountain gate, set out to find her and stumbled upon the scene. As a core disciple of the Red Dust Fire Hall, he was not one to be trifled with. He swiftly dispatched her assailant and carried El Sanyang back to the hall. El Sanyang remained unconscious for 2 months, during which her senior brother stayed by her side. When she finally awakened, her first sight was of him, once pristine in his white attire, now disheveled and worn, with a pallor that spoke of his distress. Even his beloved white robe bore the marks of neglect. Upon seeing her open her eyes, he broke into a joyous smile, reminiscent of his earlier days in the hall. "Sanyang, you're awake?" he exclaimed with delight. El Sanyang, weak yet aware, gazed at her brother, who, though a gallant swordsman, now appeared as a child, hastily pouring water and serving her meals. Brother, she understood his concern, yet her heart remained tethered to another. He had promised he would return, but she felt an overwhelming weariness. "I fear I may not wait for you any longer. Buguei, Buguei, when will you come back?" A year later, the Red Dust Fire Hall was festooned with lights and decorations. Ultimately, El Sanyang could wait no longer. Her heart was no longer in this place. She yearned for a simple, ordinary life as a woman. Thus, her senior brother resolutely approached his master, declaring his intention to leave the sect and the martial world behind. On that day of celebration, amidst the joyous union of two newcomers, the legend of the white-clad divine sword, Feng Jian, faded from the martial realm. In the mundane world, a figure known as Wind Returns has emerged. This individual, a senior brother by the name of Wind Returns, was awaited by El Sanyang, who had hoped for Li Bugui's return, yet fate brought her Wind Returns instead. Together, they descended from the mountain gate, thereafter severing their ties with the affairs of the Jianghu. The Wind Sword remained the core disciple of the Red Dust Fire Bath Pavilion, even after departing from the Jianghu. He would make occasional visits to his master after months of separation. Eventually, El Sanyang and Wind Returns welcomed a child, and El Sanyang pondered that perhaps this was the destined conclusion of their lives. However, one fateful day in the city of Gusu, El Sanyang beheld a grand banner. Upon this banner was a divine bird adorned with flames, soaring and heralding its presence, seemingly capable of piercing the heavens and the earth. The flames raged, as if to incinerate the heavens and boil the seas. El Sanyang recognized the divine bird emblazoned upon the banner. It was the vermilion bird. Such a grand banner, embroidered with the vermilion bird, belonged to no other than the great vermilion heavenly soldier. In that moment, the shackles of El Sanyang's memories were released, and a figure named Bugui surfaced in her thoughts. Wind Returns, aware of El Sanyang's inner turmoil, later took her back to the Red Dust Fire Bath Pavilion. During this time, news spread of the current crown prince burning books and burying scholars, shocking the world. Upon hearing this, Miao Zhenfeng, the leader of the Red Dust Fire Bath Pavilion, displayed a satisfied expression and remarked, "The current crown prince Shen Cangsheng is indeed a true dragon." It is worth noting that Miao Zhenfeng, now over 150 years old, has lived through 2 dynasties, and her words carry weight. However, none knew that after receiving this news, Miao Zhenfeng ascended alone to the highest level of the scripture repository, the sanctuary of the Red Dust Fire Bath Pavilion's teachings. At the pinnacle, there lay a singular painting, covering the entire space, depicting a phoenix. To the right, 3 significant characters were inscribed, the Lonely Phoenix. Miao Zhenfeng gazed at the painting for an entire day, sighing deeply before departing. Yet, beside the Lonely Phoenix, 4 additional characters inscribed the phrase, Mother of the World. The true name of this painting was, in fact, the Mother of the World's Lonely Phoenix. The name of the Lonely Phoenix is renowned throughout the Jianghu, representing the cultivation method of the pavilion's leader. Mastering it to its fullest extent allows one to rise anew like the ancient divine beast, the phoenix, which is one reason the leaders of the pavilion enjoy extended lifespans. However, the requirements to cultivate the Lonely Phoenix are exceedingly stringent. Shen Tiandi, you have a fine grandson. Shen Tiandi, the former emperor of the Great Xia dynasty, was none other than Shen Cangsheng's grandfather. A year later, El Sanyang and her companions believed the great vermilion heavenly soldiers had departed, for these legendary 4-symbol soldiers were often found on the battlefield. Yet, they could never have anticipated the reality that awaited their return, the Wind family. Why? Why do you not uphold the promises made in the past? Li Bugui, clutching a golden hairpin, bellowed hoarsely at El Sanyang. Li Bugui had once believed that upon his return, he would find El Sanyang waiting for him. However, when he finally beheld her, it was not the reunion he had envisioned. She was holding a child in one hand and entwined with another man in the other. A tempest of rage surged within Li Bugui. Feng Guilai remarked, "How long have you kept Sanyang waiting?" "Indeed, 3 years, and then some." How long can a woman retain her youthful beauty, comparable to the fleeting nature of a cherished flower? While flowers may bloom anew, a woman's visage is prone to the ravages of time. Do you intend for Sanyang to wait until age withers her? Li Bugui, consumed by fury, could not allow Feng Guilai to continue speaking. He drew his sword in a flash. Although Feng Guilai was renowned in the martial world as the white-clad divine sword, his prowess was formidable. Li Bugui, a junior officer of the great Zhuke celestial army, was equally fierce in battle. Having survived the battlefield, how could Li Bugui possibly falter against a mere wanderer of the Jianghu? Yet, at the moment his blade descended, El Sanyang interposed herself before Feng Guilai, her breath shallow. "It is I who have failed to uphold my promise. I return it to you." Feng Guilai roared, but no sound escaped his lips. At this juncture, Li Bugui had succumbed to madness. In the heat of battle, he clutched a golden hairpin, fearing he might not survive. This hairpin sustained him. Or perhaps it was El Sanyang who had been his unwavering support all along. "Survive. Someone is waiting for you." Feng Guilai held the fallen El Sanyang tightly, shouting in despair, yet his voice remained trapped within. "Feng Guilai, My name is not truly Feng Guilai. I am Feng Jian. You have awaited my return, year after year. Thus I am called Return. Li Bugui, witnessing Feng Guilai cradling El Sanyang, felt his murderous intent intensify. Flames erupted around him. The childhood companions had laid to rest their sweet memories. Not to return, not to return, to return, to return. In the grand hall, silence reigned. A woman awaited a return that never came, yet when it did, it was shrouded in uncertainty. Who was right, and who was wrong? Was Li Bugui truly at fault? A man in the world, he fought valiantly for his country, earning great accolades. Was Li Bugui's choice erroneous? Lu Sanyang, unable to wait for her beloved, found that time would not permit her to linger any longer. Was she in the wrong? No, she was not. Neither was Li Bugui. His choices were not flawed. However, his actions were misguided. He erred in taking a life. Even so, he should not have committed murder. Shen Cangsheng took his seat, fingers intertwined as he regarded Li Bugui. Do you confess? Li Bugui knelt before Shen Cangsheng. Bugui confesses. Shen Cangsheng declared, I sentence you to immediate execution. Do you have any objections? It can be said that Li Bugui's actions greatly vexed Shen Cangsheng, not because he tarnished the reputation of the great Zhuge heavenly army, but because Li Bugui had entirely abandoned the proper conduct befitting a celestial soldier. He had acted too impulsively. As a heavenly soldier, the foremost principle is to remain unshaken amidst chaos. The clamor of thousands can be more daunting than the collapse of the heavens. Shen Cangsheng had not anticipated that a mere junior officer of the great Zhuge heavenly army could engage in such conduct. In truth, he could comprehend that had he been in the same situation, he might not have fared any better. After all, on the battlefield, Li Bugui was sustained by Lu Sanyang's faith. When his beliefs crumbled, it was as if his very existence shattered. One could argue that when Li Bugui beheld Lu Sanyang, his life had already reached its terminus. Lu Sanyang was his very essence. In a small mountain village, a community thrived on fishing, and two children followed their elders. Innocent and carefree, they pledged lifelong devotion to each other. As they matured, however, life's path diverged. The boy aspired to don a uniform and protect the vast territories, while the girl yearned for a simple existence. Yet, she chose to support the boy's dreams, believing that his ambition brought her honor. Little did she realize the profound cost of such honor, a price she could not bear. As he set forth to war, traversing countless miles, it was not a fleeting endeavor, but rather a journey measured in years. By the time the girl grasped the gravity of the situation, seasons had turned, and countless cycles had passed. One day, gazing into the mirror, she noticed the signs of aging, while the boy remained absent. A letter would take a year to arrive. Suddenly, on one fateful day, she found herself on the brink of forgetting the boy's name. What was it? Ah, yes, Bugui, Li Bugui. Were it not for that yellowed piece of paper, she might not have even recalled his name. Whose fault was this? Perhaps it was time's doing. Shen Cangsheng sighed and turned to Su Hu, asking, shall we entrust the execution to the great Zhuge? Su Hu nodded in agreement, fully understanding the gravity of Li Bugui's predicament. As his gaze wandered, it seemed he too once harbored such memories. The girl was his neighbor, a childhood companion. Yet the passage of time proved insurmountable. Now, Su dared not allow his heart to stir. He was afraid that one day it might be lost forever. Outside, on the execution platform, Li Bugui knelt. Shen Cangsheng addressed Li Hengxian. You shall carry out the execution. Li Hengxian drew the Zhuge blade and said to Li Bugui, brother, in our next life, may you never don the battle robes again. Li Hengxian understood that their kind, with families to care for, bore the weight of responsibility. Each time the banners flew high, countless orphans and widows were left behind. It was not that they did not wish to live well, but the battle robes symbolized their duty. Sometimes, reality is brutally unforgiving. A choice must be made, ultimately leaving scars between familial duty and loyalty to the nation. Since ancient times, it has always been a dilemma with no easy resolution. Li Bugui smiled bitterly. General, I am sorry. In the next life, may I never wear battle robes again. In the next life, I long to remain by her side. If there is a next life, I wish to be an ordinary man. A tear fell from Li Hengxian's eye. In the next life, may you never wear the battle robes. In the next life, may we never meet again. In the next life, I, Li Hengxian, shall sweep across the 8 realms. Li Hengxian was different from Li Bugui. He was the foremost of the great Zhuge heavenly soldiers, unmatched in this era. His entire life was dedicated to the battle robes. Regret consumed Li Bugui, yet Li Hengxian felt no remorse. Raising the Zhuge blade, he bellowed, brother, in the next life, may we never know each other. The blade fell swiftly. Suddenly, Shen Cangsheng, seated, widened his eyes in astonishment as a powerful aura surged forth. A dark figure lunged at Li Hengxian. Seasoned by countless battles, Li Hengxian reacted instinctively. Who goes there? He spun the Zhuke blade, meeting the shadow with a clang, shattering the execution platform beneath them. With one swift motion, Li Hengxian seized Li Bugue and leaped away. Upon landing, he released Li Bugue, his gaze like lightning, fixed ahead. In the blink of an eye, a crimson figure darted forward, while the dark shadow crashed to the ground, embedding a massive halberd into the earth. The halberd, black and infused with a blood-red hue, emanated a pungent scent of blood, clearly a formidable weapon, steeped in the essence of untold slaughter. A faint smile crept across Shen Cangsheng's lips, as if he had encountered something intriguing. Li Hengxian stepped back, positioning himself protectively in front of Shen Cangsheng. He killed my sister. May I have the honor of slaying him myself? The figure approached, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a blood-red robe. The moment he appeared, he bore the weight of a mountain, an overwhelming pressure emanating from him, lofty, majestic, and indomitable. Such was the aura that this newcomer exuded, an embodiment of invincibility. It seems that anyone facing him would find it difficult to breathe. Who are you? The voice of Li Finxian, wielding the Zhuke blade, echoed sternly. I am Elsanyang. Your humble sister, replied the man, his voice resonating like thunder. I was taken away by my master at a young age, and I have only recently embarked on my journey. The man seemed to recognize the extraordinary nature of Li Finxian and added, this person can only be executed by me. Do you understand? Who is Li Finxian? Once a commander in battle, he has countless souls lost under his command. The man's fervor poses no significant threat to Li Finxian. It is worth noting that among the 4 symbol celestial soldiers, there exists one whose murderous aura could indeed extinguish lives. In comparison, this man appeared but a child. Then let us engage in battle. The man brandished his halberd, charging directly at Li Finxian. With a cold snort, Li Finxian grasped the Zhuke blade, cleaving through the void. Instantly, flames erupted, piercing through the air to reach the man. Humph! The man wielded his halberd, sweeping it with brute force, shattering any technique. The ground trembled. Upon their collision, a thunderous roar erupted, dust swirling into the heavens. Shen Cangsheng waved his sleeve, and the air seemed to coil around him like a golden dragon, providing a protective barrier. Meanwhile, those from the red dust fire bath pavilion were seen retreating, as if a phoenix's cry shielded them. The Zhuke blade ignited, incinerating the realms, the very fabric of the void flickering with flames. The man, wielding his halberd with immense strength, met the Zhuke blade head-on. With a resounding boom, both combatants were sent staggering back several dozen feet. The man propelled himself off the wall behind him, launching forward with great speed. Li Finxian, however, remained unhurried, casually rotating the Zhuke blade to strike the halberd. A soft grunt escaped the man's throat as he rapidly retreated, instinctively raising the halberd to guard his chest. Li Finxian's palm struck the halberd with force. Bang! The man was forced closer, as Li Finxian's hand landed squarely on him. Seizing the advantage, Li Finxian swiftly retreated, positioning himself before Shen Cangsheng. At this moment, Shen Cangsheng finally stood upright and inquired, how did it go? The man rose, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, clearly having suffered in his confrontation with Li Finxian. Li Finxian chuckled, a half-step into the divine. Yet it seems like a divine presence. It's a bit unclear. Shen Cangsheng surged forward. Before the man could react, Shen Cangsheng placed a hand upon his back, causing the man to break into a cold sweat. Just before descending the mountain, his master had told him that the world was vast, allowing him to roam freely. Yet, this individual, appearing to be of similar age, could achieve such feats. Now, even his master cannot so casually approach from behind. Shen Cangsheng probes the man's meridians and bones. Ah? A hint of surprise flickers across Shen Cangsheng's face as he inquires, what is your name? The man, with eyes fierce as a tiger's, replies, I am known as. Outside Gusa City, Shen Cangsheng chuckles, welcome, esteemed guests, to visit Gusu at any time. He bows politely. The disciples of the Fire Bath Pavilion will be departing today, Su Huanjing states. Your Highness, this is where you may leave us. A sound of galloping horses fills the air, stirring up dust, and they quickly vanish from Shen Cangsheng's sight. Watching Su Huanjing leave, Shen Cangsheng smiles and shakes his head. He pats Siqi on the shoulder, saying, let us return. At Shen Cangsheng's residence, the man, who claims to be the brother of Elsanyang, is now drenched in blood, his breath weak. Li Finxian, beside him, chuckles. What kind of sect did you join? They bestowed upon you such a flawed martial art? Li Finxian lounges with his legs crossed, observing the man who is growling softly. Shen Cangsheng opens the door and remarks, "This technique is indeed rare in the mortal realm." His gaze upon the man reveals a fiery intensity. For Shen Cangsheng, the allure of this man surpasses that of women. Upon hearing Shen Cangsheng's words, Li Finxian immediately asks, "Your Highness, do you know?" Shen Cangsheng approaches the man, rolls up his sleeves, and with a pointed finger, golden light penetrates the man's body. Within a few breaths, the man's flushed skin gradually returns to normal. The man awakens and, upon seeing Shen Cangsheng, expresses his gratitude. "Thank you." He understands that his martial skill is incomplete. A mere fragment. Yet, even so, it has propelled him to this level, his strength seemingly boundless, possessing the might of 9 bulls and 2 tigers, wielding a great halberd. He feels invincible, except before these 2 individuals. He even suspects that Shen Cangsheng might surpass his master in strength. Shen Cangsheng takes a seat and gestures to the man, "Please sit." Despite the man's unparalleled pride, he remains a rustic individual, harboring a sense of reverence in the presence of Shen Cangsheng, whether due to martial prowess or status. The man is also aware of Shen Cangsheng's identity, the current crown prince, Shen Cangsheng, in the martial world, as the lord of the Eastern Emperor Palace. Any of his identities are beyond the man's reach. Shen Cangsheng accepts the tea offered by Si Qi and takes a gentle sip. One sentence leaves the man utterly astonished. How is the old man from Gigu? Upon hearing Shen Cangsheng's words, shock flashes in the man's fierce eyes. For he has never revealed who his master is. Tension envelopes his body, akin to a tiger sensing danger, his meridians brimming with power, ready to strike at any moment. Though he knows he cannot best these 2, it is merely instinct. Upon encountering the figure of a man, she smiled and said, "No need to be so tense. By all accounts, you could be considered my junior apprentice." Hearing this, Li Finxian displayed a look of astonishment and inquired, "Your Highness, are you referring to the Ghost Valley?" "The very same?" Shen Cangsheng chuckled. "Who else would dare to name it Ghost Valley, if not the one you are aware of?" Ghost Valley is both a person and a school of thought. A single individual embodies a singular doctrine, distinct from others which often boast thousands of disciples. The lineage of Ghost Valley has, since ancient times, been passed down by one individual. The world knows this figure as Giguzi. Legend has it that a millennium ago, the founders of various schools of thought were all once disciples of Giguzi. The 100 schools of thought are but branches stemming from the Ghost Valley lineage. Thus, one can fathom the profound significance of the term Ghost Valley. Giguzi, versed in the mystical arts, ponders the relationship between heaven and humanity. He perceives the celestial and terrestrial realms with unparalleled wisdom, beyond the reach of mere mortals. Firstly, in mathematics, he grasps the movements of celestial bodies, foreseeing the past and future with precision. Secondly, in military strategy, he masters the 6 strategies, demonstrating boundless adaptability in formation and tactics, leaving even the divine confounded. Thirdly, in rhetoric, possessing vast knowledge and keen insight, he articulates with such eloquence that none can withstand his arguments. Fourthly, transcending the mundane, he cultivates his essence, prolonging life through alchemical practices and ascends with ease. Upon hearing Shen Cangsheng speak of the Ghost Valley lineage, Li Finxian was momentarily taken aback. Taking a deep breath, he remarked, "Your Highness, by your account, Ghost Valley is akin to a celestial being. Truly, it is beyond comprehension." Shen Cangsheng replied with a smile. It would not be incorrect to describe the Ghost Valley lineage as ethereal. He sighed, however, the more extraordinary it is, the more challenging it becomes to seek disciples. Shen Cangsheng then addressed the man, "You must be practicing a particular martial art, correct?" Since the man had appeared, Shen Cangsheng recognized him. Recalling that he had once studied the same, the man suddenly expressed deep respect, bowing to Shen Cangsheng, saying, "So the individual my master spoke of is indeed your Highness." The man understood the implication behind Shen Cangsheng's words regarding the difficulty of seeking disciples in Ghost Valley, for his master had conveyed that he was unsuitable for the role. There was but one individual destined for it, yet his background precluded him from that fate. Consequently, he ventured out to impart knowledge, dedicating 5 years to teaching another. Historically, Ghost Valley has never been known for sending forth a disciple to teach. However, for this individual, exceptions were made. The man comprehended the sentiments his master must have felt. His words affirmed Shen Cangsheng's assertions as accurate. Shen Cangsheng remarked, "If you were to perfect your martial art, you would undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of the mortal realm. Yet the initial stages are exceedingly arduous. The requirements of this martial art are exceptionally high, and a single misstep could lead to dire consequences." Shen Cangsheng observed the man with a smile and stated, The old master of Ghost Valley has sent you down the mountain with a purpose, and that purpose is me. For you to fully cultivate this martial art, only I can assist you in this world. The man, known as L1Ho, bowed and said, I humbly request your assistance. Senior brother, Shen Cangsheng inquired, are you now at the threshold of divine prowess? L1Ho nodded in affirmation. Shen Cangsheng continued, can you condense your martial body? In the realm of human cultivation, upon reaching the domain of divine powers, one etches their acquired knowledge upon their very bones, thereby solidifying the embodiment of martial prowess. L1Ho remarked, no. Shen Cangsheng nodded and inquired, are you aware of the name of your martial art? L1Ho affirmed, stating, my master informed me that it is called the Ghostly God Technique. The Ghostly God Technique is the supreme martial art of the Ghost Valley lineage. It is not to be practiced by those lacking immense strength or boiling vitality. Once mastered, one can coalesce into the ghostly god form, impervious to blades and weapons. With but a movement, one appears as though a specter has descended, evoking the wails of vengeful spirits in the tears of deities. The ghostly god form has not manifested for centuries. When the venerable Gaguzi departed, he promised Shen Cangsheng to cultivate several from the dragon. However, Shen Cangsheng did not pursue the arts of the Ghost Valley, but instead studied the unparalleled diagram of the imperial lineage within the Shen royal family. Apart from the founding emperor and Shen Cangsheng's grandfather, none have practiced this diagram. L1Ho's emergence from seclusion is not solely due to martial arts, but also stems from Ghost Valley's ancient promise to Shen Cangsheng. This is the first from the dragon, L1Ho. At that time, Shen Cangsheng gifted 7 extraordinary divine weapons, the first being the Font Tian halberd, forged from fallen iron and weighing 666 pounds. Shen Cangsheng remarked, the Ghostly God Technique has 2 additional characters preceding it. The fateful Ghostly God Technique. In the world, amidst chaos, a saying prevails, he who possesses Ghost Valley possesses the world. In times of peace, another adage follows, he who possesses Ghost Valley thrives in prosperity, though not entirely accurate. These phrases reflect the formidable prowess of the Ghost Valley lineage. Currently, in the Great Xia dynasty, the distinction between civil officials and military generals is negligible. In tumultuous times, civil officials can ride forth to stabilize the realm. In prosperous times, military generals may descend to govern peace. These statements bear truth. The Great Xia dynasty's prime minister, the foremost martial artist on the surface, is indeed a civil servant. Likewise, Su Hu, once a general defending the borders, possesses unparalleled martial strength, evidenced by his title alone. Yet now, Su Hu serves as the Lord of Jiangnan, firmly a civil official. The trajectory of the Great Xia dynasty's development is, in fact, a consequence of the previous emperor's philosophical discourse with Gaguzi. In the realm of martial arts, Gaguzi's name has become legend. No school of martial arts surpasses that of Ghost Valley. Even the 8 ancient sects, with their millennia-long legacies, dare not claim superiority, but rather parity. L1Ho practices the esoteric teachings of the Ghost Valley lineage, the fateful Ghostly God Technique. This particular art is arguably the most arduous to master among the supreme martial arts of Ghost Valley. Not to mention the requisite aptitude, this art originates from Ghost Valley. Initially named the Ghostly God Technique, it lacks the characters of Fateful Heaven. However, to fully and successfully cultivate it, one must incorporate the 2 characters of Fateful Heaven. Without this, upon reaching the domain of divine powers, one would be unable to coalesce a complete martial embodiment. The martial embodiment represents the most perfect manifestation of divine powers. Inscribing one's martial arts upon their bones, radiating with golden light, and fundamentally transforming one's constitution. When etched upon one's very bones, strength undergoes a transformative metamorphosis. A single punch can shatter mountains, a mere palm can sever rivers. With every step taken, one moves as a shadow follows. Yet, the realm of divine abilities is not easily attained. The agony of imprinting martial arts upon one's bones is a torment that only a select few can endure. Akin to the torture of 1,000 cuts. Naturally, in accordance with the principles of heaven and earth, the magnitude of sacrifice corresponds to the magnitude of reward. With prolonged lifespan, one can ascend to the pinnacle of existence. The path of martial arts has been gradually refined through the endeavors of our ancestors, allowing practitioners to engrave their skills into their very skeletons, rendering their bones as resilient as gold and iron. Their vitality as fierce as a dragon. This is known as divine prowess. The essence of divine abilities lies in the integration of martial arts inscribed upon one's bones, facilitating the reorganization of the body itself. The intricacies of the human form are boundless. Through this process of inscription and reformation, one can forge a martial body. Once this martial body is awakened, one's power surges dramatically. In the world of martial arts, some prefer blades, their training solely focused on swordsmanship. Should they enter the realm of divine abilities, the sword techniques etched into their bones may lead to the manifestation of a sword body. When this body is unleashed, the individual becomes akin to a razor-sharp blade, every movement releasing a dazzling flurry of sword light. Most martial bodies are shaped according to one's own teachings, while a rare few inherit the martial bodies of their parents. Possessing such gifts from a young age, these individuals are revered as prodigies in the realm. There are also those who, by sheer happenstance, unlock their martial bodies. These individuals are innately far superior to the majority. Their training yields remarkable results with minimal effort. Within the lineage of the Ghost Valley, there exist 7 profound techniques, each a formidable force, yet the prerequisite remains the ability to condense into a martial body. The first is the Ghostly Divine Technique, by far the most challenging of the 7, yet it imposes fewer demands. Each subsequent technique of the Ghost Valley imposes increasingly stringent requirements, both innate and acquired. Moreover, Shen Cangsheng is aware that within the Ghost Valley's repertoire lies a technique intended for those of lesser intellect. Akin to individuals of diminished mental capacity, yet it also necessitates a prerequisite, innate divine strength. Finding such individuals is a rarity, possibly one in a millennium. These stringent conditions have resulted in the Ghost Valley's techniques seldom surfacing in the martial world over the centuries. The Ghostly Divine Technique is undoubtedly powerful. However, beneath the realm of divine abilities, it is simply known as the Ghostly Divine Technique. Upon stepping into the realm of the divine, it must be accompanied by an additional 2 characters, Futu Futu Ghostly Divine Technique. Mastery of this technique hinges upon Futu. Historically, the true nature of this technique eluded the Ghost Valley until a century ago, when the current Ghost Valley master finally comprehended it. 130 years prior, a man mastered this technique and later descended the mountain to assist the then sovereign, Shen Cangsheng, in restoring order. Just as he was poised to enter the realm of divine abilities, he was ambushed and grievously injured. Shen Cangsheng, at great personal cost, expended his internal energy to heal him. Within the body of Shen Cangsheng, an extraordinary fusion of inner strength transpired, propelling him directly to the pinnacle of divine abilities. His bones were etched with the essence of deities, achieving a form that none had ever attained, the body of a god. At that moment, Guguzi comprehended that to cultivate the body of a god, one must rely on Shen Cangsheng's inner strength. Furthermore, the technique Shen Cangsheng practiced was a rare scroll, scarcely cultivated by the Shen royal lineage. This technique was exceedingly arduous to master. Even if one succeeded, the journey was fraught with peril, and failure often led to demise. Shen Cangsheng lived a mere 50 years, an age far too tender for someone in the realm of divine abilities. Ultimately, it was this very scroll that led to his untimely fall. The Shen royal family would never have ventured to practice this art unless faced with the annihilation of their nation. This technique was unparalleled throughout the world. Yet, in later stages, it bordered on self-destruction. Shen Cangsheng, a prodigy of his generation, traversed the vast expanse with lofty ambitions. Faced with such an invincible technique, how could he remain unmoved? Despite his unmatched prowess, he ultimately succumbed to this scroll. The current emperor does not practice this technique, however. The sole individual in the world who does is Shen Cangsheng. Therefore, for Lord Elwin to ascend to the realm of divine abilities, he must seek the aid of Shen Cangsheng. The Shen family, revered as royalty, requires their assistance to cultivate this technique. Guguzi added 2 words, Futian, which also means to support the heavens, heralding the arrival of dragons, clad in armor. Mastery of this technique transforms one into a formidable entity, steeped in a heavy thirst for blood. Naturally, Guguzi would not cultivate a demon for himself. Thus, the most suitable destination for him was none other than Shen Cangsheng. In battle, one could only imagine the number of adversaries Shen Cangsheng would vanquish, as his path of slaughter would be unending. It is essential to recognize that, despite the might of the great Xia dynasty, their borders were perpetually threatened by petty invaders. With Shen Cangsheng commanding the forces of the great Xia, it was the most fitting place for Lord Elwin. On a stone table lay a chessboard. Shen Cangsheng inscribed the final character. A radiant golden light enveloped him, akin to golden flames, reminiscent of the sun. It seemed as if the air resonated with the cries of birds and the roars of dragons. Shen Cangsheng declared, "Today, you shall condense the body of a god." His eyes shone like twin suns, illuminating the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses. Suddenly, Shen Cangsheng rose, his entire being ablaze with golden flames. The fiery aura rendered him somewhat ethereal. The courtyard transformed, becoming sweltering, akin to a summer's day. Golden flames enveloped Shen Cangsheng, within which a small dragon-like apparition entwined. Majestic, grand. At this moment, Shen Cangsheng's aura shifted dramatically, compelling all to look up in awe. This golden flame, along with the dragon-like illusion, was a testament to the technique he practiced, the most sacred and forbidden art of the Shen royal family. Legend has it that those who cultivate this technique inevitably meet an early demise. Even upon reaching the heights of divine abilities, death remains inescapable. In days of yore, Shen Cangsheng's imperial grandfather was a practitioner of this very art. A single individual can rival dozens of others of the same caliber, wielding an unparalleled might that is truly second to none. Even among the ancient sects, one would be hard-pressed to find a technique that could be compared to this one. This is one of the reasons why Shen Cangsheng, in his youth, was invincible, traversing the vast seas and lands, leading the four symbols celestial armies, conquering all before him with ease. Of course, some are aware of the martial arts that Shen Cangsheng has cultivated, yet they cannot fathom why he, as the crown prince of the powerful Daxia dynasty, would risk his life to pursue this path, especially when his dynasty does not appear to require it. This technique is renowned across various kingdoms, for Shen Tiandi once instilled fear in their hearts. In that era, Shen Tiandi stood alone at the pinnacle of strength. In the present time, Shen Cangsheng's name resonates with equal magnitude among the nations, akin to that of Shen Tiandi in his prime. Both hail from the same lineage, sharing the same blood and martial arts. The distinction lies in the fact that the Daxia dynasty once faced the peril of annihilation, whereas it currently thrives. Upon learning of Shen Cangsheng's chosen path, some emperors could not help but curse vehemently. The Shen clan, indeed, seemed to be filled with madness. One Shen Tiandi had compelled them to retreat, resulting in the humiliating loss of territory and reparations. During that time, they dared not step beyond the confines of their own palaces, increasing their defenses even while sleeping. To be an emperor reduced to such a state is undeniably a source of shame. However, fate did not forsake them. The unparalleled martial prowess bore a fatal flaw. As if heaven had heeded their prayers, it became evident that Shen Tiandi could not surpass a certain threshold, falling at the age of 50. During his lifetime, he had vanquished all invading dynasties, and upon hearing of his demise, those rulers prepared to take up arms once more, seeking vengeance. Yet, when they learned of Shen Tiandi's son, they extinguished their fervor, for that son was none other than Shen Cangsheng's father, Shen Wudi. Shen Wudi, in his quest for martial excellence, would summon lightning by utilizing a lightning rod atop high mountains, channeling the storm into his body to forge his path. Upon hearing this, the emperor's expressions darkened significantly, forcing them to retract the military orders they had hastily prepared. Just as they had lost one Shen Tiandi, they discovered that Shen Wudi's methods, though distinct, were even more reckless. Summoning lightning into one's body, was this a feat of mortals? If Shen Wudi dared to harness the very thunderbolts of the heavens, they were certain that should they take up arms again, he would not hesitate to pursue even more perilous martial arts. They were unwilling to endure such trepidation any longer. They faltered. The emperor thought to himself, I refuse to believe that all members of the Shen clan are mad. I shall outlast him. I truly doubt the next generation of the Shen family will exhibit such madness. The emperors of the various kingdoms fell into silence, awaiting the next generation. However, when Shen Cangsheng, in his youth, took command to quell unrest, the martial arts cultivated by the youthful Shen Cangsheng resonated profoundly in their ears. Despite the fact that many had already abdicated, upon hearing the news, the numerous retired emperors reacted with astonishment, likening themselves to street fighters. Isn't the Shen family a clan of lunatics? We have not provoked them. Why this hostility? The Shens are indeed mad. The retired emperors expressed their inability to engage with such insanity. In order to ascertain whether Shen Cangsheng had truly mastered this technique, they refrained from taking action themselves, instead allowing other nations to intervene. The results confirmed their suspicions. Shen Cangsheng had indeed learned that very technique. Yet, they remained perplexed as to why the crown prince of the Great Xia would choose such a perilous martial art. Was he courting death? They simply could not comprehend it. Consequently, the retired emperors and their sovereigns convened an extensive 12-hour meeting to deliberate on the motives behind the crown prince's seemingly reckless choice of martial arts. The consensus reached was one of confusion. It is a well-known fact that the human body possesses only a single meridian system, thereby allowing for the mastery of only one foundational martial art. Should a stronger technique present itself, it could replace the original, but only if it surpassed the foundational one. Otherwise, the practitioner would face dire consequences. This was the very reason for the demise of Shen Tiandi. The martial art of the Shen royal family could be regarded as the most formidable in existence. Otherwise, Shen Tiandi would not have met his end. Given Shen Tiandi's prowess, he would have undoubtedly recognized if a superior technique existed and would have been able to locate it. Yet, he ultimately fell. Of course, they did not consider this facet, for the power of this martial art was simply too immense. They could not have fathomed that within Shen Cangsheng's being resided not merely one technique of such caliber, but rather. Thus, the concerns they harbored were non-existent in Shen Cangsheng's case. Could a living being truly be vanquished by a single martial art? Shen Cangsheng remained unconvinced, pondering whether the ancients had been somewhat foolish. In the courtyard, golden flames coalesced into a finger, resonating with the sounds of dragon roars and bird calls. This golden flame digit pierced directly into the body of Marquis Elwyn. Upon the flame's entrance, Elwyn's aura surged dramatically. I must enter seclusion. Recognizing the transformation occurring within, Elwyn's figure vanished. Shen Cangsheng resumed his seated posture, once again manipulating the energy. Li Funshan, perplexed, inquired, "Your Highness, is that all there is to it?" Initially, Li Funshan believed that to complete a martial art of such astounding caliber would require immense effort. Yet, Shen Cangsheng had achieved it with a mere gesture. As for the golden flame finger, Li Funshan had witnessed its might. He had seen the golden palm that could descend upon enemies like a divine decree, capable of overwhelming 1,000 troops with its sheer force. Shen Cangsheng smiled and replied, "What else could it be?" The martial art he practiced was the forbidden technique of the Shen royal lineage, the true dragon chart of sovereignty. Through relentless practice, one may attain the supreme form. It has been over half a month since Shen Cangsheng appointed Lord Elwyn Yu. During this period, Lord L has remained in seclusion, not stepping outside his chamber. As usual, Shen Cangsheng sits in the courtyard, with a chessboard before him and a flask of plum wine at hand, attended by SQ. The weather in Jiangnan is often rainy, and on this day, the sky quickly darkened. The sweet aroma of the plum wine simmering on the stove filled the air. Shen Cangsheng held a black piece, hesitating to place it. Observing this, SQ inquired, "Your Highness, are you troubled by something?" Pouring a cup of plum wine for Shen Cangsheng, SQ presented it before him, with a gaze as profound as the starry sky. Shen Cangsheng remarked, "It seems rain is imminent." SQ promptly responded, "I have heard from those outside that Suzhou experiences continuous rain during this season." As Shen Cangsheng finally placed his black piece, the chessboard began to shimmer, the contrasting hues of black and white swirling as if alive, embodying the duality of yin and yang. Shen Cangsheng commented, "It has been exceedingly quiet of late." SQ chuckled and replied, "Since your Highness's grand maneuver a year ago, the various schools of thought have been much more subdued." With a disdainful snort, Shen Cangsheng declared, "The great Xia dynasty will not permit them to create chaos. Historically, disorder within the court heralds the onset of tumultuous times." SQ queried, "Then why not resolve the matter once and for all?" With a sigh, Shen Cangsheng responded, "Their existence serves a purpose. If we were to annihilate them all, the various schools would not submit quietly. Beyond the immediate concern of time, the education of future generations would pose a significant challenge. The presence of the schools offers the populace better opportunities for learning." He continued, "The mechanisms of the moists, the profound principles of yin-yang, and the strategies of the militarists, all these pertain to the welfare of the common people and the state. Should we eradicate them, the great Xia would be on the brink of collapse." Suddenly recalling something, he inquired, "What of the message you were to convey to the capital?" Half a month prior, Shen Cangsheng had tasked SQ with delivering a communication to the capital regarding a border crisis threatening the Great Xia dynasty. Although the Great Xia stands as one of the mightiest realms, its vast territory inevitably invites incursions from petty bandits. Shen Cangsheng is weary of receiving daily reports of such incursions. Should a forceful campaign for annihilation be undertaken, the other great powers would undoubtedly welcome the opportunity. The requirements for such an endeavor are immense. Each conflict, apart from the temporal toll, incurs substantial economic burdens that could hinder a nation's progress, especially for a vast entity like the Great Xia. Time is a luxury it cannot afford. After all, there are many realms that stand alongside the Great Xia in prominence, with even more eyeing it covetously. Should the Great Xia resort to military action for annihilation, it would surely find itself encircled by flames of conflict from all sides. SQ, expressing concern, stated, "A reply was received yesterday. The Lord has informed your Highness that." SQ hesitated, not daring to continue. Shen Cangsheng remarked, "What did that old fellow say?" The term old fellow was not a mark of disrespect. Rather, It indicated the amicable relationship Shen Cangsheng shared with the prime minister, whom he considered a friend. The current prime minister was nearing 2 centuries of age. Yet he adorned himself as if he were a youthful lad, prompting an involuntary shiver whenever Shen Cangsheng thought of him. Observing the twitch at her master's lips, Siki, as Shen Cangsheng's devoted maid, was well aware of the untold story between her master and the prime minister. Siki articulated, the prime minister believes this plan is viable, but it should not be initiated by His Majesty. The balance among the nations is precarious, and should the emperor take charge, it could lead to great chaos. She continued. Moreover, the crown prince's reputation is already tainted. It would not matter if it were to become even worse. After speaking, Siki patted her chest, her breath held in suspense. Glancing at her master, she added, these are the words of the prime minister, not mine. Upon hearing this, several dark lines appeared on Shen Cangsheng's forehead, and a faint sound reminiscent of birdsong emanated from him, manifesting his inner turmoil. Unable to contain himself, he erupted in a tirade. That old scoundrel, how utterly filthy. He places all the blame on this crown prince. A sudden gust of wind nearly toppled Siki. Shen Cangsheng understood that the old fellow's words were far from over. He glared at Siki and inquired, what else did that old fellow say? Siki, cautious in her gaze, knew that in the Daxia dynasty, no one could provoke her master's ire quite like the current prime minister. She replied, the prime minister said he has already commenced. You must act swiftly and decisively. Siki conveyed the message without adding or omitting a single word. By the heavens! Shen Cangsheng's face turned a shade of green. I merely suggested it symbolically. Why did you take immediate action? Is this something that can be set in motion at will? His complexion remained pallid as he continued. Yes. The prime minister also said you should prepare yourself for infamy throughout the ages. Upon hearing this, Shen Cangsheng's expression darkened further. By the heavens, how outrageous! Siki recognized that her master was not genuinely angry. After a brief moment, Shen Cangsheng adjusted his attire, oblivious to the fact that the stone table had already shattered. I shall tidy up and procure a new one tomorrow. In the capital of Jindu, at the prime minister's residence, the weather was splendid. An elderly man with a head full of white hair leisurely sipped tea in the courtyard. This tea was harvested by the crown prince from a solitary mountain known to bear only 2 tea trees, resulting in an exceedingly rare yield. Available solely at the palace and his residence. Quite delightful, he mused, savoring a sip, though it remained uncertain whether his admiration was for the tea or something else entirely. However, in the next moment, the prime minister's demeanor shifted to one of gravity, as a letter lay upon the table, 1 cent from Shen Cangsheng. Holding it in his hand, he gently rubbed the parchment, letting out a sigh filled with unutterable melancholy. The old man has served as the prime minister through 3 successive reigns. Yet he has never encountered a person so troublesome. Your actions may indeed earn you a notorious reputation throughout the ages. The prime minister shook his head with a sigh. Yet the fervor in his gaze remained undiminished. Among all, it is you who has the most promise, he praised. Only this prince dares to act in such a manner across the land. A notorious reputation is not something everyone can bear. A millennium hence, posterity will surely vindicate you. The prime minister discerned from the correspondence. While a notorious reputation may be secured, after 1,000 years, the future generations will undoubtedly clear Shen Cangsheng's name. He believed his foresight was infallible. However, on this day, all death row inmates in the capital were imprisoned in desolate mountains, awaiting orders. Simultaneously, a decree from the Great Xia dynasty was issued, summoning all death row inmates from across the realm to the capital for orders to be given. Upon the issuance of this decree, the entire Great Xia began to mobilize. How many death row inmates are there in the realm? They number in the tens of thousands. One must consider the vast population of Great Xia, nearing 100 billion. When Shen Cangsheng sat in Gusu City and heard this decree, he immediately cursed the prime minister, declaring him unworthy. I merely suggested a thought, and you went ahead and ensnared me directly. In the courtyard, Shen Cangsheng's countenance was far from pleasant. Initially, he had merely suggested an idea, not intending to implement it immediately, for the matter was of such magnitude that it could influence the entire world, perhaps even for generations to come. However, Shen Cangsheng never anticipated that the old prime minister would directly submit a memorial, and that the emperor would consent without hesitation. Should this initiative be executed, it would not merely entail the suffering of the populace and the depletion of resources. The emperor would inevitably bear the infamous titles of a foolish and tyrannical ruler. Shen Cangsheng could not fathom that his father, who had painstakingly earned the title of a wise sovereign, would lose it so easily. Consequently, he realized that the responsibility would ultimately fall upon him. Having already enacted the infamous edict of book burning and scholar burying, those two nefarious individuals would undoubtedly bestow upon him another ignominious title, the Tyrant Prince. Shen Cangsheng was resolutely averse to bearing such a blame. Thus, with his spirits dampened, Shen Cangsheng resolved to take a stroll and seek solace among old acquaintances. Within the realm, there existed 8 sects renowned as sacred lands, with lineages stretching back millennia. However, beneath these 8 sects also lay numerous martial schools, whose traditions, although not as extensive as those of the 8, were nonetheless significant in their own right. It is commonly known that dynasties endure for a century, and aristocratic families for a millennium. Yet, in the realm of martial arts, there is an adage that speaks of a legacy lasting 10,000 years, referring specifically to the great sections. The rise and fall of a dynasty may occur within a century, but throughout the annals of history, no state, regardless of its might, has surpassed a millennium in existence. Hence, they are referred to as dynasties of a century. However, while dynasties may change, the influence of aristocratic families remains steadfast. Some families boast lineages extending over 1,000 years, possessing vast libraries that remain inaccessible to those outside their ranks. As a result, these families have recruited numerous loyal talents, all of whom are aligned with their interests. In the martial world, although these families possess considerable heritage, they still pale in comparison to the sacred lands, such as the 8 sections. These sects have persisted since the chaotic warring states period and continue to thrive today, one relying on literature, the other on martial prowess. Over time, their stature has become incomparable to that of any royal family. Thus, the prevailing belief was that the current dynasty, like its predecessors, would see aristocratic families maintain their paramount position within the court. However, 2 generations ago, a young prodigy emerged, whose martial skills and knowledge swept through the major families, shattering the world South monopoly on the court, leading to the emergence of new faces within its ranks. This individual, endowed with remarkable talent, found himself in a precarious position, as the formidable aristocratic families rendered the then Emperor Shen hesitant to act against him. This young man, despite his frustrations, began to reshape the political landscape. Over the course of 20 years, he ascended to the foremost position among the officials. Subsequently, upon the ascension of Shen Cangsheng, news arrived that various nations had united in a bid to overthrow the Daxia dynasty. In order to safeguard the vast expanse of the realm, Shen Cangsheng fought valiantly, unleashing the forbidden martial arts of the Shen family. Although he quelled the turmoil and secured the supremacy of the Daxia dynasty, Shen Cangsheng met an untimely demise. Now, this young man was approaching 2 centuries of age. The fervor of his youth had gradually waned, and he sought only to preserve the integrity of the realm. This individual was none other than the current prime minister. However, when Shen Cangsheng emerged, the ambition within the prime minister gradually ignited. Shen Cangsheng swept across the vast territories, defeating every neighboring nation that harbored animosity towards the court. Moreover, he had never tasted defeat, which reminded the prime minister of his own youthful aspirations. Why aspire to be an official? He encompassed the universe within his heart. No matter how grand a sect, it was merely a single mountain and a single gate. Even the most illustrious family was but a single estate. Yet, a nation could be infinitely expansive, stretching across mountains and rivers, boundless. This was what he truly desired. Unfortunately, he had been rather unfortunate. 3 dynasties had passed without a single emperor capable of expanding their territory. It was not that the previous emperors lacked capability, but rather that the state of the court did not permit it. As a powerful family grew, the court would seek to diminish it. When faced with foreign invasions, the court would need to fight. When developing the people's livelihood, the court would need to sustain it. 3 generations. Who could fathom the prime minister's suffering? Watching his original dreams shatter, he consoled himself. Safeguarding these vast lands was, in fact, quite commendable. When Shen Cangsheng unveiled his strategies, the prime minister felt he had glimpsed the sun. Shen Cangsheng was like a ray of sunlight breaking through the darkness surrounding the prime minister's heart, ruthlessly tearing open his defenses without reservation. The prime minister realized that the person he had long awaited had finally arrived. To nurture Shen Cangsheng, he prepared to teach him personally. Yet, before he could impart his wisdom, Shen Cangsheng had already launched a campaign, first towards the northern borders, then the western front, followed by the southern territories, and finally the eastern lands. After Shen Cangsheng was proclaimed the crown prince, his military exploits scarcely ceased. As for the 200-year-old prime minister, he seldom had the opportunity to see the crown prince. Consequently, when he had previously boasted in front of the officials that only he could teach the crown prince, He could only smile in amusement. The Crown Prince was indeed formidable. After 2 centuries of anticipation, the Prime Minister harbored a heart full of ambition. Yet no one had been there to help him realize it. As Shen Cangsheng waged wars in all corners, the Prime Minister's heart swelled with delight. Among the court, there were those who spoke ill of Shen Cangsheng, arguing that in dealing with neighboring small nations, we should employ benevolence rather than constant warfare. Yet, Shen Cangsheng shone as the dawn breaking through the Prime Minister's darkness, reigniting the flames of his dreams. After 200 years of waiting, he had finally arrived. How dare anyone suggest refraining from battle? Thus, the Prime Minister became an ardent admirer of Shen Cangsheng. Whenever Shen Cangsheng marched into battle, the aging Prime Minister, with a youthful heart, would exclaim, "The Crown Prince is mighty. The Crown Prince is majestic." Consequently, in the eyes of the officials, the Prime Minister became a figure devoid of shame. However, only a few within the court were aware of his dreams. Alas, he had become a civil servant. The emperor had grown up under the Prime Minister's gaze and was naturally aware of this. However, when he ascended the throne, the great Xia dynasty was in dire need of reconstruction. How could he possibly embark on conquests? Little did he expect that his own son would prove to be such a formidable force, leading to the current state of the great Xia dynasty. The sovereign is devoted to the development of the people, while the Crown Prince Shen Cangsheng valiantly engages in battles across the land, with the Prime Minister rallying support. Whenever anyone in the court criticizes Shen Cangsheng, the Prime Minister is always the first to rise, confronting the matter publicly before the civil and military officials, delivering a punishment first, followed by a warning. If you persist, I shall send you to the Crown Prince. Gradually, the title of Crown Prince began to spread among the officials, transforming from simply Crown Prince to Crown Prince Your Excellency. Concerns regarding military expenses seemed to dissipate, as the Crown Prince consistently achieved victories, expanding his territories, and seemingly augmenting his wealth. Shen Cangsheng declared, "If you cannot defeat me, then you must pay. Refuse? Very well. I shall execute all your captives." Training soldiers is no simple task, particularly the celestial warriors adept at siege and conquest, as they cannot be cultivated merely through financial means. Continual territorial concessions and reparations ensued. Over the years, many nations discovered that harassing the Great Xia dynasty only served to gift them land and wealth. The Great Xia dynasty once advocated benevolent governance, yet under Shen Cangsheng's command, the practice of redeeming spoils with money rendered benevolence obsolete. The Prime Minister scoffed, "Purchasing lives with gold is the true way." Shen Cangsheng, the beloved Crown Prince of the Great Xia dynasty, enjoys unparalleled favor from the sovereign, making his position nearly unassailable. Even the most exceptional of Shen Cangsheng's brothers cannot rival him, overshadowed by his achievements. Beyond the sovereign's affection, Shen Cangsheng commands nearly 500,000 celestial troops. What does it signify to possess 500,000 celestial warriors? Even during the founding of the Great Xia, its ancestors did not command such numbers. This underscores the immense power wielded by Shen Cangsheng. Each celestial warrior is a master among masters. Even a single warrior, when sent out, could achieve great renown in the martial world. Such individuals cannot simply be trained at will. Remarkably, over a span of more than a decade, Shen Cangsheng cultivated nearly 500,000 celestial troops. Historically, the court has always been rife with factions. Even a powerful dynasty like Great Xia is no exception. The sovereign's harem is not solely comprised of the Crown Prince Shen Cangsheng's mother. Among them is the consort, who is the mother of Shen Cangsheng, one of Shen Cangsheng's many brothers, honored by the sovereign with the title of Mad King. Shen Cangsheng lives up to his title, being exceedingly arrogant, even disregarding the empress. The Crown Prince Shen Cangsheng has not returned to the palace for many years, leaving the Eastern Palace unattended, which has tempted some with ambitions. After all, among the court officials, there are those with connections to the harem, and the consort is the daughter of Wang Yuantai, a high-ranking official. As a first-rank official, Wang Yuantai's daughter, favored by the sovereign, bore the sovereign a dragon son 20 years ago. Although the sovereign has many dragon sons, only a select few are deemed the finest. Shen Cangsheng is one of them. All exemplary dragon sons are conferred titles of nobility, while Shen Cangsheng's mother holds the position of the current empress, blessed with 2 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest son, the Crown Prince Shen Cangsheng, the second son Shen Cangdao, and the third daughter Shenlan. Shen Cangdao has been conferred the title of Dao King, while Shenlan has been bestowed the illustrious title of Heavenly Princess. Simply observing the sister of Shen Cangsheng reveals the profound affection the current emperor holds for him. What a remarkable title, Heavenly Princess. Such an honor has never been seen before. The direct use of heaven as Shen Lan's title illustrates the emperor's deep regard for Crown Prince Shen Cangsheng. In the Tao King's residence, Shen Cangdao's desk is laden with tomes from various philosophical schools, Confucianism, Moism, legalism, and others. These texts, secrets not meant for public dissemination, now rest quietly on the Tao King's desk. Engrossed in reading, a young man in his early 20s, Shen Cangdao, remains secluded, tirelessly absorbing the wisdom contained within these books to fortify his intellect. He understands that these precious works could never be shared with outsiders. They were procured specifically for him by his elder brother. Within the royal confines, no one else enjoys such privilege. Whatever book he desires, it is promptly delivered to him. Even the emperor cannot claim such a luxury. Yet, Tao King Shen Cangdao possesses it. While Shen Cangdao is immersed in his studies, the doors of the Tao King's residence are forcefully flung open. Where is my second brother? The intruder is none other than the heavenly princess, Shen Lan. Dressed in a resplendent yellow gown adorned with azure phoenix embroidery, she wears a color reserved solely for the emperor's dragon robes. The significance of her attire speaks volumes about her standing. It is a testament to the emperor's affection for her. In the imperial harem, the sons of the dragon are far fewer than the daughters. Shen Lan's favored status is primarily due to her esteemed elder brother. Before every military campaign, Shen Cangsheng always takes a moment to converse with her. In Shen Lan's eyes, her elder brother is capable of anything and showers her with unparalleled affection. Indeed, Shen Cangsheng has boldly proclaimed amidst a million soldiers that should anyone in the palace dare to cause his little sister even the slightest discomfort, he would unleash his vast army upon them. Within the capital city of Jindu, Shen Lan is undeniably the brightest jewel. With the title of heaven and her elder brother, the crown prince, wielding 1,000,000 celestial soldiers as her shield, it is evident that no noble or aristocrat would dare to cross her. Even more daunting is the fact that the emperor himself would not risk inciting her wrath. Since the founding of the Great Xia dynasty, there has never been a princess of such caliber, not only in Great Xia, but in any other realm. Shen Lan forcefully kicks open the door to the Tao King's residence, prompting the guards to rush forward, well aware of the need to treat her with utmost respect. The grand banner of the four symbols continues to linger in their minds, an indelible presence. Princess, the Wangye is reading. Shen Lan huffs dismissively, making her way straight to the study. With a resounding crash, she kicks open the study door. Shen Cangdao, deeply engrossed in his reading, is startled, dropping the book in his hands. Upon seeing Shen Lan, his expression shifts to one of exasperation. Sister, what is the matter now? Dao Wang picked up the book and gazed at his younger sister, asking helplessly. Clearly, this was not the first time such a situation had arisen. Second brother, are you still reading? Come with me. That scoundrel Shen Cangsheng is being excessively arrogant. Shen Lan directly sat down, taking a drink from the water on the table. What is the matter? Dao Wang sat down, soothing Shen Lan, and inquired. This morning, the princess visited my palace and mentioned that she had arranged a marriage for me, with the other party being a direct disciple of the leader of one of the 8 sects. How dare that Shen Cangsheng meddle in my affairs? Shen Lan exclaimed vehemently. Upon hearing this, Shen Cangdao's expression darkened, and he coldly remarked, is Shen Cangsheng courting death? A year ago, when I brought the Confucian master into the palace, it was at the behest of the emperor and my elder brother's wishes. My elder brother aimed to eliminate the Confucian faction and needed a pretext. Thus, Shen Cangdao and the emperor staged a performance. Yet, barely a year has passed, and some actually believe the crown prince will be deposed and that Dao Wang is a fool, eagerly seeking to emerge from the shadows. Second brother, do you think we should eliminate Shen Cangsheng? Every time Shen Cangsheng returns to the capital, Shen Lan rushes to the East Palace to play with him, and over time, she has learned his domineering ways. For a rival, it is better to eliminate than to merely incapacitate. Besides, who are the people around Shen Cangsheng? They are all akin to gods of slaughter, seasoned from the battlefield. Can one truly expect to learn the ways of peace among such individuals? Seeing the stack of books on the table, Shen Cangdao sighed helplessly. Little sister, you know me well. My elder brother has decreed that I may not step foot outside Dao Wang's residence until I have finished these books. If I do, he will certainly break my legs upon his return. Although Shen Cangdao was the son of the emperor, it was evident that he feared Shen Cangsheng far more than he did the emperor himself. Shen Lan gazed at the towering stack of books with pity. Looking towards Shen Cangdao, she was acutely aware that he spoke the truth. Whatever the reason, if Shen Cangdao left with her today, upon their elder brother's return, he would undoubtedly suffer a severe punishment. Moreover, it would be a punishment of a particularly brutal nature, as Shen Lan had witnessed before. However, What if that man decided to report to their father? Shen Cangsheng mysteriously replied, "Little sister, seeking me for assistance in this matter is futile." Dao Wang Shen Cangsheng had remained sequestered, and were it not for events from a year prior, many would not even know of his existence, illustrating just how low-key he had chosen to be. Observing his sister's growing anxiety, Shen Cangsheng quickly added, "Our elder brother is in Gusa City, and the entire Great Shike is also there. You should know what to do." Jindu City, the capital of the Great Xia dynasty, boasts a population nearing 100 million, making it the most prosperous city of the empire. Along Jindu Avenue, magnificent estates lined both sides, inhabited by nobility or high-ranking officials. In a grand courtyard, the air was filled with fragrant smoke. "Brother Kuan, rest assured, you and little sister are a match made in heaven. Our father will undoubtedly consent to this union." Dressed in white garments that accentuated his fair complexion, Su Kuan's face lit up with excitement upon hearing the words of his companion. He exclaimed, "Excellent. This individual, Su Kuan, is a direct disciple of the esteemed sect leader of Taishengmen, one of the 8 prominent sects in the martial world, with a promising future ahead." One day, while wandering through the capital city of Jindu, he caught a distant glimpse of Princess Tian, a sight that left him utterly entranced. Her ethereal beauty haunted his dreams, and he realized he had fallen in love. Yet, he was acutely aware of the chasm between them. She was the beloved daughter of the emperor, while he, despite his status as a direct disciple, could never compare to her noble lineage. Seated at a table, Shen Cangsheng, the son of a noble consort, smiled and promised, "Brother Kuang, should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Taishengmen still wields considerable influence in the martial world." A glimmer of satisfaction shone in Shen Cangsheng's eyes, for this was precisely the assurance he sought. Marrying Shen Lan to Su Kuan would secure Taishengmen's support for his own ambitions. Understanding Shen Cangsheng's intentions, Su Kuan spoke candidly, "Brother Kuang, there are no outsiders here, so I shall speak frankly." Shen Cangsheng waved his folding fan and nodded with a smile, "Brother Kuan, there is no need for formality between us. We are brothers. After all, what can't we discuss openly?" With his scholarly demeanor, adorned with a paper fan and a gentle smile, he inspired no feelings of disdain. Su Kuan felt similarly at ease. "Brother Kuang," Su Kuan began, "a year ago, your elder brother, the crown prince, burned books and buried scholars. His reputation among the martial community and the populace is rather unfavorable." Hearing this, Shen Cangsheng frowned and let out a derisive laugh. "Brother Kuan, such remarks can only be shared in our private company. Please refrain from speaking of them elsewhere. Remember, my brother commands an army of 500,000 heavenly soldiers." As he uttered these words, a hint of bitterness crept into Shen Cangsheng's tone. Why was it that among the emperor's sons, only Shen Cangsheng possessed such military power? Moreover, 500,000 soldiers were an overwhelming force that eclipsed the entire Xia dynasty's military might. The other princes were acutely aware that the crown princess army was not a gift from their father, but rather a force he had amassed through his own efforts, which only deepened their resentment. Why did the crown prince enjoy the privilege of raising troops? Throughout the years, whenever he led his army into battle, the common folk would see him off with fervent cheers, welcoming him back with even greater enthusiasm than during the New Year festivities. Such reverence was not afforded to their own father, the emperor. How could Shen Cangsheng not feel envy? It was a sentiment that likely resonated with any prince under such circumstances. In a realm overflowing with imperial sons, the world seemed to acknowledge only Crown Prince Shen Cangsheng and outright disregard for the others. Su Kuan chuckled, "Rest assured, these words will only be spoken in your presence." Su Kuan continued, "However, the Crown Prince's act of burning books and burying scholars is an egregious transgression. The emperor has not punished him, and in my humble opinion, Brother Kuang, you are no less than Shen Cangsheng. If the 500,000 heavenly soldiers under Shen Cangsheng's command were to be led by you, I dare say you would perform even more admirably." Shen Cangsheng, upon hearing this, felt a surge of joy, yet he shook his head insistently, saying, "Brother Kuan, you flatter me. How could I ever compare to my elder brother?" Nonetheless, the excitement in Shen Cangsheng's eyes was unmistakable. Indeed, the crown prince Shen Cangsheng is no longer suited to command the heavenly soldiers. If only I could wield the power of these 500,000 troops, the mere thought sent a thrill through him. 500,000 heavenly soldiers. What an immense concept. Shen Cangsheng relied on this formidable force to ensure that no one dared to invade the great Xia dynasty, and during the recent coalition of 7 nations, they were utterly subdued, forced to cede land and pay reparations. This was not merely the might of a single nation, but rather the combined strength of 7. To be so thoroughly vanquished was astonishing. How could Shen Cangsheng remain indifferent in the face of such formidable heavenly soldiers? Within the imperial palace, in the royal harem, the queen's chamber, Shen Cangsheng gazed at his mother with uncontainable excitement, saying, "Mother, is what you said truly the case?" The queen nodded, replying, "At today's court assembly, a minister will surely recommend you. What you must do now is to prepare yourself. Soon, someone may come to summon you." No sooner had the queen spoken than a voice from outside the hall announced, "His Majesty has decreed that King Kuang Shen Cangsheng shall attend court." In the Yangxing Palace, Shenlan skipped over to her mother, offering her a back rub. The woman, appearing to be in her 30s, bore no wrinkles. Adorned in a phoenix crown and splendid attire that radiated authority, she was none other than the empress of the great Xia dynasty, revered by all, and the mother of Shen Cangsheng. Upon seeing her daughter approach, the empress smiled and inquired, "What brings you such joy?" The empress was aware that Shen Cangsheng intended to betroth her daughter to a disciple of the Taishang, and though she felt a pang of anger, she remained silent. For the emperor had yet to speak. As Shenlan continued to massage her mother's back, she boasted, "My elder brother is in Gusa City, along with the entire Great Zhuge. I have already dispatched an urgent message for him to come at once, and I expect him to bring the Great Zhuge with him." "Humph. Does Shen Cangsheng think he can arrange my marriage? He is not worthy." The empress, upon hearing this, could only shake her head in resignation. An urgent message? If the emperor learns of this, he will surely be incensed. Is this something to be taken lightly? She replied, "Your elder brother is currently biding his time, and the world is watching him. Is it wise to put him in such a predicament?" Shenlan offered her mother a reassuring glance. "I have already inquired with Si Hua. She assured me that my brother can return at any time without issue." The empress did not object, for it had been quite some time since she had seen her eldest son. It would be good for him to return. "It has been far too long since I last laid eyes on your brother." In the Hall of Heavenly Decrees, the grand hall where the ministers of the great Xia dynasty gathered for court. At this moment, a fervent discussion was unfolding within the grand hall. How could they not be fervent when it concerned 500,000 celestial soldiers? The prime minister, as always, stood leisurely at the forefront of the officials, seemingly indifferent to the heated debates around him, his head bowed as if he had succumbed to slumber. "Your Majesty, we beseech you to compel the crown prince to relinquish his military authority and to abolish his title. I believe that the Mad King is most suitable to command the celestial army." "I second that. I second that." They were individuals affiliated with the faction of Shen Cangsheng, who had convened the previous night to fervently deliberate on the matters of deposing the crown prince and seizing his military power. Today, the court was their moment to exert dominance. Outside the Hall of Heavenly Decree, Shen Cangsheng adjusted his robes, brimming with vitality. "I, Shen Cangsheng, shall command the troops. Mark my words." Standing before the hall, he felt an exhilarating surge within him, convinced that after today, he would ascend to new heights in his life. "Once I wield the military power, I shall not only match Shen Cangsheng, but will undoubtedly surpass him." Shen Cangsheng held this conviction firmly. Meanwhile, a faction within the court was engaged in fierce contention, striving to secure military authority for him. Perhaps, if fortune favored him, even the position of crown prince could be within his grasp. The excitement coursing through him made Shen Cangsheng feel as though he could almost soar. This sensation exceeded even the joy of mastering an unparalleled martial art. His gaze turned towards the Hall of Heavenly Decree, and in an instant, he transformed into a figure of composure, imbued with a hint of pride. His father despised frivolous individuals. One only needed to observe his elder brother, the crown prince, to understand this. His brother's demeanor before their father, the look in his eyes, the very essence of his being. "Father, you hardly occupy my thoughts." This was paramount. It was a lesson to be learned. Moreover, he needed to emulate his elder brother's tone, which never bowed to anyone, not even to their father. Shen Cangsheng vividly recalled the day when his brothers, including Shen Cangsheng, stood before their father. There was no trace of trepidation in Shen Cangsheng. He simply acted as he ought. "I believe that we should approach the small nations in the southern territories with a kingly approach." Shen Wudi's words almost dictated the treatment of those nations. Yet, what of the crown prince, Shen Cangsheng? He gazed at their father with a mocking expression. When several dragon sons spoke candidly, it was truly a sight to behold. He boldly declared, "Your kingly approach was suggested by that group of incompetents, wasn't it?" "Indeed. Incompetence will always remain so." Could one imagine such insolence directed at their father? Was he not implying that their father was incompetent? Yet, their father merely smiled awkwardly, as if unfazed by the affront. At that moment, as Shen Cangsheng stood outside the Hall of Heavenly Decree. He felt he had finally gained insight into why his elder brother was the crown prince and why he garnered their father's favor. It seemed their father had an affinity for those who dared to challenge him. The thought sent shivers down Shen Cangsheng's spine. However, he soon recalled the prime minister. It seems that the noble lord routinely ridicules the emperor during court meetings. The emperor holds him in high esteem and often seeks his counsel on matters of state. Upon reflecting on this, Shen Cangsheng is nearly certain that his suspicions are correct. Alas, how foolish I am. These 20 years have been wasted. And I still do not understand my father. A wave of self-reproach washes over Shen Cangsheng. Fortunately, I am clever enough. There is something crucial I must remember. When facing the emperor, Shen Cangsheng refers to himself as this palace or this crown prince. How imposing. The emperor surely appreciates such a commanding son. Therefore, shall I refer to myself as this king later? After all, my elder brother, the crown prince, carries himself similarly in court and has garnered the emperor's favor. It appears I am on the right track. I, Shen Cangsheng, this king, shall command the troops. It is not the quantity of words that matters, but the strength behind them. Shen Cangsheng, you can do it. Believe in yourself. You are capable. Press on. At that moment, before Shen Cangsheng could calm the turmoil within, an elderly eunuch emerged, his hair completely white. This man serves as the chief steward of the inner court, attending to the emperor. He has served 4 generations of the Shen family, and his position is undoubtedly significant. It is said that he is also an extraordinary individual. Shen Cangsheng is unaware of this. In an instant, his demeanor shifts dramatically. He stands tall and proud, his gaze seemingly soaring into the heavens. In that moment, Shen Cangsheng feels akin to Shen Cangsheng. What is this? His voice resonates with an air of indifference, as if the world holds no significance for him. Shen Cangsheng understands that this is the attitude Shen Cangsheng adopts in the presence of this esteemed individual, who seems to take delight in it. Thus, Shen Cangsheng emulates this behavior. Unbeknownst to him, this person is among the emperor's most trusted confidants, whose words often carry more weight than those of certain ministers. However, at this moment, Shen Cangsheng believes that his brother's approach is the correct one. His abrupt remarks leave Wei Shizhong momentarily taken aback. What is happening? Though you are the Mad King, I have served 4 generations of emperors. What tone is this? Contempt? As Wei Shizhong stands bewildered, Shen Cangsheng observes him keenly. Indeed, how astute I am. Regrettably, I did not grasp this insight sooner, allowing my brother to outpace me. Humph. As Wei Shizhong is momentarily stunned, he notices Shen Cangsheng's demeanor and, with his keen perception, realizes that Shen Cangsheng is imitating Shen Cangsheng. Instantly, Wei Shizhong's heart feels as if it has crumbled. He struggles to maintain a serious expression. He wants to laugh. Although you and the crown prince share the same 2 words, how can I put it? Wei Shizhong ponders for quite some time but cannot find a fitting term. Indeed, the crown prince has addressed him with just 2 words, but never with such disregard. You are blatantly dismissing me. Furthermore, the crown prince possesses remarkable martial prowess, which I wholeheartedly respect, especially since he has sought my counsel in private. I have indeed instructed the crown prince. Could our relationship ever mirror yours? You regard me merely as a eunuch. Do you presume I am unaware? Shen Cangsheng remains oblivious to the inner machinations of Wei Shizhong, which are not dissimilar to his own. Shen Cangsheng believes he has subdued him, while Wei Shizhong considers him a fool. Wei Shizhong waved the floating dust in his hand, crafted from 3,000 strands of worry silk, personally retrieved by the prince from the western Great Thunder Sound Temple. Such a lavish creation, it is unlikely that another exists in this world. Even the Great Thunder Sound Temple would not dare to employ so many strands of worry silk for a single piece, as it would be excessively extravagant. 3,000 strands of worry silk, one of the treasures of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, are incredibly soft, yet each strand, infused with power, is sharper than a sword. Wei Shizhong proclaimed loudly, His Majesty has issued an edict. The Mad King shall have an audience. Shen Cangsheng straightened, his heart brimming with joy. His life's pinnacle was about to unfold. He strode forward, not casting a glance at Wei Shizhong, for he believed he had erred in the past. Otherwise, why was it not he who enjoyed favor, but rather the indifferent Shen Cangsheng? It must be so, akin to a peacock displaying its feathers. Upon entering the Hall of Sky meeting, Wei Shizhong gazed at Shen Cangsheng's retreating figure, murmuring, What has come over the Mad King? Is he unwell? Shaking his head, Wei Shizhong departed. Perhaps it would be best not to dwell on the affairs of the sovereign. I have heard that the crown prince resides in Suzhou. Perhaps I shall find an opportunity to request some tea leaves from him, for the last batch was truly delightful. having served 4 generations of monarchs. Wei Shizhong wielded considerable power within the palace. Moreover, his bond with Shen Cangsheng transcended that of mere acquaintances. They were both mentors and friends, their relationship exceptionally close. Inside the Hall of Sky meeting, tranquility reigned, albeit the glances exchanged by the two factions of ministers were laden with animosity. The moment Shen Cangsheng entered, he felt a shiver run through his body. How peculiar! As Shen Cangsheng engaged in self-reflection, Shen Cangsheng departed from Suzhou, making his way toward the Golden Capital. In the realm of martial arts, myriad sects abound, including those whose legacies have waned. Among them is the Southern Li Fire domain, which boasts an ancient lineage, even older than the 8 sects. However, in the present day, few are familiar with the Southern Li Fire domain, a testament to its decline. The Southern Li Fire domain is said to have origins in ancient times, when extraordinary feats were commonplace, moving mountains and parting seas, traversing thousands of miles with a single step. There were also deities and demons capable of shattering the heavens or obliterating cities with a mere fist. This is the fearsome legacy of the ancient era. Yet, for millennia, the Southern Li Fire domain has faded into obscurity. No matter how formidable, one cannot withstand the passage of time. Heroes grow old, and beauty withers into dust. Thus, it is said that the most powerful force in existence is time. Have you come to believe that the fantastical has arrived? It is merely an illusion of yours. This is a world of martial arts. These are but legends. Do not take them to heart. To meet the word count, the Southern Li Fire domain possesses a formidable martial art. Should one attain mastery of this technique, they would be able to forge a legendary martial body within the Southern Li Fire domain, the Southern Li Fire body. It is said that one who successfully condenses the Southern Li Fire body can command the power of flames, an awe-inspiring force indeed. However, for centuries, no one from the Southern Li Fire domain has succeeded in achieving the Southern Li Fire body. Yet in this generation, the daughter of the Lord of the Southern Li Fire domain is born with the innate Southern Li flame. A glimmer of hope arises. The Lord of the Southern Li Fire domain believes that his daughter is on the verge of condensing the Southern Li Fire body. When that time comes, the glory of the Southern Li Fire domain shall undoubtedly be restored, fulfilling the ancestral wishes that have lingered for a millennium, finally welcoming the brilliance of hope. The name of the Lord's daughter is Nan Liyan, and from her name, one can discern the lofty expectations her father holds for her. From sorrow comes joy. This is the most intimate feeling of the Lord of the Southern Li Fire domain. The Southern Li Fire domain is situated atop a mountain in the southern region of the Great Xia dynasty. Due to the incessant flames that erupt from this mountain, there are virtually no inhabitants within 100 miles. This is also the reason why the Southern Li Fire domain still exists. It is simply inhospitable for ordinary people. It is far too hot. It is said that this mountain has previously erupted with flames and lava. Were it not for the group of lunatics residing in the Southern Li Fire domain, who would willingly choose to dwell here? Are they seeking death? Within the Crimson Hall, several young individuals, clad in red robes embroidered with white flames, the unified attire of the Southern Li Fire domain, declare, "Master, we will surely rescue senior sister." A middle-aged man, his eyes rimmed with darkness and looking exceedingly haggard, stands amongst them. Around him, an intangible presence trembles as if ablaze. Although the Southern Li Fire domain has fallen into decline, its lord is no fool. It is merely that he has not yet condensed the Southern Li Fire body. His own strength remains formidable. How can we rescue her? He is the Mad King. Despite the man's formidable prowess, he feels powerless against the court. What can strength achieve? Can one truly contend with the heavenly soldiers? One may defeat 10, 100, or even 1,000, but not the tens of thousands or millions. Let alone the fact that the Southern Li Fire domain has fallen. Even in its prime, it could barely muster 10,000 disciples. That would hardly be enough to stand against the court. Nandong Tian feels a pang of bitterness. But master, we cannot simply watch his senior sister falls into the hands of the Mad King. It is said that he has cultivated a fiery technique and surely covets senior sister's innate constitution, wishing to claim her for his own. The disciples below, each displaying fierce determination, bring a flicker of solace to Nandong Tian's heart. Thankfully, his disciples are not the kind to cower in fear. Yet, just as this thought crosses his mind, a disciple exclaims, "You all go seek death. Just don't drag me into it." This remark, like a merciless flame, instantly incinerates the comfort in Nandong Tian's heart. Could you show a little consideration? He thinks, gazing at the youthful visage before him, unable to suppress his anger. For what he spoke was indeed true. That disciple had recently been brought by him, possessing a physique imbued with flames, perfectly in harmony with their southerly fire domain. "What did you say?" "Humph, you coward." The words of that young lad instantly ignited the wrath of the crowd. After all, she was their beloved senior sister. Li Qianjie merely curled his lip in disdain and remarked, "As if you could rescue her." The assembled disciples were momentarily taken aback. "Brother, that stings. We merely wish to express ourselves. Must you be so severe?" Li Qianjie, just 10 years of age, pressed his palms downward, a gesture he had learned from a remarkable figure. A person so esteemed that even his arrogant elder brother held him in high regard. Li Qianjie found this movement to be exceptionally commanding. Can you envision a 10-year-old child? Palms pressed down, exuding an air of authority? His gaze swept across the onlookers, utterly indifferent. Li Qianjie noticed that all who met his eyes fell silent, and a smile graced his youthful face. He felt a profound satisfaction. Indeed, he had grasped the essence of a great person's demeanor. With this in mind, Li Qianjie proclaimed, "Have you all forgotten? We can report this to the authorities." Upon witnessing Li Qianjie replicate the gesture and utter those words, the others assumed he had devised a clever plan, only to discover that his notion was merely to alert the officials. Goodness, but he is the Mad King, the son of the current sovereign. Which official would dare intervene? Li Qianjie, you are still young. You do not comprehend that he is the sovereign's son, and no official would dare to act against him. The disciples believed Li Qianjie to be naive. "Qianjie, you lack understanding," Nandongtian said weakly. "Indeed, he is the sovereign's son. Who would dare intervene?" The little Li Qianjie remained unfazed, his eyes tranquil, fingers deftly adjusting his own aura, a technique he had also learned from that great figure. He felt that this added an impressive gravitas to his presence. However, to the onlookers, his actions seemed rather foolish. Li Qianjie, as if engaged in a game of chess, pointed decisively, claiming dominion over the great dragon. The world dimmed and brightened at his command. Such an imposing presence suited him well. With a pointed finger, he declared, "Here, there is one present. Simply speak to him, and all shall be resolved with ease." Like a reincarnation of Zhuge Liang, Li Qianjie felt an overwhelming sense of importance. Upon observing Li Qianjie's demeanor, the crowd reacted with disbelief. The Eastern Emperor's palace? The Eastern Emperor's purpose is to oversee the affairs of the martial world. Thus, Nandongtian, accompanied by his family, hastened towards Jiangnan Road, specifically to Suzhou City. Upon arriving at the Eastern Emperor's palace, Nandongtian drummed on the door. "Eastern Emperor, I wish to report a case." Meanwhile, Shen Cangsheng had been wandering around Suzhou City, growing increasingly bored within the Eastern Emperor's palace. At that moment, his maid, Sihua, unexpectedly arrived. Upon hearing Sihua's words, Shen Cangsheng was immediately incensed. Before he could utter a single word, the drums of the Eastern Emperor's palace resounded. Upon understanding the situation, Shen Cangsheng summoned Sihua and Nandongtian and immediately called upon Li Fenxian. The vermilion bird banner soared through the air, resembling a flaming phoenix, its cries echoing towards the heavens. Heading straight for the golden capital, within the hall of heaven, Shen Cangsheng no longer knelt in reverence as before. Instead, he merely bent slightly at the waist, signifying his respect learned from Shen Cangsheng. "I have seen the emperor," he proclaimed, omitting the customary reference to himself as your son. In that moment, Shen Cangsheng felt an overwhelming sense of pride, an unparalleled sense of confidence. Within the hall of heaven, he believed he had grasped the essence of Shen Cangsheng's demeanor towards the emperor. If he continued on this path, his father would surely regard him with newfound respect. Whatever his elder brother could achieve, so too could he, Shen Cangsheng. The ministers in the hall were momentarily taken aback, frozen as if ensnared by a spell. Indeed, all the officials were aware of the protocol. Without the emperor's decree, one must kneel before him. Shen Cangsheng's exemption from this practice had been granted since childhood, a fact known to some, yet unbeknownst to Shen Cangsheng. Shen Cangsheng had attended court at the tender age of 7, long before Shen Cangsheng's existence. Shen Cangsheng had always assumed that this was due to his brother's unyielding nature, refusing to kneel before the emperor. Even the formidable Shen Wudi, seated upon the dragon throne, was momentarily stunned by his son's audacity. "I do not recall ever stating that one need not kneel during court," he pondered. As memories of Shen Cangsheng flickered in his mind, it seemed that only Shen Cangsheng had ever held such privilege. The atmosphere grew tense and peculiar. Shen Wudi chose not to comment, yet the scrutiny in his gaze towards Shen Cangsheng intensified. The prime minister cast a sidelong glance at Shen Cangsheng, muttering silently, "Fool." Observing Shen Cangsheng standing as proudly as the former crown prince, akin to a pillar supporting the heavens, Those who supported him displayed expressions of satisfaction. Their chosen king of madness appeared no less formidable than the crown prince. It is noteworthy that Shen Cangsheng had once stood in a similar manner. Seeing the approving expressions of his supporters filled Shen Cangsheng with elation. His assumptions had indeed been correct. He must exhibit dominance. Only then could he command the respect of all. Yes, even from his father. In that moment, he had entirely forgotten who the most imposing figure within this court truly was. Shen Wuti spoke. I have heard that you desire to command the military? His tone was neutral, concealing any trace of emotion. Upon hearing this, Shen Cangsheng's heart swelled with joy. He understood that he must project strength, lest his father grow displeased. Thus, he boldly replied, Father, my elder brother's mad act of burning books and burying scholars a year ago has stirred the populace into fervor. I believe he is no longer suited to command the Four Symbols army. This assertion was a lesson learned from Shen Cangsheng, whose audacity Shen Cangsheng sought to emulate. For it was clear that their father favored such boldness. Listening to Shen Cangsheng's words, Shen Wuti found himself momentarily at a loss. To address me as this king in my presence? Does he dare to pose such a question to his uncle? The prime minister had intended to enjoy a brief respite, yet upon hearing Shen Cangsheng's statement, he became surprisingly alert. Utterly deranged? Very well. While others might remain unaware of the circumstances surrounding the crown prince Shen Cangsheng's biblioclasm and persecution of scholars, the prime minister was well aware. This was a scheme orchestrated by Shen Wuti, Shen Cangsheng, the Tao king, and himself. The term utterly deranged was indeed a apartment. Indeed, the emperor was in a state of madness. Otherwise, he would not have consented. Upon hearing the words utterly deranged, Shen Wuti's face twitched. The ministers supporting the Mad King exchanged encouraging glances with Shen Cangsheng. Such terminology was exquisitely used. How could they possibly dismiss the crown prince? Shen Wuti took a deep breath and remarked, My son, you have truly grown. Shen Cangsheng, oblivious to the underlying meaning, and the ministers, unaware of the backstory, merely found the exchange peculiar. Shen Cangsheng's expression brightened, and he immediately replied, Thank you, Father Emperor, for your praise. Witnessing Shen Cangsheng's demeanor nearly caused Shen Wuti to spit blood. Was I truly praising you? Taking another deep breath, Shen Wuti inquired, Then, my son, if you believe the crown prince is unfit to command the four-symbol celestial army, who, pray tell, possesses the qualifications? At last, the pivotal moment had arrived. Shen Cangsheng had awaited this very instant, and the ministers supporting the Mad King were visibly thrilled. Their anticipated moment had finally come. An elderly minister stepped forward. A member of the Mad King's faction, who had once been a mentor to the Mad King, holding considerable stature. He bowed and stated, This old minister believes that His Highness the Mad King is of sufficient age, possesses formidable martial skills, and is well-versed in military strategy, thus capable of fulfilling this role. Following his declaration, ministers aligned with the Mad King began to voice their support, proclaiming, I second this. The other ministers fell silent, their previous fervor now dissipated. The contention had revolved around the position of crown prince. Now, however, the stakes were the command of military power. Those who remained silent regarded the faction of the Mad King with an air of incredulity. How could that elderly minister withstand such scrutiny? He admonished, Sun Zhong, what manner of gaze is that? The minister named Sun Zhong rolled his eyes and retorted, Can you not comprehend? Your sight is not impaired. The elderly minister pointed at Sun Zhong. The prime minister watched with great interest, as if he had just awakened from slumber only to find a performance unfolding before him. Indeed, this prime minister was merely an observer of the spectacle. Shen Wuti gazed in astonishment at his son, who exhibited such grand ambitions, and he sighed inwardly. He mused, I too desire the four-symbol celestial army. Alas, I am powerless, though the four-symbol celestial army belonged to the court. The associated hardships were known only to the emperor and the prime minister throughout the entire Great Xia dynasty. What of Shen Cangsheng relinquishing military authority, lacking military power? Yet others still heed his command, rendering the authority of military power irrelevant. Shen Wuti sighed inwardly, lamenting the exceptional abilities of his son. He spoke, Mad King, do you believe the position of crown prince should be revoked? This inquiry was quite revealing. Shen Cangsheng discerned that his father seemed somewhat dissatisfied with his elder brother. The mere act of posing such a question in front of the court implied that the emperor held certain feelings about him. In a moment of contemplation, Shen Cangsheng felt a surge of emotions. Unable to restrain himself, he raised his head with pride and declared, This prince believes that the crown prince's actions such as burning books and burying scholars, have already led him to lose virtue in the eyes of the world. Even if the position of crown prince were to be revoked, I trust my elder brother would comprehend the emperor's decision. Shen Cangsheng's voice resonated throughout the grand hall. He continued, Father, if I were to command the army, I would not be inferior to my elder brother. I would ensure that the surrounding barbarian tribes are subdued, rendering them vassals of the great Xia dynasty. With this bold vision, he felt invincible, believing he could achieve what his elder brother had failed to accomplish after years of effort. Upon hearing Shen Cangsheng's words, Shen Wudi nearly lost his composure, struggling to contain his urge to reprimand him. How dare he speak so boldly without understanding the complexities involved? Did he possess the audacity akin to that of the Liang family? Was he aware of the tributes received annually from those nations? If they were subdued, would he not have to bear the burden of governance? It would be far more exhausting than simply receiving their tributes while enjoying a life of ease. Shen Cangsheng was convinced that his words would surely resonate with his father, and that he himself was indeed the rightful candidate for the position of crown prince, as the current one had lost his merit and was unfit for the role. Just as Shen Wudi prepared to speak, Wei Shizhong abruptly entered the hall. Your Majesty, the crown prince is leading the great vermilion bird towards the palace. Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the court. Wei Shizhong respectfully reported, Your Majesty, the crown prince is approaching the palace with the great vermilion bird. The heated debate among Shen Cangsheng's faction came to an abrupt halt. They exchanged glances, their previously raised hands now unsure of where to rest, and then shared a quiet smile before returning to their seats, their expressions calming into serenity. It was as if the earlier fervor of ambition and confrontation had vanished, leaving behind an air of composure. Meanwhile, the Mad King Shen Cangsheng found himself standing alone in the center of the hall, perplexed by his supporters' sudden silence. Since the absence of Crown Prince Shen Cangsheng from court, none of the dragon sons had attended, and now he was uncertain of his own position. He stood at the center, awaiting his father's decree. When he glanced up, he noticed that his father appeared to be overlooking him entirely. What could this mean? The Mad King Shen Cangsheng felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Could it be that his earlier display had been so impactful that his father was momentarily taken aback? After all, his elder brother, the crown prince, was approaching the imperial palace, yet his majesty had not summoned him to enter. Thus, Shen Cangsheng boldly continued, Father, my brother has lost his virtue while seated upon the throne and can no longer occupy the eastern palace. The fervent King Shen Cangsheng was becoming increasingly unhinged. In his eyes, today marked the crown prince's inevitable downfall, and only he, Shen Cangsheng, could ascend to that esteemed position. As he spoke with passion, the chancellor wore a pained expression. Upon Wei Shizhong's conclusion, before the emperor could issue a decree, all present in the hall felt as if the very earth trembled beneath them. How many years had it been since Shen Cangsheng last graced the Chaotian Hall? At least a decade. In those 10 years, many had departed, and many had arrived. Thus, some were unaware of the situation outside. Yet, certain elder statesmen understood. Some old ministers pretended to hear nothing, appearing utterly at ease. Meanwhile, others suddenly changed their countenance. This was a call to arms, a grave offense, an absolute crime, especially for Shen Cangsheng, who rejoiced at the notion. He hastily exclaimed, Father, the crown prince brings troops to the court, plotting rebellion. Shen Cangsheng's lament was as piercing as the cuckoo's call, a display of loyalty that was visible to the heavens. On the dragon throne, Shen Wudi contemplated his son, questioning whether the boy had lost his senses today. However, one could not entirely fault Shen Cangsheng. Over the years, the populace only recognized Crown Prince Shen Cangsheng, while the other princes remained largely unknown to the common folk. Shen Cangsheng had witnessed the fervor of the people when his elder brother set forth to battle, with the populace bidding him farewell for 10 miles, and upon his return, they welcomed him with the same measure. This was entirely voluntary on their part. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The most infuriating aspect was that when envoys from other nations arrived in the capital, passing by the residence of the Mad King, they would display expressions of astonishment, pointing at the words Mad King's manor and inquiring, Where is this? How could they ask such a question when it was clearly labeled? Was this not a humiliation? What they truly meant was, Who resides here? Upon learning the answer, their astonishment deepened. The great Xia dynasty had other princes? On one occasion, Shen Cangsheng found himself amidst their company. One can easily imagine the feelings that surged within him. Yet, one could not entirely blame them. When envoys from other nations were dispatched to the great Xia dynasty, they were reminded of 3 points. First, while it was permissible to displease the emperor, one must never offend the crown prince. the emperor would at least consider the greater good and refrain from rash actions. However, the crown prince would not exercise such restraint. Second, prior to entering the palace, it was advisable to pay a visit to their crown prince. Third, regardless of the circumstances, adherence to the first point was paramount. Over time, the representatives from other nations truly came to recognize only Shen Cangsheng. Most were nations that had felt the weight of his might. Those who stood in parity with the great Xia dynasty were naturally aware of the Shun family's situation. This left Shen Cangsheng intolerant, as he believed his martial prowess rivaled that of Shen Cangsheng. Thus, Shen Cangsheng resolved to emulate Shen Cangsheng and wield his might across the vast realms. Warfare has always been the domain of powerful nations. A formidable state, however, must witness the cessation of hostilities. Otherwise, who would acknowledge your supremacy? Power is forged through battle. Clang, clang, clang. Just as Shen Cangsheng concluded his declaration, footsteps echoed from the hall. Turning to behold the figure he had not seen for many years, he found his elder brother, Shen Cangsheng, adorned in white attire. His hair tied back in a casual ponytail, resembling a youthful gentleman, though, at nearly 30, the term hardly suited him. Trailing 3 paces behind Shen Cangsheng was Li Fengxian. Clad in a fiery war robe intricately embroidered with the soaring vermilion bird, adorned with feathers atop his head and draped in a cloak that flowed beyond half-a. As Shen Cangsheng reached the center, he bowed slightly, acknowledging the emperor. Li Fengxian, with a flourish of his cloak, knelt on one knee, proclaiming, "Your servant pays homage to your majesty." A look of delight spread across Shen Wudi's face as he waved his hand, granting them leave to rise. Shen Cangsheng nodded in acknowledgement, and Li Fengxian stood, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, your majesty." Observing Shen Cangsheng, Shen Cangsheng felt a sense of relief. His assumptions had proven correct. Just moments ago, someone had suggested that he was unfit to be the crown prince. He wondered who among the loyal ministers dared utter such words. Shen Cangsheng did not regard them, instead chuckling softly. Li Fengxian surveyed the surroundings. Despite being of a lesser rank than some ministers, he served under the crown prince. Upon hearing Shen Cangsheng's words, the assembled officials trembled in fear. Speaking of the crown prince behind his back was one matter, but confronting him directly was an entirely different affair. With a smile, Shen Cangsheng remarked, "Do not be so silent. I heard your conversations quite clearly from outside." Shen Cangsheng stepped forward to face Shen Cangsheng, who smiled faintly. "Third brother." Shen Cangsheng was the eldest, Shen Cangsheng the second, and Shen Cangsheng the youngest. This hierarchy was the source of Shen Cangsheng's urgency. The eldest and second were both sons of the empress. If he did not take a stand, even if the crown prince were to be deposed, the position would still not fall to him, but rather to the second son. "Eldest brother, your actions of burning books and burying scholars have tarnished your reputation among the populace. Thus, I believe you are no longer fit to hold the title of crown prince." Shen Cangsheng had never anticipated that one day he would dare to speak so boldly to Shen Cangsheng. He felt a thrill of anticipation. Shen Cangsheng's expression gradually turned icy. Suddenly, he struck Shen Cangsheng across the face with a resounding slap. In front of the court officials, Shen Cangsheng was sent sprawling. His form flew backward, and in an instant, Shen Cangsheng vanished, reappearing with a foot firmly planted on Shen Cangsheng's chest. Leaning down, he commanded, "Bring forth the disciples of the Supreme Gate." Several formidable celestial soldiers of the Vermilion Bird swiftly brought forth 5 disciples of the Supreme Gate. Shen Cangsheng regarded Shen Cangsheng and remarked, "Well done. You've matured and learned to seek your allies." Shen Cangsheng, trembling at the gaze of Shen Cangsheng, found himself rendered speechless. "It seems reminiscent of childhood." Shen Cangsheng continued, "Third brother, you are quite audacious now. I have just pacified the factions of the martial world, and here you are, making alliances. Who taught you this?" Shen Cangsheng, trembling, responded, "Elder brother, I did not." In the Hall of Heavenly Decrees, it was expected that the court session would conclude early. However, not a single minister displayed impatience. In the past, after a prolonged meeting, the prime minister would invariably clamor to return home for dinner. Indeed, the prime minister was capricious. As long as the sovereign extended the court session, he would insist on returning home, citing age and lack of rest. What a masterful figure. You claim to be fatigued, to be famished. Are you serious? Can I not seize a moment of your time? Shen Wudi sometimes found court meetings exceedingly exhausting, if there were matters to discuss. They couldn't prolong the session. If there were none, they would chatter endlessly. According to his eldest son, there wasn't a single constructive topic to be found. Everyone aspired to occupy this position, oblivious to the challenges it entailed. Look at my crown prince. Whenever he returns from a campaign, he invariably brings back rare treasures. What is the purpose? To enhance his prowess, to prolong his life. Why? I initially believed it was out of filial piety. How it moved me. At times, I pondered. The crown prince is nearing 30. Should I not abdicate? I could reside in the hall of 2 instruments, enjoying a tranquil life, feeding the birds. Yet, my own crown prince remarked, I provide you with such valuable gifts. Do you think they are merely to augment your strength? They are meant to extend your years. I do not wish to ascend to that throne prematurely. Listen to this. Are these the words of a crown prince? Each time Shen Wudi discussed this matter with emperors from other realms, he felt a profound sorrow and immense discomfort. The other emperors, upon hearing his words, displayed expressions of deep sorrow and discomfort as well. They longed to strike him. Their thrones were obtained through rivers of blood, within their own royal families. The struggle for survival was relentless. Where was the affection and royalty? The royal family is devoid of kinship. This is the nature of nobility. Pitiful Shen Wudi. He had yet to experience the coldness of royal ties. During his time as crown prince, he shone with brilliance, unparalleled in his generation. From the moment he ascended, everything went smoothly for him, directly reaching the pinnacle of power. His brothers supported him fervently, each one roaring their support. Now, as his brothers were bestowed titles, they were all at leisure, while he felt the weight of exhaustion. After Shen Wudi had children, he discovered that his offspring were also unambitious. Ever since the crown prince was established, years passed in relative tranquility. This was not in accordance with royal tradition. A royal family that had not experienced the struggle for the throne, was it truly a royal family? At this juncture, the faction of Shen Cangsheng unexpectedly emerged. Shen Wudi was momentarily taken aback. Am I about to witness a struggle for the throne? How exhilarating! If other emperors were to learn of Shen Wudi's thoughts, he would undoubtedly face repercussions. They yearned desperately to avoid fraternal strife over succession, yet Shen Wudi, in his excitement, he would surely be reprimanded. As the excitement swelled within Shen Wudi, his eldest son, the crown prince, made his entrance. Shen Wudi had genuinely believed that Shen Cangsheng could match Shen Cangsheng in a test of strength. Yet, with a single slap, Shen Cangsheng was rendered utterly defenseless. Just look at that fellow, resembling a quail. Can one truly envision him as a contender for the throne? He appeared nothing more than a chastised schoolboy. A group of formidable Zhke heavenly soldiers swiftly descended upon the disciples of the Taishang sect, incapacitating them before forcing them to kneel, pressing their heads firmly to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. After they had knocked their heads 3 times, the soldiers finally withdrew. Bang. Shen Cangsheng delivered another kick to Shen Cangsheng, sending him sliding horizontally to the feet of several Taishang disciples. At that moment, 2 young eunuchs brought forth a chair and placed it behind Shen Cangsheng. The prime minister cleared his throat. Your Highness, when did you return? Submissiveness was essential. He understood that this time. The crown prince had come back to settle accounts with him. Alas, he felt utterly incapable of confronting him. The prime minister, whose true name was Wang Buchan, no longer fanned himself. Shen Cangsheng turned to Wang Buchan, saying coolly, I will deal with you later. It's always you who gets me into trouble. I must give you a beating. Initially, he had merely offered a suggestion, yet Wang Buchan had taken it upon himself to act, leaving Shen Cangsheng to bear the consequences. He glared at Shen Cangsheng and demanded, Speak up. Who instigated you? At that moment, Shen Cangsheng had lost all semblance of dignity, the calm demeanor he once possessed. Claiming unrivaled prowess and martial skills that surpassed Shen Cangsheng's was nothing but a facade. He stammered, No one. Really. There is no one. The crown princess and those who supported him were involved. Some matters he felt compelled to address. Shen Cangsheng, well aware of the intricate politics of the court, inquired, What is going on with the Taishang sect? He had heard of the esteemed disciple Su Kuan's desire to marry Shen Lan, and knew that Shen Cangsheng had acted as the intermediary. Now, Shen Cangsheng was on the verge of spitting blood, unable to meet Shen Cangsheng's gaze. While Shen Cangsheng was absent, he had dared to speak freely, but in his presence, he felt utterly intimidated. Years ago, when they were mere boys in their teens, Shen Cangsheng had dragged them to the front lines, thrusting them into the horrors of battle. The brutality of that experience, marked by dismembered bodies and rivers of blood, haunted them, reducing them to tears. Meanwhile, Shen Cangsheng had nonchalantly enjoyed his wine and food amidst the chaos. Can one truly fathom the sight of a man feasting amidst a battlefield teeming with death and carnage? Such an image was indelibly etched in their memories. Even when a blade came slicing toward them, Shen Cangsheng had merely given a glance, and the attacker was cleaved in 2 before their very eyes, right in front of a group of frightened youths. For over a year thereafter, Shen Cangsheng dared not meet Shen Cangsheng's gaze. In his youthful mind, Shen Cangsheng was not merely human. Was he a devil or perhaps a deity? But now, Shen Cangsheng abruptly awoke to a chilling realization. What am I doing? Panic seized him, and he instinctively crawled to Shen Cangsheng's feet. Brother, it's not me. It's them, all of them. They told me I would surely ascend to the throne. The members of the supreme sect regarded Shen Cangsheng with faces ashen as death. Su Kuan gritted his teeth in fury. Su Kuan, the most distinguished talent of the supreme sect, favored by the sect leader, had always commanded respect wherever he went. He had thought that, given his status, proposing to marry Shenlan would surely elate the royal family. After all, the sect had existed for millennia, and the dynasty for a century. In truth, it was the court that had gained the upper hand. Oh, Shen Cangsheng smiled as he turned his gaze towards Shen Cangsheng, who nodded frantically. Shen Cangsheng surveyed the room and declared, "You allege that I have lost my virtue? Today, I shall demonstrate what truly occurs when one loses virtue." Shen Cangsheng rested his elbow on his knee, propping his chin upon his hand. "Bring forth the executioner." The ethereal cloak of Li Hingxian fluttered dramatically. "At your command." Shen Cangsheng ordered, "Take these individuals outside and execute them by slow slicing." Li Hingxian replied with a resonant affirmation. Su Kuan and the others were nearly rendered unconscious by terror at the mention of slow slicing. The very notion exploded in their minds. Su Kuan, taken aback, immediately shouted, "I am the direct disciple of the Supreme Sect's leader. You cannot kill me." The Supreme Sect, esteemed as one of the 8 sects, boasted a long lineage. Su Kuan was the leader's prized disciple, endowed with the potential to practice the Supreme Sect's unparalleled martial arts. In the realm of martial arts, Su Kuan's status was undeniably elevated. The sect leader, a master of divine powers, practiced the Supreme Sect's Tai Chi 2 forms, capable of condensing the martial body. Recognized as one of the supreme physiques within the sect, Su Kuan had been entrusted with the hopes of the sect leader, destined to cultivate another supreme physique of the Supreme Sect. Thus, the treatment Su Kuan received was far from that of an ordinary disciple, governed by countless rules. Moreover, Su Kuan's prowess was formidable. In recent years, he had established a reputation in the martial world, believing that marrying a princess was not an excessive ambition. Besides, their supreme sect was one of the 8 sects. As for the incident when a youth had vanquished the 8 sects, Su Kuan had been blissfully unaware, perhaps playing in the mud somewhere. Thus, he and his companions did not recognize that individual. Furthermore, how could they publicize the disgrace of the 8 sects? Time would gradually fade and obscure such events. They only conveyed to the new disciples the glorious legacy of the 8 sects and the formidable nature of the Supreme Sect. When Su Kuan and his companions departed the Supreme Sect, they were reassured, "Disciple, go forth and carve your path. You are my cherished disciple. No one in the martial world dares to harm you. All will be well, under my guidance." Thus, they reveled in their newfound freedom until they found themselves at the Hall of Heavenly Ascendancy. Shen Cangsheng regarded Su Kuan intently. "May I inquire if you are a disciple of Zhang Taiji?" Su Kuan, upon realizing that Shen Cangsheng was aware of his master's name, felt an overwhelming rush of joy. He had encountered similar situations before, where individuals sought to harm them, only to treat them as esteemed guests upon learning of their master's identity. The reverence bestowed upon them was indeed profound, often accompanied by pleas for forgiveness. Su Kuan relished that transformative sensation. It filled him with pride for having such an illustrious master. Look at him, Su Kuan thought. Only moments ago, he threatened to execute us. Yet now he knows my master's name. I wonder if he still dares to harm me? Humph. Energized by this realization, Su Kuan rose to his feet and proclaimed to Shen Cangsheng, "Indeed, my master is Zhang Taiji. I am from Taishang sect, one of the 8 clans. Care to learn more?" Su Kuan anticipated that it was now the time for Prince Shen Cangsheng to offer apologies, as those who had previously offended him had all reacted similarly upon discovering his master's identity. However, before Su Kuan could fully comprehend the situation, he felt a searing pain on his face. Suddenly, he found himself airborne. Thud. He crashed to the ground, wincing at the agony coursing through his body. As he attempted to rise, a foot descended upon his face with alarming speed. It was Shen Cangsheng. "How dare he strike me?" Shen Cangsheng flicked his wrist and questioned, "Did Zhang Taiji ever mention that his face once resembled yours?" Su Kuan, bewildered, instinctively touched his own face, which felt hot and painful. A disconcerting thought crept into his mind. Could it be? Su Kuan gazed at Shen Cangsheng in disbelief. Shen Cangsheng chuckled. Had Zhang Taiji not knelt swiftly back then, he would have long turned to dust. "Who gave you the audacity to lay a hand on my sister?" With force, Shen Cangsheng pressed down, distorting Su Kuan's face beneath his foot. He then returned to his seat, waving dismissively, "Take him away and execute him. Spare us. We were wrong. Your Majesty, please have mercy." The moment they realized that the name of their sect leader held no sway, they hastily begged for their lives. Meanwhile, Shen Cangsheng watched in horror. Taishang sect, Zhang Taiji, the legendary figure who had once knelt before his elder brother, and so quickly at that? Was it to beg for mercy? To think that his elder brother was so formidable. In Shen Cangsheng's mind, while Shen Cangsheng was undeniably powerful, he had not yet reached the realm of legendary figures. Yet, at this moment, he comprehended the depth of his naivety. That renowned powerhouse, a supreme being, sounded awe-inspiring. Yet he had knelt before his brother. The blood surged with fervor within Shen Cangsheng. "I am the third brother of the elder. My elder brother is formidable. Does that imply that I, too, possess a certain prowess?" Shen Cangsheng chose to disregard them, for they had already reached the twilight of their lives. He remarked, "What? Are you still watching the spectacle? Are you not returning home for dinner?" The court officials, upon hearing Shen Cangsheng's words, promptly exited the grand hall one by one. Shen Wudi did not need to announce the dispersal of the court. Wang Buchan discreetly followed the crowd in a hasty retreat, his reasons known only to himself. Once the officials departed, the grand hall was left with only Shen Cangsheng, Li Finxian, the prone Shen Cangsheng, and Wei Shizhong. Shen Wudi approached Shen Cangsheng and inquired, "Have you returned for that matter?" The mere mention of it ignited a surge of frustration within Shen Cangsheng. With irritation, he replied, "Do you intend for me to take the blame once more?" Shen Wudi let out a hearty laugh, masking his embarrassment, and said, "The third one lacks sufficient intellect. It is merely that I have not been attentive enough lately. After all, he is my son." Shen Wudi was aware that Shen Cangsheng would not truly resort to violence. At the entrance of the hall, Shen Lan peeked inside. Noticing her, Shen Cangsheng smiled and beckoned, "Come in. Your Highness, you are not permitted to enter the Chaotian Hall." Especially during court sessions, Shen Wudi admonished. Glancing at Shen Wudi, Shen Lan retorted, "If my elder brother has permitted it, how could you possibly deny me?" Upon hearing this, Shen Lan dashed inside and leaped into Shen Cangsheng's embrace. "Brother, I have missed you so much." 5 years had passed since Shen Cangsheng's departure, and during that time, the young girl had blossomed. He affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, "Little sister has grown up." Shen Lan then spotted the fallen Shen Cangsheng and squatted beside him, giggling. "Oh, who is this? Why is his face so swollen?" Shen Cangsheng, hearing her words, could only remain speechless. "If it weren't for you, would I be in this state?" He huffed. "This is what happens when you harbor ill intentions." Shen Lan playfully kicked Shen Cangsheng a couple of times, causing him to yelp in pain. Shen Cangsheng turned to Shen Cangsheng and asked, "Do you enjoy practicing martial arts?" Shen Cangsheng fervently nodded in agreement. Thus, Shen Cangsheng declared, "Then let us discuss the matters pertaining to the Southernly Fire domain." Upon hearing this, Shen Cangsheng bellowed, "Brother, I truly did not intend for that to happen. I was merely rescuing someone." It turned out that the senior sister from the Southernly Fire domain was not taken by Shen Cangsheng, but was rather saved by him. Upon realizing this, Shen Cangsheng delivered another kick. He addressed Wei Shizhong, saying, "Grandpa Zhang, please procure some martial arts texts from my palace for the third one. He shall not be allowed to venture outside until his abilities show significant improvement. Should he dare to step out, I shall break his legs." The familiar words resonated with Shen Cangsheng. They seemed to echo from somewhere in his memory, though he could not quite place them. Shen Lan, chuckling from the side, remarked, "Now, you and the second brother are alike." It was then that Shen Cangsheng understood the source of that familiarity. He feared that he might never again be allowed to step outside. What happened to the promise of galloping through the rivers and lakes? Before I could even ride. It vanished. The Eastern Palace. Although Shen Cangsheng had not returned for 5 years, it remained immaculate, meticulously maintained every day, just as it had been 5 years prior. The only thing that had changed was the passage of time. Shen Cangsheng was no longer a youth. "Brother, you have not returned for 5 years." Shen Lan clung to Shen Cangsheng's arm, seemingly unwilling to let go for even a moment. Trailing behind them was Wei Shizhong. Despite being a close minister to the emperor, constantly at his service, Wei Shizhong preferred to gravitate towards Shen Cangsheng. As a close aide, his opportunities for martial training were scant, and he was forbidden from leaving the palace. The martial arts concealed within Shen Cangsheng's Eastern Palace may not have been as extensive as those in the royal library, yet they were undoubtedly more extraordinary. The techniques Wei Shizhong practiced were personally acquired by Shen Cangsheng from outside sources over a decade ago. As for Li Fenxian, he had departed alongside Nandong Tian to carry out Shen Cangsheng's orders, executing the disciples of the supreme sect with extreme severity. Accompanying Li Fenxian was a young boy, his face alight with admiration and yearning. This boy was none other than Li Fenxian's younger brother, Li Qianjie. Nandong Tian, after a prolonged silence, finally spoke. He had never anticipated that a seemingly ordinary child he encountered outside would align so perfectly with their non-Li fire domain's martial arts, and to his astonishment, he was the younger brother of the formidable Li Fenxian, the master of the great Shukai heavenly soldiers. Everyone in the martial world knew of Li Fenxian. A figure of immense strength commanding over 1,000,000 heavenly soldiers, a premier expert under Prince Shen Cangsheng, truly a remarkable individual. It was unexpected that such an esteemed figure's brother had come to their non-Li fire domain. Lord Zhukai, I kindly ask you to take good care of Qianjie in the future, Li Fenxian said with a clasped fist. Nandong Tian promptly returned the gesture, assuring, Qianjie's talent is exceptionally suited to our fire domain's martial arts. He will be nurtured with the utmost standards, rest assured, Lord Zhukai. Li Qianjie pouted and declared, Brother, even the prince has said that my talent far surpasses yours, so do not worry about me. When I grow up, you might have to make way for me. Li Qianjie certainly possessed ambition, with aspirations to surpass his elder brother. Li Fenxian chuckled, Very well. I shall await the day you attempt to surpass me. Nandong Tian interjected. Lord Zhukai, will our actions against the Supreme Sect's direct disciples provoke any retaliation? Although he was aware of Shen Cangsheng's formidable reputation, over a decade had passed. Who could say if Zhang Taiji had taken that final step? If he had indeed advanced, could the invincible Prince Shen Cangsheng still contend with Zhang Taiji? It was uncertain. Li Fenxian sneered, If he seeks trouble, let him come. I hold little regard for the sects of the martial world, nor do I harbor significant animosity towards them. It is simple. If you seek conflict, the Zhukai blade is ready to meet you. However, if it were that individual, he would likely wield a knife and directly assault the Taishan Gate. This is precisely why Shen Cangsheng allowed him to accompany the leader of the 4 celestial soldiers, Li Huangxian. The master of the vermilion bird is devoid of hatred and can be regarded as a true general. However, the other 3 are quite another matter. Bai Mashing, the master of the white tiger, is inherently bloodthirsty. In the past, he slaughtered numerous disciples of the 8 sects, nearly being besieged and annihilated by them. Subsequently, Bai Mashing entered a state of recuperation. Yet, his constitution is unlike that of ordinary humans. The more severe the injury, the greater his enhancement upon recovery. Bai Mashing exists solely for the purpose of carnage. As for the other 2, it is better left unsaid. Each one is a lunatic. In this light, Li Huangxian can still be considered relatively normal. Of course, under ordinary circumstances, if Li Huangxian were indeed normal, he would not have committed the act of incinerating an entire city. None of the 4 leaders can be deemed normal. It must be acknowledged that if they were all normal, they likely would not hold the position of the 4 leaders. At the execution platform, situated not far from the East Palace's grand entrance, this was not originally intended to be an execution site, but rather served as an occasional stage. For elevated platforms named after the 4 celestial soldiers, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, Azure Dragon, and Black Tortoise. Initially, these were command platforms used by Shen Cangsheng during his campaigns. Yet at this moment, they are repurposed as execution platforms. Given the esteemed status of the Taishan Gate's direct disciples, it hardly constitutes a disgrace to them. Years ago, Shen Cangsheng embarked on his war journey from these very platforms. Here, the reigning empress, Shen Cangsheng's mother, adorned him in battle garb, placed upon his head a crown of purple gold, and draped him in the robe of the Yinglong. He departed, stirring the tumult of the martial world, compelling the millennia-old realm to bow in submission. It can be said that these 4 elevated platforms hold distinct significance for warfare and the people of the martial realm. Perhaps it is a source of shame. However, for Prince Shen Cangsheng, it marks the inception of everything. Li Huangxian serves as the master of the vermilion bird. Thus, the execution takes place upon the vermilion bird platform. Upon the fiery high platform, a phoenix is intricately carved on the side, as if its flames could incinerate the heavens themselves. 5 individuals kneel upon the vermilion bird platform, weeping and crying out. They are merely in their 20s. When have they ever witnessed such a scene? Below them stands over 1,000,000 grand vermilion bird celestial soldiers, clad in fiery battle attire, with banners of the soaring phoenix that seem to obscure the very sun. This sight instills fear and trepidation within them. Do not kill me. I am a direct disciple of the Taishan Gate's master. Su Kuan continues to plead. Yet, it is in vain. Li Huangxian has already landed upon the platform. Soaring directly to the vermilion bird stage. Casually seizing a blade, he inquires, His Highness has decreed that you shall be executed by slicing. Are you prepared? Su Kuan, in tears, gazes at Li Huangxian. No, please. Just as Li Huangxian's blade is about to descend upon them, a thunderous shout echoes. Wait. In the void. The symbol of the yin-yang fish emerges spontaneously. It appears as though within the yin-yang fish lies boundless martial arts, captivating all who behold it. Meanwhile, within the East Palace, a dragon's roar resonated, seemingly infused with the cries of birds, transforming into a radiant light that shattered the entire yin-yang fish diagram. With a resounding pop, the diagram fragmented into pieces. Not far away, a middle-aged man clad in a yin-yang robe suddenly coughed up blood. Zhang Taiji, are you seeking death? Though Shen Cangsheng did not reveal himself, his voice echoed as if it could penetrate the very heavens. The man in the yin-yang robe was none other than Zhang Taiji, the leader of the Taishang sect. In the blink of an eye, an individual appeared before Zhang Taiji. Zhang Taiji, it has been over a decade. Yet you remain as feeble as ever. Blood spilled from Zhang Taiji's lips. Who was he? The leader of the Taishang sect, one of the 8 major sects, with a lineage spanning a millennium. A prominent figure within the martial world, Zhang Taiji had narrowly escaped death after a battle with a young adversary. The reason for his survival was a matter unspoken, for revealing it would tarnish his esteemed reputation. From that moment on, Zhang Taiji dedicated himself to arduous training, not only abandoning his former martial prowess, but also setting his sights on one of the supreme martial arts of the Taishang sect, the Taiji Two Instruments technique. His ascension to the position of leader demonstrated his exceptional aptitude, and he did not disappoint expectations. His cultivation progressed at an astonishing rate. Yet, the moment he entered the realm of divine abilities, the agony of inscribing the Taiji Two Instruments technique upon his very bones was a pain he would never forget. This technique stood as the pinnacle of the Taishang sect's martial arts, and the stronger the martial art, the more excruciating the inscription process. Zhang Taiji endured it all. For over a decade, the memory of that moment lingered in his mind. However, feeling inferior to others was a humiliation that weighed heavily on the weak. Now, Zhang Taiji had forged a martial body, the Two Instruments body, one of the supreme forms described in the ancient texts of the Taishang sect. With his newfound mastery, Zhang Taiji yearned for vengeance. The yin-yang fish emerged, casting a shadow over the skies as if it were the sole image in existence. Zhang Taiji felt a surge of satisfaction, confident in his newfound strength stronger than ever before. He could sense the formidable power of the yin-yang fish. Those who dared to oppose him would meet their demise. Upon the vermilion bird platform, an executioner wielded a blade, a figure unfamiliar to Zhang Taiji as he prepared to strike. He wished for Shen Cangsheng to understand that he, Zhang Taiji, was no longer the man he once was. Thus, the yin-yang manifested, the yin-yang fish traversing the void. The essence of yin and yang permeated the atmosphere. This was the terrifying aspect of the Two Instruments body. In the realm of existence, only the dual energies of yin and yang prevailed. Daylight signifying yang and nightfall representing yin. The male symbolized yang, while the female embodied yin. The essence of yin and yang was omnipresent and eternal. One could assert that yin and yang were the very essence of Zhang Taiji's strength, an inexhaustible reservoir. Yet, just as Zhang Taiji prepared to unleash his formidable prowess, within the Eastern Palace, a dragon's roar, accompanied by the cries of birds, surged directly into Zhang Taiji's dantian. Like cold water splashed onto a seething cauldron of oil, it instantly boiled over. Zhang Taiji could not contain himself, and before he could fully manifest the yin-yang fish, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The yin-yang fish suspended in midair immediately dimmed. A figure suddenly appeared before Zhang Taiji, gazing at the newcomer. Zhang noted that the visage remained unchanged from years past, having merely transitioned from youth to maturity, now exuding a greater charm and sophistication. Yet, as he beheld the individual, the humiliation of bygone days surged back to the forefront of his mind. Shen Cangsheng. A wave of hatred coursed through Zhang Taiji. Once the esteemed leader of the Taishang sect, he had knelt before a mere boy in a desperate bid for survival. In the aftermath, Zhang had consoled himself with the thought that the other was a prince while he was but a commoner. It was fitting that he should kneel. Shen Cangsheng, unperturbed, regarded Zhang Taiji and remarked, Master Zhang, are we to witness a reenactment of a dramatic execution today? In an instant, Zhang spat out a mouthful of blood, his face paling to a shade of iron. Was he truly capable of bearing such an outrageous accusation? Despite the truth of it, he gritted his teeth, enduring the humiliations, and pleaded, Dong Wang, They are merely children. Might you spare their lives? Approaching the threshold of 30, Shen Cangsheng was on the cusp of transitioning to a new generation. While the younger cohort was poised to rise, Shen Cangsheng, having a younger counterpart, was still considered part of the youthful generation. Yet, in royal circles, age held different connotations. The eldest, Shen Cangsheng, was nearing 30, while his youngest sibling had only just turned 9. In the world of martial arts, 30 marked a critical juncture, beyond which one was no longer deemed youthful. After all, those of exceptional talent could ascend to the realm of divine powers and be regarded as leaders of the sect. Zhang Taiji, cognizant of this distinction, articulated his plea. Shen Cangsheng, fully aware of Zhang's implications, chuckled, "Master Zhang, your disciple incited the Mad King to usurp the Crown Prince's position. How should such a transgression be adjudicated?" Upon hearing Shen's words, Zhang Taiji's expression shifted dramatically. Unbeknownst to him, his disciple had engaged in such reckless behavior. Had he known, he would have never permitted them to venture into the capital. Shen Cangsheng was a formidable figure, having entered the realm of divine powers over a decade prior. A teenage prodigy in that realm, such a phenomenon was unheard of, especially within the Taishang sect. Yet, the most daunting aspect was not merely his realm, but his combat prowess. Shen Cangsheng had single-handedly confronted numerous divine powers without faltering, even vanquishing several of them. Years had elapsed, and Zhang Taiji harbored no illusions about Shen's progress. However, the Zhang Taiji of today was not the same as the one from years past. He had forged the Tui body. Dong Wang, Zhang Taiji of the Taishang sect seeks to experience your esteemed techniques, Zhang Taiji declared. Shen Cangsheng extended his hand and replied, "Please, proceed." Seeing Shen Cangsheng accept his challenge, Zhang Taiji felt a wave of relief wash over him. Should he emerge victorious, then Su Kuan would be spared. However, should he falter, the fate of Su Kuan and his companions would be sealed. Zhang Taiji's expression grew grave. After all, Shen Cangsheng had consolidated his martial body over a decade ago. He dared not be careless. Even though he had formed one of the supreme bodies of the Taishang sect, he remained vigilant. Suddenly, the yin-yang fish diagram rose behind Zhang Taiji, absorbing the dual energies of heaven and earth, thereby solidifying the supreme two-element body. At that moment, Zhang Taiji's form was suffused with the colors of yin and yang. This was indeed the two-element body. As long as the dual energies existed, Zhang Taiji's power would remain inexhaustible. Such was the terrifying nature of the two-element body. No matter how the battle unfolded, I would never face depletion. I shall outlast you. Seeing this, Shen Cangsheng smiled faintly, remarking, "It seems you have not idled away the years." Clearly, Shen Cangsheng understood the significance of the situation. Zhang Taiji grinned with satisfaction, attributing his success to Dong Huang. A palm transformed into the yin-yang fish, descending with the might of the heavens. Shen Cangsheng's robes were pressed down by the force. Suddenly, golden flames erupted from Shen Cangsheng, interspersed with a hint of white. It appeared as though he was being consumed by an intense heat, his form distorting in the process. He declared, "I have yet to witness the Taishang sect's yin-yang fish. Let us see if I can turn it into grilled fish." A magnificent golden sunwheel manifested behind Shen Cangsheng. This was not merely his martial body, but rather a manifestation of his martial arts, the great sunwheel. Upon the golden wheel, a golden dragon coiled, its tail grasped in its jaws, while the outer rim bore the dragon's reverse scales, resembling serrated teeth, yet far more formidable. Numerous reverse scales adorned the wheel, suggesting that all things in existence could be cleaved by it. With a gesture, Shen Cangsheng summoned the great sun wheel to encircle him, directing it toward the yin-yang fish. Zhang Taiji maneuvered the yin-yang fish diagram, leading it to collide with the golden wheel. Crack! Snap! As the golden sun wheel made contact with the yin-yang fish, it radiated like a sun, warping the surrounding void. The black and white colors of the yin-yang fish appeared capable of absorbing all things for their own use, exuding an uncanny mystery. As the yin-yang fish revolved, its black and white hues transformed into long weapons, aiming to shatter the golden sun wheel. Shen Cangsheng lightly waved his hand, and the speed of the golden sun will surge dramatically. In the distance, the resonant roar of a dragon echoed from within the wheel. The golden dragon, its tail clenched in its jaws, suddenly opened its eyes, seemingly animated. The dragon's roar intensified. Within the phantoms, a golden dragon emerged, tearing at the yin-yang fish. One was a golden dragon, the other, the dual fish. The fish could morph into a dragon, yet a dragon remains a dragon. The two black and white fish were swallowed whole by the golden dragon, disappearing without a trace. Simultaneously, the golden sun wheel collided with the yin-yang fish. At that moment, Zhang Taiji's complexion flushed crimson, pouring all his strength into the clash. Especially haunted by memories of events from over a decade ago, Zhang Taiji seethed with fury. The black and white colors suddenly blazed brilliantly, uprooting the stone slabs beneath and stirring the winds and clouds. Shen Cangsheng remained unfazed, as if the swirling winds and clouds around him were of little consequence. With a subtle parting of his lips, he uttered a single word, "Go." This utterance resonated like a thunderclap, cleaving through the very fabric of reality, akin to serrated edges slicing through steel. The sound was jarring, accompanied by a shower of sparks. At a certain critical juncture, the intricate design formed by the yin and yang fish appeared to be ripped apart, as if a massive canvas had been torn asunder. With a resounding boom, the golden sun will emerged unscathed from the rift in the yin and yang fish, hurtling towards Zhang Taiji in the blink of an eye. Shen Cangsheng waved his sleeve, halting the sun wheel mere inches from Zhang Taiji's presence, where it spun languidly in midair. Zhang Taiji, wide-eyed, could feel the intense heat emanating from the sun wheel, realizing that had Shen Cangsheng hesitated but a moment longer, he would have been pierced through. A bead of sweat trickled down Zhang Taiji's brow. Before he could fully relax, the golden dragon entwined within the sun will suddenly unfurled its tail, delivering a tremendous blow to Zhang Taiji. With a thunderous crash, Zhang Taiji was sent sliding across the ground, the stone slabs beneath him cracking under the pressure of his body. Coming to a halt, he found his face flushed, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood from escaping. Gazing across the distance, he saw Shen Cangsheng casually dismiss the golden sun wheel with a mere flick of his finger, as if all that had transpired was a fleeting gesture. A flicker of resentment crossed Zhang Taiji's eyes. For years, he had toiled to reclaim his honor, yet in the end, he had been unable to even compel Shen Cangsheng to reveal his martial prowess. His own Tuyin body, one of the supreme bodies of the Taishang sect, had been vanquished in an instant. Shen Cangsheng's voice pierced through Zhang Taiji's thoughts. "Zhang Sect Master, you have lost." Zhang Taiji's expression darkened. Yes, he had lost. He lost years ago, and today he faced defeat once more. Suddenly, a look of terror gripped his features as he turned to Shen Cangsheng. At that moment, he was no longer concerned for the life or death of his disciple. The fact that his apprentice had dared to incite a prince to seize the throne was a crime that warranted death, even if he triumphed. The royal family would ensure his disciple's demise. It was merely a matter of probability. Now, Zhang Taiji's primary concern was Shen Cangsheng's cultivation level. In a hoarse voice, he inquired, "Have you reached that stage?" The divine ability realm, where one could condense their martial body into various manifestations, was a pinnacle of power. Zhang Taiji's Tuyin body was capable of materializing the yin and yang fish to aid him in battle. Such an occurrence was nothing short of miraculous, earning the title of the supreme being among mortals. Yet, even the supreme had their strengths and weaknesses. Zhang Taiji, a practitioner of the divine ability realm, had condensed one of the supreme bodies of the Taishang sect. What truly constituted a supreme body? What did it mean to possess an unparalleled form? The formidable embodiment of martial prowess. Yet, even so, he was effortlessly dispatched by a single move from Shen Cangsheng. However, Shen Cangsheng did not even reveal his martial physique, thereby demonstrating that he surpassed Zhang Taiji by an unfathomable margin. A subtle smile graced Shen Cangsheng's lips as he playfully twirled his fingers. "What do you think?" Upon witnessing Shen Cangsheng's demeanor, Zhang Taiji felt the world dim around him. Could it truly be real? Regardless of its veracity, Shen Cangsheng's might had escalated to an astonishing level. Initially, Zhang Taiji believed he could. Alas, it was merely his own wishful thinking. With great effort, Zhang Taiji rose and offered a respectful bow to Shen Cangsheng. He had no intention of offending the Eastern Emperor and sought forgiveness. The title of Eastern Emperor is synonymous with the ruler of the Eastern Palace, which governs the martial world. Zhang Taiji's willingness to acknowledge Shen Cangsheng as the Eastern Emperor reveals that, even after a decade, Shen Cangsheng remained a formidable figure. The renown of youth seldom endures for over a decade, especially in the martial realm, where new talents emerge each year. Generations of the young replace the old, particularly after so many years. Hence, Zhang Taiji had largely forgotten the events of a decade prior. Otherwise, he would not have sought to erase his disgrace. If his reputation endured, who would dare seek redemption? When commanded to kneel, one must comply. Since the establishment of the Eastern Palace, Shen Cangsheng had only engaged in that singular battle over a decade ago. Consequently, in the years that followed, some within the martial world had even forgotten the existence of the Eastern Palace looming above them. This also explained why the Southern Fire Domain, upon encountering the Mad King, felt only helplessness, not the presence of the Eastern Palace. Shen Cangsheng nodded in acknowledgement. The legendary Li Huanxian, out of respect for the leader of Zhang's sect, executed a swift strike. Su Kuan and the others, witnessing their leader's display of power, believed they might be rescued, yet were met with a swift defeat instead. The image of their invincible leader shattered in an instant, causing them all to faint from fright. Li Huanxian chuckled, remarking, having slain so many, I've yet to encounter someone who faints. Zhang Taiji felt a flush of embarrassment upon hearing this. Not far away, Wei Shizhong observed the Mad King Shen Cangsheng and remarked, My lord, did you see? That man, the leader of the Taishan sect, one of the 8 sects of the martial world, could not withstand a single strike from your elder brother. Shen Cangsheng gazed at his elder brother, astonished. Could it be that his elder brother was this powerful? Wei Shizhong continued, The young prince has given us instructions that we dare not ignore. Upon hearing Wei Shizhong's words, Shen Cangsheng's face twitched. If he dared to venture out, his legs would be broken. Shen Cangsheng discreetly inquired of Wei Shizhong, Is it possible that the second brother refrains from going out for that reason? Shenlan interjected with a chuckle, The second brother has already had his legs broken twice. In that moment, Shen Cangsheng felt as though his life had become shrouded in darkness. Time flows like water, and the years weave swiftly by. In the blink of an eye, it was already the 12th month of the mortal realm. Snowflakes began to gently drift from the sky. In the Eastern Palace, Shen Cangsheng donned a fur coat, although his current prowess rendered him impervious to the cold. However, this fur coat was meticulously crafted by the Empress herself for him. Shen Cangsheng cherished it dearly. Each time he embarked on a campaign, he was oblivious to how long he would be away, and he often questioned whether he would return at all. No matter how formidable one might be, in the face of millions upon millions of troops, their strength would seem trivial. The torrent of an army could annihilate even the most powerful of warriors. Those who roam the martial world pursue unparalleled personal strength. Yet Shen Cangsheng understood that should they be dispatched to the battlefield, these so-called strong ones would be but a mere shadow of their former selves. As December commenced, Shen Cangsheng found himself incessantly coughing. Others presumed he was merely afflicted by a cold, hence his heavy attire. Yet, some were privy to the true cause. As December waned, he would turn 30. After a prolonged bout of coughing, a stain of blood appeared upon his handkerchief, glimmering with a hint of gold, dazzling. Shen Cangsheng's complexion paled. Faintly, a sound akin to a dragon's roar and a bird's chirp resonated from within him. Though subtle, it was undeniably present. At that moment, Siqi approached, offering a respectful bow. Your Highness, the Empress requests your presence in the Yangxin Palace, she announced. The Yangxin Palace was the residence of the Empress. Shen Cangsheng swallowed hard and replied, Very well. His voice was still hoarse, reminiscent of a rusty sword being sharpened. Siqi, observing Shen Cangsheng's pallid visage, bit her lip and remarked, Your Highness, have you coughed up blood again? Her gaze had evidently caught sight of the bloodied handkerchief he held. This was not the first occurrence. It had happened numerous times. Shen Cangsheng smiled faintly and reassured her, It's nothing to be concerned about. In the Yangxin Palace, the mighty Shen Wudi, alongside the Empress Su Xinyang, awaited him, accompanied by Shenlan. The crown prince will be turning 30 after the new year. Shen Wudi's expression was heavy with worry as he sighed helplessly. The Empress, too, bore a countenance filled with concern, pondering whether her son would endure. Shenlan, at the tender age of 17, remained blissfully unaware of the depths of his parents' fears and proclaimed proudly, Elder brother is so formidable, what could possibly challenge him? Su Xinyang gently ruffled Shenlan's hair, hoping aloud, May your elder brother prevail. Meanwhile, in the west, merely a stone's throw from the western territories, there stood a mountain known as Ling Mountain. Atop this mountain lay a temple of remarkable grandeur, its azure walls and golden tiles, with incense wafting through the air and the sound of Zen echoing, was none other than the great Thunder Sound Temple. The gilded characters above the entrance loomed large, resembling a living Buddha. Inside the great hero hall, not a single pilgrim was present. On either side of the hall, 9 individuals sat cross-legged upon meditation cushions, 5 on one side and 4 on the other, with one cushion left unoccupied, while the Buddha remained ever the same. These 9 were also embodiments of the divine. The great Thunder Sound Temple possessed 10 supreme scriptures. Those who grasped even one of these and entered the realm of supernatural powers would be considered a living Buddha. The world is only aware that there are 9 living Buddhas in the great Thunder Sound Temple. However, this is a misconception. In truth, there are 10 living Buddhas within the temple. The additional one has comprehended the most challenging scripture of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, the Mahaparinirvana Sutra, also known as the Buddha of Sun and Moon, or simply the Sun-Moon Buddha. At this moment, the missing living Buddha is indeed the Sun-Moon Buddha. Time is of the essence, a portly monk among the Buddhas spoke. The trials faced by the Sun-Moon Buddha are beyond comprehension, another Buddha remarked. To the left, one of the Buddhas interjected, the Sun-Moon Buddha possesses immense power and holds the Mahaparinirvana Sutra. I believe he can overcome the first challenge. The Diamond Buddha, with a countenance that mirrored the fierce gaze of a diamond, instilled a sense of trepidation in the heavens and the earth. I concur with Brother Diamond's perspective. His tone resonated with the ferocity of a tiger's roar. This is the Buddha who subdues tigers. Excellent, excellent. This is the Buddha of fulfillment. Fear not, for I shall instruct my disciples to deliver divine medicine to the Sun-Moon Buddha. A fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs wafted through, revealing the presence of the medicine Buddha. In the imperial palace of the Great Xia dynasty, a maid announced, Your Highness, the crown prince has arrived. Shen Cangsheng entered the Yangxing Palace, where he paid his respects to Shen Wudi and Su Xinyang. Shen Wudi cautioned, You must exercise caution this month. Refrain from engaging in combat as much as possible. Su Xinyang gazed at Shen Cangsheng with concern. Shen Cangsheng, with a pale visage, smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, father and mother, I have already sent word. Lord Qi Long will soon arrive in Jingdu. With him and Lord Shke present, everything will be fine. Shen Wudi nodded. Let Wei Shizhong join as well. The Duke of Yu will be arriving in the coming days. After all, you must accompany him. Shen Cangsheng acknowledged with a nod. Shen Cangsheng was born in December. When he was merely 2 years old, the borders of the Great Xia dynasty were still engulfed in turmoil. Shen Wudi led the charge into battle, accompanied by the Empress Su Xinyang, and naturally, young Shen Cangsheng accompanied them as well. During an enemy ambush, Shen Cangsheng fell into their hands. At that time, two of the most renowned generals of the Great Xia dynasty, without any companions, plunged into the fray to rescue him. One was named Yu Wumu, and the other, Bai Shashan. In the course of rescuing Shen Cangsheng, Bai Shashan sustained grave injuries and succumbed upon their return to Jingdu. Every December, Shen Cangsheng pays homage to Bai Shashan, and similarly, Yu Wumu joins him in remembrance. Later, he learned from Gaguzi that Bai Shashan was also one of his disciples, practicing the same technique as LV Wenho, the method of subduing heavenly spirits. Bai Shashan, however, surpassed LV Wenho by a considerable margin. Bai Shashan could navigate through 1,000,000 soldiers at will, with countless lives claimed by his hand. Indeed, Shen Cangsheng mused, the surname Bai must be synonymous with slaughter. In the previous generation, there was Bai Shashan. In this generation, there is Bai Mashing. Of course, the two bore no relation. The memorial day for Uncle Bai approaches. On the 12th of December, naturally, Shen Cangsheng remembers. Without the presence of the white killing god, it is likely that Shen Cangsheng would have perished at the tender age of 2. 28 years have elapsed. In Shen Cangsheng's eyes, another flame flickers. The 7 techniques of Ghost Valley. One technique for every day and night. The secret art of the ghostly deities, when cultivated to its zenith, resembles that of a ghostly spirit. But do ghosts truly perish? No one knows. The following day, on the 12th of December, Shen Cangsheng donned a fur coat, patiently awaiting outside the palace, accompanied by the duo Si Qi and Si Hua. Suddenly, a magnificent red steed appeared before them. The rider dismounted. Greetings, Your Highness. Shen Cangsheng promptly stepped forward to assist the newcomer. Uncle Yu, it is good to see you. The visitor was none other than the esteemed Yu Wumu, now the Duke of Yu. He laughed heartily. It has been many years. Indeed, it had been a long time since their last encounter, when Shen Cangsheng was still a mere youth. Time is truly a relentless force. Years ago, when the Duke of Yu first met Shen Cangsheng, the latter was preparing to embark on a journey through the martial world. In those days, Shen Cangsheng was youthful and zealous, eager to reform the chaotic realm of Jianghu. The Jianghu has been a source of vexation for countless dynasties over the millennia. It disregards the decrees of the court, and in some regions, the local sects wield more influence than the government, rendering the laws of the court ineffective. Yet, the court cannot deploy its armies to suppress them. The people of Jianghu pride themselves on wielding their swords and acting with chivalry, believing that a single sword can take a life, leaving no trace behind. This is the spirit of the Jianghu youth. But where do the laws of the court stand? Most practitioners of Jianghu, particularly the sects, do not adhere to the court's laws. At that time, Duke Yu was preparing to return to his post. With a gentle smile, he wished the prince success in commanding the Jianghu. However, Duke Yu held little faith in Shen Cangsheng's endeavors. The Jianghu is fraught with challenges. Not long after, a great upheaval swept through the Jianghu. Those who established sects were required to report to the court or face charges of treason. The once mighty 8 sects witnessed the downfall of 3 of their leaders, compelling many sects to pay taxes to the court. The Eastern Palace emerged as a formidable authority. Should any grievances arise within Jianghu that necessitated a life-and-death confrontation, local officials from the Eastern Palace must be present. Otherwise, one would be imprisoned for murder. The Eastern Palace swept across the entire Jianghu, with the 8 sects being no exception. During that tumultuous time, Duke Yu, stationed far in the eastern lands, gazed upon the vast rivers and mountains of Jianghu, reflecting on its state. Above the Jianghu stood an individual, an envoy of the court, destined to be the future sovereign of this immense realm. Duke Yu understood that to bring the people of Jianghu to their knees, mere leniency would not suffice. They must feel pain to comply. It is akin to warfare. Only through suffering do they learn obedience. No one knows the true number of Jianghu sect members that Shen Cangsheng vanquished in those early days. At last, the celestial warriors of the 4 symbols descended, pacifying the chaos that had engulfed the martial world. For centuries, only one individual has stirred the entire realm, and that is Shen Cangsheng. In the city of Jindu, 300 miles to the east, lies a mountain now known as the White Tomb. The original name of this mountain has long been forgotten, and the locals refer to it simply as White Mountain. Within this mountain, there exists a grand tomb, the resting place of a prince from the great Xia dynasty. This prince, during the turmoil 30 years ago, vanquished countless foes, single-handedly capable of subduing 1,000,000 troops. Legends speak of this prince who once infiltrated the enemy's ranks, claiming the heads of adversaries amidst hundreds of thousands. It is said that his very essence could summon thunder from the heavens, ensuring that no malevolent force could endure in this world. Furthermore, it is rumored that the toll of his battles could pile up a mountain, causing even spirits to tremble at his presence. This prince is known as the White God of Slaughter. True to his name, he was indeed a harbinger of death. The White Mountain, as the legend goes, is the accumulation of those he has slain. Of course, this remains mere legend. Yet, it is evident how resplendent this prince's life was. Whether referred to as White Mountain or White Tomb, countless celestial warriors of the great vermilion bird now stand guard here. 3 days prior, the mountain was sealed off, restricting entry to all. On this day, the 12th of December, 2 horses slowly approached the foot of the mountain. Li Fuxian had long awaited their arrival. Upon seeing them, he promptly dismounted. "I pay my respects, your highness, and lord Yu." Shen Cangsheng waved his sleeve, gently assisting Li Fuxian to his feet. Lord Yu's gaze fell upon Li Fuxian as he laughed heartily. "Li Fuxian, master of the vermilion bird, your reputation precedes you." Li Fuxian hurriedly replied, "I am unworthy." Lord Yu continued to praise, "In your generation, I truly envy you, for you possess great talent." Shen Cangsheng smiled and responded, "I yearn even more for the era of Uncle Yu. Talent emerges with each generation. This era boasts the masters of the 4 symbols, manifesting in grandeur and subduing all realms. Moreover, there is Prince Shen Cangsheng, undefeated in battle. In the previous generation, Lord Yu, Lord Bai, and the other princes, with the 9 lords reigning supreme, alongside the current sovereign, brought an end to the chaos of that time. It was indeed a magnificent era. Now, 30 years later, the great Xia dynasty still shines brightly. Although Lord Yu no longer commands troops, upon hearing Shen Cangsheng's words, he chuckled heartily. "We are all growing old." Shen Cangsheng replied, "Not at all." However, suddenly, his complexion paled, and he coughed several times. Cough, cough. He hastily covered his mouth with a handkerchief. Taking a deep breath, his pallor gradually improved, though the handkerchief bore traces of blood. Lord Yu, aware of Shen Cangsheng's health, sighed deeply. "Alas, why must you put yourself through this?" Shen Cangsheng forced a bitter smile. "Uncle Yu, are you unaware of the perils that lurk in the martial world? Just as you did in your time. The world of martial arts remains disunited. Should events from those days repeat, our generation lacks the might of your 9 kings." A glint of ferocity flickered in Shen Cangsheng's eyes as he declared, "If we do not send them to the path of the underworld, my heart shall remain unsettled." Lord Yu dismounted, saying, "Let us go and see old Bai." Shen Cangsheng handed the reins to Li Fuxian. "It has been quite a while since I last saw Uncle Bai. The last time was 5 years ago. Atop Bai Mountain, a stone grave came into view. A towering stele, 3 zhang high, bore the inscription, Tomb of the God of Slaughter, Lord Bai. Bai, known by the title of God of Slaughter. Before the grand tomb, Shen Cangsheng sat in meditation, a flask of aged wine beside him. Uncle Bai, if you were still here, I wonder how many souls would have perished beneath your blade. Shen Cangsheng's tone held a semblance of jest, yet it was clear that the great Xia needed a god of slaughter. Only those who have faced the battlefield understand that sometimes a general undefeated in 100 battles holds less significance than that of a true slayer. Why do enemy soldiers tremble at the mere mention of Bai Mashen's name? It is simply because Bai Mashen never took prisoners. Even those who surrendered met their demise. Li Fenxian once incinerated a city, yet he had not reached the level of Bai Mashen, whereby the god of slaughter still alive. Merely a whisper of his name would send shivers down the spines of the martial generals from the nations that once warred against Great Xia. In the northern territories lies a vast pit, known as the mass grave, spanning 100 miles devoid of life. This pit was the very site where the god of slaughter buried 600,000 enemy soldiers alive. On that fateful day, blood rain fell from the heavens, and the god of slaughter was struck by divine lightning thrice, wounding the heavens themselves. It was a feat beyond mortal comprehension. The heavens unleashed divine retribution, forcibly lowering the god of slaughter's realm by 3 levels, a testament to his actions. The heavens could not tolerate his existence. Standing before the mass grave, the god of slaughter proclaimed, "In this life, you and I are foes. I shall slay you, and on the road to the underworld, I remain unmatched. May you walk well." With a single command, 600,000 troops were buried alive. Thus, the turmoil of the Great Xia dynasty finally subsided. However, on the journey home, they unexpectedly encountered the enemy's final counterattack, leading to Shen Cangsheng's abduction. Lord Yu and the god of slaughter bravely rescued the crown prince, but upon their return, the god of slaughter succumbed to his grievous wounds, posthumously named Lord Bai, the god of slaughter, signifying his unparalleled dominance over the era. From that day forth, the god of slaughter rests in eternal slumber. Before the tomb, Shen Cangsheng and Lord Yu each raised a cup, drinking in honor of the god of slaughter. Old Bai, Lord Yu reminisced, "I never imagined you would be the first to depart. Among the 9 kings, your killing intent was the strongest. I even believe that heaven itself feared to claim you." The absence of one among the 9 kings weighed heavily on Lord Yu, who had grown up alongside his closest friend, sharing countless experiences, from military service to leadership. So many memories that Lord Yu struggled to recall them all. 30 years have passed, almost forgotten. Shen Cangsheng gazed at the grand inscription on the steel, stood up, and gently caressed it. "Uncle Bai, I have almost forgotten what you look like." Back then, Shen Cangsheng was merely 2 years old. Now, Shen Cangsheng is 29. "Uncle Bai, did you know? Among my ranks, there exists one who can be compared to you. He shares your surname, Bai." Shen Cangsheng chuckled and continued. "Is it true that all of you with the surname Bai are gods of death?" Lord Yu, standing nearby, chuckled softly. "I am eager to witness the grandeur of Uncle Bai in his prime. To bury alive 600,000 people, such an act is deemed monstrous by others. Yet, for Shen Cangsheng, the actions of the god of death Bai are unparalleled in this world. Indeed, unparalleled. For millennia, none have matched this. Only the god of death Bai stands alone. Why do the great nations today refrain from encroaching upon the Great Xia dynasty? The shadow of the god of death Bai's act of burying 600,000 remains ever present in the minds of emperors. That was 600,000 living souls. While death on the battlefield is commonplace, to bury one alive is an entirely different matter. The terror from 30 years ago lingers still. Shen Cangsheng leaned against the gravestone, golden energies continuously flowing into him. His complexion gradually paled. Observing this, Lord Yu sighed, "Why must the crown prince be so affected? It is but a legend." Shen Cangsheng shook his head. "Let this be the last thing I do for Uncle Bai." The 7 techniques of Gigu, 1 technique for heaven and earth. Shen Cangsheng was aware of the 7 techniques, having nearly practiced them, yet none suited him. The requirements are excessively bizarre. At times, Shen Cangsheng felt that the 7 techniques were tailored for those with congenital abnormalities. For instance, 1 technique can only be practiced by those with innate intellectual challenges. If an ordinary person attempts it, they would undoubtedly fall into madness, their meridians severed and life lost. Is this normal martial arts? Clearly, it is not. Who would pursue martial arts with such congenital issues? Yet, in Gigu, such instances exist. However, the ghostly divine technique, also known as the Futa ghostly divine technique, which Lu Wenho currently practices, was also practiced by the god of death Bai. This martial art grows stronger with each life taken. In those days, the god of death Bai buried 600,000 alive. Not counting previous slaughters, that single act alone claimed 60,000 souls. According to the principles of the Futa ghostly divine technique, the more one kills, the stronger they become. To what extent was the god of death Bai's strength back then? Shen Cangsheng himself dared not to fathom. He suspected that the creator of this martial art had never envisioned the possibility of slaying 600,000. This was merely one instance of the god of death buy's carnage. Shen Cangsheng had heard his father recount that the god of death buy, over the course of his life, accounted for at least 3 million deaths, not including those who perished under the command of his armies. Under his own blade. At least 3 million. What does this signify? Shen Cangsheng believed that the god of death by had long since transcended the limits of the Futa ghostly divine technique. As for the martial arts practiced by Bai Mashing, they bear a remarkable resemblance to the Futan ghostly divine art. However, Shen Cangsheng perceives Bai Mashing's techniques to be even more formidable. Uncle Yu, did Bai Shu practice the Futan ghostly divine art in his time? Upon hearing Shen Cangsheng's inquiry, Prince Yu nodded. The late emperor granted him a strand of dragon qi, which enabled old Bai to cultivate the complete Futan ghostly divine art. Seated upon the ground, Shen Cangsheng pondered, I am aware that the Futan ghostly divine art states that the more one kills, the stronger one becomes. Yet, I fear that Bai Shu's tally of slain foes must have long surpassed the limits prescribed by the art. Just how powerful was Bai Shu in those days? Prince Yu shook his head. As for what transpired later, I cannot say. After rescuing you, old Bai succumbed to grievous injuries. Do you truly believe that after nearly 30 years, he could rise from the dead? Shen Cangsheng and Prince Yu exchanged bittersweet smiles and shook their heads. Within the mountain of Baishan lies a tomb, the final resting place of the god of slaughter. The tomb is devoid of superfluous items, containing only a blood-red halberd, a blood-red longsword, and a blood-red battle robe, rendering the entire chamber suffused with crimson hues. At its center lies a blood-red coffin, astonishingly left uncovered, within which rests a middle-aged man clad in scarlet garments. This man is none other than the god of slaughter himself. Over the years, his corpse shows no signs of decay. It appears as if he merely slumbers in this place, nourished by the sanguine aura surrounding him. Suddenly, within the tomb, golden flames transformed into slender golden dragons, merging into the body of the god of slaughter. The blood-red halberd above seemed to tremble slightly. At the foot of Baishan, Prince Yu declared that he would not return to the palace, as there were matters in the eastern territory that required his attention. Shen Cangsheng could only bid him farewell until another day. Meanwhile, within the imperial palace, Shen Wudi held a letter, his brow furrowed with concern. What trickery is afoot now? In the eastern palace, Si Qin inquired, when will his highness return? A man in a blue robe, displaying signs of impatience, replied. Si Qin, a maidservant, giggled. When did the usually unflappable Azure Dragon Lord become anxious? Clad in azure garments adorned with an embroidered azure dragon, this man is the Azure Dragon Lord, one of the 4 celestial generals. Oh, I never anticipated this turn of events among the myriad kingdoms, despite his reputation for remaining unperturbed amid a million troops. The Azure Dragon Lord's countenance genuinely shifted upon receiving this news. Si Qin reassured him, do not worry, my lord. His highness will return shortly. As she spoke, she poured him a cup of tea. Shen Wudi instructed Wei Shizhong, summon the crown prince to see me. Wei Shizhong promptly complied. In the study, a letter lay upon the desk, marked for the attention of the rulers of the 100 nations. Concurrently, across various realms, whether engaged in battle or at peace, all paused in their endeavors, and armies alongside their generals hastened back to the imperial capital. The textile factories of each nation commenced round-the-clock work to meet the urgent demands. A grand saga of 100 nations is about to commence. In ancient times, renowned generals left their legacies, and now great captains shall be enshrined. Thus it is declared, 100 nations shall crown their divine generals, totaling 24. Each shall command an army of 100,000, destined for deification upon the list. In the imperial study, Shen Cangsheng was ushered in by Wei Shizhong upon his arrival at the palace. Shen Cangsheng, adjusting his sleeves, inquired, Father, what transpired? If it were not of utmost importance, Shen Wudi would never have brought me here. The imperial study, a sanctum for deliberating state military affairs, has been the origin of countless imperial edicts. Now, with Shen Wudi leading Shen Cangsheng here, it must pertain to matters of great significance. Within Shen Cangsheng's eyes flickered a golden flame. As December commenced, his health seemed to deteriorate, turning his existence into a torment. Yet, he understood that immense suffering is often accompanied by profound rewards. Despite this, he had never voiced a complaint to his father or mother. Seated in his chair, Shen Wudi bore a hint of worry etched upon his brow. Shen Cangsheng took his seat, observing his father. After a brief pause, Shen Wudi sighed and asked, Crown Prince, do you know what this is? He lifted an envelope from the desk, extending it towards Shen Cangsheng. Curiosity piqued, Shen Cangsheng rose and accepted the envelope. Upon opening it, a smile unexpectedly graced his lips. Observing this, Shen Wudi remarked, somewhat irked, "How can you still find joy in this?" After reading, Shen Cangsheng grasped his father's concerns. There was no need for undue anxiety. The letter conveyed, "For the tranquility of the realm, the 100 nations shall hold a divine generals' battle, permitting each nation a maximum of 12 generals to partake, each capable of leading 100,000 heavenly soldiers. 3 years hence, the battle shall formally commence on the plains of peace. This conflict is established to ensure a decade of harmony. Should one engage in battle from this day forth, no hostilities may arise. For those who do not participate, their fates remain uncertain." In essence, the letter implied that those who joined the fray would be spared from conflict, while those who abstain would face dire consequences. Moreover, 3 years have been granted, an opportunity for those nations lacking sufficient forces or commanders to prepare. After all, for a nation to field 12 generals signifies a commitment of 120,000 heavenly soldiers. This figure is colossal for most nations, and even some great powers may struggle to assemble such a force. Placing the envelope upon the desk, Shen Cangsheng remarked, "The number of heavenly soldiers under my command is more than sufficient. As for the maximum of 12 generals, it may merely serve as a statistic. Yet, I do not dismiss the possibility that some nations will indeed field 12 true generals. The last dynasty of Daxia had 9 kings who safeguarded the realm, but in truth, only 9 formidable generals existed to protect the vast expanse of land. This illustrates the rarity of genuine commanders." Shen Wudi sighed, "How could I be unaware of this? Moreover, it appears that you currently command merely 4, do you not?" "Indeed, among those worthy of the title of general under Shen Cangsheng, there are only 4, the Lord of the Vermilion Bird, the Lord of the Azure Dragon, the Lord of the White Tiger, and the Lord of the Black Tortoise." Shen Cangsheng shook his head and remarked, "Surely, my father underestimates me." In the Eastern Palace, Shen Cangsheng sat opposite a man clad in azure robes. "How goes it?" The azure robe bore the embroidery of the Azure Dragon. This individual is none other than the Azure Dragon Lord, the master of the celestial soldiers of the great Azure Dragon. His name, Dongmen. With a smile, Dongmen said, "Your Highness, rest assured. I have come precisely for the battle of the 100 nations to confer the title of Divine General." He continued, "The White Demon has taken Lord Elwyn away, and this is the reason for my urgency. As for the battle for Divine Generals, I dare not claim it will encompass all. However, the Lords of the 4 Symbols are indeed capable of bestowing the title of Divine General." This confidence, born of years of relentless warfare, was a testament to both himself and his loyal subordinates. Shen Cangsheng shook his head, declaring, "There is no need to concern ourselves with the White Demon. A madman accompanied by one on the brink of madness cannot perish. You must bring back the other 3 symbols." Dongmen replied, "Did you not say that 120,000 would suffice?" With a fierce glint in his eyes, Shen Cangsheng stated, "What I desire is not merely 120,000. I intend to showcase the might of our great Xia in 3 years' time. In the coming years." Shen Cangsheng knew that the Chancellor would undoubtedly execute what he had once proclaimed. He would not allow anyone to obstruct his path. Those who dared would face death. This moment provided Shen Cangsheng with an opportunity. Should there be any dissenters, they would be struck down without mercy. Dongmen accepted his orders and departed. In the sky, snowflakes began to drift down. On this day, the vast expanse of mountains and rivers erupted in fervor. The battle of the 100 nations to confer divine generals resonated throughout all of Great Xia. In an unnamed mountain range, a man, approximately 24 or 25 years of age, bore a long spear upon his back. The spear's weight nearly overwhelmed him as he trudged forward under its burden. 3 years. In an instant, an indomitable battle spirit emanated from him, causing the entire mountain range to scatter like frightened birds and beasts. In the Western Territories, amidst the desolation of the desert, where yellow sands obscured the sun, a gleaming white sword suddenly emerged, as if cleaving through the sand. 7,000 warriors, all clad in white robes, hastened back to the capital. In the Northern Territories, atop a snow-covered mountain, a woman in a red robe sat serenely at its peak. Suddenly, the red-robed woman, akin to a falling maple leaf, descended from the summit, vanishing in the blink of an eye. In the Southern Territories, 1,000,000 celestial soldiers, banners soaring high, advanced like an ancient behemoth, shaking the earth. In the Eastern Territories, a demonic blade and a great halberd appeared in an instant, cutting down countless rogues, their blood surging skyward. In the Southern Valley, an elder with hair that was black and white, like the interplay of yin and yang, opened his eyes. He spoke softly. The Ghost Valley has 7 methods. I have already bestowed upon you one. After 3 years, I shall grant you another. In the Great Qi dynasty, within the Eastern Palace, Crown Prince Han Mingming held the military token, brimming with spirited resolve. Shen Cangsheng, this time, I am certain that this prince shall triumph over you. Han Mingming draped in the lunar banner, the Great Chang dynasty. The morning flag ripples in all directions. Shen Cangsheng, 3 years hence, you shall undoubtedly fall before the hands of this prince. The Grandyan dynasty, the golden banners flutter proudly. Shen Cangsheng, I shall undoubtedly cleanse the stain of disgrace. In the Great Xia dynasty, Shen Cangsheng remained blissfully unaware that someone had begun to take an interest in him. At this moment, Shen Cangsheng was on the brink of fainting. The golden flames enveloping him blazed spontaneously, with golden dragons coiling around his entire being. Suppress it for me. Shen Cangsheng let out a low growl as the cacophony of birdsong erupted around him. A white flame surged from behind him, gradually subduing the golden blaze. Beads of cold sweat adorned Shen Cangsheng's brow. It seemed that a visit to the palace was imperative. At this moment, Shen Cangsheng found himself increasingly unable to suppress the true energy surging within him. Since this palace is capable of cultivating you, it can certainly also subdue you. In late December, Shen Cangsheng departed from the capital of Jindu, all alone. Within the palace, in the Yangxin Hall, Su Xinyang stood before the hall for an extended period. Her gaze distant, filled with reluctance and heartache. Your Highness, it is cold outside. A maidservant draped a fox fur coat over Su Xinyang's shoulders. As she touched the pristine white fur, unblemished and as pure as the snowflakes in the sky, Su Xinyang lamented. This fox fur was gifted by the Crown Prince 2 years ago. I have heard that he ventured deep into the mountains for 2 days and nights to find the white fox. Its pelt is remarkably warm. The maidservant replied. The Crown Prince's filial piety is known throughout the realm. In truth, Your Highness, the Crown Prince possesses extraordinary abilities. There is no need for you to worry so deeply for him, lest he becomes concerned for you in turn. Su Xinyang sighed deeply, her breath dissipating slowly like snowflakes melting upon the earth. In the study, the fragrance of incense wafted through the air. If it is beyond reach, why pursue it at all? Shen Wudi seemed to gaze at the retreating figure. Shen Tiandi, a once great talent, had fallen beneath it. His son, Shen Cangsheng, resolutely pursued his martial arts training despite the opposition from all. While others may be unaware, Shen Wudi understood. Shen Cangsheng sought to suppress the grievances that had plagued the Jianghu for centuries. A gentle breeze, the mighty waters of the Yellow River. Huanghe Town, located near the banks of the Yellow River, is a small settlement. Most of its residents earn their livelihood through fishing, with the river's large carp being a favored delicacy among the nobility. The Yellow River's carp, not only stunning in appearance with their resplendent red scales shimmering in the sunlight, also boast an exquisite flavor. Minimal seasoning is needed to prepare a delectable dish of Yellow River carp. Thus, the demand for these fish often exceeds supply. Some hotel magnates even venture to the town in search of more Yellow River carp. The residents of the town lead relatively comfortable lives. As winter arrives and the Yellow River freezes, the townsfolk find themselves with leisure time. Occasionally, children frolic on the ice, gliding across the frozen surface after a swift run. In the heart of winter, this is perhaps the most cherished pastime for the children of the small town. By the riverbank, a woman stands gazing into the distance. The onlookers, watching their children at play, seem unfazed by her presence. One resident sighs, lamenting, Alas, I wonder what sins have led to such suffering for that child. It is all the fault of that heartless scoundrel. A figure appears, seemingly emerging from the shadows, as if he had always been there. The man quietly observes the children frolicking on the ice, his expression impassive. Snowflakes cascade gently from the sky, and more people gather. A bountiful snow heralds a fruitful year ahead. An elderly person, clad in a thick coat, watches the snowflakes dance in the air. On the ice, the children exclaim joyfully, I love the snow. So do I. Xiaoming, would you like to taste the snow? Xiaohong, you're teasing me. Snow is so cold. Xiaolei, don't run away. Let me give you a push. As snow falls from above, the crowd on the ground grows larger. Uncle, could you give me a push? A rosy-cheeked child, exhaling white puffs of breath, approaches the man, eyes brimming with anticipation. Why don't you let them push you? The man suddenly smiles, gently ruffling the child's hair. The little one pouts, replying, I can't push them, they want to push me. With a soft chuckle, the man gracefully sweeps his sleeve, and the child seems to be propelled forward, gliding across the ice. Haha, I'm flying. The other children, witnessing this, rush to the man. Uncle, I want to go too. Uncle, me as well. With a gentle wave, he sends the children sliding across the ice, each crouching down to glide along. I'm so fast. Xiaohong, Xiaolei, I'm catching up to you. Their faces flushed, they exhale clouds of breath. The man's gaze drifts back to the woman, whose countenance reflects a sense of melancholy, her eyes shimmering with hope, much like those of the children. However, while the children's anticipation is filled with excitement, hers is tinged with unease. That young man doesn't he seem to be from around here? A burly man, puffing on a pipe, takes a seat beside him, seemingly indifferent to the chill of the ground. Oh? The man turns his head. The stranger exhales a smoke ring and remarks, your attire suggests you are not local. The man understands instantly, offering a gentle smile. A traveler passing through the rivers and lakes, drawn here by the sounds of laughter. The burly man grins widely and asks, are you here to admire the beauty of that woman? Following the man's gaze, he spots the woman standing by the bank. The man replies, I see in her something different from the rest. She seems to carry a story. The burly man takes a couple of hearty puffs and sighs, saying, you, my friend, are not from here, so you wouldn't know the tale of that woman. After all, she is a most unfortunate soul. The man is Shen Cangsheng. Departing from the capital of Jindu, he journeys aimlessly, devoid of any destination, even unsure of where he is headed. Perhaps, he feels, his life is approaching its inevitable conclusion. Shen Cangsheng senses the vitality within him gradually being consumed, a sensation too torturous to bear. Did the emperor of his youth meet a similar fate? Just as one's vigor peaks, it begins to dissipate. This suffering is beyond the comprehension of others. Perhaps, he fears he may never return. Observing the joyful laughter of children playing upon the icy surface, he reminisces about his own past. In the realm of the martial world, the red dust bathing fire pavilion is revered as one of the sacred sites. At this moment, atop the highest level of the pavilion's scripture repository, there lies but a single painting, encompassing the entire floor. Miao Zhenfeng gazes at Su Huanjing, who sits cross-legged before her, and inquires, disciple, have you truly made up your mind? The painting is the Guofeng diagram, an unparalleled martial art of the red dust bathing fire pavilion. Su Huanjing nods solemnly, declaring, I do not harbor such grand ambitions. Reaching the realm of divine powers is sufficient for me. Why does Miao Zhenfeng favor Su Huanjing? It is because Su Huanjing resonates profoundly with the Guofeng diagram. Yet, the diagram is incomplete, much like Miao herself, who has made no progress in 80 years. Stagnant for 8 decades, she awaits the inevitable end of her lifespan. Su Huanjing is well aware of this, yet she chooses this path nonetheless. Master, a successor cannot be absent. Within the scripture repository, a resounding cry of a phoenix shatters the silence of the pavilion. Another practitioner of divine powers emerges. Miao Zhenfeng gazes at the repository with a mix of emotions, murmuring, Shun Tiendi, oh Shun Tiendi, why were you so obstinate in your youth? Knowing the resolution was within grasp, Kaifeng, one of the 72 prefectures of the Great Xia dynasty, is also a place of profound literary culture. Every September, the dynasty holds the imperial examination, inviting talented individuals from across the realm to serve the court and benefit the populace. The examinations are divided into civil and military categories, each boasting their top 3 candidates. The most illustrious titles are awarded annually. The first is the Zhuangyuan, the second the Bangyan, and the third the Tanhua. This path to fame is well-trodden, with many Zhuangyuan being sought after as sons-in-law by influential figures in the court. The Great Xia dynasty, vast and populous, sees that those who excel in the examinations are invariably well-versed in knowledge or possess exceptional martial prowess. Thus, those with daughters in the court often prefer to recruit Zhuangyuan as their sons-in-law, for they lack powerful connections that might arouse the emperor's suspicion. Though the court appears tranquil, numerous factions remain, yet none have dared to transgress the emperor's boundaries. 3 years prior, a scholar achieved the rank of Tanhua, distinguished not only for his literary prowess, but also for his remarkable martial skills, particularly his expertise with flying daggers. In the illustrious city of Jindu, a figure known as Li Tanhua sparked considerable debate. Renowned for his exceptional skill with a flying dagger, it was said that Li Tanhua's aim was unerring. Had he chosen to serve in the court, his future would undoubtedly have been one of great admiration. That year, the brilliance of Tanhua overshadowed even that of the top scholar. Countless individuals in the court aspired to take him as a son-in-law, and even the emperor entertained thoughts of making him a royal consort. Yet, in a surprising turn of events, Li Tanhua's choice left everyone astounded. He opted to forsake any official title and departed from Jindu, immersing himself in the martial world. In a remarkably short time, Tales of Li Tanhua's exploits spread throughout the land. Henceforth, the title Tanhua would be forever associated with him, as none who followed could surpass his legacy. In Huanga Town, a man exhaled a plume of smoke and addressed Shen Cangsheng, saying, "Ruhua's fate is quite tragic." Shen Cangsheng, seated upon the ground amidst the falling snowflakes, listened intently. The man continued, "Ruhua is the most beautiful and gentle woman in our town, yet she is also the most unfortunate." Shen Cangsheng inquired, "Why do you say that?" The man replied, "Ruhua was once inseparable from a scholar from our town named Fan Dongli, their bond akin to that of childhood sweethearts. Just as in the tales, Fan Dongli faced 3 imperial examinations, only to be met with failure each time. Throughout this ordeal, Ruhua remained steadfast, offering unwavering support and encouragement, providing for his daily needs through her fishing endeavors. The townsfolk envied Fan Dongli for having Ruhua by his side. After his 3rd failure, Fan Dongli resolved to abandon his studies, contemplating a life of fishing with Ruhua, believing there was no shame in such a choice. Thus, they wed. After their marriage, Fan Dongli, unwilling to witness Ruhua's hardships, declared he would no longer pursue his studies. In tears, Ruhua pleaded for him to try once more. Unable to resist her entreaties, Fan Dongli finally relented, saying, "This shall be the last time. If I fail again, I will fish alongside you." They embraced, both weeping. "As a man, I cannot bear to see you suffer for me." Fan Dongli devoted himself to his studies day and night. For years prior, he once again shouldered his book-laden bag, departing Huanga Town for Jindu. "This time, you will surely succeed. And then, I shall take you to Jindu, where the candied hawthorn is said to be exceptionally sweet." At the ferry crossing in Huanga Town, Ruhua grasped Fan Dongli's hand. He could feel the roughness of her palm, coarser than his own, a testament to the sacrifices she made for his education. Swearing an oath in his heart, he vowed, "This time, I shall surely succeed." At the ferry, Ruhua watched as the small boat sailed into the wind, unaware that this journey marked their farewell. What lies beyond? A vast world filled with splendor unseen in their small town, wealth and power unattainable within their humble confines. In that year, Fan Dongli rode a magnificent steed, clad in a crimson robe, with a large red flower adorning his chest. In the town of Yellow River, a literary star emerged, Master Fan, the top scholar. The sound of bronze drums reverberated throughout the Kaifeng prefecture. Everyone became acquainted with the name of Yellow River Town because it had produced a champion scholar. Even the magistrate came to pay his respects to Ruahua. On that day, Ruahua wept. After 4 long years, she had finally received her high school diploma. However, after an interminable wait, Fan Dongli did not return. Since the news of his success, Ruahua had been waiting by the ferry every day for his return. A year passed. Then 2, then 3, then 4. Seasons changed, yet still, there was no sign of Fan Dongli. 2 years prior, the magistrate visited Ruahua's home and informed her to cease her waiting. Fan Dongli would not come back. He would never return. Upon hearing this, Ruahua chased after the magistrate with a rolling pin, tears streaming down her face. "My husband will come back." Ruahua firmly believed in her husband's return. The magistrate revealed that when Fan Dongli achieved his status as a top scholar, the daughter of the Minister of Revenue had taken a liking to him. He recounted that on that day, the minister had asked Fan Dongli, "Scholar, do you have a wife?" To which Fan Dongli replied, "I have yet to marry." The minister then inquired, "Would you consider becoming my son-in-law?" Fan Dongli answered, "I would be honored. Thank you for your kindness." Firecrackers exploded in celebration as the newlyweds, an enviable pair, were formed. One was the minister's daughter, born of high rank and beauty, with hands as delicate as tofu. The other was the champion scholar, with limitless prospects ahead. A perfect match indeed. Yet, unbeknownst to all, by the ferry in a small town, there stood a woman gazing longingly. A bystander shook his head and remarked, "Do you not feel pity for Ruahua?" Shen Cangsheng listened intently to the tale, which felt like a story yet unfolded before him in reality. Rising, he approached Ruahua. The wind was fierce by the ferry, and snowflakes swirled around. Shen Cangsheng spoke. "Can one truly wait?" He observed Ruahua's hands, rough and calloused, the very hands that had nurtured a champion scholar. Ruahua forced a smile, brushing her long, yellowing hair aside, as tears welled in her eyes. Her voice, slightly hoarse, recalled her husband's promise to return, to take her to witness the splendor of the golden capital and to taste its sweet candied hawthorn. He had spoken of the remarkable sweetness of the golden capital's treats. Following Ruahua's gaze, Shen Cangsheng noticed a small boat, yet the awaited figure was not aboard. Perhaps this vessel was no longer meant for passengers. Perhaps he had taken another path. Ruahua shook her head and asked, "Have you ever been to the golden capital?" Shen Cangsheng nodded, replying, I have. Ruohua inquired, is the candied hawthorn there truly exceptionally sweet? Shen Cangsheng fell into silence for a long moment before affirming, yes, indeed. It is exceptionally sweet. The wind blew, and the snow fell. By the ferry, Shen Cangsheng stood in silence. Beside him, Ruohua remained silent. Perhaps, at this moment, it felt as if 4 years had not passed. My dear, if I had attended high school, I would have taken you to witness the splendor of the golden capital and savor the candied hawthorn. In Ruohua's heart, that moment had never faded. Some things time cannot erase. Golden capital. At the residence of the Minister of Revenue, a man clad in azure official robes bore a somber expression. Even within the confines of his home, he preferred to wear his official attire, revealing the extent of his ambition. The azure robe signified a fourth-rank official, a considerable figure in the court. This man was Fan Dongli, the top scholar from 4 years prior, who not only excelled academically but also married one of the most beautiful daughters of the Minister of Revenue. Over the past 4 years, leveraging his father-in-law's influence, he ascended rapidly, becoming one of the fastest rising officials of recent years. At this moment, Fan Dongli was filled with fury. Yesterday, rumors had circulated in the court that he had a wife before achieving the top scholar title, concealing his marital status to climb the ranks under the minister's patronage. The door swung open, and a gust of wind and snow rushed in, causing Fan Dongli to shiver. Husband, a beautiful woman approached gracefully, each step as delicate as a lotus blossom. Time seemed to have left no trace upon her visage. Compared to 4 years ago, she exuded an air of mature elegance. Especially her hands, untouched by labor, remained as exquisite as before, delicate, smooth, and glistening like silken tofu. Fan Dongli clasped her hands, reminiscent of that small ferry crossing, where he had held another pair of hands. However, those hands were rougher than a man's, and the memory made him feel they were hardly feminine, resembling weathered wood. His wife's hands, in contrast, were soft and fair. He cherished them dearly. She was Qing Xiaoyuan, the sole daughter of the Minister of Revenue, renowned in the highest circles of the Golden Capital. This fame stemmed solely from her extraordinary beauty, like a fish sinking, a wild goose falling, eclipsing the moon and shaming the flowers. With willow-like brows and cherry-red lips, her nose appeared as if sculpted by the heavens. Once, the minister had intended for her to enter the Eastern Palace, yet the Crown Prince's frequent absences due to warfare led to the matter being set aside. The Crown Prince was nearing 30 and still had no consort. Among the court officials of a similar age, who was not contemplative, the Emperor's favor towards the Crown Prince foretold a future where the occupant of the throne was already a foregone conclusion. Since turning 20, the Crown Prince had shown no inclination to marry, resulting in the daughters of powerful families remaining unmarried in their 20s as their fathers opted to wait. As the Crown Prince continued his campaigns with minimal returns to the Golden Capital, the families grew restless, concerned about their daughters aging without prospects. If one delays marriage any longer, they may find themselves in a state of decline before ever becoming a bride. Such a predicament is simply unacceptable. In the absence of a Crown Prince, certain officials have begun to select their sons-in-law from among the youthful talents. The annual imperial examination serves as the prime opportunity for these dignitaries to choose their prospective husbands. For instance, a minister with a sole daughter who cannot wed the Crown Prince must resort to allowing someone to marry into their family. Fan Dongli, having achieved high honors, found himself in the sights of the Minister of Revenue. Qing Xiaoyuan approached Fan Dongli from behind, gently kneading his shoulders. Her husband now presided over the capital's prison, and he had been laboring intensely of late. Fan Dongli furrowed his brow and sighed, expressing his uncertainty about the emperor's intentions. A recent edict had commanded the transport of all condemned prisoners to a desolate mountain, resulting in the nightly arrival of numerous prisoner carts in the capital. Fan Dongli's current position was that of the prison warden. Under normal circumstances, this role entailed minimal responsibilities. However, since the emperor's decree, he found himself overwhelmed with work. The tasks often extended into the night, disrupting his sleep. He lamented that rumors suggested the Crown Prince was behind these developments, leaving him perplexed about the prince's objectives. Accustomed to a life of relative leisure, the sudden influx of duties left Fan Dongli feeling agitated. Moreover, given the recent gossip surrounding him, he was reluctant to dwell on such matters. Qing Xiaoyuan belonged to the circle of noble children who mingled with the princes and princesses of the capital. In their youth, every child of the high-ranking officials had trailed behind the Crown Prince, Shen Cangsheng. With a serious expression, Qing Xiaoyuan cautioned her husband, "My lord, tread carefully with your words. The Crown Prince's actions are beyond our judgment." Although the Great Xia dynasty did not suppress public discourse regarding the monarch, and even encouraged it, the Crown Prince Shen Cangsheng had set up a large drum before the palace gates, inviting citizens to sound it if they believed the emperor to be misguided, thus granting them an audience to offer counsel. Such openness in expression was intended to reveal the ailments afflicting the realm. Observing his wife's earnestness, Fan Dongli could not suppress a light chuckle. Qing Xiaoyuan continued, "The Crown Prince is benevolent. I have grown up alongside him. Whether in warfare or other endeavors, he consistently seeks the welfare of the common people. What is the role of the Minister of Revenue? It is to manage the finances of the realm. The prosperity of the court hinges on the minister's accounts." Qing Xiaoyuan often witnessed the smile on her father's face, reflecting the financial well-being of the court, which in turn indicated the wealth of the nation. Once, she had inadvertently overheard her father remark that while others lost wealth in war, the crown prince seemed to amass it. Fan Dongli then inquired, "My dear, do you know why the crown prince is summoning all condemned prisoners?" Qing Xiaoyuan shook her head, then asked, "My lord, may I pose a question? There are rumors suggesting that you have a wife back in your hometown. Is there any truth to this?" Upon hearing her words, Fan Dongli's body stiffened, and an awkward smile crept onto his face. Subsequently, he spoke, "My dear, I am but an ordinary man. My rise over the years has been rather swift, which has led some to harbor jealousy and slander my name." Qing Xiaoyuan shook her head and replied, "If this were true, you would understand the consequences. Though I may not become the crown princess, I am not one to be easily deceived." Fan Dongli offered an awkward smile. He knew his own wife well. Her usual companions were either the daughters of nobility or princesses from the palace. Qing Xiaoyuan was not someone he could provoke. Moreover, deceiving the Minister of Revenue was a transgression beyond his means. In the dead of night, two shadows flitted through the darkness. Fan Dongli donned his official robes, preparing to welcome the condemned prisoner of the night. The streets were deserted. The two shadows followed closely behind him. "You are already aware of the location. Ensure it is executed with precision," he seemed to murmur to himself. The wind grew colder as the night deepened. Meanwhile, Shen Cangsheng had settled in a small town. He wished to behold the woman known as Ru Hua and see if she would await the person she longed for. Despite years of warfare, Shen Cangsheng had only witnessed the sorrows of life and death. The anticipation of a person's return, he felt, was a torment greater than any separation. On this day, the skies cleared and the snowfall ceased. "Uncle, come play with me." Shen Cangsheng reclined on a stone, gazing at the frozen waters of the Yellow River. A chubby boy, cheeks flushed, climbed onto the stone and sat beside him. In recent days, Shen Cangsheng seemed to have set aside all burdens, feeling an unprecedented lightness. He had even joined a few children in drilling holes in the ice to fish and frolicking upon its surface. This was not merely a town by the Yellow River. It represented the vast expanse of mountains and rivers he safeguarded. As the weather warmed and the ice began to thaw, their playtime would soon come to an end. Shen Cangsheng affectionately ruffled the boy's hair. The chubby boy, half understanding, nodded and asked, "Are you watching Sister Ru Hua?" Shen Cangsheng confirmed with a nod. The boy chimed, "Sister Ru Hua is so kind. She even made me delicious food last time." Shen Cangsheng fell silent before saying, "She is a pitiable person." The boy, puzzled, inquired, "Uncle, what does it mean to be pitiable? What does it mean to be pitiable?" Shen Cangsheng pondered, unsure himself. The general had seen countless unfortunate souls in his lifetime. He had commanded troops that had slaughtered hundreds of thousands of enemies. These warriors, too, had families, wives, and children. Their husbands had perished by Shen Cangsheng's blade. The same was true for the 500,000 heavenly soldiers. They too had wives and children, and their husbands had been led into battle by him. How many familiar faces returned from the battlefield? Everyone dreaded his 500,000 heavenly soldiers. Yet who knew how many times Shen Cangsheng had exchanged them? He gazed at the golden sun, feeling its warmth. Yet, for many, this warmth was forever out of reach, having been replaced 4 times. The current heavenly soldiers represented the 4th generation. Did heavenly soldiers not perish? They did. Heavenly soldiers could die. They perished beneath the enemy's blade. Yet also at the hands of Shen Cangsheng. Each time, how many women became widows? How many children would never again behold their fathers? Shen Cangsheng had long since grown numb to such thoughts. He could no longer count. Nevertheless, even so, as he set forth into battle, the people sent him off with smiles for 10 miles. Among them were their husbands and sons, yet they waved him off with cheerful faces. For they understood that this vast land must have its guardians. To die in battle, there is no regret. Suddenly, the sound of slicing air echoed. And in the blink of an eye, 2 figures appeared beside Ru Ying. Shen Cangsheng noticed them as well, narrowing his eyes slightly. Ruiying turned her head, unperturbed, as if she had anticipated this moment. I apologize for the intrusion, one of the men said in a deep voice, clasping his fists in respect. Ruiying smiled. Yet Shen Cangsheng could see the burden she bore. Ruiying's face had begun to show the signs of age. The sun and wind had etched wrinkles upon her skin, and her hair had turned brittle and yellow, resembling grass in winter. I have waited for a long time, she stated, after the Lord informed her. Ruiying had long prepared herself. This day would inevitably arrive. It was merely a matter of time. Since Fan Dongli had made his choice, Ruiying's existence would eventually pose a threat to him. Are you not afraid? The two men belonged to Yunshang Yun, the foremost assassin organization in the realm. They claimed that as long as the payment was sufficient, no one was beyond their reach. Yet, this was merely a claim. There had been occasions when individuals had enlisted Yunshang Yun to assassinate Prince Shen Cangsheng, and 3 formidable masters were dispatched, never to return. Nonetheless, this was but a minor blemish. Yunshang Yun's success rate remained notably high. Each target, upon encountering them, would tremble in fear, yet this rural woman seemed unperturbed. Did he send you? Ruiying inquired. Unbeknownst to her, they hailed from the assassin organization of Yunshang Yun. The assassins were aware of her, prior to targeting anyone. They conducted thorough investigations. Though the two men felt sympathy for Ruiying's plight, they upheld their professional ethics. They took payment to eliminate troubles. Since the young lady was aware, why inquire further? As assassins, they perhaps spoke too much, yet they were human, albeit in a different profession. Ruiying nodded. Then, let us proceed. At some point, Shen Cangsheng had appeared beside Ruiying and asked, Do you not hate him? The two assassins were taken aback, shocked by his sudden presence. This was a formidable opponent. They instinctively stepped back, wary. Ruiying laughed, tears flowing uncontrollably. Why should I hate him? What he has done is precisely what I once hoped for. Husband, may you achieve great success and rise steadily. Husband, do you think after your success, you will become a high official? My lord, in the future, you shall surely rise to great heights. They all proclaim you as the reincarnation of the Wuchang star. Shen Cangsheng gazed at Ruwawa. Indeed, is not Fan Dongli, at this moment, precisely what Ruwawa had once envisioned? Yet, is it truly the same? Shen Cangsheng found himself at a loss for words. Turning to the two assassins, he commanded, You may return. The assassins exchanged glances. Who are you? The targets of Yunshang Yun are not to be safeguarded by just anyone. Shen Cangsheng's previously calm demeanor suddenly ignited with fervor. Golden flames danced in his eyes. I am Shen Cangsheng. With a flick of his fingers, a resounding bird's call reverberated through the air. Can my name ensure her safety? Upon hearing Shen Cangsheng's words, the two assassins were taken aback. Your Highness, we shall depart immediately. In the blink of an eye, the assassins vanished without a trace. Ruwawa looked at Shen Cangsheng in astonishment. She never anticipated that this man, who had merely taken refuge in their small town, was in fact a prince. Without hesitation, Ruwawa knelt. This humble citizen pays respects to your Highness. Shen Cangsheng helped her to her feet. This is not the court. There is no need for such formalities. He chuckled. Tell me, is the candied hawthorn in the Golden Capital sweet? To be honest, I haven't had it in ages. How about I take you to see the Golden Capital? Shen Cangsheng smiled, and perhaps, taste the candied hawthorn. Not allowing Ruwawa a moment to respond, he continued. This is the prince's decree. Do you dare to disobey? Ruwawa looked at Shen Cangsheng in disbelief. Is this truly the prince that the common folk speak of? She nodded, eager to see and taste. Standing together at the ferry, Shen Cangsheng and Ruwawa contemplated the vastness of the world, which is indeed worth traversing. Ruwawa wiped away her tears. Perhaps, life on earth is still worth cherishing. One spoke of himself, the other of herself. On that day, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred in Huanghe town. The sound of a resounding bird's call resonated like the sun itself. Some claimed that within that sound, a dragon's roar could be discerned. At the ferry, only a pool of blood remained, glimmering with gold. After several days of absence, the prince reappeared in the Golden Capital, accompanied by a peasant girl named Huanghe. In the Eastern Palace, Siki and Siwa attended to him. Flecks of white flames flickered in Shen Cangsheng's eyes, even while seated in silence. A faint dragon's roar emanated from within him, shrouded in mystery. Unbeknownst to others, intricate golden patterns adorned the palm of his left hand, though faint. They undeniably existed and continued to spread. Wang Buzhan sat opposite Shen Cangsheng, his face filled with admiration. Truly, there is no other place under heaven that possesses tea of such quality. Wang Buzhan, known for his disregard for public opinion, was aware that, under normal circumstances, the prince, yet to ascend the throne, should not be present in the Eastern Palace while the emperor was still in his prime. At the moment Shen Cangsheng entered the golden capital, Wang Buchan promptly made his way to the Eastern Palace. The opinions of other officials held no significance for him. It is often said that with each new emperor comes a new set of ministers. However, Wang Buchan, as a veteran of several dynasties, remained steadfast in his position. While countless officials came and went, such a prominent figure could not be easily dismissed by others. The relationship between the current sovereign and Wang Buchan was beyond the comprehension of those around them. Shen Cangsheng was speechless and remarked, "Are you, old man, merely here for tea?" Wang Buchan chuckled lightly. Despite his silver hair, his visage bore the smoothness and radiance of youth, revealing the profound depths of his cultivation. Once one's prowess reaches the realm of divine abilities, martial arts becomes etched into one's very bones, transforming the body dramatically. This transformation is known as the condensation of the martial body, revitalizing aged bones and extending one's lifespan. Although Wang Buchan's face bore no signs of age, his history of having mentored the current sovereign in his youth spoke volumes about his years. Wang Buchan gestured to his empty teacup, prompting Siki to refill it. With a sigh, he expressed, "I have grown old, with but a few years left to live, yet all I have earned is the title of an elder minister. Once, I too harbored grand ambitions, but alas, the times did not permit it." Wang Buchan rose to fame in his youth, aspiring to soar and achieve unparalleled feats for the vast lands. Yet he emerged during a period of great turmoil. At that time, he was still young and could only serve as a civil official under the command of great generals. Later, when Shen Tiandi emerged, wielding immense strength, it was Wang Buchan who had already assumed his ministerial role. He wished to assist the late emperor, but Shen Tiandi declared, "The great Xia Empire requires a guardian." Thus, Wang Buchan remained in the golden capital. When Shen Wudi ascended the throne, there was no longer a need for his intervention. Year after year, Wang Buchan inevitably aged, and the fervor of his youthful spirit waned. In the eyes of ordinary people, his life in a ministerial position was a lifetime of glory, yet for Wang Buchan himself, it was insufficient. His ambitions remained unfulfilled. Upon encountering the crown prince Shen Cangsheng, who had commanded armies since the age of 16 and triumphed against the coalition of 7 nations 5 years prior, a flicker of hope reignited within Wang Buchan. Shen Cangsheng's actions had rekindled the extinguished flames of ambition in Wang Buchan's heart. However, when Shen Cangsheng proposed the burning of books and burying of scholars, it became evident that the people yearned for a sage ruler, a wise monarch. Yet, with the sovereign still in his prime, the populace did not desire a virtuous crown prince. From the moment Shen Wudi affixed his seal to the decree, the once dormant fire within Wang Buchan finally blazed anew. Even if history were to label him a treacherous minister for eternity, he would not shy away from it. Thus, Shen Cangsheng and his allies began to lay their plans, burning books and burying scholars. Confucianism wields significant influence, gradually seizing control over the thoughts of the populace, to the extent that, at times, the edicts of the court are disregarded. It appears almost as if they hold the imperial authority in contempt. Confucianism has strayed far from the original teachings of the sages, clinging to their blessings while forsaking the rules they established. For the vast expanse of mountains and rivers to achieve true unity, Confucianism must be eradicated. Yet, the sovereign cannot take action. Across the realm, only Crown Prince Shen Cangsheng possesses the requisite qualifications. Shen Cangsheng spoke languidly. "Do you comprehend what we shall face once this course of action is undertaken?" Wang Bujan, with silver hair flowing, revealed a solemn expression. "The world will revile us." Shen Cangsheng continued, "Due to matters concerning Confucianism, some have already branded me as the tyrant prince. You, esteemed as a virtuous minister, is it truly worth pursuing this path?" Wang Bujan shook his head. "If in my lifetime I could witness that scene, I would die without regret." Upon success, the western and northern territories of the great Xia dynasty would no longer fear war. Shen Cangsheng remarked, "Now is not the time. Since you have already commenced, do not falter. I require at least 300,000 men. Wang Bujan understood well that this was a monumental task. "No problem. If the death row inmates are insufficient, we shall enlist those serving life sentences. Should that still fall short, we will have no choice but to conscript." Shen Cangsheng asserted, "The prisoners will undoubtedly be inadequate. Ultimately, conscription is inevitable. The rest is inconsequential. However, once conscription begins, the names of Shen Cangsheng and Wang Bujan shall be forever stained with infamy. I merely hope to witness it within my lifetime," he added. Shen Cangsheng nodded. "You shall." Meanwhile, In a secret chamber within the Eastern Palace, Huang He was drenched in sweat, his clothes soaked, his brow furrowed, clearly enduring immense suffering. Waves of deep yellow energy continuously washed over his body. Huang He was no longer of an age suited for martial training. However, Shen Cangsheng possessed a method that was particularly apt for him at present. Huang He embodied the essence of the Yellow River. His power surged tumultuously within him. Huang He gritted his teeth. This was his opportunity. Shen Cangsheng inquired, "Do you intend to seek him out in such a state? With hair as dry as withered grass and wrinkles beginning to mar your visage. Do you not wish to ask him if, throughout these years, he has ever recalled the beauty that once stood by the ferry?" Shen Cangsheng possessed a technique known as the immortal technique of the Yellow River, which could refine and unblock the body, akin to the Yellow River's sands obstructing its tributaries. With the mighty force of the Yellow River, he could clear the obstructions at the river's mouth, sweeping away the accumulated sands. Naturally, the suffering endured during this process was beyond ordinary. Shen Cangsheng had previously guided others in this practice, yet none had survived the torment. This martial art held tremendous power. Should one withstand the agony, not only could it transform their sinews and marrow, but it would also forge an indestructible body. As long as the waters of the Yellow River flowed, the strength would be boundless. At the height of greatness, one could possess the power akin to that of the Yellow River. Outside, Shen Cangsheng gazed at the swirling streams of dark yellow energy, his eyes alight with astonishment. Wang Buchan, too, took notice. "It seems you have found an heir for that old fellow." His gaze reflected a myriad of emotions, conveying the profound helplessness of life. Such martial arts are truly a manifestation of the forces of heaven and earth. Even in the absence of the old master, the great Xia would remain unyielding. With that, he picked up a pot of tea and leisurely departed from the Eastern Palace. Shen Cangsheng watched Wang Buchan's retreating figure, pondering that under heaven, there was none quite like him. Within the secret chamber of the Eastern Palace, Huang He bit her lip, suppressing any sound. Fearing that a single utterance would render her efforts futile, her skin was riddled with fissures, reminiscent of parched earth, cracking under pressure, awaiting the nourishing rains to rejuvenate the desiccated ground. Suddenly, within Huang He's eyes, a dark yellow river seemed to emerge, cascading down and enveloping her being. Outside, Shen Cangsheng directed his gaze toward the secret chamber when suddenly he felt a contraction in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, a stream of golden energy surged into the chamber. Shen Cangsheng chuckled softly. "It is merely a matter of time now. The skin may crack, yet it will heal. This suffering is akin to a slow, torturous death. Once endured, spring will blossom, heralding the fruition of her efforts. At that time, Huang He's power will command respect." This is the immortal technique of Huang He. Once perfected, it grants one the might of the Yellow River with a mere gesture, unmatched by ordinary beings. The previous bearer of the Huang He immortal technique was none other than the king of Huang He, one of the 9 kings. Yet, now only a few of the 9 kings remain, safeguarding the vast territories, no longer emerging into the world. In the Golden Capital on the Zhuke Avenue, the very path where Shen Cangsheng first embarked on his journey, thus giving rise to the great Zhuke heavenly soldiers. The Golden Capital boasts 4 superlative avenues, with Zhuke Avenue being one of them. Within a nearby tavern, sounds of revelry filled the air. Inside were wandering heroes, noble scions, and wealthy youths. Just after the snow had ceased, many could not resist stepping outside. Despite the chill, the tavern offered a pot of warm wine, its steam wafting into the air. "Have you heard? There is a young man in the south, in his 20s, who recently severed a great river with a single sword." Although the tavern was not particularly upscale, it served as a gathering place for heroes who discussed chivalry, attracting many from noble and wealthy backgrounds seeking amusement. Within the tavern, the warm air swirled. A wandering hero, with a sword slung at his side, took a hearty swig of wine, his complexion flushed, before addressing those around him. "What?" The nearby patrons were immediately taken aback by his proclamation. The man appeared quite pleased with the astonished expressions of his audience, mirroring his own surprise upon first hearing the news. Instantly, a crowd gathered around him. "Brother, could you elaborate further? Surely, one who can sever a river with a sword is not far from the realm of divine prowess? In their 20s, such prowess? Indeed, the world of martial arts is rife with hidden talents." The man paused, his expression shifting, and continued, "On that day, I stood not far away, witnessing a figure clad in white, his long hair flowing elegantly, wielding a white sword, a strikingly handsome sight, akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens." The man sighed. "You speak truly, my friend. I can almost envision it myself. Please, continue your tale. This round of drinks is on me." With a flourish of his hand, he called out, "Waiter, bring us 2 more jugs of wine and 3 plates of sunflower seeds. These are their favorites." Enjoying seeds and sipping wine not only brings leisure but also warms the body. "Thank you, brother." The man clasped his hands in gratitude. "Ah, we are all of the same world. It is no trouble." The waiter soon returned with the wine and seeds. The man cleared his throat and resumed his narrative. "The man in white floated effortlessly through the air, and I beheld the white sword drawn from its sheath, resembling a dragon in flight." The man continued. The sword transformed into a soaring dragon, coiling around him as he grasped the hilt and, with a single stroke, cleaved the great river in 2. The brilliance of the sword overshadowed even the sun's rays, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that bisected the river. The man smacked his lips in awe. Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes sparkled with envy. Such power was beyond their reach. This strength must have already transcended into the realm of divine abilities, or at least, was perilously close. Indeed, that realm signifies the presence of a master in the martial world. Isn't that a given? The realm of divine abilities is indeed the pinnacle of human achievement. The man continued. Moreover, after severing the river, he inquired of his companions, "Pray tell, do you believe I may claim the title of the foremost among the younger generation?" Upon hearing this, the crowd hastily interjected. Claiming the top spot seems impossible. After all, the direct disciples of the 8 sects have yet to emerge, and the current champion is undoubtedly the yellow-clad woman, renowned for her unparalleled prowess and celestial grace. Indeed, not only is the yellow-clad woman formidable, having reached the realm of divine abilities, but the second-ranked sword immortal, Bu Liuxing, likely surpasses him as well. The top position seems unattainable, though perhaps a place within the top 5 remains plausible. The world of martial arts has never lacked rankings. The Tianji Pavilion, one of the 8 sects, has always refrained from engaging in any power struggles, and the rankings circulating in the martial world are produced by the Tianji Pavilion. The Tianxio list from the Tianji Pavilion likely does not yet include this individual. He must be newly emerged. The man shook his head and continued. Can you guess what he said next? The crowd turned their gaze toward him, inquiring, "What did he say?" The man replied. He declared, "The younger generation should aspire to be like me, capable of covering the heavens with a single hand." As his words hung in the air, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. What? Covering the heavens with a single hand? Does he seek his own demise? How dare he utter such a statement? Even the yellow-clad woman and the sword immortal would not presume to say such a thing. Perhaps the world possesses its own formidable powers? I suspect it is, but a fool. The realm we inhabit today is not the same as that of yore. In the past, to claim one could cover the heavens with a single hand was a testament to one's strength. However, in the present, the Eastern Imperial Palace looms above, with the court presiding over all. Do you dare to obscure the sky? At that moment, as the words left his lips, a surge of sword energy suddenly shot forth, leaving a gash upon the man's body. Blood splattered forth. You? The onlookers turned their gaze toward the entrance. A figure clad in white emerged before them. In the golden capital, within a common residence, a woman exclaimed, "My husband, what shall we do? They intend to send our child to the authorities." This family bore the surname Li. 5 years prior, the Li family rejoiced at the birth of a son. Yet, over these 5 years, the couple had fretted endlessly for their child. Li Xianhuang was their son's name, and he was born different from others. His eyes, like pools of blood, seemed to howl with malevolence with every blink. The Li couple initially believed their child was merely unwell, yet over the years, Li Xuanhuang's peculiarities grew ever more pronounced. With hair as crimson as blood and eyes of the same hue, even adults felt a twinge of fear upon encountering him. At the entrance of their courtyard, the small child Li Xianhuang grasped his sister's hand, inquiring, "Sister, they all say I am the reincarnation of a demon. What is a demon?" His existence had rendered his sister, now in her 20s, unmarriageable. Even when their family sought suitors, they were met with avoidance. The woman knelt down, caressing the boy's blood-red hair. "Brother, do not heed their nonsense. They are merely envious of your beautiful hair." Li Xianhuang widened his eyes, the crimson locks cascading like a pool of blood. "Is it true?" The woman embraced Li Xianhuang, her voice choked with emotion. "Indeed. They envy the beauty of our Xuanhuang's hair, for they possess none like it." On Zhuke Avenue, Shen Cangsheng strolled leisurely. "Young master, do you truly believe the astronomers claim a demon child has been born in the golden capital?" Shen Cangsheng replied, "What demon child could possibly exist? Then why do the astronomers assert such a thing?" asked Siqi. "Perhaps he is merely different from ordinary folk," Shen Cangsheng surmised. Within a tavern, a man clutched his wound, trembling as he gazed at the figure in white. "Who are you?" The man in white smiled. his demeanor as gentle as a spring breeze. Yet the chill in his smile surpassed the frigid wind outside. "Did you not just declare me a fool?" At these words, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. The true figure had arrived. The man, unrepentant, retorted, "So what? Are you not the fool?" As his words fell, a flash of pure white sword energy sliced through the air, once again carving a wound upon the man's body. "Say it again," the man growled through gritted teeth. "Enduring the pain. In the imperial court, do you dare to challenge the heavens? Are you contemplating rebellion?" The previous world of martial arts was ruthlessly fierce. Those drifters, without roots, often find themselves in dire straits, surviving from one meal to the next. Everyone praises the martial world, galloping freely and indulging in copious feasts and libations. Such tales are mere fabrications spun by storytellers. Only those lacking a solid foundation truly comprehend the harsh reality. At times, one struggles to find enough to eat. Since the crown prince, Shen Cangsheng, took it upon himself to restore order to the martial realm, these drifters merely need to report to the Eastern Imperial Palace and can carry documents from there to assist wealthy patrons in transporting goods. In the past, who would dare employ them? You claim to possess good character, but who would believe such a thing? Who would entrust valuable possessions to a stranger? However, with the endorsement of the Eastern Imperial Palace, the situation transforms entirely. It equates to having official recognition. Indeed, some affluent individuals, upon learning who has the endorsement of the Eastern Imperial Palace, would seek them out directly, bypassing the need to search for work themselves, simply because of that certification. The emergence of the Eastern Imperial Palace may have diminished the power of certain grand sects, while disciples of these sects remain a minority in the martial world. The true majority consists of those unanchored drifters. The martial realm has never been solely composed of sections. Upon hearing this, the man in white changed his expression. During his training in the sect, regardless of how exceptional he was, he would never be referred to as the foremost. The title of the Eastern Emperor of the Eastern Imperial Palace, the one who wields a sword that can captivate a city, and the sword immortal, Bulyoshing, loomed over him like a mountain. Even if he was the brightest prodigy of his sect, that brilliance was confined within its walls. Upon stepping out of the sect, his master had advised him, "Disciple, the world is vast. While you are indeed remarkable, it is only within our sect. Beyond these walls, you must humble yourself." Humble himself? He had never seen the need. In his eyes, what were the Eastern Emperor, the one who wields a captivating sword, and the sword immortal? None of them stood as his equals. A transcendent being in his 20s, do you comprehend that? Such prowess does not allow for modesty. The man laughed heartily, disregarding his injuries. "If you possess the capability, challenge the one who wields the captivating sword. Go ahead and confront the sword immortal. Do you only seek superiority over nameless individuals like us? You aspire to claim the title of the best, yet I have never even heard your name. Who grants you the right to claim such a title?" In the Astronomical Bureau, the official declared, "My lord, the message has already been conveyed to the crown prince." Adorned with a 7-star crown and draped in celestial robes, his voice resonated like the vast cosmos. "Our great Xia is destined for greatness. Why is the Yin-Yang school so prosperous?" The head of the Astronomical Bureau is the previous generation's master of the Yin-Yang school. According to the customs of the Yin-Yang school, once the master steps down, they will take residence in the Astronomical Bureau to serve the imperial court. The Confucians criticize the Yin-Yang school for lacking integrity, branding them as lackeys of the court. But is that truly the case? Little do they know, the Yin-Yang school, having become the court's loyal servant, flourishes increasingly. While the righteous Confucians find themselves ensnared by the crown prince's traps. You speak wisely. At the entrance of the tavern, 2 monks appeared, their presence a mystery. One appeared to be around 18 years old, while the other, the one speaking, appeared to be no more than 10. The younger monk, with his hands clasped in prayer, suddenly spoke up. Instantly, all eyes in the tavern turned towards him. A man in white robes glanced at the young monk, incredulous. "What did you say, little monk?" His heart burned with anger. How dare a mere child mock him? He had once challenged the renowned sword of the city and the sword immortal. Yet none had paid him heed. With a youthful visage adorned by a smile, the young monk earnestly replied, "I am not a little bald head, as you have mischaracterized me, benefactor. Moreover, I believe the esteemed benefactor is correct. You are not a match for either the sword of the city or the sword immortal." As I have said, the man in white erupted in fury, drawing his sword, which glimmered like a dragon in flight. "You seek death." He swung his blade towards the young monk. Without hesitation, the young monk took refuge behind the older monk. "Brother, defend me." The elder monk gazed at his junior, speechless. "Benefactor, your murderous intent is excessive." He then joined his palms together, summoning a golden dragon that swiftly consumed the sword's energy. The man in white, taken aback, could hardly believe his eyes. He knew that strike had been delivered with all his might. The elder monk, appearing not yet 20, stood firm. He himself was already 25. As the sword energy dissipated, the young monk stepped forth once more. Benefactor, am I right? His innocent face carried an air of sincerity. Yet, the man in white felt an urge to strike him. You, benefactor, excessive anger harms the body. Perhaps it would be wise to train for another decade. Perhaps then you might withstand even a single strike from my brother. Laughter erupted among the crowd at the young monk's words. Indeed, train for another 10 years. And you may endure a blow from his brother. It seems you seek superiority among us. The young monk, with utmost seriousness, declared, benefactor, you cannot possibly be a match for the Eastern Emperor, as I have stated. The man in white, growing increasingly infuriated, resolved to eliminate him. You truly are courting death. With that, the man in white's robes billowed, his sword shimmering like the stars, the energy rippling around him as he lunged at the young monk. Once again, the young monk hid behind his elder brother, shouting, brother, defend me. The elder monk, shaking his head in disbelief yet unwavering, began his incantation. With a resounding roar, akin to a golden dragon guarding him, the elder monk formed seals with his hands. Suddenly, a golden dragon ascended, with numerous Buddhist symbols merging to create a grand seal. His voice rang out like the clash of metal, resonating through the air. The white-robed monk also formed seals, and a dragon's roar emanated from him, transforming into a series of Buddhist symbols that coalesced into yet another grand seal. I summon the souls. The chant echoed, resonating like the clang of iron in the ears of the gathered crowd. Before me lies a magnificent golden seal, intricately crafted from the golden runes of Buddhism. The Arhat, demon extermination seal. The divine power of Buddhism, the Arhat's demon extermination seal. The summoning resembles clutching a golden seal. Behind, the medicine is waving its hand, shouting, senior brother, crush him. The patrons of the tavern, upon hearing the words of the young monk, collectively flinched. Is this child truly a monk? Is it not said that the Buddha seeks to liberate all sentient beings and advocates against taking life? At one moment, you engage in deceit, and at another, you wreak havoc upon others. Are you truly a monk? Zhaoan seemed to have grown accustomed to the presence of the unknown elixir. In the blink of an eye, the sword of the young man in white had already arrived before Zhaoan. Drink, with a soft incantation. The golden seal descended upon the young man in white. The moment the golden seal clashed with the young man's sword, a tremendous explosion ensued. A tremendous sound erupted, akin to the clash of metal. A shockwave shattered all the tables and chairs. The young man in white was forcefully thrown to the ground. The young man in white suddenly found himself enveloped in darkness. What a stark contrast it is. As the young man in white contemplated, his bleary eyes caught sight of a tiny shoe sole, witnessing the white-clad youth being struck to the ground. The medicine figure emerged from behind the spirit summoner with a sly grin. The medicine, oblivious to his own bald head, addressed the young man in white, saying, I have already mentioned, you should return and train for another decade. Perhaps then you might withstand even a single strike from my elder brother. With that, the medicine lifted his small leg and aimed a kick at the face of the young man in white. Smack. It seems that the potency of the medicine was so overwhelming that it inadvertently produced a resounding slap. The young man in white witnessed the tiny soul drawing closer in his sight. For heaven's sake, damn. The young man in white had yet to utter a word before being trampled by Yao Buji. After stepping down, Yao Buji sprang up and danced upon the young man's body for a few moments. By the time Yao Buji's foot met his face, the young man had already succumbed to complete unconsciousness, blissfully unaware of the antics taking place upon him. Upon alighting from the young man's form, Yao Buji brought his hands together in a gesture of reverence, adopting the demeanor of a venerable monk, his small face adorned with an expression of compassionate sorrow. Amipa, how benevolent! Have I, the little monk, been too uncouth? The medicine gazed wide-eyed at the crowd, exuding an adorable charm. Yet, with the young man in white standing before them, who would dare to label him as uncouth? Thus, the patrons of the tavern shook their heads in disapproval. How could the young master, a person of enlightenment, possibly exhibit rudeness? Indeed, who dares to claim that the little monk is impolite? I, Daniel, shall be the first to not let such a person escape. Daniel is absolutely correct. How could someone like the little monk possibly be rude? The young sage's every word and action serves as a paragon for our generation to emulate. Such boundless compassion displayed by the young sage makes one ponder, if the young sage had not been born, The realms of Buddhism and Taoism would remain shrouded in eternal darkness. The incantation may sound relatively normal at the outset. Yet do you not feel a pang of conscience when uttering the subsequent words? The naive Yabuzi gazed at Zhao Hun and inquired, "Brother, master, and our esteemed seniors claim that I am utterly clueless about the Buddhist path. It seems they are deceiving me." Zhao Hun replied, "Were it not for my presence here, they could have easily extinguished your life." "Do you believe that?" Yabuzi, undeterred, asked again, "Is that truly the case?" With wide, innocent eyes, he continued, "If you are deceiving this humble monk, I shall have to confront you, brother." Upon hearing this, the crowd winced, leading to another round of shameless flattery. The young monk speaks with great gravity. "Indeed, as Iron Bull previously mentioned, I, Godin, have traversed countless mountains and rivers. Yet I have never encountered anyone quite like the young monk. Truly, if the heavens had not birthed the young monk, the Buddhist path would remain shrouded in eternal darkness." This assertion resonated deeply. The crowd clutched their chests, lamenting, "Oh, how my heart aches. Such a betrayal of conscience. Will I be struck by lightning?" Yabuzi, with a cheerful demeanor, remarked, "The benefactors down the mountain are indeed wise." Remarkably, he displayed no embarrassment and nodded in agreement. "I find your words to be quite accurate." Zhao Hun pulled Yabuzi aside, stating, "It is time to seek out our uncle." Zhao Hun could no longer endure the flattery, fearing that prolonged exposure might shatter his Buddhist resolve. At Ling Mountain, within the great Thunder Sound Temple, he sighed in relief. "Ah, that little one has finally departed. How serene. I have never felt the world to be so tranquil." In the medicinal garden, Yao Fuo wore a joyful expression, as if he were on the verge of soaring into the skies. Opposite him, the dragon-taming Buddha nodded in agreement, taking a sip of tea. "I never anticipated that this world could be so pure." In the back courtyard's meditation chamber, "That little one has left?" "Indeed, he has." "Is he off to find the Sun and Moon Buddha?" "Yes, he must have arrived by now." "Ha! Quickly, bring forth the treasured flower wine I have saved." "Is that appropriate?" "Wine and meat may pass through the body, but the Buddha's essence remains." On the Vermilion Bird Avenue, two monks, one large and one small, engaged in conversation. "Brother, do you think our uncle secretly drinks wine?" "Brother, last time I stealthily consumed our uncle's liquor. I drank half, but fearing discovery, I refilled it with urine." "Brother, do you think I am particularly clever?" Zhao Hun yearned to descend the mountain, yet now he regretted his desire. "What should I do? I'm quite anxious. Who was it that once claimed this child had a karmic connection with the Buddha?" Zhao Hun pondered that Yabuzi bore a fateful bond with the Buddha. He sighed. "Little Junior, could you refrain from speaking? I am quite fatigued." Yabuzi widened his bright, sparkling eyes and replied, "Brother, have you forgotten? I do not practice silent meditation." Zhao Hun responded. Yabuzi continued, "Brother, do you know what our Sun and Moon uncle looks like?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Hun halted in his tracks. After a considerable pause, he reluctantly admitted, "It seems I do not know." Yabuzi tilted his head, pondering, "Where shall we seek the master of the Sun and Moon?" The atmosphere was fraught with unspoken words. At this moment, two figures approached, a man and a woman. Upon seeing them, the radiant eyes of the young monk brightened. "Master," he exclaimed, "do not worry. Allow me to inquire." With that, he hurried towards the pair. Joining his palms in reverence, he uttered, "Amitabha." His countenance was devoid of joy or sorrow, as if he had transcended the worldly concerns that beset mortals. "Esteemed benefactors," the man and woman halted. Their curiosity piqued as they regarded the young monk. "Might I inquire if you know the whereabouts of my master of the Sun and Moon?" The man and woman before him were none other than Shen Cangsheng and Si Chi. The essence emanating from the young monk revealed his connection to a revered Buddha, and Shen Cangsheng discerned at once the identity of the monk. "What business do you have with your master?" he inquired, a smile gracing his lips. Instantly, the young monk's expression shifted, his face contorting as if on the verge of tears. "Esteemed benefactor, my master has faced a tumultuous fate, having endured 81 strikes of heavenly thunder, as you would say, being struck by lightning no less than 81 times. Such injustice from the heavens. I have come to save my master's life," the young monk continued. "If I do not reach him in time, he may perish." Shen Cangsheng, bewildered, gazed at the young monk, pondering when he had ever been struck by lightning, much less 81 times. "If you are aware, I would be grateful if you could inform me," the monk implored. Meanwhile, the spirit guide, upon seeing Shen Cangsheng, recalled that the last time he had visited Ling Mountain was 5 years prior. In the recesses of his mind, he had no image of Shen Cangsheng. Yet, 5 years ago, the spirit guide had been 13. Though he could not immediately recall Shen Cangsheng's visage, recognition dawned upon him as he approached. With palms joined, he declared, under the auspices of the dragon subduing. I have encountered the master of the sun and moon. The young monk stood there, utterly perplexed. What was happening? Abruptly, his large, innocent eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to Shen Cangsheng, exclaiming, "Could you truly be my master of the sun and moon?" Years prior, in pursuit of the supreme dragon chart, Shen Cangsheng had ventured to the great sound of Thunder Temple on Ling Mountain, seeking to break the shackles of fate. Among the extraordinary methods of the mortal realm, only the teachings of the Ghost Valley and the great sound of Thunder Temple held potential for his salvation. Upon learning of Shen Cangsheng's plight, the 9 Buddhas of the temple presented him with the Great Nirvana Sutra. This ancient text alone bore the promise of assistance. After receiving it, Shen Cangsheng secluded himself in the temple for 6 months. Upon his emergence, he had comprehended the sutra fully, though it did not resolve his physical afflictions. It alleviated the excruciating pain that gnawed at him yearly. Meanwhile, the Great Thunder Sound Temple was in search of the final Buddha capable of comprehending the Mahaparinirvana Sutra. Thus, Shen Cangsheng's name was inscribed in the temple, earning him the title of the Buddha of Sun and Moonlight, also known as the Sun and Moon Buddha. Shen Cangsheng gazed at the little one and nodded. Yabuzi promptly retrieved a medicinal pill from his package and respectfully presented it to Shen Cangsheng. "Master Uncle, this is the elixir my master has prepared for you." Shen Cangsheng gestured for Siki to accept the medicine. At 30 years of age, although he had transcended a certain threshold, the Great Thunder Sound Temple remained unaware of this. It was entirely reasonable for the medicine Buddha to present him with a potion. Yabuzi continued, "Master Uncle, I never expected you to be so handsome. You surpass everyone in the temple in charm." Upon hearing the words of Yabuzi, Shen Cangsheng turned his gaze towards Zhaohan, who offered a wry smile in response. Yabuzi continued, "Master Uncle, you cannot imagine how, upon meeting you, I felt as though I had encountered a long-lost relative. It was an overwhelming sense of warmth. By the way, Master Uncle, my name is Yabuzi. You may call me Xiao Zhizhi." The medicine spoke bashfully. "Shen Cangsheng." "Zhaohan." Siqi chuckled quietly behind, covering her mouth. "Little Zhizhi?" Shen Cangsheng gazed at the adorable Yabuzi, and he had a pretty good idea of what kind of creature this little fellow was. Turning to the spirit summoning, Shen Cangsheng remarked, "It seems that these past few years have not been easy for you." The moment of invocation stirred tears within. "Master, understand me." Shen Cangsheng shook his head and replied, "Let us depart. I shall escort you back to the palace." Yao, eyes wide with astonishment, inquired, "Back to the palace? Master, are you not the emperor?" Shen Cangsheng gently patted Yao Zhizhi on the head and remarked, "Do not speak so much. What of the emperor?" As Shen Cangsheng and his companions turned to depart, a voice called out from behind, "Master, it is them. It is that monk." Shen Cangsheng gazed at the young man in white, his face bruised and battered. The once pristine garment, now soiled and dusty, could scarcely be deemed white any longer. It resembled a tattered rag. Although the young man in white did not recognize Shen Cangsheng, it did not imply that his master was oblivious to him. The elderly figure, clad in dark robes, approached Shen Cangsheng and spoke, "I have encountered the Eastern Sovereign." In the realm of martial arts, individuals refer to Shen Cangsheng as the Eastern Emperor. Among the common folk, he is affectionately known as the Crown Prince. After all, those in the martial world are quite reluctant to engage with the imperial court. Given that Shen Cangsheng holds dominion over the Eastern Emperor's palace, he is directly addressed as the Eastern Emperor. Is there something amiss? Shen Cangsheng naturally did not recognize the elderly man. The old man in the dark robe forced a smile, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Moments ago, his inept disciple had encountered some discord with the 2 young masters. Thus, upon witnessing this, how could Shen Cangsheng remain oblivious? This is a call for reinforcements. Seeking a confrontation. Such occurrences are commonplace in the world of martial arts, frequently witnessed. Some individuals, unable to prevail in combat, resort to summoning assistance. If the summoned allies prove ineffective, well, they shall call for more. Shen Cangsheng gazed at the spirit summoner, who, with a sense of resignation, recounted the events once more. The unassuming figure of Yabuzi remarked, "Master Uncle, I have truly never encountered someone so shameless, pretending to be the best in the world despite their evident shortcomings." The white-clad youth was instantly engulfed in fury. "What did you say?" He reached for his sword. "Little monk, I shall fight to the death." However, before he could draw his weapon, the elder in black robes swiftly struck the white youth across the face, exclaiming, "Before the Eastern Sovereign, do you think you can draw your sword? The Eastern Sovereign is no mere wanderer. He is a prince. What right do you have to unsheathe your blade in his presence?" Although the youth dismissed the prince in his heart, he understood the necessity of maintaining appearances. The white youth coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Master? He gazed at his mentor with a mix of sorrow and indignation. Your inept disciple lacks understanding. I implore the Eastern Sovereign for forgiveness. Shen Cangsheng waved his hand dismissively, saying, no matter. Yao Buji continued, I told him that even if he trained for another decade, he might only be able to withstand one strike from his senior brother, yet he refused to believe me. With that, the white youth once again spat out blood. Little bald one, I shall not rest until we are adversaries. Yet, this declaration remained unvoiced. The elder in black offered an awkward smile before adopting a serious tone. Eastern Sovereign, it is true that my incompetent disciple is at fault, but as his master, I. Shen Cangsheng, understanding the implications of the elder's words, interjected, this court acknowledges that both of them have erred. However, as an elder, is it appropriate for you to engage with them? Yao Buji retorted, perfect. You shall duel with my master uncle, while we contend with your disciple. The elder in black queried, where is your master uncle? Yu Buji pointed at Shen Cangsheng, saying, he is my master uncle. The elder scrutinized Shen Cangsheng, who smiled in response. I have previously perused the text of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, thus this master uncle holds merit. Upon hearing Shen Cangsheng's words, the elder gazed at his disciple, utterly astonished to discover that his pupil had engaged in a confrontation with someone from the Great Thunder Sound Temple. It would be strange if you weren't beaten. What kind of place is the Great Thunder Sound Temple? It is one of the 8 sects. Yet, the words had already been uttered. There was no option but to proceed. How could one return now? How would the people of the martial world perceive him? How could he continue to navigate this realm? Shen Cangsheng seemed to discern the elder's thoughts and proposed, let us resolve this. You sought trouble? So take one punch from me, and let this matter rest, shall we? The elder's face brightened with joy as he nodded. As the Eastern Sovereign wishes. According to the rules, if the disciple lost, the master was not permitted to intervene. The elder had already breached this regulation, hence Shen Cangsheng's words held no fault. Shen Cangsheng clenched his right fist, golden Buddhist symbols materializing in the air, coalescing around his fist. With a resounding boom, Shen Cangsheng unleashed his punch. Golden light erupting as the Buddhist symbols encircled his fist, hurtling towards the elder in black. The elder gathered his strength, martial patterns converging into a luminous shield that enveloped him. A golden fist, accompanied by the runes of Buddhism, arrived in an instant. Bang! A gentle sound echoed as the protective barrier conjured by the elder in dark robes shattered in the blink of an eye, failing to withstand even a breath. The elder's complexion turned crimson. 10,000 swords. Ascend to immortality. The elder decisively drew his azure blade, transforming it into myriad sword rays to obstruct the golden fist. With a resounding crash, the golden fist penetrated through as if entering an uninhabited realm, shattering all the sword rays in an instant. The fist struck directly at the elder's chest. Boom. Crack. The elder was sent flying several yards, his garments disheveled. Struggling to rise, Shen Cangsheng gazed at the elder, stating, the Eastern Emperor Palace is not a mere facade. Should you choose not to comply? Then when the celestial army descends, do not hold me accountable for my ruthlessness. The elder suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, offering a bitter smile. Thank you, Eastern Emperor. He understood he had violated the rules. Amitba, this monk shall engage you in battle. Yao Buji approached the young man in white. If the Buddha were present, the young man in white regarded Yu Buji, his heart reflecting the diminutive Yu Buji boldly stepped forward. Her small face adorned with a sacred and solemn expression, reminiscent of a pilgrimage. With her tiny hands clasped together, she spoke softly, benefactor. Allow this monk to engage you in battle. Her tender tone carried the fervor akin to the Buddha sacrificing flesh to feed the eagle. Upon hearing Yu Buji's words, the young man's face turned ashen. His master had been struck to the ground by Shen Cangsheng's blow, and he himself could not withstand even a single move. Yet, a child under 10 dared to act thus. The young man felt a profound humiliation. How could such a small child dare to mock him? However, he did not dare to retaliate. He truly felt terror. I concede. The young man gritted his teeth. He had originally believed that upon mastering his martial skills and descending the mountain, he would surely gain fame throughout the realm. The quickest way to achieve renown was to challenge esteemed individuals, and among the youth, the most celebrated was none other than the figure listed on the Tianji Pavilion's renowned talent register, Meng Lang, an extraordinary prodigy. This was what his sect had conveyed to him. His potential was boundless, his talents exceptional. Meng Lang had always believed this, for within his generation in the sect, none were his match. Thus, Meng Lang descended the mountain with his sword, eager to carve out a distinguished reputation in the realm. He issued a challenge to the lady in yellow, yet she dismissed him entirely. Meng Lang then turned to challenge the second-ranked sword immortal, Bu Liuxing, only to receive the same disregard. He could not fathom why. After all, he was a prodigious talent. Arrogant and proud, Meng Lang ventured to the Golden Capital, intent on challenging a formidable figure. Indeed, if he could defeat him, his name would surely soar, and he would ascend to greatness. The individual in question is none other than the current crown prince, Shen Cangsheng, known in the martial world as the Eastern Emperor. However, before encountering Shen Cangsheng, one unexpectedly crossed paths with a monk. Despite being a figure of great prowess, he found himself unable to withstand even a single move from a monk who was his junior. What a profound humiliation, even in defeat. One ought not to succumb in just one move. Upon the arrival of his master, Meng Lang was met with even greater dread. His formidable teacher was also unable to resist a single strike from Shen Cangsheng. Both master and disciple were brought low by a single blow from two assailants. Meng Lang's grand ambitions lay shattered, irrevocably fragmented beyond repair. Yet, there was an audacious young monk who shamelessly proclaimed his desire to duel with him. Meng Lang cursed inwardly, wondering if the monk would dare utter such words in the absence of Shen Cangsheng and Zhao Han. Yao Buji, upon witnessing Meng Lang's capitulation, radiated an aura akin to a divine light, illuminating his diminutive form. With hands clasped, he proclaimed, Amitabha, though this humble monk is unrivaled in the world, one must not belittle oneself. Should you allow me a decade of earnest practice, I shall surely engage you in a spirited contest. His expression was earnest, and all present were taken aback by the audacity of this young monk. Could he truly be from the esteemed Great Thunder Sound Temple? When did monks become so brazen? Indeed, Yobuji was naturally ill-suited for martial arts, which led him to take refuge under the guidance of the medicine Buddha, Shen Cangsheng. Upon hearing the young monk's words, felt his cheeks twitch in disbelief at such shamelessness. He had never encountered anyone quite like Yobuji, a mere child. What teachings were imparted at the Great Thunder Sound Temple? The elderly figure in dark robes, whether due to grievous injuries or other reasons, suddenly flushed and coughed up blood once more. Meng Lang hastily rushed to support his master. Eastern Emperor, I take my leave. Shen Cangsheng nodded in acquiescence. The elder swiftly turned, taking Meng Lang with him, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye, as if pursued by some monstrous force. Yao Buji shook his small head and, with wide eyes, called out, Benefactor, do remember to practice diligently. Shen Cangsheng could only manage a bitter smile, while Zhao Han, his face reddened, felt a wave of embarrassment towards his junior in the presence of his master, Shen Cangsheng. As they traversed the Zhuke Avenue, Shen Cangsheng and Zhao Han walked ahead, followed by Yao Buji and Si Qi. The young monk turned to Si Qi and asked, May I inquire, beautiful ladies, if I might pose a question? Si Qi found herself quite fond of this adorable little monk, particularly enchanted by his large, expressive eyes, which seemed to possess a life of their own. Being the nephew of their prince, she nodded in agreement. Yao Buji inquired, May I ask if there is wine within the palace? Si Qi, perplexed by the question, nodded and replied, Not only is there wine in the palace, but also the finest wines in the world. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in Yao Buji's eyes. He eagerly asked, Then, might I indulge in a taste? With wide, innocent eyes, he gazed at Si Qi. Si Qi, reciprocating the gaze, tilted her head in contemplation and remarked, Isn't it true that monks are forbidden from consuming alcohol? Upon hearing this, Yao Buji's face flushed with indignation as he retorted, Have you never heard? Drinking can enhance wisdom. At my age, it is the perfect time to cultivate intelligence. How could I possibly abstain? In the distance, Shen Cangsheng, overhearing Yao Buji's words, cast a glance at Zhao Han. Zhao Han, with a resigned expression, replied, Master uncle, he is quite fond of wine. Shen Cangsheng chuckled. Does he also indulge while in the monastery? Zhao Han sighed, however, Master Rui does possess wine. Rui Buddha, with no constraints from heaven or earth. I am free to indulge as I wish. Neither gods nor Buddhas can fathom my desires. Shen Cangsheng mused, I fear he has faced his fair share of beatings. Competing for wine with a drunkard is surely courting trouble. Zhao Han continued, You may not know, but after enduring a beating, he would sneakily relieve himself into Master Rui's wine jar. On several occasions, Master Rui has unwittingly consumed. At this point, Zhao Han hesitated, feeling embarrassed to continue. Shen Cangsheng glanced back at Yabushi, who, with wide, innocent eyes, was observing him. Yabushi turned to Si Qi and asked, Beautiful lady, do those of the rivers and lakes not possess their own titles? In the realm of martial heroes, it is customary for those with renown to be bestowed with a moniker, Titles such as the yellow-clad lady who topples cities and the sword immortal Bu Lu Xing are often derived from one's unique traits or areas of expertise. This practice is quite common in the world of martial arts, and Si Chi nodded in understanding. Yao Buji continued, now that I have descended from the mountain, should I not also have a title of my own? Si Chi looked at him in confusion, pondering what sort of title he desired. Yao Buji mused aloud. There was a saying I once heard that I quite liked. If heaven did not give birth to me, Yao Buji. The Buddhist and Taoist path is but an eternal night. Beautiful lady, what do you think of the title patriarch of the Buddhist and Taoist path for me? Shen Cangsheng and Zhao Han, both possessing considerable strength, were momentarily taken aback by Yao Buji's proclamation. In the Eastern Palace, Yao Buji clutched a jar of wine, drinking heartily as his cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Si Chi watched the young monk anxiously, while Zhao Han quietly sipped his tea, seemingly oblivious to the commotion. Si Chi couldn't help but ask, is it truly safe for him to drink so recklessly? She understood that the young monk lacked any martial prowess or internal strength, fearing that he might drink himself into a stupor. Yao Buji and Zhao Han had spent 2 days in the Eastern Palace, during which the young monk had encountered exquisite wines he had never before seen. Thus, the revelry continued. For 2 days and 2 nights, the young monk Yao Buji was completely immersed in the exquisite nectar of wine. Delicious. Another cup, please. No, wait. Bring me a whole vat. Yao Buji appeared utterly flushed, cradling a wine vat and swaying unsteadily. Zhao Han shook his head and reassured Si Chi, do not worry. My friend, he is the disciple of the medicine Buddha and has grown up indulging in medicinal baths. A little wine cannot harm him. What Zhao Han did not disclose was that the more Yao Buji drank, the greater his internal energy became. However, the Great Lane Temple, renowned for its unparalleled martial arts, found itself unable to comprehend Yao Buji's extraordinary physique. Have you ever encountered a situation where drinking wine equates to training? He requires no rigorous practice, no meditation, nor any breaking of barriers. He merely needs to drink. The more he consumes, the stronger his body becomes. Have you ever seen such a phenomenon? The Buddha above. His disciples have not. Thus, the Great Lane Temple permitted Yao Buji to descend the mountain to obtain a particular martial art possessed solely by Shen Cangsheng. This art is none other than the Great Sun Golden Crow technique, which cultivates the true energy of the golden crow, capable of refining any impurities. If mastered, one's body transforms into a furnace, perpetually ablaze, much like Shen Cangsheng himself, while others practicing the sovereign dragon chart might be consumed to death after 3 decades. How is it that Shen Cangsheng remains at the peak of his prowess? Although the Great Nirvana Sutra of Buddhism plays a role, the crux lies within this martial art. The Great Sun Golden Crow. This technique has already purified Shen Cangsheng's entire being to an immaculate state, as pristine as the heavens themselves. Moreover, within Shen Cangsheng, the true fire akin to the sun burns ceaselessly, rendering his body impervious to all toxins. There is no poison that can withstand the flames of the solar essence. The Great Lane Temple seeks this martial art. Although Yao Buji can enhance his strength through consuming wine, even with his lifelong medicinal baths, he could only withstand a single vat of wine. Beyond that, the energies from his medicinal baths would clash with the energies derived from the wine, resulting in catastrophic consequences. While wine may be unpleasant or unsavory for others, for Yao Buji, it is a sweet delight. Upon realizing this, Shen Cangsheng chose to leave a trace of white flame within Yao Buji, ensuring that he could smoothly cultivate this martial art in the future, though Yao Buji remained oblivious to this fact. When the time comes for Yao Buji to embark on his cultivation journey, he will undoubtedly advance at an astonishing pace, perhaps even at an extraordinary rate. Years of medicinal baths combined with wine will lead to his enhancement. Yao Buji is truly a favored child of the heavens. Shen Cangsheng mused that had Yao Buji begun practicing the Great Sun Golden Crow technique 4 or 5 years ago, he might have already attained the realm of divine abilities by now. Yao Buji will undoubtedly become the youngest to reach such heights, surpassing even Shen Cangsheng. Seeing that Zhao Han had spoken so, Si Chi could only fetch more wine for Yao Buji. Staggering, Yao Buji approached Zhao Han and declared, "Brother, from this day forth, I shall be known in the martial world as the ancestor of Buddha and Tao." With that, he let out a loud belch towards Zhao Han. The overwhelming scent of alcohol made Zhao Han feel nauseous. He, Zhao Han, was allergic to liquor. Indeed, you are, very well. Zhao Han inadvertently stepped back a pace, finding the odor unbearable. Burp. Yao Buji, clutching a wine jar, shook his head. No, since my master is referred to as the Crown Prince, I too shall address the Buddha Tao ancestor as such. Zhao Hun listened to Yao Buji's words, utterly speechless. Do you not fear your master will strike you down? In recent days, Yao Buji was exceedingly merry, feeling an abundance of strength coursing through him, convinced that he could deliver a blow potent enough to fell his master. Yao Fo, young monk, how formidable you are. Visible white energy swirled around Yao Buji, his face puffed with vigor. Once again, he absorbed power. Zhao Hun gazed at Yao Buji enviously. This was indeed a favored child of heaven. Cultivation and training were of no concern. Huang he expresses gratitude for his highness's benevolence. Henceforth, I shall faithfully accompany you for all eternity. Huang he, dressed in humble attire, knelt before Shen Cangsheng. Shen Cangsheng smiled. How does it fare with you? Huang he replied, I now feel invigorated, and as for what you mentioned about engraving martial arts upon my bones, I am confident I shall accomplish it within a month. Shen Cangsheng advised, act according to your capabilities. You should not rush while your mind is still troubled. Huang He's eyes held no malice, only clarity. I believe I must venture outside the palace. Shen Cangsheng responded, very well, I shall have someone accompany you. With a snap of his fingers, a woman in a red robe appeared from behind a screen. Your Highness. The woman in red bowed to Shen Cangsheng. He instructed. Accompany Huang He to the home of the Minister of Revenue. Understood. In the early morning, Fan Dongli had just returned home to find his father-in-law, who usually would be heading to the palace at this hour, sitting expressionless in the hall. In the hall, his wife wore a frosty demeanor, while to the left sat two women, one clad in simple, patched clothing, and the other in a resplendent red robe. Before Fan Dongli could speak, the Minister of Revenue, Qing Yong, interjected. We have esteemed guests today. Be sure to entertain them properly. There was a hint of irritation in Qing Yong's tone. Yet Fan Dongli failed to perceive it. Early that morning, Qing Yong had intended to enter the palace, but upon opening the door, he was greeted by two women. The woman in red announced, We come from the Eastern Palace. Hearing this, Qing Yong felt compelled to act with utmost diligence, despite being a prominent figure in the court. He knew the crown prince, Shen Cangsheng, was of far greater significance than most. In the court, apart from the emperor's decree, the words of the crown prince held the weight of command. When the woman in red revealed the purpose of their visit, Qing Yong's initial reaction was not anger, but trepidation. The woman he had once cast aside had now become a companion to the crown prince, which filled him with dread before his fury took hold. The woman in the red robe cast a cold glance at Fan Dongli and said, We hail from the Eastern Palace and have come to settle a score with you. Upon hearing this, Fan Dongli furrowed his brows and inquired, Esteemed lady, it seems that there has been no prior interaction between myself and the crown prince. What score could possibly be settled? The woman merely sneered and replied, Then perhaps you should take a look at her and see if you recognize her. The woman in plain clothing turned her head, and their eyes met. Fan Dongli was momentarily frozen. You. He gazed at the woman in plain clothing in disbelief. She smiled gently and said, Lord Fan, do you remember the flower by the ferry? At Qingfu, the residence of Minister Qing Yong, silence enveloped the premises. No one dared to raise their voice. In the hall, Fan Dongli stood dazed, staring at the woman before him. You. His pupils constricted. He never anticipated that she would one day appear before him, especially within Qingfu. A surge of anger welled within Fan Dongli. The notorious assassin organization, Yinshang Yun, had failed to capture even a mere village woman. The woman in plain clothing smiled softly, her demeanor unruffled as if nothing could disturb her peace. Lord Fan, do you recall the village woman? Fan Dongli trembled, his lips quivering, unable to utter a word. Qing Xiaoyuan could hardly believe that the man who had always been so compliant with her, so dutiful to his elders, would truly resemble the rumors circulating outside. Qing Xiaoyuan furrowed her delicate brows and exclaimed angrily, Will you not speak? Fan Dongli cast a glance at his wife, who was usually gentle but now wore a face full of fury. His father-in-law, who typically held him in high regard, sat like a monk in meditation, revealing no emotions as he quietly sipped his tea. Fan Dongli's throat moved for what felt like an eternity. Finally, he sighed deeply, tears streaming down his face. Having navigated the political arena for many years, Fan Dongli had learned much, mastering certain skills to a profound degree, such as the art of performance. A hint of sorrow crossed his face, mingled with hesitation, as he sighed once more, the tears on his cheeks amplifying his sense of grievance. In desperation, Fan Dongli fell to his knees before his father-in-law, exclaiming with anguish, I am a wretched son-in-law who deserves death. I should not have concealed the truth. At that moment, Fan Dongli dared not admit to anything, for to do so would spell the end of his career in governance. He had to play the part of the victim to salvage his future. Thus, Fan Dongli began his performance, tears streaming down his face as he said, "I should not have hidden the truth from my esteemed father-in-law. I come from humble beginnings, my ancestors having lived by fishing." This much was known to both Qin Yong and Qing Xiaoyuan. Seeing Fan Dongli in such a state, the flower, or rather, Huang He, felt a twinge of strangeness. Meanwhile, the woman in red observed Fan Dongli with keen interest. He bowed 3 times, striking his forehead against the ground until it bled profusely. Qin Yong frowned at the sight of Fan Dongli's display. Upon seeing Qin Yong, Fan Dongli furrowed his brow, a surge of joy coursing through him. His greatest fear was the stoic demeanor of his esteemed father-in-law. As long as there was some semblance of expression, everything could still be performed. Fan Dongli remarked, "In my hometown, despite repeatedly failing my exams, I was still a scholar. I grew up alongside this village girl, often referred to as childhood sweethearts. However, I never merely regarded her as a sister. I never contemplated marrying her." The words spoken by Fan Dong fell upon the ears of the Yellow River. The body of the Yellow River stiffened. "Sister? Never once considered marrying her?" The Yellow River suddenly evokes the words of Prince Shen Cangsheng in my mind. A scholar devoid of emotions instills a deeper sense of dread than any formidable weapon in the world. In fact, one might argue that the embodiment of death on the battlefield pales in comparison to a heartless scholar. At least a general possesses the discernment to identify who ought to be slain and who should be spared. Conversely, a merciless scholar remains indifferent to kinship. Although they immerse themselves in the teachings of sages, learning about benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and filial piety, when they become unfeeling, they surpass all in their ruthlessness. Even though they may possess a greater understanding of these virtues than anyone else, once they have ascended to lofty heights, they are unlikely to relinquish their position easily. Thus, one must be prepared. Consider it as witnessing a solo performance. Even though Fan Dongli remains absent, Huang Yi still harbors a glimmer of hope for him, as if he were still the diligent scholar immersed in his studies from years past. Yet now, Huang Yi smiles. Indeed, just as the prince had asserted, scholars comprehend better than anyone else the essence of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and filial piety. However, they are also the most heartless individuals in the world, the battlefield deities. Despite having taken countless lives and stained their hands with blood, act out of a desire to protect their own families, do they not? Yet, I toiled day and night solely for the sake of my husband's peace of mind in his studies, only to receive in return the revelation that I had never contemplated marrying her. Then, were the nuptial candles of that year all mere facades? The heart of the Yellow River feels so weary. Perhaps she should not have come. That way, at least, there would remain a cherished thought, wouldn't there? Now, everything lies shattered. Am I truly so unworthy in my husband's eyes? Indeed, it seems so. How could a mere fishing village woman ever be worthy of a scholar of such esteemed distinction? Qing Xiaoyuan approached Fan Dongli, gazing at him. This was once a person adorned in fine attire, full of vigor, who had claimed the top position. Why, now, does he still refuse to speak the truth? Do you truly believe that we are all fools? Do you consider the crown prince to be a fool as well? I have previously informed you that they hail from the Eastern Palace. The woman in the crimson robe is also known to Qing Xiaoyuan. If the crown prince were to lose his temper, would the woman in red make her appearance? The officials of the Golden Capital are well aware that the crown prince wields not merely 100,000 celestial soldiers. Deep within the Eastern Palace reside certain individuals endowed with otherworldly powers. Should the crown prince ever find himself in a state of fury, these formidable beings would remain concealed from sight. 7 years ago, in the imperial court, he was a high-ranking official standing in the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Truly a titan among titans. Yet, there exists a stark contrast. Only because the son of this esteemed figure engaged in wanton misdeeds, not only forcibly seizing virtuous women, but also secretly exterminating her entire family and kin, leaving only a single girl to escape. In her panic, she fortuitously encountered the crown prince. Upon learning of this, the crown prince ordered an immediate investigation that continued through the night. Revealing the truth as dawn broke in the east, the two, bearing the edict of the Eastern Palace, arrived at the residence of this high-ranking official. They merely recounted the events, and before the dignitary could utter a word, a massacre ensued. If you were innocent, how could your son have committed such a grave error? Execute. The edict from the crown prince bore a single word, execute. On the reverse, another word, divine. Upon hearing this, all ministers trembled in fear. The first thing they did upon returning home was to hang their own children and administer a severe beating, irrespective of guilt or innocence. In the depths of the Eastern Palace, some individuals wielded the divine execution order, and wherever this order went, slaughter followed. Those who held the divine execution order donned crimson robes. This was also the reason why Qin Yong refrained from entering the palace upon seeing a woman in red. Fan Dongli observed his father-in-law's calm demeanor, but in reality, it was Qin Yong who was too frightened to move, and nothing more. The red robes hailed from the Eastern Palace. Qin Yong, as a prominent figure, instantly deduced that the divine execution order had arrived at their home. He longed to protest, exclaiming, "I have but one daughter who seldom leaves the house. I am not corrupt. My relationship with the crown prince is amicable. Yet, why must the divine execution order come to my home?" Though Qin Yong maintained an appearance of composure, internally, he was in turmoil. This also provoked Qin Xiaoyuan's ire, as she was furious with Fan Dongli for not speaking the truth. With the divine execution order present, why was he still pretending? They were unaware that Fan Dongli had never heard of it. Thus, witnessing the scene, Fan Dongli believed his performance had unraveled. Within the Eastern Palace, Shen Cangsheng sat cross-legged in the training chamber, eyes closed, hands forming seals, his chest rising and falling rhythmically. As he inhaled and exhaled, white flames danced around him. With a deep breath, Shen Cangsheng expelled a breath of turbid air, which contained flickers of white and gold flames, distorting the void before him. His previously pale visage gradually became flushed. Shen Cangsheng assessed his body, a look of joy emerging on his face. The potency of this medicine was indeed formidable. What Shen Cangsheng did not realize was that the medicine Buddha had put forth considerable effort for his disciple. After all, the medicine Buddha intended for his disciple to learn Shen Cangsheng's martial arts, which rivaled the clan's ancestral martial skills of the Shen dynasty, revealing the sheer terror of this martial art. Thus, the medicine brought by the soul summoner was nearly the pinnacle elixir accumulated over the medicine Buddha's lifetime, solely for the sake of his humbled disciple learning this martial art from Shen Cangsheng. It could be said that in all the world, only Shen Cangsheng could teach the medicine Buddha's disciple. In the front hall, Si Qi and Si Hua gazed at Yao Buji in astonishment. The young alchemist, Yao Buji, had already spent 3 days in the Eastern Palace. Surprisingly, he had indulged in liquor for 3 consecutive days, remaining in a state of inebriation throughout. Clutching a wine jug, his petite frame swayed as he approached Siji and Siwa. With a hiccup, Yao Buji struggled to open his eyes wide, though a haze still clouded his vision. "Sister, do you think I am a master of Buddhism and Taoism?" he inquired. Siji and Sihua exchanged amused glances upon hearing his words. For these 3 days, this singular question had been on Yao Buji's mind. He declared with pride, "What do you think? My master uncle is the crown prince, therefore. Should I not be considered a master of Buddhism and Taoism?" Although he had self-proclaimed himself a master, upon hearing others refer to Shen Cangsheng as the crown prince, he felt compelled to append a title of reverence to his own name. Wobbling unsteadily, Yao Buji inadvertently passed by Siji and Sihua, only to clutch the leg of a table and begin drooling. Siji and Sihua exchanged knowing looks. Siji chuckled wryly. "Do you think he would be scolded if the people from his temple were to hear him?" Sihua shook her head, equally bemused. "Who knows?" At that moment, Shen Cangsheng strolled in. Upon seeing him, Siji and Sihua quickly bowed in respect. "Your Highness." They immediately noticed Yu Buji, still lost in his musings, exclaiming, "I, Yu Buji, am a master of Buddhism and Taoism." Shen Cangsheng, amused, looked at Yu Buji and turned to Siji and Sihua, asking, "Has this little one been like this the entire time?" They nodded in response. With a gentle smile, Shen Cangsheng approached Yao Buji, lifted him into his arms, and proclaimed, "Such a remarkable talent. Now that he has come before me, I shall not allow him to squander his gifts." He mused that this might be the youngest practitioner of divine abilities in existence. Embracing Yu Buji, he entered the training chamber and instructed Siji, Sihua, "For the next few days, do not disturb me under any circumstances." They bowed in acknowledgement, yes. Early that day, Zhaoan had departed the imperial palace to report back to the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Yao Buji was left behind by the medicine Buddha to accompany Shen Cangsheng. In the training chamber, Shen Cangsheng summoned white flames that danced at his fingertips, touching Yao Buji's forehead. A mark of white flame appeared on Yao Buji's brow. Shen Cangsheng sighed, "Indeed, having a formidable master uncle is quite advantageous. I need not worry about anything. All is prepared." Although the great Xia dynasty was martial in nature, the majority of its populace consisted of commoners. The number of those who could practice martial arts was limited, as it was often more expensive than pursuing an education. For ordinary families, supporting a single individual in martial training was a daunting challenge, and success was not guaranteed through mere effort. In the realm of martial arts, the 8 sects held prominence, and entry into these sects was exceedingly difficult, which contributed to their reputation as sacred grounds within the martial world. Most martial arts from other sects were rather ordinary, with the most supreme techniques predominantly in the hands of powerful factions. Shen Cangsheng mused. It seems I must bring up another matter. With that, he concluded his thoughts. The fiery mark upon the brow of the self-medicating one began to spread like an ember throughout the entirety of his being. Within the residence of the Minister of Revenue, Fan Dongli felt confident in his acting skills as he gazed upon the approaching Qing Xiaoyuan. She leaned down, scrutinizing him, unaware that her husband was, in fact, utterly repugnant to her. Qing Xiaoyuan had heard tales of scholars who, disregarding their faithful wives, turned their backs to pursue wealth and prestige. Such anecdotes, often recounted by storytellers, seemed mere fabrications meant to capture the audience's interest. Yet, she never anticipated that the man lying beside her for all those years would embody such a character. The prince's decree had already arrived, and Qing Xiaoyuan did not believe it to be without purpose. Should Fan Dongli fail to reveal the truth, she had already discerned his inevitable fate. Furthermore, today as circumstances were unprecedented, the decree had never allowed for discourse. In the past, those touched by the decree were seized without a word, and any attempt to speak resulted in a swift demise. Compared to the decree, the very fact that Fan Dongli was permitted to speak today was a monumental grace. Yet, he still engaged in theatrics? Did he truly believe the decree was foolish? Or that Qing Yong, the Minister of Revenue, was naive? Having spent decades in the court, what manner of performance had he not witnessed? Qing Xiaoyuan coldly addressed Fan Dongli. Will you not speak the truth now? He stiffened, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes. I have not. Huang Yi stepped forward, questioning the true importance of official status. She had come to fully comprehend the prince's words. In her view, was holding a position of power truly so significant? Could it compel a man to forsake his loyal wife? At that moment, Huang Yi realized that for some, conscience paled in comparison to rank. What could conscience possibly offer Fan Dongli? Even if he achieved high office, without opportunity, he might never stand within the court. In that instant, Huang Yi bore no trace of a rustic woman. The wrinkles on her face had smoothed, her hands, once coarse, now appeared remarkably refined, as though she were in her prime. Fan Dongli, unable to meet her gaze, felt a pang of shame. Huang Yi shook her head, a quiet resignation in her demeanor. With a soft laugh, she mused, so be it. Observing Fan Dongli's expression, her last flicker of hope extinguished. Childhood companions? Faithful wives? What could possibly compare to the allure of high office and its rewards? Stop. A voice rang out as Huang Yi prepared to leave. The decree has emerged. Such an ending has never been witnessed. The woman in the crimson robe rose, a beam of light piercing toward Fan Dongli. He felt as though struck by a colossal force, and with a cry, he was hurled backward, crashing against the wall. Thud. As his body slid down, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. On Fan Dongli's hand, the veins bulged. You. Fan Dongli's gaze was fixed intensely on the woman in the red robe. What? Are you dissatisfied? The woman in red swiftly approached Fan Dongli. Do you know that what you seek can now be shattered by the Yellow River with a mere flick of her hand? Fan Dongli turned towards the Yellow River in disbelief. The woman in red continued. The Yellow River is now the master of the Divine Punishment Order. Anyone who wields the Divine Punishment Order is a master. The master signifies none other than His Highness, Shen Cangsheng. Qing Yong immediately rose and bowed deeply. Qing Yong pays his respects to the two masters. Fan Dongli gazed at his father-in-law in disbelief. How could he bow to a village woman he had abandoned? Let us depart. The Yellow River's expression remained impassive. Life, perhaps, would continue as before. It was merely a change of people and environment, nothing more. The woman in red addressed Qing Yong. You should know how to handle this, right? Qing Yong nodded earnestly. Understood. Fan Dongli watched as the Yellow River departed, his mind drifting back to years past. If I were to succeed, I would surely take you to witness the splendor of the golden capital. I would make you taste the candied hawthorn there. They say it is exceptionally sweet. He yearned to grasp her, yet she eluded him. The Yellow River bit into a skewer of candied hawthorn, a smile gracing her face. The woman in red observed the Yellow River, an ordinary girl once brought forth by the prince, now transformed into someone extraordinary. Valued by the prince and imbued with great potential, the heir of the Yellow River King, capable of soaring to great heights. The Yellow River offered the woman in red a skewer of candied hawthorn. Would you like to try? The woman in red accepted the hawthorn, puzzled. Why didn't you kill him yourself just now? The Yellow River smiled and replied, "Does it truly matter?" The woman in red responded, "But he betrayed you, leaving you to wait in vain for so many years." The Yellow River shook her head. "Perhaps that is the life I was meant to lead." The woman in red gazed at the smiling Yellow River at a loss for words. "However, from now on, this person will no longer be a part of my life." And that is all. In the world of martial arts, the 8 sects held supremacy. However, a decree from the Eastern Palace sent ripples throughout the entire realm. Deep within a mountain range, as one ventured further, they would behold numerous stone swords embedded in the rocks on either side. The sword energy surged, appearing capable of rending the heavens asunder. This was the location of the Sword Forging Manor, one of the 8 sects. The Sword Forging Manor was renowned as the finest place for sword forging in the world. 8 out of 10 famous swords originated from here. Moreover, it was the most coveted destination for swordsmen. The Sword Forging Manor boasted a natural furnace, with torrents of flame erupting from the mountainside. It is finally forged. On this day, as the winds and clouds stirred, a hearty laugh shattered the tranquility of the Sword Forging Manor. The inhabitants of the manor rushed to the source of the sound. "Congratulations, Manor Master." In the hands of the master of the sword-casting manor, a pitch-black sword gleamed, its dark aura swirling around it, exuding an enigmatic essence that hinted at both divinity and malevolence. The master of the manor laughed maniacally, declaring, "Dong Huang, my divine sword has been forged. I shall exact vengeance for the grievances of yesteryear." Madness flickered in his eyes, as if he were a being of godly or demonic nature. The battle of the past was a profound humiliation for the sword-casting manor. This resentment, for him, was inextinguishable. His frenzied gaze turned towards the direction of Dong Huang Palace. With this divine sword, he was convinced that Dong Huang would no longer be his adversary. "Dong Huang, I am coming." In the northern realms, atop the snow-capped mountains, the howling winds and snow raged. Humph. When has the world of martial arts allowed Dong Huang to dictate terms? Ahem, sect leader, Dong Huang has been wielding influence in the martial world for over a decade. Simultaneously, the members of the 8 sects seethed with anger. By what right does Dong Huang seize our martial arts? These are the legacies left by our ancestors. Should I refuse to comply, what will Dong Huang do? "Master, you cannot hope to match Dong Huang." Elsewhere, the Valley Master exclaimed, "This is unacceptable. What could warrant such panic? I have emphasized time and again the importance of composure and serenity. Master, Dong Huang Palace has issued a decree. They demand we surrender a portion of our martial arts." "How dare they?" The Valley Master erupted in fury, drawing his sword. "Master, remain calm and composed. It appears you may not be a match for Dong Huang, Master." In an instant, the entire martial world descended into chaos. The sound of phoenixes calling echoed through the mountains. Within the red dust firebath pavilion, the hall was rife with commotion. How is this possible? Is Dong Huang lost in a delusion? This could sever our ancestral lineage. Has Dong Huang truly lost all sense of morality? An elderly woman turned to Miao Zhenfeng. Miao Zhenfeng, holding the decree from Dong Huang Palace, bore an expressionless countenance, as if nothing could provoke a reaction from her. Crown Prince Shen Cangsheng has been waging war since his youth. Do you truly believe Dong Huang would shy away from a military confrontation? The hall fell silent. Miao Zhenfeng set aside the fabric and proclaimed, "We shall act in accordance with the decree of Dong Huang Palace." The enormous stone door, shaped like the dual fishes of yin and yang, seemed to embody the very essence of the cosmos. At the supreme gate, Zhang Taiji was beside himself with rage. What is Shen Cangsheng plotting? Zhang Taiji felt despondent. Ever since returning from the Golden Capital, he sensed a cloud of gloom enveloping him. Despite mastering his own sect's supreme martial arts, he felt woefully inadequate against Shen Cangsheng. Zhang Taiji recounted his fierce battles with Dong Huang, where darkness shrouded the skies, resulting in a stalemate. Deep down, Zhang Taiji understood that he was no match for Dong Huang Shen Cangsheng. The master of the sect has achieved remarkable prowess. We, of the Taishang sect, hold no fear of the Eastern Emperor Palace. Indeed, Master, we stand resolute, with our master present. Even Shen Cangsheng would not dare to lay a hand on us. After all, our master is a figure of equal stature to the Eastern Emperor. Hearing the words of his disciples, Zhang Taiji would have felt elated in the past, yet now he is beset by discontent. Has he perhaps exaggerated his own capabilities? In the realm of martial arts, where lineage is of utmost importance, it is strictly forbidden for those who are not disciples of our sect to practice the martial arts of others. Should this be discovered by the sect, the consequences could range from the forfeiture of one's martial skills to the ultimate price of one's life. This underscores the profound significance of martial arts within the sects of the Jianghu. Now, the usually reclusive Eastern Emperor Palace has issued an edict that has ignited a firestorm among the various sects of the Jianghu. Within the ranks of these sects, voices of indignation arise. What does the Eastern Emperor intend? Is he truly demanding that we relinquish our martial arts? Does he not comprehend the implications such demands hold for our sects? Our martial arts are the very foundation of our existence. The Eastern Emperor is attempting to unearth our ancestral graves. I cannot believe that the Eastern Emperor would dare to confront the entirety of the Jianghu. In the wake of this edict, a wave of fury sweeps through the sections. Yet, there are some who, upon receipt of the Eastern Emperor's decree, hastily gather their martial arts to submit to the Eastern Emperor Palace. The Tianji Pavilion, the most renowned sect in the Jianghu, is known for its focus on calculations rather than martial prowess, which is why it seldom engages in conflict. Therefore, the Tianqiu list produced by the Tianji Pavilion carries considerable weight among the people of Jianghu. The pavilion is situated atop Tianji Mountain, where, at this moment, several streams of light swiftly arrive. The gates of the Tianji Pavilion swing wide open to welcome the emissaries of the Eastern Emperor Palace. 6 figures, clad in black brocade robes adorned with golden embroidery, approach, their backs draped with the distinctive cloaks of the Eastern Emperor Palace. Each element of their attire is intricately detailed, depicting mountains, waters, grasses, and trees in vivid realism. The leader among them smiles, stating, "Upon receiving word from the Tianji Pavilion, we hastened here without delay. It is no wonder His Highness holds the Tianji Pavilion in such high regard." They were the first to respond. These individuals are representatives of the Eastern Emperor Palace, nurtured by Shen Cangsheng to interact with the forces of the Jianghu. While some may refer to them as the Emperor's Hounds, they are officially recognized as the enforcers of the Eastern Emperor Palace, acting with full authority on behalf of the Eastern Emperor. The power they wield is immense, as they are trusted confidants of Shen Cangsheng. Rest assured, the Tianji Pavilion has made the necessary preparations. We await your arrival to retrieve what is yours. The Tianji Pavilion's representative assures the enforcers. Thank you. At this moment, in the vicinity of Fengming Mountain, a sect known as the Red Dust Fire Pavilion is bustling with activity as boxes of martial arts are being transported. We are grateful to the pavilion master. The enforcer, cloaked in his flowing garment, bows respectfully toward Miao Zhenfeng. The flames rise like an apocalyptic inferno in the southerly fire region. N gazed longingly at the boxes of martial arts, his eyes filled with reluctance. These are treasures bequeathed by our ancestors. Elchi Nji smiled and said to Ndn, "Master, there's no need for such sorrow. We shall swiftly fulfill the orders of the Eastern Emperor, and in due time he will surely reward us." A smile graced Elchi Nji's youthful face as he exerted himself to transport his family's martial arts. Ndn watched his diligent disciple, a tremor of emotion flickering across his features. How could my disciple be so? What a misfortune for the family. And Ndn found himself on the verge of tears. At Ling Mountain, amidst the resonant sounds of Zen and the curling incense, within the grand hall of great heroism, a low chant of sacred verses echoed. Rays of light radiated as golden lotuses bloomed. The Sun and Moon Buddha, a benefactor to the common folk, appeared somewhat displeased. Nevertheless, the other Buddhas paid little mind, for the Sun and Moon Buddha's countenance had seldom been bright. "The actions of the Sun and Moon Buddha have offended the entire martial world," remarked the Rui Buddha. "It matters not. What of offending? If necessary, we shall simply vanquish them," declared the Vajra Buddha. Thus, the martial arts shall be entrusted to the Eastern Emperor's palace. With a heavy heart, the Rui Buddha departed the grand hall, retreating to his meditation chamber, where he retrieved a jar of wine. Upon opening it, he found only half a jar remained. The Rui Buddha faced a dilemma. In the Buddhist realm, wine is prohibited. Should he indulge or refrain? A battle raged within. Ultimately, the Rui Buddha steeled himself. After all, he had already partaken, had he not? He finally justified his choice. Wastefulness is shameful. Pouring a cup of wine, he gazed at it, gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and drank deeply. Yobzh, I shall not share the heavens with you. In the Eastern Emperor's palace, Yobzh, just awakening, was enveloped in white flames. Suddenly, he felt a chill sweep over him. Achu, what is happening? Has someone thought of this venerable master? Yobzh swayed his head, blinking his large eyes. It appears that someone still remembers this venerable master, though I am absent from the martial world. Tales of my exploits circulate. How lonely it is. Just as Yobzh reveled in his thoughts, Shncngsheng appeared behind him, striking him down with a resounding slap. Yobzh rolled on the ground, instantly transforming into an enraged Vidra. Who dares to ambush this lord? His gaze shifted, and upon recognizing Shen Cangsheng, his eyes sparkled with delight. Ah, it is my most beloved master uncle. Shen Cangsheng chuckled at Yobzh, choosing to remain silent. Yobzh scrambled to sit beside Shen Cangsheng. Dear master uncle, your most adorable disciple has grown up listening to your tales. Master uncle, your beloved disciple holds you in the highest regard. In my youth, my bedtime stories were filled with your heroic deeds. How majestic you were back then, adorned with a golden crown, clad in dragon robes, draped in maps of mountains and rivers, and stepping upon cloud shoes. A solitary warrior confronts the 8 sects, reducing the Lingshan to mere ashes, while 9 Buddhas kneel in supplication. Is this not so, master uncle? Listening to Yobzh's words, Shen Cangsheng, a battle-hardened veteran, felt his composure waver. Are you certain your master is aware of this? If he learns of it, will he not chastise you? However, it does sound rather exhilarating. Yobzh continued, Master uncle, your image from those years has been cherished in the heart of your disciple. Might you consider adorning your most beloved disciple with a splendid attire? Look at these garments of the Buddhist sect. They are utterly unappealing and do not do justice to your disciple's handsome visage. Yobzh chuckled. Shen Cangsheng rubbed his forehead. Is that Songlong robe also yours? I suspect that if you dare to wear it today, there will be a memorial presented in the evening. Go speak with Siki and Sihua. Just ensure it doesn't feature dragons, he added. Upon hearing this, Yobzh promptly vanished from Shen Cangsheng's sight. Shen Cangsheng waved his hand, and a crimson figure appeared before him. The woman in red knelt. Your Highness, Shen Cangsheng inquired. How's the progress on the 72 martial arts steals? The woman in red replied quietly, as scheduled. Shen Cangsheng commanded. Dispatch all the enforcers and take Huang He along for a visit. Let her witness some bloodshed. Though Shen Cangsheng resided in the palace, he could intuit the reactions from the martial world without needing reports. Merely a group of obstinate old fools. Understood. Within a few days, the entire martial realm was engulfed in lamentation. The future appeared bleak. What exactly does the Eastern Emperor intend to do? The lord of the Huangshan sect, one of the 8 sects, was furious. Leader, martial arts are the very foundation of our Huangshan sect, a legacy passed down from our ancestors. Now, the Eastern Emperor Palace seeks to seize it. This is tantamount to extermination. The elders of the Huangshan sect wept bitterly. As one of the 8 sects, their strength was immeasurable, yet they were being forced to relinquish their martial arts. This was a profound disgrace. Any martial artist with a modicum of pride would never acquiesce. Inform the Eastern Emperor Palace that our sect refuses. The elders rejoiced at the leader's declaration. The leader is wise. Meanwhile, in the Qintian monitor, the master, who had been with closed eyes, slowly opened them. What news? He asked. Master, the actions of the Crown Prince will undoubtedly incite chaos in the martial world, especially with the impending sacred war. What shall we do? The master of the Qintian monitor smiled gently, remaining silent. The black and white fish on his robe appeared almost alive. The teachings of the myriad schools, initiated by the sages, including Confucianism, are not to be trifled with, let alone the trivial martial factions. The messenger fell silent. Indeed, the teachings of the myriad schools were established by sages. Even the Confucians faced persecution at the hands of the Crown Prince. How much easier it would be to dismantle the martial factions with sheer force. Regarding martial prowess, he had never contemplated who in the martial world could possibly rival him. The people of the martial realm believed that with the suppression of the 8 sects, they could act without fear of the imperial court. This was merely because the court had not yet unleashed its military might upon them. Nothing more. If they thought that relying on some martial factions could compel the court to yield, they were sorely mistaken. They had remained silent for far too long, failing to comprehend who truly held the greatest power in this world. When the grand army approaches, do they think a mere mountain gate could impede its advance? Utter folly. However, should His Highness the Prince lead his forces, it would undoubtedly impact other situations. Other situations? The thoughts of His Highness are beyond our understanding. This is merely an appetizer. A person exclaimed in astonishment, My lord, does His Highness have other intentions? This world does not belong solely to our great Xia dynasty, and the prince's ambitions are not ours to fathom. With that, he closed his eyes once more. He recalled the day the prince visited him and the words exchanged, which shattered his previous understandings entirely. With the number of prisoners insufficient, there are countless martial artists in the martial world. In the Eastern Palace, Shen Cangsheng stared intently at the chessboard. I do not desire for you all to submit. Do resist fervently. The black piece was placed down, securing the Tianyuan position. The more that arises, the more joy it brings me. In the minister's residence today, Minister Wang Buchan was positively beaming. Ha ha, the prince's move is truly ingenious. Wang Buchan excitedly waved his hands. It seems I must prepare myself as well. At the red dust firebath pavilion, Su Huanjing, a chorus of phoenix cries echoed. Accompanied by streaks of blood, he stood resolutely. I can go no further. Miao Zhenfeng looked at Su Huanjing, her eyes filled with sorrow. Others may not know. But Miao Zhenfeng understood. Those streaks of blood had torn the skin asunder, ultimately forming a phoenix mark upon the body. Su Huanjing's face turned pale as she weakly asked, Master, is this truly where it ends? Miao Zhenfeng sighed. If the true Guofeng diagram cannot be completed, allowing the blood-marked phoenix to remain concealed beneath the skin, then this is as far as one can go, and one shall never advance further in life. Su Huanjing could not help but inquire. Have our predecessors not found a way to complete it? Upon first seeing the Guofeng diagram, a voice within her had told her it belonged to her. Thus, she trusted her intuition. Yet, she believed even more in what she had witnessed with her own eyes. She yearned to see it. Just as she had long ago in the snowy mountains. I do not know whether the emperor is a fool. I will go out and see. Very well. After you have looked, do remember to inform me. That year, she was merely a commoner, while he was a dashing young noble. Upon their reunion, she revealed to him her identity as a revered disciple of the red dust firebath pavilion. He, however, was the crown prince, the eastern monarch of the eastern palace. Now, she faced yet another choice. Thus, she wished to give it a try, Miao Zhenfeng declared earnestly. The universe is divided into yin and yang. The sun represents yang, while the moon symbolizes yin. Daytime embodies yang, and nighttime embodies yin, with men corresponding to yang and women to yin. The harmonious interplay of yin and yang constitutes the most perfect existence. Should one side be lost, everything shall collapse. Even the most venomous poison possesses an antidote. Therefore, the Guofeng diagram represents yin, and where there is yin, there must naturally be yang. A glimmer of hope appeared in Su Huanjing's eyes. Master, then what corresponds with the Guofeng diagram? Miao Zhenfeng replied. The dragon and phoenix are originally a pair, yet pride stands in their way. She continued. People often say that the dragon and phoenix bring auspiciousness, but when a dragon encounters a storm rather than auspiciousness, it heralds calamity. Su Huanjing looked at his master, puzzled. Miao Zhenfeng explained. In legend, the dragon and phoenix are the mightiest beings in the universe. Two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. When a dragon and phoenix meet, it results in a cataclysmic battle. The conflict between the strongest creatures of heaven and earth can only bring disaster. Though this is merely a legend and should not be taken literally. Much like the Guofeng diagram, which represents yin, there exists another diagram that represents yang. When yin and yang converge, who can discern whether they will merge or repel each other? In the eastern sea region, a small boat drifted upon the boundless waters. A disheveled old man occupied the boat. At that moment, as the old man raised his hand, he summoned a surge of waves, and then a radiant light emanated from his fingertips. With a flick, several large fish landed upon the small boat. The old man swiftly scaled and gutted the fish with a wave of his hand, devouring them voraciously. Yet, despite his apparent indulgence, tears streamed down the corners of his eyes. Shen Cangsheng, you rascal. I once treated you well. How dare you betray me like this? Don't let me return, for I shall surely take my revenge upon you. A quarter of an hour later, the old man finally finished eating, wiped his mouth, and gazed at the endless sea. Recalling Shen Cangsheng's words from years past, anger welled up in his chest, and he struck the water with his palm. Instantly, a massive wave surged, lifting both him and the small boat into the air. The old man began to wail uncontrollably. Shen Cangsheng, you wretched scoundrel, you brought me to ruin. I despise you. This vast ocean cannot quell my hatred. For miles around, there was no one. His voice was quickly drowned by the sea. Half a month after the decree of the Eastern Emperor, all sects willing to surrender their martial arts have done so, receiving a 3-year tax exemption in return. It seems Shen Cangsheng has purchased this with money. Yet, can martial arts truly be bought with money? Moreover, these were the legacies left by their ancestors. Nevertheless, none of this matters. What is crucial is that Shen Cangsheng's 72 martial arts deals are nearing completion. In the inner court of the Eastern Palace, a red-robed figure knelt upon the ground, anxiety swelling within, reporting, Your Highness, there remain 15 sects that have yet to yield their martial arts. The task entrusted to them by Shen Cangsheng was total, not merely a portion. Yet, They had yet to receive the martial arts from 15 sections. Shen Cangsheng, with a black stone in hand, kept his gaze fixed upon the chessboard. This game was named Etienne. Shen Cangsheng inquired, "Why?" The figure in the crimson robe lowered his head even further and replied, "These 15 sects, led by the arrogant god sect and the forging sword manor, have chosen to shun the Eastern Emperor's decree, rejecting those who bear it at their gates." In Shen Cangsheng's eyes, one shimmered gold while the other glimmered white, akin to flames that danced and leaped. He proclaimed, "Then they need not exist." With a decisive placement of the black stone, a thunderous crack resonated, startling the ground. "Come, I shall see if they truly wish to court death." Upon uttering these words, he donned a majestic robe that obscured the sky and shielded the sun. Crowned with a golden diadem, clad in a dragon robe, adorned with a map of mountains and rivers, and stepping upon cloud-like shoes, his visage resembled warm jade, radiating a regal authority as though a sovereign had descended, commanding the submission of all living beings. Li Finxian. Shen Cangsheng grasped the essence of life. Instantly, Li Finxian appeared before Shen Cangsheng and knelt. "Your subordinate is at your service." Li Finxian had long awaited this moment. After the Eastern Emperor's decree, he foresaw its arrival. Those obstinate sects within the martial world would inevitably encounter their demise, recklessly flirting with death on the edge of a blade. They believed that by uniting, Shen Cangsheng would never dare to hold them accountable. Yet, they were gravely mistaken about one thing: what Shen Cangsheng truly desired. For those who rebelled, little did they know that in Shen Cangsheng's eyes, the more, the merrier. Mobilize the great vermilion bird, 200,000 strong, and bring the battle array. We shall annihilate the sects. With a single utterance, Shen Cangsheng had already determined the fate of these martial sections. Annihilation. Shen Cangsheng had long harbored this ambition over 20 years ago, only to be restrained by the emperor. Now, with the emperor's silence, the world lay in Shen Cangsheng's hands. He was a prince, yet throughout history, the most powerful prince. In the hearts of the people, Shen Cangsheng was regarded as a king. Over the past decade, the frontiers had seen continuous victories, all attributed to the prince leading the armies. In this era, to live a peaceful life, a formidable court was essential. And Shen Cangsheng had imprinted upon the populace the notion that with the prince in power, the realm was peaceful. A prosperous era was not merely penned by scholars but forged through conflict. A court lacking military might was akin to those diminutive nations. Year after year, tribute was paid. How could they possibly muster the strength to develop their own country? Each year during the tribute season, the citizens would witness the nations that once threatened the great Xia dynasty arriving at the capital with their own delegations. Although the common folk may not comprehend the intricacies, they understood that if their court was weak, it would only result in their own country sending envoys to pay tribute to others. Even a 3-year-old could grasp this concept. And as they beheld the endless procession of tribute bearers, a swell of pride surged within them. This was our court. These were the accomplishments of our beloved prince. War indeed consumes manpower and resources, but that burden falls upon the vanquished. If the victors triumph, the court shall only grow more prosperous. For the vanquished, the consequences extend far beyond mere reparations. They must cede territory, and such lands are of paramount importance. Thus, among the citizens of the great Xia dynasty, storytellers often recite, "Our great Xia, vast in expanse, stretches for countless thousands of miles. The sprawling mountains and rivers, pursued throughout one's life, reveal no edges. This is known as the ends of the earth." Whenever the idle populace hears this, an inexplicable fervor ignites within their very veins. For this is their great Xia, eternal and indomitable through the ages. The heavenly command, bestowed upon the burning immortal, has long awaited the arrival of 200,000 great vermilion bird soldiers. It has been many days since blood has been shed. The great vermilion bird soldiers, their grand flag ablaze, are prepared for action. At the terminus of the Vermilion Bird Avenue lies the Vermilion Bird Platform, where the soldiers naturally await orders. Shen Cangsheng ascends the platform, uttering no superfluous words, and salutes with a single hand. The great Vermilion Bird embarks. The dragon banner soars high, soon followed by the Vermilion Bird flag, obscuring the heavens and eclipsing the sun. As if divine warriors descend, the earth trembles beneath their might. The crimson armor, glistening under the sun, appears as though it were ablaze, capable of incinerating the heavens. In the imperial study, only 2 figures remain, His Majesty Shen Wudi and Prime Minister Wang Buchan. Has the Crown Prince departed? Wang Buchan nods, his eyes aflame with intensity. Alas! Shen Wudi muses for a long moment before releasing a deep sigh. Wang Buchan remarks that there are many prisoners in the realm for such a monumental endeavor. it remains but a drop in the bucket. Shen Wuti exhales softly. So the Crown Prince has turned his gaze towards the martial world? Wang Buchan dismissively responds. Those in the martial world possess great strength, perpetually seeking challenges. Is this not fortuitous? It provides them with an outlet for their vigor. Shen Wuti wishes to articulate further, yet finds himself at a loss for words. Wang Buchan continues, Your Majesty need not worry. The martial populace has always been the greatest hindrance to the court's grand endeavors. Was it not the chaos of the martial world that prevented the great Crimson Dynasty from adequately addressing matters, leaving them with naught to gain from the resources of that era? Shen Wuti nods in acknowledgement of Wang Buchan's words. In recent years, the Crown Prince of the Great Crimson Dynasty, Han Mengmeng, has emulated the Crown Prince's strategies to regulate the martial world, employing means far more severe than those of the Crown Prince. The corners of Wang Buchan's mouth twitch. He perceives Han Mengmeng as somewhat foolish. After all, Han Mengmeng is merely a subject of the Crown Prince's experiments. Thus, if the Great Crimson Dynasty encounters no calamity, our great Xia is equally unlikely to face peril. Unbeknownst to Shen Wuti, Han Mengmeng is in fact a subject of Shen Cangsheng's trials. Upon hearing this, he nods in agreement. Yet curiosity still tugs at Shen Wuti, prompting him to inquire, what if it fails? Wang Buchan replies, the Crown Prince has promised Han Mengmeng that as long as funds are provided, he will lead troops to quell the unrest. Shen Wuti's expression twitches slightly, choosing to remain silent. It appears this is a product devoid of guarantees. In the martial world, the Crown Prince's expedition swiftly spreads throughout the land. If the Eastern Emperor's decree is ineffective, then behold the majesty of my 200,000 great vermilion birds. Let me witness who among you dares to defy my command. Show me the strength you have amassed over the past 2 decades. 200,000 celestial troops of the great vermilion birds descend upon the golden capital, advancing towards the sword-forging manor, one of the 8 sects. Having heard of the divine sword's emergence from the sword-forging manor, I have come to seek guidance. As Shen Cangsheng's words echoed into the sword-forging manor, an immediate silence enveloped the estate. The elders, who had clamored for Shen Cangsheng to face consequences, fell utterly mute. Only the lord of the sword-forging manor remained, declaring, We await your arrival. In the winter of the year 304 of the Great Xia imperial calendar, the Great Xia dynasty witnessed its crown prince, Shen Cangsheng, once again wielding the command of the military insignia. Mobilizing an army of 200,000, he advanced with determination towards the Jianghu. At a time when the joyous occasion of the new year approached, the spirits of the people in Jianghu were notably subdued, all eyes converging upon the renowned sword-forging manor. Recently, the sword-forging manor had forged an extraordinary weapon, the legendary sword of life and death, a divine artifact chronicled by their ancestors. It was said that on the day of its unveiling, the heavens themselves shifted, with the sword of life and death emerging amidst the cycles of the sun and moon, one side gleaming gold for life, the other shimmering silver for death. The sword of life and death, celebrated throughout the Jianghu, was rumored to possess boundless power. Those who wielded this sword were deemed invincible among their peers, and could even transcend boundaries to engage in battle. Folklore held that the sword's inaugural battle must spill the blood of a formidable practitioner. Otherwise, the spirit of the sword would remain dormant, significantly diminishing its might. It was a weapon of mass destruction, one that required the lifeblood of a powerful being to unleash its true potential. Upon hearing this, the people of the Jianghu were astounded. Could such a divine weapon truly exist? If it were to be stained with blood, who among the Jianghu could rival the lord of the sword-forging manor, Zhuang Yufan? Some even speculated that if the Eastern Emperor were to confront Zhuang Yufan wielding the sword of life and death, he might not stand a chance. In just a few days, a multitude of Jianghu practitioners gathered outside the sword-forging manor, including the leaders and elders of various major sections. The heads of the 8 sects and other esteemed figures were invited into the manor, while the rest waited outside for the arrival of Eastern Emperor Shen Cangsheng. Inside the sword pavilion of the sword-forging manor, Zhuang Yufan, dressed in simple attire reminiscent of a farmer, spoke with a smile. I am aware that some of you have entrusted your martial arts to the Eastern Emperor. His words instantly silenced the assembly within the pavilion. However, the leaders of the 8 sects exchanged subtle smiles, for they were indeed the sects that had submitted their martial arts to the Eastern Emperor. The master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion softly remarked, The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion does not seek enmity with anyone, and lacking the martial prowess of the sword-forging manor, we must learn to safeguard ourselves. The sword-forging manor was undoubtedly the strongest among the 8 sects. Despite merely forging weapons, their finest creations remained in their own hands. A mere comparison underscored the disparity in strength. The leader of the Cloud Assassins chuckled darkly. Our assassination organization does not heed the court's commands. Unlike you, we cannot profit from refining weapons. We would starve otherwise. He continued with a smirk. Perhaps you should entrust your sword forging to us? Zhuang Yufan shook his head. The Crown Prince Shen Cangsheng is not as simple as you imagine. Years ago, he bested us without mercy, after more than a decade. Do you truly believe he has not improved? Miao Zhenfeng scoffed, and upon hearing her words, the assembly fell silent. After all, each present had experienced the ferocity of the youthful Shen Cangsheng firsthand. The leader of the arrogant god sect disdainfully remarked, after so many years, has he, Shen Cangsheng, made any progress? Have we merely remained stagnant? With his aura of malevolence, showing no reverence for heaven and earth, I indeed wish to engage him in combat, to see if Shen Cangsheng still possesses the invincibility he once had. Zhuang Yufan turned to the leader of the arrogant god sect and confidently replied, Fear not, esteemed leader. I too have acquired the sword of life and death. Even if Shen Cangsheng were to transcend to that realm, his fate would only be one of demise. A glint of menace flickered in his eyes. In the past, the young Shen Cangsheng had bested him, grinding him into the earth. Had he not humbly bowed to Shen Cangsheng, he might have perished at the latter's hands over a decade ago. As their conversation continued, a sudden tremor reverberated through the air. The heavens split asunder, and two massive halberds struck the gates of the sword-casting manor with tremendous force. The golden iron gates were instantly shattered. Amidst the chaos, a figure clad in flowing white appeared, with hair cascading like a waterfall and eyes as dark as the abyss, exuding an aura of otherworldly power. Beside him stood another, adorned in golden armor, his crimson cloak billowing like the wings of a celestial being. The contrasting black and white halberds returned to the hands of the white-clad man, while the black, intricately patterned halberd found its place in the grasp of the armored figure. In a voice that resonated as if from the heavens, the white-clad man proclaimed, Zhuang Yufan. As he stepped forward, ripples of energy emanated from his presence, while the armored figure mirrored his formidable stance. Within the sword-casting manor, Zhuang Yufan's expression shifted dramatically, his fury igniting. Who dares to assault the gates of my manor? The inhabitants of the sword pavilion rose in unison, and within mere breaths, they had gathered outside the manor. Onlookers outside gazed upward in awe. Before the Eastern Emperor, Shen Cangsheng had yet to arrive, and yet, the clash had already begun. Such an occurrence had not been witnessed in decades. The 8 sects, sacred lands of the martial world, had gathered all their leaders. This rare convergence was a sight that could elude them for a lifetime. Zhuang Yufan scrutinized the white-clad and armored figures. Who are you to trespass upon the sword-casting manor? He brandished the sword of life and death, its blade seemingly imbued with sentience, radiating an infinite aura of sword intent. The white-clad figure stepped forward, the black and white halberds resonating with a thunderous sound, declaring, I am known as Bai Mashing. The armored figure echoed, I am Elwen Ho. As their words fell, an overwhelming tremor shook the heavens, the surrounding temperature surging as if an ancient beast were awakening. The atmosphere crackled with an impending sense of doom. In the face of such might, a singular thought coursed through the minds of those present. Resistance was futile. To oppose would mean certain annihilation, regardless of who dared. Before them, the earth convulsed. A small mountain crumbled, revealing a pathway. Debris flew through the air as a broad avenue emerged before the sword-casting manor. A black dragon banner fluttered ominously, as though it could devour the sun and moon, followed by a resplendent vermilion bird flag, igniting the very heavens. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd erupted in fervor. The Eastern Emperor had arrived. Shen Cangsheng led the way, followed closely by Li Fenxian. Upon seeing Shen Cangsheng's appearance, some elderly onlookers were transported back in time. Adorned with a purple gold crown, clad in a robe of the Azure Dragon, draped in the map of mountains and rivers, and wearing cloud-treading boots, Shen Cangsheng wore a smile that suggested he was merely out for a leisurely excursion. Bai Mashing and Lu Wenho, upon witnessing this, promptly approached Shen Cangsheng, bowing respectfully. Your Highness. Shen Cangsheng turned to Bai Mashing and inquired, Mashing, have your injuries fully healed? With a stoic expression, Bai Mashing replied, Your Highness should have brought my great white tiger. Upon hearing this, Li Fenxian immediately interjected, Bai Mashing, what do you mean by that? Bai Mashing appeared displeased by Li Fenxian speaking to him from horseback and let out a fierce roar. Suddenly, a majestic white tiger came bounding down from the mountain, kneeling before Bai Mashing, who then mounted its back. With his dark eyes, Bai Mashing cast a glance at Li Fenxian, who huffed dismissively. Shen Cangsheng raised his hand and declared, Zhuang Master, it has been a long time. He vanished from atop his steed and appeared before the gathered crowd. "Greetings, Eastern Sovereign." The heads of the 6 sects bowed in respect. Zhuang Yufan chuckled. The Crown Prince has lost none of his former elegance. By addressing Shen Cangsheng as Crown Prince rather than Eastern Sovereign, Zhuang Yufan ensured that everyone recognized him as the heir to the throne, not merely a figure from the martial world. "I shall not waste words. I have heard that your divine sword has been forged. Therefore, Master Mo, I presume your demonic blade is also at hand?" With a grand gesture, Shen Cangsheng proclaimed, "Let us commence the battle." Li Finxian, upon hearing this, bellowed, "Please, Eternal Dynasty. Please, Eternal Dynasty." Just as Li Finxian's words echoed in the air, the great vermilion bird's celestial soldiers parted to create a path. The crowd craned their necks as they beheld an individual bearing a long weapon wrapped in cloth. Due to its concealment, no one could discern its nature. Renowned weapons were known throughout the martial realm, and even those long lost still carried their legends. Much like the legendary weapon, the Life and Death Sword. Forged by the sword forging manner. The origin of the Life and Death Sword is quite remarkable. It is said to have been crafted by the first master of the sword forging manner during a time of great turmoil when warlords clashed incessantly. Rivers ran red with blood, and countless souls perished. Truly a hell on earth, a period more horrifying than even the depths of hell. Blood flowed beneath the very feet of the sword forging manner. It was a true river of blood. The first master, in a bid to save the world as populace, gathered the strongest flames from the heavens at the sword forging manner, using the blood of the common folk as a catalyst. Cold iron from the depths of the earth as the core, and the flames of the mountains as carbon. With the sun as its face and the moon as its back, the divine sword emerged on a day when heaven and earth were transformed. The sun and moon hung in reverse, illuminating the vast sky. Initially, the first master intended to name it the Sun and Moon Sword. But as the common people still suffered, he chose instead the name Life and Death. His hope was that the populace might once again enter the cycle of life and death, as orderly as the celestial sun and moon, no longer subjected to suffering. The first generation of the Master of the Forge, wielding the sword of life and death, traversed the world in search of one worthy of its power. However, upon hearing of his quest, the lords of the land dispatched troops to pursue him. On that fateful day atop the Sun Moon Mountain, the 8 great lords united to confront the Master. The entire mountain was besieged by their formidable forces. Subsequently, it was said that the sun and moon had once graced that very mountain. By the next day, the Sun Moon Mountain had vanished from existence. The nearby inhabitants believed this to be divine retribution and dispersed in fear, refraining from uttering a word about it. The method of forging the sword of life and death faded into obscurity, much like the sword itself, lost to the cosmos. Now, the sword of life and death has resurfaced, its significance unparalleled. Its emergence was a response to the chaos of warring lords, yet now peace reigns. The sovereign sits firmly upon the throne, and the realm flourishes. Outside the borders, Prince Shen Cangsheng stands vigilant, deterring any would-be aggressors. However, the swordsmith manor has dared to forge the sword of life and death, an undeniable provocation to the entire court. The common folk whisper that the sword symbolizes strife. Its existence implies turmoil. Yet, here is Zhuang Yufan, who has inexplicably forged it. Should this news reach the ears of the discerning, the populace may not grasp the larger implications, but the ensuing rumors could spell disaster for the court. How could Shen Cangsheng be unaware of this? If not, why would he lead 200,000 celestial troops to descend upon them? You possess the sword of life and death, yet I, the prince, possess it as well. Under the reign of the Eternal Dynasty, Shen Cangsheng extended his hand, summoning the elongated weapon that soared through the air into his grasp. Slowly, he unwrapped the cloth binding the weapon and calmly addressed Zhuang Yufan, saying, "Master, I find myself perplexed by a matter, and I hope you can enlighten me." Zhuang Yufan, with a proud demeanor, knew that within the black long box beside him lay his most esteemed creation, the pinnacle of his life's work. He believed nothing could surpass the awe-inspiring sword of life and death. Thus, witnessing Shen Cangsheng's demeanor only fueled his pride. Years ago, Shen Cangsheng had bested him, yet now, the emergence of the sword signified the incompetence of the Shen royal family and foretold chaos in the realm. With excitement bubbling within him, Zhuang Yufan adopted an air of mastery and coolly remarked, "When has the prince been so courteous? Speak your mind." Shen Cangsheng remained unperturbed, loosening the bindings of the weapon. A chilling gleam erupted. He raised his gaze to Zhuang Yufan and asserted, "Was it not the Lord's war that led to rivers of blood among the common folk? Flowing into your forge, was it not?" The assembled figures from the martial world nodded in agreement, for such events were indeed chronicled in history. Zhuang Yufan, dismissive, responded casually, indeed. However, Shen Cangsheng's eyes began to sharpen with intensity. However, your sword-forging manner is isolated from the outside world, further obstructed by countless towering mountains. Pray tell, how has this blood managed to seep in? Indeed, the life and death sword is unequivocally forged from blood, if what you claim is true. I surmise that the quantity of blood required must be substantial, indeed. Shen Cangsheng's words resounded like thunder from the heavens. All present turned to gaze at him in astonishment. When Zhuang Yufan heard Shen Cangsheng's remarks, his expression shifted drastically. Zhuang Yufan, your ancestors slaughtered innocent civilians, a matter that bears no relevance to me. Yet, you, Zhuang Yufan, have the audacity to sacrifice 3,600 lives to forge your sword. What punishment do you deserve? Shen Cangsheng's eyes flashed with the intensity of lightning, scrutinizing Zhuang Yufan. What? It was indeed forged from living beings? For a moment, the minds of these martial artists were engulfed in confusion. The legendary life and death sword was, astonishingly, crafted from the living? When Zhuang Yufan heard the figure of 3,600, his mind erupted with chaos. Shen Cangsheng actually knows? And with such precise numbers? Zhuang Yufan struck the sword box beside him, shattering it to pieces. The life and death sword, emerge. Shen Cangsheng, do not slander me. Zhuang Yufan brandished the sword, pointing it directly at Shen Cangsheng. By Ma Xing, witnessing this, stepped forward. Audacious. Shen Cangsheng intercepted by Ma Xing, calmly stating. As he unfastened the second clasp in his hand, thunder erupted from the ground. What? What manner of weapon is this? A thunderous boom almost caused everyone to lose their footing. Eyes wide, they stared at the weapon wrapped in fabric within Shen Cangsheng's grasp, utterly astonished. Even before it was unsheathed, such power was evident. What might it unleash upon full revelation? Shen Cangsheng gazed at Zhuang Yufan and declared, this is but a devil's sword. How dare you still proclaim it holy? Zhuang Yufan, who grants you such audacity? Or do you truly believe that I am merely a brute? The third clasp was unfastened. A long, obsidian blade emerged, surrounded by golden and white luminescence. The gold took the form of a dragon, coiling around it, while the white manifested as a bird. Wings spread protectively. Those nearby widened their eyes, realizing that this was no ordinary bird. It bore 3 talons, a legendary ancient divine beast, the golden crow. Its beak extended into a sharp weapon. This was a spear, with a dragon as its shaft and the golden crow's beak as its tip, adorned with golden threads as its tassel. Ripping. A sound echoed as Shen Cangsheng gripped the spear firmly. This spear, named the Eternal Dynasty, Zhuang Yufan. Dare you engage in battle? Everyone claims the martial world is splendid, where beautiful maidens are indispensable. Everyone asserts that the martial world is delightful, where gallant heroes are ever present. Everyone believes that the martial world is exhilarating, where one can ride freely without restraint. The storyteller struck the table, capturing the hearts of those who yearned for the martial realm. In the martial world, one rides and sings. The allure of chivalry is boundless. With charming ladies laughing and gallant men excelling in both civil and martial arts, a sword that astonishes the clouds. Yet, the storyteller, after all, narrates tales from within the pages of books. Some say, where there are people, there exists a martial world. Among the common folk, there is a martial world. In the court, there exists a martial world. The realm of Jianghu is omnipresent yet elusive, a concept that exists everywhere but has never truly manifested. Within this realm stands the 8 sects, proud and unyielding, possessing the most formidable martial arts and the mightiest warriors in the world. They inspire the aspirations of many youthful adventurers who have just embarked on their journeys. However, one fateful day, a young lad ventured into the 8 sects, revealing to them that the Jianghu was not as it had been depicted by the storytellers, unfettered and carefree, with galloping steeds and songs of freedom. Such ideals may exist, yet they do not belong to the 8 sects. Today, the 8 sects seem to have nearly forgotten the brilliance and glory of their origins. With a mere utterance, the Jianghu is compelled to obey. For millennia, it has been a dream of countless Jianghu wanderers to be unrivaled and supreme. In a bygone era, the Jianghu was a place where sworn enemies would meet with fiery gazes, drawing swords to disperse the clouds of conflict in an instant. There were beautiful companions, reveling in intoxication for 3 days, with swords lying beside them and long hair flowing freely, embodying an indescribable charm. Yet, as time passed, the inhabitants of Jianghu began to perceive that this realm was not as they had envisioned. A youth, enamored by the tales of Jianghu, witnessed a confrontation where a swordsman, in a moment of disagreement, drew his blade, and felled 3 peach blossoms. The youth was thrilled, but as he prepared to step into the Jianghu himself, he found himself confronted by officials. Shackled and led away was that charismatic figure. A chill coursed through him, extinguishing his dreams of Jianghu, compelling him to return home and devote himself to his studies. At the sword-forging manor, Zhuang Yufan raised the sword of life and death, a black mist swirling ominously around its blade. He glared at Shen Cangsheng, declaring, "Shen Cangsheng, do not place the blame upon me. If you must lay fault, let it be on your own head." In a swift motion, the sword of life and death unleashed a force that surged for 30,000 miles, carving a deep chasm into the earth, a sight both shocking and awe-inspiring. The onlookers marveled at this legendary weapon, while those of renown in the Jianghu gazed at Shen Cangsheng with glimmering eyes. Shen Cangsheng, holding the legacy of the Eternal Dynasty, trembled with excitement. It was the Eternal Dynasty. Who would dare defy its establishment? To rebel against it would be to invite ruin. Amidst the tumult, a phantom of a golden dragon seemed to flicker, and the cries of dragons and birds filled the air, an extraordinary spectacle indeed. Shen Cangsheng calmly addressed Zhuang Yufan. "You slaughter the innocent, and yet refuse to acknowledge your crimes?" As he spoke, his azure robe stirred as if caught in an unseen wind, echoing like the roar of countless steeds. Zhuang Yufan, upon hearing Shen Cangsheng's words, grew even more pallid. Witnessing Shen Cangsheng's demeanor, which exuded the weight of the populace's plight, Zhuang Yufan felt a wave of revulsion. He retorted, "They are merely those who rely on the sword-forging manor for their survival. Now that the manor requires them, dissent is not permitted. What crime have I committed as the manor's lord?" Indeed, the prominent sects of the martial world possess their own foundations. However, following the emergence of Shen Cangsheng, these foundations are now subject to taxation, and their populace falls under the governance of these esteemed sects, which may select suitable disciples from their midst. Essentially, this serves as the source of disciples for these great sections. This arrangement was established from the outset, for these sects are situated either in remote mountains or nestled within rugged mountain ranges. The majority of the populace has connections to these sections. Once an individual joins a sect, should they ascend rapidly, they often bring their beloved along, yet the sects do not permit their beloved to reside within. Consequently, they establish their homes in proximity to the sect. Over time, this gives rise to a small town. However, Shen Cangsheng never anticipated that Zhuang Yufan would dare to forge a sword with human lives. Upon hearing Zhuang Yufan's words, Shen Cangsheng let out a cold laugh. "Zhuang Yufan, I believe you have gravely misunderstood one thing." Other renowned figures of the martial world, upon hearing Zhuang Yufan's proclamation, subconsciously acknowledged its veracity, yet simultaneously felt that Zhuang Yufan's act of forging a sword with human lives was the work of a fiend. In the present day, the Eastern Imperial Palace governs the martial world, and within the realm of the Great Xia dynasty, tales of cultivating through human lives have become exceedingly rare. There will always be a few deranged individuals who resort to human lives for their cultivation. The martial world of the Great Xia dynasty once knew such occurrences. But since the establishment of the Eastern Imperial Palace and the apprehension and execution of notorious fiends, such rumors have nearly vanished. Zhuang Yufan furrowed his brow and inquired, "What matter is this?" Shen Cangsheng replied, "This world belongs to the Great Xia dynasty, and the people are subjects of the Great Xia dynasty. What connection does it have with your sword-forging villa?" He gestured to the ground beneath him. "The existence of your sword-forging villa is permitted by me. Were it not for my allowance, it would not stand here. Do you comprehend, Zhuang Yufan?" Boom. Shen Cangsheng's words resonated in the ears of those present, akin to thunder crashing down. Indeed, this world belongs to the Great Xia dynasty, not to the sections. Shen Cangsheng stepped forward. "Who granted you the power to take lives?" The 10,000 generations dynasty trembled. A fierce gust of wind surged towards Zhuang Yufan. Zhuang Yufan staggered back 2 steps, baring his teeth as he retorted, "Shen Cangsheng, since time immemorial, the martial world has its own rules. You have meddled in its affairs for long enough, haven't you? The sword of life and death speaks only of death, disregarding life." The sword energy surged forth, countering the momentum of the 10,000 generations dynasty. The aftermath rippled outward, causing the surrounding trees to rustle. Shen Cangsheng advanced another step. The 10,000 generations dynasty pointed ahead, its spear tip akin to a golden crow poised to devour the heavens and the earth. "Who dares to defy? Speak up, and I shall converse with you regarding who truly governs this vast land." Zhuang Yufan, consumed by fury, felt his heart ablaze. Brandishing the sword of life and death, he declared, "For countless generations, I, the master of this villa, proclaim that in this martial world, I reign supreme. Zhuang Yufan vanished from his original position, only to reappear abruptly not far from Shen Cangsheng. With a resounding crash, the sword of life and death was unleashed, colliding with the everlasting dynasty. In that fleeting moment of contact, Shen Cangsheng's azure dragon robe billowed, and the two figures were enveloped in a tempest of energy, reminiscent of crashing waves, rippling outward. The force was so tremendous that stones tumbled down the mountainside. A fierce glint sparked in Zhuang Yufan's eyes. Shen Cangsheng, this is no longer the man you faced over a decade ago. The sword of life and death coalesced once more, while Shen Cangsheng gripped the everlasting dynasty. Akin to a golden crow spreading its wings, the tides of battle shifting in his favor. What once brought you to your knees can now utterly overwhelm you. Both wielding divine weapons, their encounter demanded a resolution of superiority. The two figures of Shen Cangsheng and Zhuang Yufan danced through the air, each movement stirring the dust and stones, creating an aura that deterred any onlookers. 30 miles from the sword-forging manor, within a dense forest, a middle-aged man accompanied by a young disciple ventured forth. Master, we have entered the Great Xia. We can find many people to train with now. The middle-aged man smiled with satisfaction. Disciple, Great Xia is not like our homeland. Competition is fierce here, yet the people are kind-hearted. Therefore, Master, why the delay? Let us quickly seek out opponents to hone our skills. I am yet to taste the blood of a Great Xia warrior. Disciple, here we can revel freely. Thus, the master and disciple chose a direction and hastened onward, unknowingly towards the epic confrontation between Shen Cangsheng and Zhuang Yufan. Between the mountains, the air was thick with dust and debris, as though ferocious beasts rampaged through the land. Shen Cangsheng thrust his spear, piercing the air with a flurry of shadows, merging into one formidable form. The spear tip radiated a chilling brilliance, reminiscent of the blazing sun overhead. A swirling tempest of sand coalesced into a dragon, shattering a small mountain in its wake. At this moment, Zhuang Yufan bore traces of blood at the corner of his mouth, his hair disheveled, and his clothing tattered. Yet a sinister smile played upon his lips, madness gleaming in his eyes. The sword of life and death emanated an aura that encircled him, deterring any approach. With a thunderous roar, Zhuang Yufan bellowed, Shen Cangsheng, meet your demise. The sword's energy soared skyward, cleaving the stones between them, colliding with the spear's shadow. The resulting clash echoed with a sound that shook the heavens and the earth, sending vibrations in all directions. Boulders cascaded down the mountainside, while trees suffered grievous wounds. Splintering inch by inch, Shen Cangsheng remained composed, displaying no signs of the battle's intensity. Suddenly, the everlasting dynasty in his grasp erupted with radiant light. Flames of gold and white igniting fiercely. Bind, Azure Dragon, Shen Cangsheng uttered softly. The two hues of fire coalesced, manifesting as a celestial beast descending upon the battlefield, warping the surrounding air in flames. Go! With a gentle flick of the everlasting dynasty's spear tip, Zhuang Yufan gripped the sword of life and death, his true energy surging, igniting his entire being in flames. The embodiment of martial prowess, a body forged in celestial fire. Patterns of martial arts manifested upon the skeletal structure of Zhuang Yufan. With a resounding roar, Zhuang Yufan unleashed a wave of energy that rippled outward, causing the surrounding trees to tremble and emit a cacophony of sound. In his eyes, flames seemed to ignite. Shen Cangsheng, I shall see whether your flames burn brighter, or if the celestial forging fire of this lord surpasses yours. At that moment, Zhuang Yufan's body and hair were engulfed in black flames, akin to the inferno of the netherworld, rendering him a figure reminiscent of a demonic deity. Witnessing this spectacle, onlookers collectively inhaled sharply, recognizing the profound martial prowess of the sword-casting manor's master. The celestial forging fire was said to be capable of tempering all things, rendering them malleable. When engaged in battle, its potency would be even more terrifying. Shen Cangsheng, observing the manifestation of Zhuang Yufan's celestial forging fire, merely smiled as he summoned the power of the eternal dynasty. Is this all you possess, Zhuang Yufan? It appears you are not as formidable as I had anticipated. With that, Shen Cangsheng radiated an aura like the golden sun, white flames erupting from beneath him and enveloping his entire being. The eternal dynasty in his grasp pulsed with the same white flames, exuding an aura of destruction that sent the spectators retreating. The magnitude of their power was beyond the comprehension of those uninitiated in the martial world. Behind Shen Cangsheng, a sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar echoed, as a spectral golden dragon gradually took form, its head devouring its tail. Suddenly, the dragon's scales reversed direction, morphing into an immense golden saw wheel. surrounded by dancing white flames. The Great Sun Wheel. The Eternal Dynasty hummed as the Great Sun Wheel spun into motion, encircling the Eternal Dynasty. The weapon trembled in Shen Cangsheng's hand, as if filled with exhilaration. Zhuang Yufan's gaze grew solemn. He recognized the Great Sun Wheel, a formidable force that Shen Cangsheng had once wielded with unparalleled mastery. Below, Zhang Taiji, the leader of the Supreme Sect, felt his feet betray him as he took a step back upon witnessing the emergence of the Great Sun Wheel. He muttered to himself, "I must not falter. Otherwise, it would imply that I am lesser than a mere blacksmith." The blacksmith he referred to was none other than Zhuang Yufan. At this moment, Zhuang Yufan had transformed into a being of pure black flame, mirroring Shen Cangsheng's radiant form. The contrast of black and white evoked the essence of yin and yang. Zhuang Yufan, consumed by madness, exuded a dark aura reminiscent of demonic energy. Shen Cangsheng, I shall ascertain just how formidable you have become over these 20 years. The sword energy of the Sword of Life and Death erupted from his being, slicing towards Shen Cangsheng. Standing resolute against the wind, Shen Cangsheng gazed at Zhuang Yufan, now enveloped in black flames. Go. The Eternal Dynasty was released, accompanied by the Great Sun Wheel, soaring into the void. With a thunderous roar, the Great Sun Wheel spun, resonating with the sound of a dragon's cry. Shen Cangsheng's true energy surged as he stepped forward. It was directly opposite Zhuang Yufan. Bang! Shen Cangsheng clenched his fist and struck hard against Zhuang Yufan's chest. Zhuang Yufan hurriedly brandished his life and death sword, but it was ultimately a moment too late. The fist crashed into his chest, and Zhuang Yufan felt as though a colossal mountain had collided with him. He was sent flying backward, carving a deep trench into the ground. Below, Zhang Taiji observed Zhuang Yufan and grimaced. That must hurt. At that moment, the Wandai dynasty had arrived, radiating the power of the Great Sun Wheel. Shen Cangsheng extended his hand and grasped the Wandai dynasty. With a powerful leap from the rocky ground, he harnessed the strength of the Wandai dynasty and charged towards Zhuang Yufan. Just as Zhuang Yufan spat out blood and regained his footing, his expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily raised his life and death sword to defend himself. Sizzle! As the Great Sun Wheel collided with the life and death sword, it spun rapidly, emitting the sound of metal grinding against metal, sending sparks flying. Shen Cangsheng bellowed, "Break for me." His entire aura surged violently, converging in his arms, dramatically amplifying his strength. The Wandai dynasty swung down fiercely towards the Great Sun Wheel. Boom! Zhuang Yufan was already straining to withstand the blow, his forged heavenly fire body reaching its limits as he retreated step by step, hindered by trees and rocks. Suddenly, as the Wandai dynasty struck the Great Sun Wheel, an even more terrifying force surged through Zhuang Yufan's body. Ah! Zhuang Yufan roared, his voice hoarse, sparks erupting from the life and death sword as he staggered backward. His clothes and shoes were utterly tattered. Shen Cangsheng lifted the Wandai dynasty and ascended once more. Zhuang Yufan, is your divine sword only capable of this? Like a true dragon, Shen Cangsheng swung the Wandai dynasty down again upon the Great Sun Wheel. The Great Sun Wheel clung tenaciously to the life and death sword. Crash! Bang! Another wave of immense power surged forth. The scales on the Great Sun Wheel suddenly closed, and its dragon mouth loosened its tail. The tail swept across Zhuang Yufan, who was trying to block the Great Sun Wheel, only to find it transforming into a dragon. The tail struck him fiercely. At that moment, Shen Cangsheng, wielding the Wandai dynasty, arrived once more. Following the Great Sun Wheel, the Wandai dynasty, with the sound of breaking air, swept across Zhuang Yufan again. Zhuang Yufan was sent flying, deeply embedded into the mountainside. Shen Cangsheng pressed forward relentlessly. The tip of the Wandai dynasty, radiating an endless sharpness, aimed directly at Zhuang Yufan, who was now ensconced in the mountain. The sharpness descended instantly. The tip of the Wandai dynasty resembled a dragon exhaling, piercing through the void, targeting the Zhuang Yufan embedded in the mountainside. At that moment, black demonic flames erupted from Zhuang Yufan's eyes. The stones encasing him instantaneously ignited into nothingness. With a thunderous roar, he emerged from the shattered rock as the era of the Wandai dynasty dawned. Zhuang Yufan glared fiercely at Shen Cangsheng, bellowing, "Shen Cangsheng, do you truly disdain me so?" His disheveled hair flowed wildly, resembling a madman as he shouted in place. Upon witnessing Zhuang Yufan burst forth from the mountain, Shen Cangsheng retracted the Wandai dynasty and charged once more at Zhuang Yufan, sneering, "What will you do, Zhuang Yufan?" As Zhuang Yufan saw Shen Cangsheng approach again, he wielded the Sword of Life and Death, its resonant clang sending tremors through the surrounding stones. While fending off the brilliance of the Wandai dynasty, Zhuang Yufan shouted, Is this how insignificant I am? Can you not even unleash your martial prowess against me? In the heat of battle, Zhuang Yufan summoned all his true energy to activate his martial body, the forged heaven fire body, causing the martial arts inscribed upon his bones to grow ever more potent. In that fleeting moment, he transformed into a furnace, black flames leaping like demonic fire. He struck his chest fiercely, expelling a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling yet filled with a frenzied intensity. Aha! He spat onto the sword of life and death, and the black flames ignited as if awakened. Consuming his blood, the sword appeared to undergo a tremendous enhancement, its radiance intensifying. The black light seemed capable of severing all voids, casting Zhuang Yufan in an even more sinister light, as the blood upon the sword was entirely incinerated. A towering sword aura began to coalesce slowly atop the sword of life and death. With madness gleaming in his eyes, Zhuang Yufan gazed at Shen Cangsheng, exclaiming, "You are unaware, are you? As long as there is blood, the sword of life and death can grow without limit." Clutching the sword, Zhuang Yufan inflicted a wound upon his arm, continuously feeding his blood to the sword of life and death. The onlookers were taken aback. Is Zhuang Yufan truly nourishing the sword of life and death with his own blood? How utterly insane! The members of the sword-forging manor, witnessing their lord feeding the sword with his lifeblood and observing its visible growth, were filled with profound admiration. Our lord's divine weapon has descended. In the realm of the Wandai, only our lord reigns supreme. May our lord endure for eternity. Our lord's righteousness is immortal. Our lord is a once-in-a-millennium genius. With the sword of life and death unleashed, I pose but one question. Who else remains? The entire sword-forging manor erupted in fervor, their roars echoing as if they had finally glimpsed the dawn after a lifetime spent in darkness. Even an elder of the Transcendence realm from the sword-forging manor stepped forward to stand before Zhuang Yufan. As Shen Cangsheng of the Wandai dynasty approached, the elder shielded Zhuang Yufan from the impending threat, declaring, "My lord, let my blood serve you." The elder, having blocked the Wandai dynasty, was pierced through, his face flushed and his eyes gleaming with a madness that rivaled Zhuang Yufan's. As one hand delved into the essence of the sword of life and death, a torrent of blood gushed forth, nourishing the blade with the vitality of its bearer. Observing this, Zhuang Yufan erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Elder, with your lifeblood, the sword of life and death shall undoubtedly ascend to greater heights." His gaze burned fervently upon the sword. Meanwhile, the elder of the divine passage realm, with his other hand, struck his own chest repeatedly, channeling his true energy in an effort to spill more blood. Suddenly, he bellowed toward the sword-forging manor, "Not enough. Still insufficient." In the manor below, a streak of light appeared, heralding the arrival of another elder from the divine passage realm. Not enough. I shall contribute." Upon his arrival, the disciples of the sword-forging manor went into a frenzy. "Supreme Elder, I am here. No, allow me. I volunteer to feed the sword with my life." The multitude of disciples clamored, yearning to be the ones who would nourish the sword of life and death. The Supreme Elder coldly admonished them, "Your strength is unworthy." Thus, the Supreme Elder struck his chest with a palm, a spray of blood splattering upon the sword. Meanwhile, the sword of life and death was continuously tempered by black flames atop Zhuang Yufan's molten form. Shen Cangsheng, witnessing the scene at the sword-forging manor, was taken aback. What manner of beings are these? They are not merely human. They are a horde of madmen willing to forge a sword even at the expense of their own lives, let alone the lives of others. A thought suddenly struck Shen Cangsheng. These individuals were not being coerced into this act of forging. They were doing so willingly. After all, many had once been disciples of the sword-forging manor, albeit having long since departed. Observing the current tableau, Shen Cangsheng realized that if the legacy of the sword-forging manor were to be seized, who among the world, save for its own, would dare wield it? This was an act of forging that demanded one's very life. He had come to the sword-forging manor for the sake of its legacy. Leaning against the Wandai dynasty, he reflected on those who were willing to sacrifice their lives for a mere sword. Was that truly all? Gazing upon this assembly of individuals, no, this assembly of madmen, fear gripped Shen Cangsheng's heart. Yes, it was fear. Anyone witnessing this scene would feel the same dread. A solitary individual, no matter how powerful, is not intimidating. It is the madman, especially one endowed with strength, who instills terror. As the sword of life and death continued to be refined, Zhuang Yufan revealed a grin, his teeth glinting white. Shen Cangsheng, mark my words, await the moment I forge the sword of life and death." Despite his tattered appearance, he could not resist taunting Shen Cangsheng. The powerful figures below were rendered speechless by Zhuang Yufan's antics. Zhuang Yufan has completely lost his mind. However, he is undeniably a genius in sword forging. Indeed, not only has the legendary sword of life and death been forged, but I also admire him for daring to nourish it with his own blood. Upon witnessing this, the leader of the Huangshan sect, Emodaji, leaped forward. Shen Cangsheng, I have come to challenge you. Like Zhuang Yufan, he disregarded the Eastern Emperor's decree. And now the most promising course of action is to allow Wang Yufan to successfully continue the forging process. Shen Cangsheng's gaze turned icy as he addressed Emodaji. Do not presume that I am incapable of taking a life. With a shake, the Wandai dynasty unleashed a tremendous force, sending Emodaji flying. Do not court death. If I had not yet obtained the inheritance of the Huangshan sect, I would have truly desired to end your life with a single strike. At this moment, the creation of a madman's masterpiece was imminent. Was it not apparent? Suddenly, the heavens darkened as ominous clouds rolled in from the east. Zhuang Yufan looked on with excitement at the sword of life and death. It is almost complete. Meanwhile, two elders of the sword forging manor faced dire circumstances, one dead and the other severely injured. Zhuang Yufan leaped skyward, reaching out to grasp the sword of life and death. Shen Cangsheng, I, the manor master, eagerly await your expression in the moments to come. Shen Cangsheng swung the Wandai dynasty, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, I am also quite eager. With a mighty roar, Shen Cangsheng called forth the great sun sovereign body. A tempest rose, swirling black flames that spread in all directions. Zhuang Yufan, appearing almost deranged, was enveloped by curling black smoke from the sword of life and death. After absorbing the essence of three beings at the divine passage realm and consuming one, the sword's terrifying nature became evident to the naked eye. Below, Miao Zhenfeng and Zhang Taiji gasped in disbelief. The current sword of life and death was far more formidable than the legends had suggested. At the very least, the legendary sword had never consumed the blood of those at the divine passage realm. Now, the two elders of the sword forging manor had sacrificed one to feed the sword, while the other had nearly drained his entire being to nourish it. The supreme elder of the sword forging manor was barely clinging to life, sustained solely by his overwhelming true energy. Yet, in this moment, he was filled with exhilaration. The manor master is undoubtedly the most brilliant genius of the past century. After the supreme elder stepped down, he gazed at the sword of life and death with fervor. This was truly the inaugural battle of the complete sword of life and death. Whether it could replicate the legendary might depended entirely on this battle. Meanwhile, Shen Cangsheng remained unfazed. Even with the sword of life and death reaching its peak, the Wandai dynasty in his hand swept across, marking the sound of breaking formations. Shen Cangsheng took a step forward, his true energy rippling outward. Simultaneously, white flames surged from beneath his feet. Great sun sovereign body. Suddenly, a great sun rose slowly behind Shen Cangsheng, within which a golden crow could be seen flitting about, its cries echoing. Then, the golden crow took flight, gradually transforming into a shadowy figure, which unmistakably resembled Shen Cangsheng himself. Within the great sun, Shen Cangsheng's silhouette, with eyes reflecting twin suns, gazed down upon the world. The sound of cracking bones resonated throughout his body. With a smile, she remarked, "Let the master of the manor witness whether my martial prowess can still captivate his gaze." Behind Shen Cangsheng, the great sun wheel rotates, as if the very heavens and earth are experiencing a rapid rise in temperature. The others, upon witnessing Shen Cangsheng's martial physique, are all taken aback in astonishment. They truly remain oblivious to the nature of Shen Cangsheng's martial physique, as he has never once revealed it. Even though they are aware that Shen Cangsheng has already stepped into the realm of divine abilities, upon witnessing his martial physique, Zhang Taiji's face turned pale, and he retreated repeatedly. Upon witnessing this, the Lord of Clouds from the Cloud Summit furrowed his brow. Having existed for numerous years, he had indeed never heard of Shen Cangsheng's martial physique. Even as he scoured through the vast compendium of knowledge in his mind, he found no parallel to such a martial body. Observing Zhang Taiji's countenance, the Lord inquired, "Master Zhang, are you aware of the nature of Dong Huang's martial physique?" Upon hearing the words of Yunzhu, the others turned their gaze towards Zhang Taiji. Among them, the one harboring the greatest doubt was Miao Zhenfeng. Miao Zhenfeng was aware that Shen Cangsheng's martial arts were the ancestral techniques of the Shen family, the dominance of the world-true dragon diagram. Indeed, the martial physique exhibited by Shen Cangsheng is not the manifestation of the sovereign dragon diagram. For Miao Zhenfeng has witnessed the martial physique formed from the sovereign dragon diagram. In the past, Shen Tianji of the Shen family embodied the martial physique derived from the sovereign dragon diagram. Miao Zhenfeng gazed at Shen Cangsheng with increasing delight, for he realized that Shen Cangsheng was capable of harmonizing two distinct arts within himself. Those who practice martial arts understand that the human body possesses but a single skeletal structure, capable of embodying only one martial discipline. The notion of mastering two forms has never even crossed the minds of others. Miao Zhenfeng believes that Shen Cangsheng can harmonize two techniques because she is convinced that since he has chosen to cultivate the ancestral martial arts of the Shen clan despite its flaws, he must inevitably strive to forge the martial physique of the sovereign dragon of the world. For once achieved, he would be invincible across the realm. The sovereign dragon map truly embodies formidable strength. It dares to proclaim itself as invincible in the realm. In those years, after Shen Tiandi had condensed his martial body, he was granted only 3 years of life. Yet, within this brief span, Shen Tiandi managed to piece together the fractured realm of the Great Xia. Indeed, even now, Shen Tiandi's formidable presence remains undiminished. This is also the reason why other formidable dynasties fear the Great Xia. As long as the Shen family endures, they dare not extend their grasp. Years ago, they were instilled with fear by Shen Tiandi, and that fear has persisted for nearly 2 centuries. Miao Zhenfeng gazed at Shen Cangsheng and murmured, "Surely, he has now reached a level where he can rival the legendary Shen Tiandi of yore." After all, the martial arts of Shen Tiandi back then were merely a form of combat. In retrospect, it is evident that Shen Cangsheng has indeed manifested 2 distinct embodiments of martial prowess. Zhang Taiji gazed in terror at the blazing sun behind Shen Cangsheng, trembling with fear. The Lord of Clouds, growing somewhat impatient, approached Zhang Taiji's side and unleashed a surge of true energy, sending Zhang Taiji hurtling away. "What on earth is happening, Zhang Taiji? Do you know which type of martial arts body this is? The greatest fear of humanity lies in the unknown." Witnessing the formidable prowess of Shen Cangsheng's martial physique is an experience they have never encountered before. And what is even more terrifying is that they have never even heard of it. This sensation causes their hearts to tremble. The sheer strength of Shen Cangsheng's martial body is overwhelmingly powerful. As Shen Cangsheng takes a step forward, the feeling of the heavens collapsing and the earth shattering lingers in the hearts of all present. Opposite him, Zhuang Yufan stands in stunned silence, his hand gripping the sword of life and death trembling unconsciously. The powerful aura that the sword once exuded dissipates completely at the moment the sun appears in the sky. Zhuang Yufan feels parched and stares blankly at the radiant sun. Zhang Taiji finally manages to calm himself. Gazing at Shen Cangsheng, he senses that such a being should not exist under heaven. Thus, Zhang Taiji remarks, that is, the arrival of winter. For the abundant Great Xia, this is merely a normal seasonal transition. However, for the Western Desert Dynasty, each winter feels like divine punishment. Their greatest fear is not formidable foes, but rather the harshness of winter. As the year draws to a close, their food supplies are dwindling. Inside a grand golden tent, an official of the Desert Dynasty reports urgently, "Your Majesty, our food supplies are insufficient." Within the tent, officials of the Desert Dynasty gather. A middle-aged man donned in a light yellow dragon robe, his complexion dark and skin bronzed, radiates explosive strength. "Your Majesty, the Great Xia has withdrawn its troops from the Western Front. We can seize the Yumen Pass of the Great Xia, thus securing food for the winter." Upon hearing this suggestion, the desert sovereign appears somewhat intrigued. "Are you certain?" "Indeed. Although the War of the Deified prohibits mobilization, if we do not act now, we shall not survive this winter." The desert sovereign's eyes flicker with contemplation. "Your Majesty, it would be unwise. The Great Xia harbors hidden talents. The late emperor perished at the hands of Shen Cangsheng while harboring thoughts of plunder. It would be foolish to attempt to seize resources. We should negotiate for food instead." An official steps forward to voice his concerns. It is precisely because the late emperor perished at Shen Cangsheng's hands that we must act. Are we to exchange food with our enemies?" After a lengthy pause, the desert sovereign declares, "I have made my decision. We shall seize." Thus, on this day, the Desert Dynasty mobilizes 200,000 troops to plunder the Yumen Pass. To enter the Great Xia's Yumen Pass, the Desert Dynasty must traverse a natural barrier, the vast expanse of 8,000 miles of desert. The yellow sands swirl violently, obscuring all visibility. The 200,000-strong army lies concealed within the sands. Within this 8,000-mile desert lies a remarkable sight, a towering mountain that reaches into the clouds, known as Ling Mountain. On this mountain stands a temple, the Great Thunder Sound Temple. The current emperor of the desert is inadequate. The Buddha of good fortune, cradling his ample belly, appears slightly flushed. The Diamond Buddha speaks with authority, rallying the disciples within the temple to guard the human pass. The Emperor of the Great Desert remains unaware that, although there are no troops from the Great Xia here, there exists a temple, and within the temple, there resides a Buddha. At the Great Thunder Sound Temple, the Grand Hall of Great Heroic Virtue stands majestically. 9 Buddhas are seated on either side, with the Buddha of Good Fortune reclining, seemingly still in a state of slumber. The essence of good fortune aligns with my desires, embodying the notion of ease and spontaneity. Though the Buddha of Good Fortune has not practiced meditation, he exists within its embrace. Everything unfolds effortlessly. Suddenly, the Buddha of Good Fortune abruptly opens his eyes, radiating golden light. Each sacred scripture resonates with the chime of bells. The Buddha speaks, proclaiming that the 13,000 arhats within the temple are to descend the mountain at the behest of the Buddha. In the golden capital, within the imperial study, Shen Wudi holds an urgent letter, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Meanwhile, Minister Wang Buchan sits leisurely in his chair, exuding an air of calm. What do you believe my intentions to be? Shen Wudi inquires. Wang Buchan remains silent, and the two men sit in quietude. At the Daowang Manor, Shen Songdo continues his reading in the study, though this time he peruses not the teachings of various schools, but rather texts on martial arts and the diverse sects of the martial world. A maidservant, attending to him, glances at the book in her lord's hands, puzzled. Previously, he would always read the tomes gifted by the Crown Prince, as those were chosen by her to be placed in the study. However, today, the book in the Crown Princess' possession appears unfamiliar to her. Fearing that her lord might face repercussions from the Crown Prince for indulging in such literature, she hesitantly remarks, "My lord, it seems you are not reading the books sent by the Crown Prince." Shen Songdao chuckles softly. "I have grown weary of those. I seek some light reading to rest my mind." The maidservant nods in understanding. Shen Songdo continues, "You need not attend to me here. Go prepare some pastries." The maidservant curtsies and withdraws. Once the study door closes, Shen Songdo eagerly opens a martial arts text and immerses himself in its pages. In the Wild King Manor, Shen Cangsheng has recently found his days to be quite difficult. After receiving a warning from Shen Cangsheng, he dares not step outside the manor. Having witnessed his elder brother's formidable prowess, Shen Cangsheng remains within, inundated with countless martial arts texts sent to him. Although he cannot access the clan's martial arts secrets, the Shen family, being of royal lineage, possesses an extensive library, including profound martial arts treatises. As a branch offspring, he is not of the direct line. Even as a titled prince, his standing is relatively low in the eyes of the clan elders, who regard only the direct descendants with esteem. Shen Cangsheng is acutely aware of this reality. The martial texts he now holds are among the most potent within the royal family. Previously, acquiring such knowledge was impossible without significant merit. Otherwise, even as the Wild King, he would find no advantage. Yet now, Shen Cangsheng feels that a fortunate turn of fate has arrived. These works, once beyond his reach, are now accessible through the goodwill of his elder brother. Though they share a father and not a mother, they are still kin, and such proximity brings hope. Shen Cangsheng burrows into his pile of books, oblivious to the world outside. Outside, the princess observes her son, a look of quiet satisfaction gracing her features. Is the Crown Prince in the Eastern Palace? The guard beside the princess immediately responded, "Your Highness, the Crown Prince has departed from the palace. It appears that some matters have arisen in the realm." The princess's eyes flickered with intrigue. Previously, she had been oblivious to the Crown Prince's prowess, believing that if her son garnered the support of esteemed officials, he might contend for the position of Crown Prince. However, upon the arrival of Dukyu, all such thoughts were dispelled. Dukyu visited the capital only once a year, making a pilgrimage to the White Mountain. After descending, he would often leave the capital without even meeting the emperor. This year, however, he had brought along Shen Cangsheng, and whose grave lay upon the White Mountain. Who in the realm was unaware? The grave of the god of slaughter, the White God of Slaughter. Yet, since the fall of the White God of Slaughter nearly 3 decades ago, no other descendants had ascended the White Mountain, save for Shen Cangsheng, let alone pay tribute to this esteemed lord. The princess pondered why only Shen Cangsheng was permitted. Other princes, princesses, and even the younger generation of the Shen family had never set foot upon the White Mountain. The White God of Slaughter was one of the 9 kings of the previous generation. Although the 9 kings had since withdrawn from the world, their names still reverberated through the vast expanse of the land. This was due to the turmoil of yesteryears, which had culminated in the 9 kings. The princess surmised that the 9 kings recognized only Shen Cangsheng. Indeed, Shen Cangsheng had been saved by the White God of Slaughter himself, setting him apart from others. They held an inherent affection for Shen Cangsheng. Contemplating this, the princess trembled. Although she was a royal, she faced one of the 9 kings, the very 9 kings who had once shaken the heavens and the earth. I can no longer allow my son to vie for that position. In a single night, the princess seemed to attain profound enlightenment. With a light laugh, she remarked, "The crown prince enjoys the snacks I prepare. I shall return to the palace and await his return." The princess set forth back to the palace. In the northern territories, the harshest region of the Daxia Empire, no one desired to guard this place. Countless towering mountains loomed here, where snow fell eternally. The ice and snow never melted. Yet, it was here that the mightiest royal family resided. Unlike other dynasties, where the emperor's family dwelled in the most prosperous locales, the Shen family occupied the northernmost part of the Daxia Empire, amidst the snow and ice. Old Master Shen, what do you think of our proposal? If your great-grandson ascends to the position of crown prince, then the Shen family will belong to your lineage moving forward. All we seek are some provisions, which should be a trivial matter for your family. The biting cold wind howled. The old man, however, appeared rather leisurely, as if basking in warm sunlight. This elderly figure, with silver hair and a long white beard that cascaded past his knees, laughed heartily. Suddenly, his expression shifted, becoming more chilling than the icy winds. Do you know why my Shen family moved from the capital to this desolate place 20 years ago? The onlookers trembled under the old man's imposing presence as he gazed upon the endless snow-capped mountains. It was said that while marching through the other 3 directions was relatively simple, the northern territory posed significant challenges. Should anyone venture forth from here, it would be akin to entering a desolate land, allowing them to directly strike the capital. Thus, our Shen family is unwilling to allow others to endure the hardships of the snow-capped mountains. Consequently, we, the elders, unanimously decided that the responsibility of guarding these snow peaks shall rest solely with the Shen family. Furthermore, the Great Xia has always belonged to us. Whoever occupies that position does so based on merit. However, regardless of who it may be, should anyone dare to allow outsiders to meddle, do you comprehend the repercussions? The elder's hair bristled with intensity. The visitor dared not meet the old man's gaze. What repercussions? The elder struck the visitor's crown with his palm. The individual gradually transformed into a statue of ice. With a snap of his fingers, the ice figure shattered into a fine powder. In the vast desert, one's eyes beheld an endless sea of yellow sand, stirred by an imposing army galloping forward amidst the sounds of neighing steeds. The yellow sand has weathered 100 battles clad in golden armor. Yet, at the foot of the spiritual mountain, it was not golden armor that adorned the figures, but rather the golden robes of the Arhats. 13,000 Arhats, arrayed in golden monk attire, proclaimed, Amitabha, with this sacred chant. The Arhats formed their ranks and surged toward the 200,000-strong army. May the Buddha forgive me. Today, this humble monk must unleash a massacre. With hands clasped in reverence, the monk, in a sudden fit of rage, unleashed a fury that stirred the sands of the heavens. I shall face 10 foes. Before the sword-forging manor, a great mountain had previously concealed it. However, now, an expanse of ground lay bare, strewn with shattered stones, as if it had endured unspeakable devastation, scarred and heart-wrenching. A white radiance ascended, resembling a grand sun illuminating the 9 provinces. Shen Cangsheng emerged from the rubble, sending debris flying in all directions. Yet, despite the tumult, he bore no trace of fatigue. On the other side, stones whizzed through the air. Zhuang Yufan, with disheveled hair, appeared as if possessed, laughing maniacally. Shen Cangsheng, under the complete manifestation of the life and death sword, you cannot triumph over me. The energy of the life and death sword coalesced once more upon its blade. In less than a quarter of an hour, the sword transformed into an unparalleled force of sword energy. Zhuang Yufan, wielding the life and death sword, shouted with exhilaration, with this strike, I can cleave mountains, part seas, and topple cities. The transcendent sword energy swirled menacingly beside him, poised for release. Under the overwhelming might of this sword energy, all those below involuntarily stepped back. Meanwhile, Zhang Taiji's face grew increasingly pale as he fixated intently on Shen Cangsheng. Yet, the formidable sword energy seemed to bypass Zhang Taiji, lacking the profound shock that Shen Cangsheng had instilled within him. Yunju and Miao Zhenfeng, along with a few others, gazed at Zhang Taiji with mounting anxiety. Yunju exclaimed, Zhang Taiji, for heaven's sake, speak up. What exactly is the origin of that martial body? They had just witnessed Shen Cangsheng's martial body manifest, which effortlessly shattered a mountain with a single punch. Zhuang Yufan had seemingly lost his sanity, likely impervious to pain, especially with the divine sword safeguarding him. Unlike them, who possessed no such protection. If Shen Cangsheng were to strike them, they would be utterly defenseless. It is essential to understand that within the realm of divine abilities, strengths vary significantly. The martial path, as delineated by the ancients, is divided into 6 paramount realms: bone tempering, blood transformation, wind calling, rain summoning, divine abilities, and the supreme. These 6 realms are the standards upheld in the contemporary martial world. However, the human body is a vessel of endless mysteries, and beyond these 6 realms lie further levels, inaccessible to ordinary individuals. Presently, the most formidable realm is the divine abilities, often referred to as the supreme of the mortal realm. Indeed, aside from the masters of the 8 sects, encountering one at the level of divine abilities is a rarity, rendering the title of supreme quite justifiable. Yet, it is crucial to note that divine abilities do not equate to the supreme. The disparity between them is profound. Bone tempering represents the first step onto the martial path. Upon the complete reshaping of one's bones, the ordinary physique is molded into a form more suited to one's martial arts, underscoring the significance of a martial technique. This is why the 8 sects have endured the test of time. The second realm, blood transformation, signifies the rejuvenation of one's blood, allowing for unobstructed circulation of vital energy, akin to a flowing river. The third realm, wind calling, denotes a practitioner who has ascended to a level of expertise, wherein they can manipulate the flow of air in a given area through the external projection of their vital energy. The fourth realm, rain summoning, transcends mere projection, enabling the practitioner to condense their vital energy into tangible forms, harnessing the currents of air to conjure rain. The fifth realm, divine abilities, embodies the mastery of unpredictable forces. This realm is the most challenging to transcend. The preceding realms can be entered naturally, provided one possesses sufficient strength, barring those utterly inept. With time and effort, entry is inevitable. In contrast, the divine abilities realm requires the practitioner to etch their martial arts into their very bones, inscribing their entire being with their martial knowledge. The agony involved is beyond the comprehension of outsiders. However, those who endure this suffering reap tremendous rewards. Once one's bones are inscribed with martial knowledge, the martial body awakens, transforming into the embodiment of divine abilities. Much like Zhuang Youfan's forged heavenly fire body, once awakened, he requires no furnace, for he himself becomes the source. There is no need for flames. As long as his internal vital energy is sufficient, this forged heavenly fire will burn eternally. Its potency far surpasses that of subterranean flames. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Zhuang Yufan to achieve mastery of the life and death sword in such a brief period. Of course, the martial body varies in strength and weakness. It is inconceivable that the excruciating pain endured by some could be equated with the mere sting felt by others. The magnitude of effort correlates directly with the magnitude of reward. Behind Shen Cangsheng lies a radiant sun, emblematic of his martial prowess. Once this sun emerges, he possesses the strength to shatter a mountain with his bare hands, a testament to his formidable martial body. The supreme realm transcends all divine abilities, surpassing every limitation. Legends speak of the supreme realm as a state where one can regain youth, where a single individual can stand against an army of 10,000. Yet, in the martial world, few have ever heard of such a realm. Most believe that the divine ability realm represents the pinnacle of achievement. At the command of the Lord of Clouds, Zhang Taiji gradually regained his senses, yet he was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of dread. He felt as though he were in the farthest north, a chilling aura rendering him unable to move his legs. This was not mere fear, it was terror. Zhang Taiji gazed upon the advancing Shen Cangsheng, whose radiant sun rivaled the brilliance of the sun in the sky. He understood the significance of this martial body. For within the hidden corners of the highest tier of the library in the Taishang sect lay a tattered tome, almost discarded as refuse. It was only by chance that Zhang Taiji had perused it, discovering that such martial bodies existed in the world. Initially, he had regarded it as mere diversion. But upon witnessing Shen Cangsheng's martial form, the truth dawned upon him. The sun behind Shen Cangsheng was one of the manifestations described in that ancient text. The sages possess a path that grants them immortality. In the world, there exists a law that ensures peace throughout the realms. This was the prelude to several types of martial bodies. According to legend, the sage who opens the path possesses boundless fortune, enjoying not only longevity, but also an invulnerability to death. Should a sage stray from the path, calamity would befall the world. Yet, heaven is just, as it is said that every entity has its counterpart. Although sages are nearly invincible, there exist a few martial bodies capable of shaking the heavens and the earth. The cosmos operates under 12 laws, with each law corresponding to a sage in the mortal realm. The emergence of sages heralds the appearance of laws. In their absence, only a single law may manifest in the world. This is but a legend. But what of the present? Zhang Taiji's voice trembled as he uttered. The Great Sun Golden Crow Technique, a martial body, nay, a sacred body. The Great Sun's sovereign body. Once mastered, he could not bring himself to articulate the full extent of its power, yet it was sufficient to astonish others. The sacred body? The Lord of Clouds and his companions listened intently to Zhang Taiji's words. The vast desert, stained with blood, had transformed into a veritable hellscape. The body of the wishful Buddha was soaked in the blood of the enemy, and the beads of his rosary had long since shattered. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he found it mingled with blood. The wishful Buddha surveyed the 200,000 troops, feeling as though their numbers were ever increasing, his legs trembling with exhaustion. Junior brother, let us retreat. Shen Cangsheng waved his hand, and the massive stone shattered into fragments, scattering in all directions. With a resounding clang, Zhuang Yufan erupted from the debris, thrusting his sword towards Shen Cangsheng. Aha, I am invincible now. Zhuang Yufan laughed maniacally, striking at Shen Cangsheng's face with relentless sword thrusts. A faint smirk appeared at the corner of Shen Cangsheng's lips, suddenly breaking into a smile. In an instant, Zhuang Yufan felt his pores widen, sensing an imminent danger. He abruptly halted, his body retreating in haste. At that moment, behind Shen Cangsheng, a golden crow's head emerged from the blazing sun, and in the blink of an eye, its body followed. With a resounding cry, a powerful blast erupted, shattering everything in its path. The earth trembled with a cacophony of sounds, rumbling, booming, and crackling filled the air. For a brief moment, it seemed as if only this cry existed in the world. Those with lesser strength were sent flying several feet, spitting blood from the shockwave, while Zhang Taiji and Miao Zhenfeng found themselves shielded by a protective barrier, keeping the sound wave at bay. However, after the piercing cry, the pure white golden crow suddenly spread its wings, unleashing a torrent of white flames that blanketed the ground. Ah, it burns. It hurts. Those who came into contact with the white flames screamed in agony. Yunzhu and the others huddled within their energy shield, their faces etched with terror. Thank goodness. Just as one of them spoke, Zhang Taiji's energy surged as he summoned his martial body. The black and white yin-yang fish appeared behind him, and he swiftly retreated. The others, witnessing Zhang Taiji's reaction, exchanged glances of confusion. Was Zhang Taiji being overly dramatic? Or was it simply the demeanor of a sect leader that made them feel inadequate? Suddenly, they felt a heat at their necks, and the white flames enveloped them. What the? Zhang Taiji, you scoundrel! Why didn't you warn us? They exclaimed, unleashing their energy to disperse the flames, their faces darkened, hair singed. The acrid scent of burnt hair filled the air. Sensing danger, Zhuang Yufan began to retreat at the first sign. However, the cry sent him crashing into the mountainside. With a thunderous roar, he was again driven into the rock. Zhuang Yufan desperately tried to shatter the stones, but a torrent of white flames surged towards him. The flames engulfed him, and as Zhuang Yufan was consumed by the fire, he bore not a look of anguish, but rather an expression of sheer ecstasy. Ha! Shen Cangsheng, if this is the case, you shall not triumph over me. Zhuang Yufan appeared as if basking in the warm embrace of winter sunlight. Shen Cangsheng gazed at Zhuang Yufan, a wry smile gracing his lips as he shook his head. Zhuang Yufan had begun to earn Shen Cangsheng's admiration. Shen Cangsheng remarked, indeed. The master of the estate is a remarkable talent. To find pleasure in being consumed by flames is truly a sight to behold. He vowed that this was the first time he had witnessed such an event. Zhuang Yufan laughed heartily amidst the flames. What say you, Shen Cangsheng? Are you not filled with despair? Zhuang Yufan declared with pride. Come now, Shen Cangsheng, unleash all your techniques. With a decisive step, Shen Cangsheng appeared before Zhuang Yufan. Is that so? Suddenly, Shen Cangsheng reached out, plunging his hand directly into the white flames. In a moment of carelessness, Zhuang Yufan found himself grasped by the collar. Shen Cangsheng hurled the one-eye Huanqiao as if it were a fallen star, embedding it into the distant mountain, half its body consumed by the earth. Boom! The impact sent boulders tumbling from the mountain's peak, a truly magnificent spectacle. Simultaneously, Shen Cangsheng held Zhuang Yufan by the collar, leaning closer with a smile. Master, how about we perform together? Shen Cangsheng's smile was devilish. Suddenly, a golden and white flame ignited in Shen Cangsheng's eyes, a mesmerizing sight. The purple gold crown atop his head fell away naturally, and his long hair cascaded down like blades, sharp and radiant. Zhuang Yufan, witnessing Shen Cangsheng's sudden transformation, still maintained his composure. Shen Cangsheng, I now possess the complete version of the sword of life and death, capable of splitting mountains, overturning seas and toppling cities. Is that so? Shen Cangsheng's voice resonated like celestial music, akin to the clash of metals. He radiated a dual brilliance of gold and white, his presence akin to that of a celestial being. In an instant, he transformed into a spectacle of golden and white hues. His golden and white hair stood upright like swords. His eyes, one golden, the other white, seemed forged from metal. One hand gleamed gold, the other white. At this moment, Shen Cangsheng was a dichotomy of splendor, one half resplendent in gold, the other radiant in white, exuding an air of profound mystery. Could this be the embodiment of martial prowess? The onlookers below were left wide-eyed, unable to believe their eyes. Zhang Taiji trembled, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. His mind was consumed by a singular thought, to kneel. Suddenly, he dropped to his knees, exclaiming, "Long live the prince! The prince is majestic! The prince is eternal!" Yun Zhu and the others, witnessing Zhang Taiji's behavior, exchanged bewildered glances. What on earth was happening? Could it truly be another embodiment of martial prowess? However, how could a single individual possibly possess two martial bodies? At this moment, the leaders of the 8 sects were on the verge of madness. Others, though lacking the insight of the 8 sects' members, understood just how terrifying Shen Cangsheng was at this moment. "I command you to break the mountain." Shen Cangsheng's silver fist struck directly upon Zhuang Yufan's face. A streak of blood arced through the air as Zhuang Yufan was sent flying. Yet, Shen Cangsheng stood upon the earth like a colossal titan. Boom, boom, boom. Shen Cangsheng appeared directly beneath Zhuang Yufan as he began his descent. His left fist, golden and fierce, surged upwards. "I command you to overturn the sea." However, Zhuang Yufan thrust his sword straight into Shen Cangsheng's chest. In the vast desert, the scent of blood permeated the air. The sounds of war horses could still be heard. "Charge forth, my warriors. Slay these monks. The women and food await us." The iron cavalry of the desert could almost engulf the golden sands. The forces of Delayan Temple were diminished. From 13,000 arhats, fewer than 3,000 remained. Rui Buddha stood beside Medicine Buddha, consuming elixirs by the handful. Rui Buddha declared, "Junior brother, I am about to unleash a great move." Suddenly, a celestial chant resonated. Rui Buddha transformed into a beam of golden light, vanishing into the horizon. In that instant, it felt as if the heavens and earth were being pressed down. The desert cavalry looked up to see a rotund monk descending from the sky. Golden light began to radiate from Rui Buddha's hands. "Amitabha, I trust that the Buddha will forgive this humble monk. Initially, I intended to defeat 10, but now, I shall vanquish 100,000. The golden light in Rui Buddha's palm gradually expanded. The unparalleled ultimate technique of this humble monk. Rui Buddha cried out with all his might, Rui's invincible divine palm. With a single strike, the world fell silent. The sands rose to the heavens as the rotund monk crashed to the ground. Medicine Buddha rushed forward. As Rui Buddha coughed up blood, grasping Medicine Buddha's hand, "If there is a next life, I shall accompany you." The vast desert, once a realm of poetic beauty, has now lost its essence. No longer embodying the imagery of solitary smoke rising in the desolate expanse or the sun setting over the long river. As I gaze around, I see the yellow sands stained crimson with blood. The countenance of the Buddha of good fortune is pale, and he is spitting blood. For the recent attack has drained him immensely. Under no circumstances would he have employed such a technique if it were not absolutely necessary. "Junior brother, my strength has waned. The matters ahead are now in your hands." The Buddha of good fortune states, his eyes flickering with exhaustion. If it were anyone else witnessing such a formidable technique, they would understand the significant toll it takes. However, when the Medicine Buddha observes the state of the Buddha of good fortune, he merely smiles lightly and says, "Brother, how could this grand battle be perfect without you?" Without waiting for a response from the Buddha of good fortune, the Medicine Buddha gathers his strength and hurls him directly into the midst of the enemy troops. "Curse it, if there is a next life, I shall accompany you again. Have you not read enough romantic tales?" The Medicine Buddha's energy surges, and the 13,000 arhats here all meet their bloody end. The Vajra Buddha, like an ancient beast, rampages through the enemy forces in the desert, leaving devastation in his wake. In his path, a tempest arises, and the enemy's bones shatter, their remnants flying through the air. The dragon-subduing Buddha, equally formidable, unleashes his might with every strike accompanied by the roar of a golden dragon, tearing the enemy into pieces. In an instant, the heavens themselves seem stained with blood. The Buddha of good fortune gazes at the countless fallen arhats and gently closes his eyes. The great thunder sound temple may well cease to exist today. Suddenly, the Buddha of good fortune opens his eyes wide, and as they flutter, Buddhist scriptures shine forth. He then roars, "Brothers, form the formation." Faced with the imminent threat of annihilation, he has no choice but to reveal his trump card. Yet, at this juncture, the great thunder sound temple has no other recourse but to fight. The yellow sands swirl, ushering the Buddha to his final rest. Throughout history, how many valiant souls lie buried beneath these sands? No one knows. Yet it is clear that the bones of those who perish here would suffice to cover this vast desert. And now, this place is no longer solely the resting ground for soldiers. The Buddha shall also recite a passage of the Rebirth Sutra here for all the valiant souls in the netherworld. Upon finishing his words, the other 8 Buddhas resolutely withdraw from the battlefield. The two armies face each other, and here stand only 9. Meanwhile, the opposing side boasts an army of over 100,000. The general of the Desert Dynasty, witnessing this, is consumed by rage. A mere 13,000 have brought about the demise of nearly 100,000 of his brave warriors. For him, this is a disgrace. He is known as the Desert War God, Hirsch. Hirsch glares at the 9 Buddhas and exclaims loudly, "Did you not vow to refrain from interfering in the affairs of the dynasty? Why do you now stand in my way?" The Buddha of good fortune smiles gently and utters a Buddhist chant, Amitabha. "General Harki, the imminent battle of the divine conquest draws near. You have broken the covenant of the 100 nations, seeking to invade our borders. What rationale do you possess?" Harki scoffed coldly, "What nonsense! If not you, then whom should we strike? The sustenance we require resides solely with you, and in ample quantities." With a derisive laugh, Harki continued, "Do you truly believe that merely 9 of you can obstruct my army of over 100,000? The Buddha of Wishes responded, "Certainly. I do not dare to harbor such extravagant hopes, yet I remain confident that you will incur further losses." The Buddha gazed intently at Harki. 30 miles away, the battlefield was shrouded in swirling dust, where amidst the haze, a white dragon seemed to dart swiftly. Had we known, we should have commanded the prince to annihilate the nation. Now, on the eve of the divine conquest, they have the audacity to mobilize their troops. Amidst the galloping steeds, an irate voice resounded, "Humph, do not speak excessively. The Buddhas of Lingshan cannot endure for long. Should Lingshan suffer, the vast desert will lose its shield." Much like the Shen clan in the northern territories, the great Thunder Sound Temple stood resolutely within the desert, its leader brandishing a silver spear atop a white steed. This assembly, comprising 7,000 warriors, was all mounted on white horses, yet the commander alone bore a spear adorned with crimson tassels, setting him apart from the rest. Chenmia was the foremost of these 7,000, known as the Candle Dragon Army, a name that signifies their prowess in battle. Moreover, the fact that they bear the name of a dragon attests to the formidable strength of this contingent. Within the Great Xia dynasty, only 2 celestial armies were named after dragons, the Azure Dragon Army and this Candle Dragon Army. Legend has it that when the Candle Dragon opens its eyes, it is daytime. When it closes them, night descends. With each blink, the seasons change. At this moment, the 7,000 Candle Dragon warriors hasten towards the battlefield of the desert, capable of covering 30 miles in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, the desert battlefield was already beyond salvation. 9 against 100,000, if they could endure, it would be sheer fantasy. The Buddha of Wishes channeled his true energy into a tangible form, summoning a golden statue behind him. The other 8 did likewise, resulting in 9 statues, each varying in hue yet unified in their compassionate essence. With a serene smile, the Buddha of Wishes proclaimed, "This life, it appears, is when I shall reach enlightenment." The 8 Buddhas, too, chanted their sacred verses. The Buddha of Wishes called out to Harki, "Might I inquire, General, how many lives will suffice for you to claim ours?" With hands forming a seal, he declared, "Buddha, 5 fingers, seal, the immortal mountain, great formation." The 9 Buddhas, embodying martial prowess, ascended like 9 towering mountains. With a thunderous roar, as they rose, the ground beneath sank 3 fingers deep. 9 statues of Buddha materialized, each representing a cardinal direction. Standing majestically above the vast desert, overlooking the enemy from all angles, the humble monk bows in reverence. The Buddha of Fulfillment gently brings his palms together. Suddenly, the world transforms dramatically. The winds swirl and yellow sands rise. At that moment, the Buddha of Fulfillment utters a single word, suppression. As his voice resonates, the 9 celestial Buddha statues emanate brilliant light, intertwining to form an expansive net of Buddhas, descending upon the enemy forces below. As the 9 statues make their descent, the Buddha of Fulfillment and the other 8 Buddhas expel blood in great quantities, their energies waning, collapsing to the ground. The Buddha of fulfillment chuckles softly, proclaiming, "Throughout my life, I have harbored many fears, yet I fear not death." His eyes shimmer with a noble resolve. The swirling sands obscure vision, rendering the trembling legs of the Buddha of fulfillment unseen. Even as he sits upon the earth, the 9 statues weave a formidable net, enveloping the enemy forces in the desert. The sacred texts surge through the ranks of the adversaries, cutting through them like blades. Meanwhile, the melodious chants from the mouths of the 9 Buddhas resonate, akin to arrows, with each sound wave promising annihilation upon contact. A quarter of an hour passes, and the Buddha of fulfillment gazes at the dissipating statues. His heart quivers. In the capital, urgent missives race 800 miles to the formidable sovereign, Shen Wudi. In the imperial study, only Shen Wudi and the Prime Minister, Wang Buchan, remain. The fragrant incense wafts through the air. Finally, the sovereign speaks again, asking, "What do you think of my intentions, dear minister?" This time, Wang Buchan responds, "Your Majesty, should the crown prince undertake his impending task without a wise ruler at the helm, chaos will surely ensue. I implore you to consider the stability of the realm." As Wang Buchan sees his lifelong aspirations nearing fruition, how could he allow Shen Wudi to thwart them? It is unthinkable. Absolutely unthinkable. A frenzied light glimmers in Wang Buchan's eyes, akin to a mirage of water in the desert, or a man seeing a woman after a century of solitude. He declares, "Unless I perish, none shall obstruct me." Such is his fervor. Shen Wudi, placing a hand on his forehead, solemnly muses, however, "There lies the great Thunder Sound Temple as a bulwark in the desert, yet it lacks an army and cannot withstand hundreds of thousands of soldiers. How can you expect me to remain at ease here?" Wang Buchan dismisses all concern. "I care not for anything else." Thus, he asserts, "All that your Majesty needs to do, or rather, what you must do for the crown prince, is to be a wise and benevolent ruler." Shen Wudi, infuriated, roars, "Are you suggesting I simply watch as the great Thunder Sound Temple falls?" He continues, "I am aware of your lifelong ambition, which aligns with that of the crown prince. But the circumstances have changed." Shen Wudi declares, "I am no mere literary emperor. The world is on the brink of forgetting me. I, too, emerged from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood." Indeed, Shen Wudi ranks among the top 3 formidable figures of the previous generation. However, in recent decades, the Great Xia dynasty has adopted a posture of tranquility, seemingly indifferent to worldly affairs. Despite the tumult of war, Shen Wudi has refrained from personally leading the charge. In contrast, Prince Shen Cangsheng has been relentlessly engaged in battle. This has led the populace to perceive Shen Wudi merely as a cultured sovereign, a ruler focused on governance. Yet, those from the previous generation still vividly recall the Shen Wudi who traversed the vast expanses of the world. His very name, Wudi, signifies invincibility. His prowess in combat is equally unmatched. Wang Buchan approached Shen Wudi's side, his voice laden with emotion. "Your Majesty, do gaze upon this vast land. Can you bear to witness its descent into chaos? Was the turmoil of yesteryears not sufficient? Should the crown prince accomplish this monumental feat, who in the future would dare to challenge our great Xia? Thus, I beseech your Majesty to ponder this matter deeply. Moreover, the crown prince commands a contingent stationed in the western territories, which I believe will arrive in due time." Shen Wudi inquired, "Which contingent?" Wang Buchan smirked with a sinister glee. "The Candle Dragon Army. Though it comprises merely 7,000 men, these are the very soldiers that other dynasties dread encountering most. In the northern realms, beneath the snow-capped mountains, a battle once took place. 7,000 Candle Dragon soldiers faced 100,000 foes, and not a single one perished, annihilating the entire enemy force. Henceforth, the reputation of the Candle Dragon Army soared. Under the leadership of Prince Shen Cangsheng, they have waged war across the land, emerging victorious in every conflict, conquering all adversaries, and leaving no survivors. In fact, even in smaller dynasties, the mere mention of the Candle Dragon Army has been enough to silence crying children, illustrating the sheer terror they have wielded over the years. There exists a saying among the common folk that aptly describes the Candle Dragon Army, 7,000 Candle Dragon soldiers. Hell meets dusk. This suggests that should these 7,000 warriors descend into hell, they would turn it upside down. They are indeed the embodiment of invincibility. They also personify a legion of executioners. In the vast desert, the monk Rui expressed despair. "Shen Cangsheng, you have truly led me to ruin this time. You promised that in the desert, you would always have a backup plan. Yet here I am, on the brink of death. Where is your contingency?" Rui Buddha cried out in anguish. The other 8 assumed he was merely unwilling to accept his fate and urged him, "Brother, there is no need for such despair. It is merely the will of heaven." Rui Buddha gazed at his disciples, speechless, but within his heart, he lamented, "Oh, how naive and innocent my younger brother is. Shen Cangsheng, I loathe you." As Rui Buddha wallowed in self-pity, suddenly the earth trembled. He turned to behold a serpent-like procession, akin to a white dragon, racing toward him. Instantly, a surge of elation coursed through Rui Buddha. He felt rejuvenated. Therefore, he struggled to rise, declaring, "Do not hinder me. I shall engage them in a battle to the death. I shall neither die nor retreat." In an instant, Rui Buddha was imbued with newfound strength. The Buddha of good fortune felt that throughout his life, he had never experienced such profound emotions. Chenmia arrived first, passing by the Buddha of good fortune, and respectfully proclaimed, "Buddha, please step back for now. I shall take over from here." However, the Buddha of good fortune struggled to rise, his complexion pale. And suddenly he spat out a mouthful of blood. He declared, "This humble monk can still fight." But scarcely had he finished speaking when he collapsed into unconsciousness. Witnessing this, Chenmia could not help but exclaim, "The actions of the Buddha compel us to reflect on our own inadequacies." Turning away, Chenmia led his army of 7,000 candle dragons to replace the fallen Buddhas. What others did not see was that at the moment the Buddha of good fortune fell, his eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a trace of relief. This humble monk has survived. On the battlefield, Chenmia spotted the commander of the Desert Empire and chuckled, "Har Chi, what is this? Did our last encounter fail to leave its mark? And now you return for more?" Upon seeing Chenmia and his 7,000 white-clad soldiers, Har Chi's expression shifted dramatically. This was the 7,000 candle dragon troops of the great Xia Empire. Har Chi too felt a change wash over him, fear welling in his eyes. Despite being a commander, he could not suppress his apprehension. Years ago, he had led 50,000 troops against Chenmia, yet none of Chenmia's 7,000 had perished. What did that signify? 7,000 against 50,000, and not a single casualty on their side, while his own forces had been utterly annihilated. Every time he recalled that battle, Har Chi felt it was the greatest humiliation of his life, vowing to avenge that disgrace. Yet now, as he faced Chenmia once more, dread enveloped him. Har Chi steadied himself and spoke, "General Chen, you must know why the Desert Empire has mobilized its forces. It is winter now, and the deserts have long run out of provisions. If you refuse to surrender your supplies, you will not face an army or celestial soldiers, but a pack of starving wolves." Upon hearing Har Chi's words, Chenmia did not refute him, for the truth lay therein. Nevertheless, Chenmia coldly responded, "But the Great Xia is not a realm where you can merely take what you desire. We are not your tribute state. Since you have come, you shall not leave unscathed, shall you?" The soldiers of the Desert Empire began to panic at Chenmia's declaration. These were 7,000 men that even hell would hesitate to accept. The 7,000 candle dragon troops were a force that had been forged in the crucible of countless battles. They prided themselves on their valor. Yet they must recognize who their adversary truly was. Were these 7,000 candle dragons even human? The fierce wind howled, carrying with it an air of desolation. The previous carnage had ceased, and the once valiant warriors now dared not meet the gaze of the 7,000 troops of the candle dragon army, fearing that they might meet the same fate as those who had fallen before. Before the little white rabbit, they were ferocious tigers, ravenous wolves, and mighty lions, able to toy with their prey at will, to exert their whims, and to extort without remorse. Such was the custom of their desert empire. Yet now, they had become docile, for they faced not a mere rabbit but a colossal dragon, beneath which they felt nothing but dread. "General, did you not say that the heavenly soldiers of the great Xia had retreated?" questioned a voice among the ranks. Confusion spreading through the Desert Empire's army upon hearing Chenmia's words. Suddenly, a subordinate general stepped forward, boldly challenging Har Chi in truth. Most of them were reluctant to plunder in Great Xia, for they had suffered too many losses at the hands of its people. They had never gained the upper hand against the Xia. Upon their arrival, Har Chi had assured them that the heavenly soldiers of Great Xia had withdrawn to prepare for the divine battle, and that Yumen Pass was devoid of troops. Trusting their general, they had come, filled with hope and faith, only to encounter the first obstacle, an obscure sect within the Great Xia. Seeing the situation, they laughed. Certain that their general had spoken the truth, Yumen Pass was indeed unguarded by the heavenly soldiers. How could a mere sect stand against an army of 200,000? They were as fierce as wolves and tigers, yet the opposition appeared not as meek sheep or rabbits, but rather as a spiny hedgehog. They had barely emerged victorious. Yet they had suffered nearly half their number in losses, over 10,000 against more than 200,000, and still they had incurred such casualties? Yet they cared not, for the enemy had been vanquished, and it was time to reap the rewards. However, just as their smiles began to bloom, who approached them but the Candle Dragon army. Was such cruelty necessary? They had merely sought to seize some provisions. In their hearts, they had already resigned themselves to their fate upon encountering the Candle Dragon army, for they had never heard of anyone returning safely from its ranks. Thus, they trembled. Had it been any other heavenly soldiers of the Great Xia, they might have dared to fight to the death, but this was the Candle Dragon army, feared even by the depths of hell. Their will to fight had vanished, their courage faltering before the battle had even begun. Shen Mie cast a derisive glance at Harchi, whose face flushed with anger at the audacity of his own subordinate questioning him in the face of the enemy. Surely, anyone would find such a challenge intolerable? Harchi barked in fury. What do you mean by this? Do you wish to rebel? With a swift motion, he unsheathed his curved blade and pressed it against the subordinate's throat. The general, filled with fury, exclaimed, General Ha, my uncle is the chancellor. You must consider your strike carefully. With a roar of rage, Ha Erqi reluctantly withdrew his curved blade. General, shall we retreat? General, please cease the fighting. I do not wish to perish. Ha Erqi gazed at his troops, a self-deprecating smile crossing his face. Observing this, Shen Mie stepped forward with his spear. Attack. The 7,000 troops of the Candle Dragon army faced the twilight of hell, just as the storyteller struck the wooden block. It was said that these 7,000 soldiers were invincible against tens of thousands of foes. However, in a national conflict, where armies could number in the millions, one must speak of the 4 legendary figures under the crown prince, Shen Cangsheng. The vast desert, shrouded in smoke, wept blood as the great desert dynasty awaited the triumphant return of Ha Erqi, only to receive his coffin and a letter from Shen Mie. The letter bore only 8 words. If you return, await the annihilation of your nation. After pacifying the desert, Shen Mie turned to join the divine conquest, heading north, stirring up dust. No one knew how many would return from this journey. Before the sword-forging manor, Zhuang Youfan's blade struck Shen Cangsheng's chest first. Yet, before Zhuang Yufan could revel in his success, Shen Cangsheng's fist arrived with a resounding impact. Bang! Shen Cangsheng's punch collided with Zhuang Youfan's face, sending him flying backward, blood streaming from his mouth. How could this be? Zhuang Yufan, mid-flight, displayed an expression of disbelief. How was it possible? I clearly struck him. Why did it not penetrate? Shen Cangsheng advanced, shifting like the stars. He awaited Zhuang Youfan's descent. As Zhuang Yufan attempted to leap and flip, suddenly, that hand grasped him again. The silver fist loomed before Zhuang Yufan once more. Bang! I command you to tremble. Zhuang Yufan soared again, shouting, Impossible. I clearly pierced you. Shen Cangsheng replied with a smile. How can it be impossible? The sun-moon glazed body makes one impervious to blades and spears. Is that not sufficient? The golden fist approached, and Zhuang Yufan felt the world spin around him. Still trying to conquer cities? The brilliance of silver shone brightly, as the white gradually faded from Shen Cangsheng's silver hair. The moment all white transformed into silver, he would achieve perfection. Gold and silver, sun and moon, one yin and one yang. As long as the sun and moon endure, Shen Cangsheng shall endure. This is the essence of the sun-moon glazed body. With one foot upon Zhuang Yufan, Shen Cangsheng looked down upon him. Did you truly believe that forging a divine sword would render you invincible? Disregarding my command will lead to your demise. At this moment, one of Shen Cangsheng's eyes shone gold, akin to the sun, while the other gleamed silver, resembling the moon, united as the sun and moon. He appeared as a divine being descended from the heavens, worthy of reverence. Aha! Zhuang Youfan's body bore no redeeming qualities. It was either cracked or marred by the wounds of countless dynasties. The sight was utterly tragic. Yet, despite this, there was not a trace of defeat in Zhuang Youfan's eyes. Rather, there was a more frenzied expression, stronger than before. Suddenly, the heavenly fire of forging ignited around him. Shen Cangsheng retreated, gazing at Zhuang Yufan. With his head bowed, Zhuang Youfan's somber voice resonated. Shen Cangsheng, tell me, if this lord were to merge with the sword of life and death, would I not become invulnerable, as you are? You, Shen Cangsheng, have achieved it. I, Zhuang Yufan, can do so as well. What? Upon hearing Zhuang Youfan's words, Shen Cangsheng was momentarily taken aback. In an instant, Zhuang Yufan leaped into the great furnace before the sword-forging manor. The onlookers could hardly believe their eyes. Was Zhuang Yufan seeking death? Could he possibly survive this? Shen Cangsheng attempted to approach the furnace, but the elders of the sword-forging manor quickly appeared, forming a protective circle around it. Shen Cangsheng sighed at the sight. He had encountered a madman, a veritable lunatic, who sought to forge himself. Was this the thought process of a sane individual? In the capital city, where ordinary residents dwelled, there flowed a significant river. While not particularly important, it offered passage to other lands. Thus, the citizens along this river relied on ferrying for their livelihood. The capital was abundant with dignitaries, ensuring a decent income for its inhabitants. 5 years prior, a meteor had fallen near this river, coinciding with the birth of a child from the Li family. The men of the Li family harbored dreams of donning military attire, wielding their battle blades, and laughing in the face of war. This was, in fact, the aspiration of every man in the Great Xia. However, confronted with reality, the men of the Li family succumbed, inheriting the family trade of ferrying. Even as he approached 40, he refused to relinquish his dream. While I cannot enlist, I shall ensure my son carries forth my aspirations into the military. At long last, the Li family welcomed a son. On that day, thunder roared, illuminating the night as if it were day. With the infant's first cry, a meteor fell with a resounding crash not far from Li village. The man of the Li family believed that his son was extraordinary, destined to grow into a figure akin to the ninth prince, one who would guard the vast expanse of the Great Xia. However, fate had other plans. His child was indeed different. While ordinary people's eyes were black and white, his son's were a vivid crimson. Yes, his eyes were red, particularly at night. Those red eyes shone brightly, almost as if blood flowed through them, instilling fear in all who beheld them. They were but common folk, having neither seen nor even heard of such a phenomenon. Thus, whispers began to circulate that the son of the Li family was a harbinger of calamity. For what other reason could there be for the incessant thunder that illuminated the darkened skies at the moment of his birth? And why, coincidentally, did meteorites fall from the heavens at that very instant? Such occurrences are indeed omens of a demonic child's arrival. Humph, what do they know? The Crown Princess Command includes a formidable general, whose eyes are also unlike those of ordinary men. They are entirely pitch black. Presently, he stands as the commander of the White Tiger Celestial Army, leading over 1 million heavenly soldiers. At the mere mention of his name, the enemy trembles in fear. Little Li Xianwang sat on the ground, absorbing his father's words, a glimmer of yearning shimmering on his youthful visage. Is it truly so? As Li Xianwang blinked, his eyes danced like a procession of restless spirits. His father gently caressed his blood-red hair, affection radiating from his gaze. Indeed, according to legend, that general possesses not only eyes as dark as night, but hair as white as snow, mirroring the hues of our Xianwang. You two are merely different in color. In all else, you are the same. In the future, our Xianwang shall also rise to become a general commanding 1 million celestial soldiers. Listening to his father's words, Li Xianwang chuckled with glee. Father, I feel as though my strength has grown even greater. This was an innate trait that accompanied Li Xianwang from birth. Whatever he undertook, his strength seemed to multiply with each passing day. At the tender age of 5, Li Xianwang's might surpassed even that of his adult father. Great strength is indeed a blessing. This means Xianwang can assist his father with various tasks. Li's father laughed heartily. No, Li Xianwang exclaimed as he dashed outside. Father, I'm going out to play. All his father could say was, be careful. Born a child of calamity, he found no companions willing to play alongside him. In the depths of winter, the surface of the water was frozen, with thin patches scattered among the thick. In such frigid weather, the thinner areas were nearly non-existent. Little Xianwang sat by the riverbank, tossing small stones onto the ice, watching them glide across the surface. Yet, what he truly longed for was to join the other children sliding upon the ice. Alas, he had no one to play with him. Suddenly, a crack formed in the ice. Ah! A child's shriek echoed through the air. 3 Dog has fallen into the icy hole. Upon hearing this, little Xianwang stomped his foot on the ground with determination, launching himself into the midst of the children. I'm coming, aware of his own immense strength. He grasped 3 Dog's hand and, with a mighty pull, yanked him from the icy depths. Wow, Xianwang, your strength is incredible, exclaimed the children. Xianwang, please don't tell the adults about 3 Dog falling into the hole. Let us play with Xianwang so we won't have to worry about falling in. Little Xianwang looked at the other children, hesitating. See, can I really? As the winds roared and flames consumed the air, the great furnace before the sword-forging manor blazed with unquenchable fire. The Cloud Masters gazed at the great furnace, exclaiming in astonishment, throughout my life, I have held the utmost respect for those who dare to wield a blade upon themselves. Yet, I never anticipated that Zhuang Yufan, a mere swordsmith, would have the audacity to forge his own being. Zhang Taiji was equally bewildered. Although their true energy could shield them from the searing flames, it could not halt the relentless burning within the furnace. Zhuang Yufan was indeed a madman. Miao Zhenfeng shook her head in disbelief. Having known him for many years, she never imagined that Zhuang Yufan would take such a perilous step. In stark contrast, the inhabitants of the sword-forging manor displayed palpable excitement, as if a new door had been opened before them. As Shen Cangsheng's true energy faded, he withdrew the One-Eye dynasty from the mountainside, approaching the great furnace. He could not have foreseen the outcome that lay ahead. If only I had acted decisively, perhaps. Shen Cangsheng mused, shaking his head. Suddenly, the furnace erupted with a series of resounding bangs, as if someone were striking it fiercely. My heart is as iron, unyielding and indomitable. My heart is as iron, unyielding and indomitable. In an instant, a tremendous blaze erupted, toppling the great furnace. A cloud of smoke billowed forth, and amidst it, the tattered figure of Zhuang Yufan emerged before the onlookers. Li Funxian hurried to Shen Cangsheng, inquiring, "What is happening here?" Shen Cangsheng could only shake his head in response. Meanwhile, Zhuang Yufan erupted into a fit of laughter, declaring, "Shen Cangsheng, let us battle once more." He struck his chest with fervor, the sound of metal resounding. "Now, the sword of life and death has fused with my very being. I am the sword of life and death." Zhuang Yufan charged into a nearby mountain with unbridled force. Boom. Once more, he emerged unscathed. "My heart is as iron, unyielding and indomitable." He laughed maniacally. "Shen Cangsheng, let us see whether your glazed body is superior or if my sword of life and death prevails." The crowd gazed at Zhuang Yufan in astonishment. Is this truly possible? What manner of being is Zhuang Yufan, who has managed to fuse the sword of life and death with his body and yet remains alive? Shen Cangsheng looked at Zhuang Yufan, speechless. "In truth, you cannot withstand my might." Yet, as he witnessed Zhuang Yufan's extraordinary feat of integrating the sword of life and death into his own form, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. "Zhuang Yufan is indeed a remarkable individual," Shen Cangsheng remarked, stroking his chin with intrigue. Li Funxian nodded in agreement. "In my experience, having command over 1,000,000 heavenly soldiers, I have encountered my fair share of madmen. On the battlefield, the presence of lunatics is abundant. I recall a general from the Dayan dynasty, who was the most deranged among all I have seen. To prevent me from entering the city, he willingly plunged into a sea of flames, leading tens of thousands to their fiery demise, all merely to obstruct my advance. In the eyes of the masses, his sacrifice changed nothing. Indeed, he was a madman. However, his conviction lies in safeguarding the fortress behind him. Madmen are driven by their beliefs, much like Zhuang Yufan. Is he insane? Yes, undoubtedly so. Yet, when Shen Cangsheng possesses a divine artifact, Zhuang Yufan goes to the extreme of using his own blood to completely forge the sword of life and death, even sacrificing the life of a transcendent elder to fulfill its creation. Such madness is indeed remarkable. However, contrary to his expectations, Shen Cangsheng continues to overpower him. Ultimately, Zhuang Yufan nears the brink of collapse, willing to meld the sword of life and death into his very being, a thought that defies humanity. Nevertheless, he emerges alive. Now, he may no longer be just a man, but rather a formidable weapon. With every gesture, the air is filled with the aura of his swordsmanship. Even the breath he exhales manifests as a multitude of sword energies. It can be said that Zhuang Yufan is now invincible. Yet, the cost he has paid, who would dare to test it? Undoubtedly, none present would be bold enough. Shen Cangsheng's vital energy surged violently within him. Such an adversary. Despite his dominance across the realms, he had never encountered someone like this. "Let me see your brilliance." Golden and silver hues enveloped Shen Cangsheng, half gilded, half argent, the glorious body of sun and moon. He kicked up a cloud of dust as he rushed toward Zhuang Yufan with astonishing speed, the sound of his movement akin to an ancient beast's arrival. Upon witnessing this, Zhuang Yufan let out a hearty laugh. "Come forth." With no defense in sight, every motion he made radiated an endless sharpness. Zhuang Yufan himself embodied an unparalleled sword of life and death. Boom. The clash between Shen Cangsheng and Zhuang Yufan lacked any extraneous techniques, resembling a primal struggle. They collided as if two mountains met in rapid succession. The earth-shattering sound reverberated through the air, causing the ground beneath to tremble. Waves of force rippled outward, uprooting ancient trees as if a tornado had swept through. The immense disturbance made it arduous for bystanders to maintain their footing, with some of lesser strength lifted into the air and vanishing like mere specks. The Cloud Lord, Miao Zhenfeng, and Zhang Taiji observed the two colliding figures in the sky with grave expressions. Such power! The Cloud Lord, the master of Yunshangyan, is among the elite of the realm, and Yunshangyan is one of the 8 sects. The extent of the Cloud Lord's strength is shrouded in mystery, with whispers suggesting he ranks among the top 3 sect leaders. However, his origins as an assassin render him ill-suited for open confrontation in the shadows. Few can escape the grasp of the Cloud Lord. Thus, his reputation in the martial world is well-earned. If one wishes to eliminate someone, as long as the payment is sufficient, Yun Shengyan will surely alleviate your troubles. However, even now, the Lord of Clouds finds himself at a loss when faced with Zhuang Yufan. Zhuang Yufan is no longer an ordinary mortal, having fused with the Sword of Life and Death, who can ascertain the extent of his physical strength. Yet, before the formidable body of Shen Cangsheng, which cannot be pierced even by the Sword of Life and Death, Zhuang Yufan dares to engage in a clash. This suggests that Zhuang Yufan's physical prowess must have reached an extraordinary peak. Common weapons are likely rendered ineffective against him. If even his flesh cannot be cut, how could one contemplate taking a life? Life has indeed grown increasingly arduous. The Lord of Clouds chuckled softly, releasing a sigh. Miao Zhenfeng and Zhang Taiji gazed at the Lord of Clouds, with Miao Zhenfeng inquiring, "Surely, you do not intend to set your sights on Zhuang Yufan?" The Lord of Clouds shrugged. If someone were to provide funding, it could certainly be feasible. Yet as of now, even with financial backing, our sect finds itself powerless. Miao Zhenfeng smiled enchanting, while Zhang Taiji looked at Shen Cangsheng with admiration. Others may be oblivious to the significance of the sun and moon-glazed body. But Zhang Taiji is well aware. I must not speak a word. I must cling to the prince's favor. Zhang Taiji's eyes glimmered as he resolved silently. Upon returning, he would immediately present all the treasures of the supreme sect. If this holds true, then the future of our sect shall indeed soar to greatness. The Lord of Clouds and Miao Zhenfeng remained unaware of Zhang Taiji's thoughts, merely curious about his earlier demeanor. Miao Zhenfeng remarked, "What was that about, Zhang Sect Master?" Zhang Taiji hastily waved his hand, declaring, "I have made my decision. The supreme sect shall henceforth belong to the Eastern Imperial Palace." The Lord of Clouds and Miao Zhenfeng were taken aback by this revelation, their hearts shaken. Meanwhile, the leader of the God of Desolation sect was utterly astonished. Why? Our 8 sects are ancient lineages with millennia of heritage. Could we truly stoop to submit to the court? In times past, countless royal families sought to bring them under the throne, yet those very royals have faded into obscurity, while the 8 sects endure. Zhang Taiji cast a sidelong glance at Mo Daji. "Fool, even now, you cling to antiquated tactics from ages past. Do you genuinely believe this prince is akin to the former royals? Previously, they spared you because they lacked the strength. That is all. Should the court ever ignite its wrath and impose losses upon you, with millions, even tens of millions of troops bearing down, do not think that your God of Desolation sect, even with 10 gates, could withstand the onslaught. And now, the Prince Shen Cangsheng, a youthful general, has never tasted defeat. The borders of the Great Xia need not be heavily guarded. Once the Great Xia court is able to mobilize its forces from the fringes, what will the army accomplish? If not subduing the disobedient, then whom? Zhang Taiji sees the situation with clarity. Historically, power has never resided within the sections. Although the royal families of the court change repeatedly, that belongs to the natural order of survival of the fittest. Each generation replaces the last, growing stronger with each iteration. And what are the 8 sects? They remain stagnant, bound to their lineage without progress. In the past, the military was tasked with guarding the borders, leaving the royal family little time to deal with them. If there had been the energy, Zhang Taiji firmly believed that with so many masters in the martial world, the court would not have let them slip away. However, with the Shen clan now on the throne, the current state of affairs had irrevocably changed. Zhang Taiji suddenly felt the merit of extensive study, unlike the foolish Mo Daji, who, lacking knowledge, remained oblivious to worldly matters. In midair, Shen Cangsheng remained motionless, whereas Zhuang Yufan was sent flying 100 feet away. As he soared backwards, Zhuang Yufan was astonished to behold Shen Cangsheng. How could this be? A brilliant light enveloped Shen Cangsheng. This palace is truly invincible. Zhuang Yufan believed that by merging with the Sword of Life and Death, he could contend with Shen Cangsheng's radiant body of sun and moon, even entertaining the thought that the legendary divine weapon would make him even more formidable. Perhaps he could obliterate Shen Cangsheng with a single punch. Upon merging, Zhuang Yufan realized the sensation of unparalleled strength. He felt he was at the pinnacle of his existence. Even a mere finger exuded the essence of the sword, his breath manifesting as a torrent of sword energy. Surely, Shen Cangsheng could no longer be his match, could he? Yet, amidst their reckless confrontation, Zhuang Yufan suddenly felt his internal organs shift, his meridians on the verge of rupture. More alarmingly, his heart felt as if it were about to burst. How could he even contemplate defeating Shen Cangsheng with a single blow? After merging with the sword of life and death, how could Shen Cangsheng still deliver such a devastating strike? Had Shen Cangsheng merely been toying with him? It was evident that he could have dispatched Zhuang Yufan in a heartbeat, yet he chose to engage for so long. What was more significant was the sheer strength of Shen Cangsheng. As he was propelled backwards, Zhuang Yufan felt as though he had plunged into an abyss of despair. Despite the formidable body granted by the sword of life and death, he had nearly been annihilated by Shen Cangsheng. Shen Cangsheng, are you mocking me? Zhuang Yufan crashed into a mountain, his fingers sinking deep into the stone. With a powerful exertion, he cleaved the rock apart, displaying extraordinary might. Yet, such strength had nearly cost him his life at the hands of Shen Cangsheng. Shen Cangsheng exhaled a breath of frustration, returning to his original state. Below, Li Fenxian hastily draped a coat over him. Shen Cangsheng calmly remarked, "The current Xia dynasty is the domain of my Shen clan, not the Xia of your. Do you understand?" He did not respond to Zhuang Yufan, as if addressing everyone present. Grinding his teeth, Zhuang Yufan retorted, "What of it?" Shen Cangsheng smiled lightly. "What of it? Only that the profound legacy of this martial world over the centuries should elevate the common people to a new echelon." Shen Cangsheng continued, "Does anyone dissent? Speak quickly, for the 200,000 heavenly soldiers behind me are eager for action." He surveyed the surroundings. As the gaze swept across the room, none dared to meet it. At that moment, as Shen Cangsheng's words lingered in the air, Zhang Taiji was the first to leap forward. Seemingly fearful that another might usurp his initiative, he approached Shen Cangsheng and promptly knelt before him. "Long live the crown prince." Zhang Taiji, with a countenance stripped of all dignity, prostrated himself before Shen Cangsheng in full view of all the esteemed figures of the martial world. Shen Cangsheng regarded Zhang Taiji. Recalling his earlier assertion that aside from his own supreme physique, the daylight's sovereign body, Zhang must certainly be aware of the sun and moon-glazed body. With a subtle nod, Shen Cangsheng remarked, "The Eastern Palace has already received the martial text of the Supreme Sect. Thus, there is no need for the Supreme Sect to present anything further." Zhang Taiji was taken aback. He had anticipated that at the very least, they would need to offer half of the Supreme Sect's foundational texts. What, then, was the current state of affairs? Shen Cangsheng continued, "I require only the martial texts. I do not seek your originals, merely copies will suffice." At this juncture, Zhuang Yufan returned to the gathering, voicing his concern. "If we were to surrender all our martial texts to the Eastern Palace, what would remain for our 8 sects to stand upon?" Shen Cangsheng smiled and responded, "It would be a heavenly grace if I do not obliterate your 8 sects. Should you remain obstinate in your refusal to comply, then let the 200,000 heavenly troops at my command take action." Zhuang Yufan's expression contorted at Shen Cangsheng's words. The mere mention of 200,000 heavenly soldiers was daunting. How impressive indeed! He felt compelled to silence himself. He knew he could not contend with Shen Cangsheng. And should those 200,000 heavenly troops be unleashed, there would be no more forged sword manner after today. Shen Cangsheng declared, "Since I have come this far, allow me to inform you that should you wish to take up positions within the court, you may freely access the martial text of all sections." The attendees' eyes immediately brightened at this proclamation. The prospect of perusing the text of all sects was an immense temptation, especially for those who had already reached the pinnacle of their prowess. To read extensively is to transcend one's own limitations and ascend to greater heights, Shen Cangsheng mused. Turning to Mo Daji, the leader of the Wilderness Gods sect. "What say you, sect leader Mo?" Mo Daji's face flushed crimson, and after a moment's deliberation, he gritted his teeth and replied, "I heed the Crown Prince's command." Shen Cangsheng smiled. "Very well." As he prepared to depart, he suddenly turned back and cautioned, "Please remember, the rewards I bestow upon you are a manifestation of heavenly grace. Likewise, should I decide to take your lives, it too is a form of heavenly grace. Do not deceive yourselves. The Wilderness Gods sect defies the Eastern Palace's decree. Let its 20,000 disciples present themselves in the capital to receive their just punishment. The Forged Sword Manor, too, defies the Eastern Palace's decree. Let its 20,000 disciples also appear in the capital to atone." Shen Cangsheng gazed at Zhuang Yufan and Mo Daji, asking, "Do you have any objections?" Zhuang Yufan replied vehemently, "Not at all." Mo Daji echoed, "I comply with your command." Shen Cangsheng looked at Zhuang Yufan and remarked, "In truth, you are quite the talent." Miao Zhenfeng observed Shen Cangsheng, her eyes reflecting a depth of experience and sorrow. "He surpasses even his grandfather." Shen Cangsheng remarked to Miao Zhenfeng, "Miao Pavilion Master, on behalf of this palace, convey a message to your esteemed disciple. do come to the Golden Capital for a visit. Having spent a lifetime in desolate mountains and wilderness, what joy is there in the mortal realm? Miao Zhenfeng stared blankly at Shen Cangsheng and nodded. Could it be that her disciple knows Shen Cangsheng? Shen Cangsheng waved his hand. I must take my leave now. I hope we shall meet again soon. The black dragon banner and the vermilion bird banner soared into the sky. Beyond the black dragon pass of the Great Xia lies the Great Qi dynasty, with its imperial capital, Han City. Within the royal palace, the crown prince's East Palace. What? You say the people I dispatched have all been killed? Do these wanderers intend to rebel? A commotion erupted in the East Palace's library. Your Highness. Do not call me Your Highness. Address me as Crown Prince. The voice rang out once more. In the library, an elder knelt before the Great Qi Crown Prince, his lips twitching. Crown Prince, though you bear the title. It is well known among the dynasties that it is Shen Cangsheng's appellation. Han Mingming sat down in indignation. Continue. The Crown Prince. Your Highness. While we dispatched skilled individuals, they are indeed no match for the ancient sects that have thrived for millennia. Han Mingming retorted. Mere excuses. If Shen Cangsheng can command the winds and rains in the martial world, why can't I? The elder fell silent, gazing at his crown prince with a mix of pity and concern. There were words they, as subordinates, had long wished to express. In truth, if you possess the same prowess as Shen Cangsheng, the crown prince of the Great Xia, you too could command the elements. He wields the power to summon the celestial forces of an entire dynasty, can you? His abilities are almost divine, but do you possess such strength? Lacking both. Yet you still wish to emulate him. How can that work? Suddenly, Han Mingming's eyes lit up. She slammed her hand on the table. I have a plan, but... Before she could finish, a report came in. In the southern lands, despite the myriad mountains and dense forests, when it comes to the most prosperous terrains across the vast expanse, aside from the central plains, it is the southern region that flourishes. This region boasts an abundance of resources, for the climate is temperate, allowing for the growth of many things that cannot thrive elsewhere. Consequently, the southern region attracts a multitude of merchants and travelers. On this day, on the wide official road, as usual, merchants paused at the tea houses along the way to rest momentarily. They shared their experiences, having journeyed from all corners of the world with their own caravans, possessing perspectives unseen by others. The exchange of tales and information regarding lucrative opportunities is of utmost importance to these merchants. Thus, the tea houses by the official road prospered increasingly. Ah, Brother Wang? It is good to see you again this year. Just as the tea house attendant poured a pot of tea, a voice rang out. A figure of diminutive stature, with dark skin and attire that set him apart from the crowd, suddenly heard someone seemingly calling his name. Turning his gaze, he recognized a familiar face and broke into a hearty laugh. Brotherly? The man at the tea table rose and approached Brother Wang. It has been quite some time. I thought you wouldn't be coming this year. Brother Wang was a merchant from the Dan dynasty, who annually led a trade caravan to the Golden Capital at this time of year. The products of the Dan dynasty were absent in the Daxia dynasty, just as the goods of the Daxia dynasty were likewise unavailable in the Dan dynasty. Hence, these merchants engaged in the exchange of commodities. Brother Wang appeared somewhat disheartened as he remarked, "Don't mention it. I had no idea what madness had seized the court. They are frantically conscripting soldiers." Brother Li's face registered surprise. "Is that truly the case? It should be a good thing," he said, somewhat enviously. Who could have known? Brother Wang's expression shifted dramatically. How could it possibly be a good thing? If I were drafted, I would likely be in a barracks by now. If war were to break out, I might find myself perishing on the battlefield. I have yet to savor the riches of this world. How could I possibly enlist? Brother Li, upon hearing Brother Wang's words, felt a twinge of discomfort and inquired, "Are you suggesting that none of you wish to serve in the military?" Brother Wang nodded affirmatively. "Of course. Whoever goes is a fool." He took a generous sip of tea, exclaiming, "Refreshing. If it weren't for the substantial sum I spent, you would likely never see me again." Brother Li awkwardly nodded, though internally he mused, how foolish it is to squander an opportunity to achieve greatness. To evade conscription with money, what a delusion. In Daxia, even if you had the funds, they might not allow you to escape. Brother Li harbored a dream from a young age, to achieve greatness and secure a legacy. Unfortunately, the scrutiny of the Daxia military was excessively rigorous. Even if he were not a celestial soldier, he had only served 3 months in the barracks before being sent home. Now, hearing of others' fortunes, he found the disparity unsettling. "Brother Li, have you brought your brocade? Shall we trade now?" Just as they were about to exchange goods, the ground trembled violently, as if a colossal entity approached from afar. The small tea house shook, dislodging a cloud of dust. Brother Wang's expression changed drastically. What is happening? No sooner had he spoken than the patrons of the tea house beheld 3 colossal banners blotting out the sun. The first to catch their eyes were 4 grand flags soaring in the sky. The black dragon flag, adorned with golden embroidery, appeared as though a black dragon coiled above, surveying the world below. The daunting black dragon flag stretched 9 zhang in length, instilling a sense of dread. Beneath the black dragon flag were 3 distinct banners. One was a dragon flag as well, but with silver edges and embroidered with a blue dragon, coiled majestically in the heavens. Another was a blood-red banner, upon which a white tiger roared toward the sky from a sea of blood, as if to shatter the very heavens. The final banner, appearing somewhat weighty, was a deep yellow, equally formidable as the azure dragon and the white tiger. Embroidered upon it was a mystical tortoise, distinctly different from those typically encountered. This tortoise bore a raised shell resembling a series of small mountains, while its tail was a translucent water serpent, coiling gracefully atop its back. In ancient times, legend spoke of a tortoise in the Nether Sea, carrying countless mountains and valleys, with the spirit of the water serpent as its eye. It was known as Xuanwu. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Xuanwu. Renowned battle standards of the Great Xia dynasty. At that moment, the patrons of the tea house inhaled sharply upon seeing these 4 grand banners. Many among them had only heard tales of such things, never having laid eyes upon them. Now, the once mythical celestial soldiers stood before them. Was this truly the might of our Great Xia court? Observing the uniformity of the 3 colors, it felt as if they were witnessing not mere mortals, but the legendary divine beings themselves. Even the heavens could be shattered. What chance did their enemies stand? They had never known defeat. The tea house patrons often dreamt of one day becoming a part of this illustrious force, yet fate had deemed them unworthy. Brotherly stood solemnly, watching the celestial soldiers march past him. Each step they took reverberated like an earthquake. Tears welled in Brotherly's eyes. This was their Great Xia. Should anyone dare to infringe upon their territory, these soldiers would unleash their wrath. Who could withstand the iron hooves of these celestial warriors? Who would dare to stand in their way? Brotherly longed to shout, "I am a citizen of Great Xia." Beside him, Brother Wang trembled like a quail, unable to dare even a glance. It seemed that merely looking upon them could spell his doom. Great Xia was terrifying. He had witnessed the mighty troops of the court. Yet the self-proclaimed might of the court seemed utterly laughable in comparison to these celestial soldiers. Brotherly proudly turned to Brother Wang, saying, "Brother Wang, this is the celestial army of Great Xia. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Brother Wang's face drained of color, and he hurriedly covered Brotherly's mouth. "Brotherly, do you wish for death? They are still here." Brother Wang, observing the celestial soldiers pass by without a glance in his direction, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Brotherly broke free from his grasp. "Why this reaction, Brother Wang?" Brotherly inquired, puzzled. "To speak of the court can lead to execution." Upon hearing this, Brotherly smiled gently. "Fear not, Brother Wang, in our Great Xia, even common folk can discuss the current emperor without consequence." Brother Wang's eyes widened in disbelief. The foremost of the celestial soldiers rode high upon their steeds, roaring in the wind. The East Gate god, clad in a green robe, appeared less like a military commander and more akin to a scholar, as if descended from the heavens. "God of the East, how many men do you believe His Highness will bring?" The East Gate god, with a tranquil demeanor, smiled softly, not answering the question, but instead turning to inquire of another. Another individual, adorned in a robe of the 7 stars and crowned with a celestial diadem, moved with an elegance reminiscent of the celestial bodies in their cosmic dance on the expansive thoroughfare. The scholar clad in the 7 stars attire bore an expression devoid of the ease exhibited by others, as he deftly twirled 3 ancient bronze coins in his hand. Observing this, the Eastern Gate god inquired, "Sir, could it be that His Highness this time, dressed in the garments of the 7 stars and crowned, is gazing upon the 5 elements of heaven, deciphering the mysteries of 3 millennia?" He had once studied under the Yin-Yang school, completing his training in 3 years, after which there was nothing left for him to learn. Subsequently, he pursued knowledge with the Taoists, who released him after 5 years, and then spent another 2 years under the Confucians. However, the Confucians, staunch in their adherence to lineage, reprimanded him for his previous affiliations, declaring him unworthy of their teachings, and expelled him from their ranks. Later, by the banks of the Yellow River, he encountered Shen Cangsheng. The myriad schools of thought had each established their own doctrines, creating insular philosophies that had long since strayed from the aspirations of the sages. Where, then, could one acquire the profound knowledge necessary to govern the heavens and the earth? Shen Cangsheng, standing alone amidst the frigid river, regarded the scholar with a serene smile, stating that in the end, all paths lead to the court. Each household, akin to a stream or spring, could not compare to the vastness of the ocean. Only the court, amidst the expanse of heaven and earth, could embrace all rivers and streams. Thus, within this flowing river, a scholar embarked on foot towards the court. He had once borrowed fate from the heavens to aid Shen Cangsheng in overcoming his initial tribulation. He had prophesied military outcomes with precision. Enduring the flames that ravaged 800 miles of encampment, he had wielded 3 bronze coins to command the entirety of the martial world. Arriving just in time to save Shen Cangsheng from the clutches of death, he had proclaimed that the Confucian order was a malignancy within the court, indifferent to heavenly decrees and the plight of the populace. In alignment with Shen Cangsheng's thoughts, he urged him to act decisively, leading to the burning of books and the burial of Confucians. He was a celestial being among mortals, known as the immortal of the human realm. He had summoned the stars into his being, surrounded by the 7 stars of the Northern Dipper, celebrating his existence. As long as he remained, Shen Cangsheng would not need to confront the heavenly soldiers of the 4 symbols. The immortal of the human realm declared, "Let the officials be chastised." Upon hearing this, the Eastern Gate goddess' countenance darkened with fury. He is the immortal of the human realm. Have those decayed souls truly never witnessed the blade of my azure dragon? The azure-clad figure trembled with intensity as the warhorse neighed fiercely. The immortal of the human realm gently replied, "There is no need for such ardor. General of the Eastern Gate, His Highness's power is beyond our comprehension." The 3 bronze coins in his hand ceased their motion. In the golden capital, within the Eastern Palace, Shen Cangsheng sat as usual before the chessboard, listening to the report of the chess steward. "Your Highness, all sects within the martial world that defy the Eastern Emperor's edict have already sent envoys to plead for forgiveness." Shen Cangsheng's expression remained inscrutable as he gazed at the chessboard. The black piece was placed down. This should suffice. Shen Cangsheng rose, changed his attire, and proceeded to the Hall of Ascending Heaven. The Hall of Ascending Heaven served as the venue for the ministers of the Great Xia dynasty to deliberate the significant matters of the court. Those who could enter were undoubtedly the paramount figures of the era. At this moment, the officials within the hall appeared flushed with excitement, declaring, "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince's actions are utterly brutal and devoid of righteousness, akin to the tyrants of antiquity. We must not allow the Crown Prince to proceed. This is to act against the heavens. The Great Xia is on the brink of chaos, and the people are suffering immensely." An elderly minister, his hair as white as snow and his body trembling, proclaimed loudly, as though each word demanded the entirety of his strength, "Your Majesty, the court has only just regained stability. I believe the Crown Prince's actions are highly inappropriate. Not only will this require an astonishing amount of manpower, but also a staggering financial investment that the Great Xia cannot support. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince, relying on the celestial forces at his command, is compelling the sects of the martial world to contribute their martial arts, and should they learn of his intentions, they will surely rebel." The old ministers were filled with righteous indignation. "Minister Wang, do say something," one official urged Wang Buchan, his voice ringing out. The scene was one of heartbreak for listeners, and tears welled in their eyes. Wang Buchan surveyed the assembled elders and scoffed. "You are all old men. Why must you oppose the youth? I, for one, support the Crown Prince's actions. The martial factions have long needed to be subdued. It is fitting that the Crown Prince, lacking manpower, should compel them to offer their last flickering light. What harm is there in that?" "Have you not considered," retorted an elder, "that there are countless reclusive masters in the martial world? If the Crown Prince's actions incite their wrath, who will bear the responsibility?" Just as these words fell, a cold voice echoed from outside the Hall of Heavenly Convergence. "If there is blame, I shall bear it alone." It was Shen Cangsheng, dressed in the robe of the Azure Dragon. He approached with measured steps. Wei Shizhong, serving beside the Emperor Shen Wudi, immediately announced, "The Crown Prince has arrived." Shen Cangsheng reached the center of the grand hall and bowed respectfully. "Your son pays his respects to Father Emperor." Emperor Shen Wudi rubbed his brow and replied, "There is no need for excessive formalities, Crown Prince." "Thank you, Father Emperor," Shen Cangsheng responded. At this moment, the old ministers retreated, for they had spoken freely only in Shen Cangsheng's absence. The Crown Prince was not merely a prince, he wielded absolute military power, and they were all drawn to this authority. Their descendants had matured, capable in both literature and martial arts, who would not desire to expand their own influence. What if they succeeded? As Shen Cangsheng surveyed the room, his gaze met Wang Buchan's. Wang Buchan winked at him before succumbing to slumber once more. Indeed, Minister Wang Buchan was quite capricious. If he found no interest in court matters, he would simply stand there and sleep. Who would dare challenge him? Raised alongside the emperor, He commanded such authority that he paid no heed to anyone's opinions. Noticing Wang Buchan had closed his eyes, Shen Cangsheng disregarded him and turned his attention to the previously fervent ministers, his expression growing cold. "Do you have objections to my actions?" he inquired. At once, Wei Shizhong directed the other attendants to bring a chair for Shen Cangsheng. With a flourish of his azure dragon robe, he seated himself in the center of the hall. Emperor Shen Wudi began to speak. "Since the crown prince has arrived, let us address all matters at hand. I do not wish for tomorrow's discussions to linger on today's affairs." Shen Wudi leaned back slightly and cast a glance at Wang Buchan with a hint of envy. Shen Cangsheng surveyed the room and inquired, "If anyone has grievances against me, feel free to voice them. I am deeply aware of my duties. And should you point out my shortcomings, I shall certainly amend them." Shen Cangsheng smiled, observing those who had exerted themselves most fervently. At this moment, outside the Hall of Heavenly Decrees, 12 individuals strode directly into the chamber. "We pay our respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor." Shen Wudi wore an expression of knowing anticipation and waved his hand. "Be at ease." Shen Cangsheng rested an arm on his leg, supporting his chin with his hand, and remarked, "You may not be aware, but these 12 are the strongest among my East Palace, each possessing the strength of the divine realm. As literary officials, you may not comprehend what the divine realm entails. Let me elucidate. Any one of them could extinguish your lives with but a single hand. Do you grasp the gravity of my words?" Shen Cangsheng dusted off his garments, straightened his posture, and gestured invitingly with his right hand. "Now, would you kindly reiterate what you just expressed?" Inside the Hall of Heavenly Decrees, silence enveloped the air. The 12 stood behind Shen Cangsheng, their presence long and imposing, reminiscent of ancient beasts poised to unleash their fury. Shen Cangsheng wore a subtle smile, his hand rhythmically tapping on the armrest of his chair. While the most esteemed officials of the great Xia dynasty gathered around, save for the occasional snoring from the chancellor, Wang Buchan, no other sounds permeated the atmosphere. The previously fervent ministers now trembled, heads bowed, unable to meet Shen Cangsheng's gaze. Outside, they held positions of authority above countless others, yet within the Hall of Heavenly Decrees. Before Shen Cangsheng, they resembled quails, shaking with trepidation. Suddenly, an elderly man adorned in an official robe embroidered with a white crane stepped forward. In the great Xia's hierarchy, the first rank was designated by the white crane. Clearly, this elder was a high-ranking official of the court. "Your Highness," he spoke as he bowed to Shen Cangsheng. Despite any opposition they might have towards Shen Cangsheng's actions or desires to unseat him from the East Palace, the formality of respect could not be disregarded. Shen Cangsheng nodded in acknowledgement. "Speak." The esteemed elder adjusted his robe and continued, 40 years ago, I, as a mere scholar, embarked alone on a diplomatic mission to the Great Lan dynasty. 35 years ago, I ventured alone into the Great Chang dynasty, where I was detained for 3 years. 28 years ago, I undertook a solitary mission to the Great Yuan dynasty, only to be imprisoned by its emperor for a decade. It was your Highness who, in your valiant campaign against the Great Yuan dynasty, rescued me from my captivity. Accordingly, I should be the last to oppose you in this court." Shen Cangsheng regarded the elder, nodding in understanding. Indeed, this esteemed individual embodies both the wisdom of a scholar and the valor of a warrior. Possessing not a trace of martial prowess, yet achieving feats unattainable by countless generals. Particularly noteworthy was his mission to the Great Lan Empire during a time of upheaval in the Great Xia dynasty. At that juncture, few, if any, had the audacity to venture alone into the Great Lan Empire, let alone without a single soldier in tow. Shen Cangsheng remarked, "Elder Wang speaks truthfully. Yet I never anticipated your opposition." The elder's name was Wang Shanha. Shen Cangsheng recalled that Shen Wudi had once informed him of Wang Shanha's return from the Great Lan Empire, nearly on the brink of death, his body battered and broken. The former emperor had personally welcomed him and conferred upon him the rank of a first-class official. At that time, he was not yet known as Wang Shanha. He simply chose to adopt the name Shanha upon his return. "Though I am but a scholar, I am capable of safeguarding this vast expanse of land." Wang Shanha's diplomatic mission delayed the arrival of formidable figures from the Great Lan Empire, allowing the former emperor to consolidate his powers and attain a remarkable status. Shen Cangsheng held Wang Shanha in high regard. After all, during the critical moments when the Great Xia was on the brink of collapse, he had the courage to strive for the last glimmer of hope for the dynasty, a feat few could accomplish. In his youth, Shen Cangsheng had also taken bold actions. Once unilaterally mobilizing an army of 1 million to the borders of the Great Yuan Empire, all for the sake of a single civil servant and a mere utterance. "Though I am but a scholar, I am capable of safeguarding this vast expanse of land." Once more, Wang Shanhe bowed respectfully to Shen Cangsheng and stated, I still vividly remember the words you spoke as a youth beneath the great walls of the great Yuan Empire. On that day, the biting wind howled fiercely, and the formidable gates of the great Yuan Empire loomed like a monstrous beast upon the earth. Outside the gates stood a youthful figure, his boyish features still evident. Clad in golden armor and wielding a long spear, he pointed defiantly at the emperor of the great Yuan. I am the crown prince of the great Xia. I have come today for the sake of our officials. If you do not return them, this army of 1,000,000 at my back will breach your city without hesitation, sparking war between our nations. I have no intention of returning alive as the crown prince of the great Xia. Are you prepared for the consequences of war? The great Yuan Empire was indeed a formidable power, yet it was undergoing a period of reform, reluctant to engage in conflict with the great Xia. Moreover, they faced a mere boy, still innocent and unblemished by the world. Even though the great Yuan was averse to war, they were equally unwilling to concede easily. Thus, the emperor proposed, if you can withstand 3 lashes from me, I shall release your officials. What an affront! Just when Wang Shanhe thought such a feat was impossible, the youthful Shen Cangsheng, undeterred, removed his golden armor. A ruler's words are not to be taken lightly. Amidst the laughter of the great Yuan, Shen Cangsheng endured the 3 lashes. A crown prince was humiliated by the emperor of another realm. What a profound disgrace! However, with a youthful innocence adorning his face, Shen Cangsheng bore the punishment. Wang Shanhe, standing upon the city walls, gazed sorrowfully at Shen Cangsheng, who was subjected to the lashes, weeping in a dismal void. Their own crown prince, thus humiliated. All for the sake of a feeble civil servant. Lord Wang is the very pillar of the great Xia. While the realm may survive without Shen Cangsheng, it can never do so without Lord Wang. The emperor has many sons, but if Cangsheng's sacrifice can redeem Lord Wang, then it is worth it. At that moment, Wang Shanhe realized that Shen Cangsheng had no intention of returning alive. Cangsheng still had a younger brother, and his life paled in comparison to that of the esteemed elder. Shen Cangsheng felt a pang of sorrow. Why then must the elder oppose me? He looked at Wang Shanhe, who replied, Your Highness, I cannot bear to see you reviled by the world. Had I known earlier, I would have laid down my life to prevent you from proceeding. But now, if I can obstruct this path, I shall not let you embark upon it. Shen Cangsheng closed his eyes and remarked, Do you not understand, Elder Wang? If I succeed, it would herald a formidable barrier for the great Xia, lasting for centuries. Wang Shanhe turned his head, stating, I concern myself not with the centuries to come, but with the present. Should your Highness act, I know only that you would be scorned by all. Thus, the elder beseeched him not to proceed. As he spoke, Wang Shanhe knelt before Shen Cangsheng. Shen Cangsheng, with a bitter smile, queried, Why do you act thus today, Elder Wang? How have you changed from the man you once were? Wang Shanhe replied, I merely wish to spare you from being reviled by the world, nothing more. I am aware that I stand against a barrier that could be unprecedented in history, yet I know even better that should you proceed, the invectives would rain down upon you. I implore you, let the emperor punish me. With that, Wang Shanhe removed his official cap. Shen Cangsheng rose and approached him. Elder, I once spoke of having a younger brother. If this formidable barrier emerges in our great Xia, can you not envision the scene it would conjure in our northern frontier? A 1,000-mile fortification, akin to the black dragon on our banner, safeguarding our realm. Wang Shanhe collapsed in tears upon Shen Cangsheng. But this is unjust to your highness. Shen Cangsheng solemnly placed the official hat upon Wang Shanhe's head. Elder, I beseech you, assist Cangsheng. Shen Cangsheng bowed respectfully to Wang Shanhe. Meanwhile, the clamorous officials dared not utter a word. They had assumed that with such a prominent minister stepping forward, they too might partake in the spoils, perhaps gaining some military power for themselves. For them, Shen Cangsheng's ambitions seemed utterly fanciful. One could not hope to repel the northern frontier for centuries based on a single fortification. Yet, they could never have anticipated that Wang Shanhe's refusal stemmed not from the expenditure of manpower and resources, but solely from the knowledge that Crown Prince Shen Cangsheng would be reviled by all. Merely for this reason, upon witnessing Shen Cangsheng bowing to Wang Shanhe, fear flickered in their eyes. If Wang Shanhe were to acquiesce, what right would they have to oppose? Essentially, they are merely self-serving individuals who follow the influential and seek to profit from their actions. Why does Shen Cangsheng find it impossible to disregard them? Because they are still unworthy of Shen Cangsheng's attention. Shen Wudi cannot be disregarded. However, Shen Cangsheng can. Your Highness. Wang Shanhe trembled as he stood. Shen Cangsheng supported Wang Shanhe and said, Old Wang, I need you. Shen Cangsheng once more settled into his chair and declared, "Take away all those who just spoke. It is fortuitous, for I am in dire need of personnel." Without waiting for their response, the 12 individuals behind Shen Cangsheng immediately sprang into action. Directly confronting matters within the Hall of Heavenly Ascension, they stripped away the official caps and removed the ceremonial robes, swiftly escorting them away. Shen Cangsheng surveyed the scene and inquired, "Now, does anyone still harbor dissent? No matter, feel free to express yourselves. I shall certainly not hinder you." Yet, witnessing those individuals being rudely dragged away, do they still dare to voice their opinions? Seated upon the dragon throne, Shen Wuti felt a refreshing sensation wash over him. In his heart, he mused, "As an emperor, I find no joy surpassing that of having a crown prince. Everyone aspires to occupy this dragon throne. Yet they remain oblivious to the fact that assuming such a position binds one for a lifetime. It is akin to those officials who incessantly seek faults. What can you possibly do with them? At every turn, one is labeled as a tyrannical despot or a historical fool. It is quite overwhelming." Now, Shen Wuti finds a serene quietness enveloping him. "I am not a foolish monarch. All you need to do is acquiesce. Why engage in such nonsensical antics?" At that moment, Wang Buchan groggily opened his eyes. Has it come to an end? Wang Buchan appeared somewhat bewildered upon witnessing the tear-streaked face of Wang Shanhe, revealing an expression of astonishment. "Oh, old Wang, why are you crying?" As for Wang Shanhe, Wang Buchan was naturally aware of his stance. Wang Buchan also understood that no matter how vehemently Wang Shanhe opposed Shen Cangsheng, he would remain unscathed. This was due to the divergence in their positions. Wang Shanhe was purely dedicated to Shen Cangsheng. Gazing at Wang Buchan, Wang Shanhe scoffed, "Old Wang, are you seeking trouble?" Two old gentlemen, both named Wang, openly engaged in a dispute within the Chaodian Hall. In the Huangshan Prefecture, one of the 72 prefectures, the prefect sat in the main hall, his face etched with worry. "What are all these trivial matters? They incessantly impeach me. Is there any merit in this?" This official speaks of the trivial matters of indulging in banquets at the tavern. Seemingly insignificant affairs that persist endlessly. Do not allow this official to catch hold of your shortcomings. Humph. A corpulent man donned in an oversized official robe sat before a table adorned with a roasted suckling pig. He tore off a trotters and began to gnaw on it with fervor. How delectable it appeared. Life is indeed better with pig's trotters. The chubby fellow's spirits lifted once more as he devoured the trotters voraciously. Suddenly, a guard burst in. The rotund man cast aside the pig's trotter, his countenance darkening as he regarded the newcomer. He detested being interrupted while indulging in his meal. "My lord, today there is a banquet being held. And here is the invitation." The guard, clearly aware of his master's temperament, hastily delivered the message, presenting a crimson invitation with both hands. Upon hearing the word banquet, a glimmer of excitement ignited in the man's eyes. Would he be able to feast without expense once more? He extended his greasy hand, reminiscent of the unfinished pig's trotter. "The daughter of the Liu family is to wed the son of the Liu family," the guard informed him. The man was momentarily taken aback, inquiring, "Which family's daughter are you speaking of?" The guard, puzzled, reiterated, "The daughter of the Liu family." The rotund man's legs began to tremble. Was the Liu family courting death? A fierce roar shattered the silence, echoing through the ceiling. The Huangshan Manor is situated in Huangshan City. At this moment, outside the city, the maple leaves of Huangshan Manor are renowned. In autumn, the foliage is capable of painting the sky crimson, particularly the sweet green plums found atop the mountain. A group of four moved leisurely. Shen Cangsheng, clad in white, held a paper fan in hand. Following behind him were Si Chi and a man dressed in black. Close behind Shen Cangsheng was a small monk, distinct from his peers, one hand clutching prayer beads while the other grasped a wine flask. Occasionally, he would take a swig, belching with satisfaction. What is so captivating about the maple leaves? Let me tell you, I recently made a friend. Have you ever seen hair as red as blood? Eyes as crimson? In my eyes, this friend is destined to become a being akin to me. Si Chi affectionately patted the monk's bald head. Could he also be a master of Buddhism or Taoism? The monk, known as Yao Buji, shook his head. I wish for him to become a master of the ghostly path. You cannot fathom. His eyes seemed to harbor malevolent spirits, truly enchanting. Si Chi shivered at the thought. Malevolent spirits? Shen Cangsheng merely smiled softly, stating, "In the past, I brought you away. Now, the matters are yours to handle." Upon hearing Shen Cangsheng's words, the man in black promptly knelt. "Thank you, your highness." This man was named Shen Cangsheng, an orphan hailing from Huangshan City, living in proximity to the affluent Liu family. In his youth, Shen Cangsheng delighted in stealthily climbing the mountains outside Huangshan City, to gather green plums for a little girl from the Liu family. Whenever the plums ripened, the girl would place a small stool at the back door, awaiting Shen Cangsheng. Rising in the dead of night, he would venture out of the city to pluck the plums for her. Each time he delivered them, they would still glisten with dew. The girl's dimples would appear as she gazed at the plums, and in that moment, Shen Cangsheng believed her smile was the most beautiful thing in the world. The young girl perched on a small stool, nibbling on green plums, while Shen Cangsheng rode his diminutive bamboo pony. He proclaimed to the girl that one day he would become a great general, invincible in battle. The girl smiled, and Shen Cangsheng, galloping on his little steed, circled around her. However, when the pony could no longer bear his weight, and the girl ceased to sit on her stool, they both realized that they had grown up. How dare a mere beggar act wild in the Liu family? Get out. Shen Cangsheng was cast out. Aren't you going to pick green plums for me? He chuckled. Wait for me. That year, Shen Cangsheng was taken away, disappearing for 12 long years. Now, he returned, bearing green plums. At the Huangkai Inn, a girl of about 10, with eyes as clear as spring water, reflected the presence of several women. She gazed at the inscription on the plaque. The melodious sound was crisp and pleasant, akin to the chime of jade pendants. 3 women, clad in white garments embroidered with flames, bore an ethereal resemblance to a bird, their fiery forms suggesting a rebirth through fire, reminiscent of the ancient phoenix, a symbol of maternal grace. However, they were not phoenixes, but rather the Qingwan, the leading lady. With hair cascading like a waterfall and a countenance as radiant as the moonlight, exuded a gentle and cool demeanor. Her delicate nose resembled a jade carving, while her lips, akin to cherry blossoms, bore the hue of the first bloom of spring. The white attire of the Qingwan accentuated her captivating beauty as she fluttered her eyelashes. It seemed as if a brush was painting enchanting notes. A closer look revealed a trace of innate nobility hidden within her gaze. The woman smiled sweetly, gently taking the young girl's hand. It is getting late. We shall rest here for the night. Upon hearing her words, the other 2 women nodded in agreement. How grand. Upon entering the Huangkai Inn, the young girl's eyes sparkled with excitement, flitting about like a playful sprite, exploring every corner and bringing a touch of brightness to the winter's day. Noticing the arrival of guests, a young boy from the inn quickly donned a white cloth and approached the women with a smile. Welcome, honored guests. May I inquire if you are here for a meal or accommodations? The woman observed the bustling inn, filled with patrons, and surmised that most were likely from the martial world. Are there any rooms available? We would like to stay? The boy's face lit up with joy as he replied. Yes. Tossing 2 silver ingots, the woman declared, we shall take 2 rooms. The boy deftly accepted the coins and called out loudly, 2 excellent rooms. With that, a voice from within responded, certainly. Go upstairs, take the left, and you'll find the 2nd and 3rd rooms. Upon hearing this, the young boy hurriedly used a white cloth to wipe away the dust from beneath the woman's feet. Miss, please follow me, he implored. The young lady waved to a little girl and said, Shaoqi, let us depart. In Huangshan City, the capital of Huangshan Prefecture, the sun was setting behind the mountains. The horizon glowed with crimson hues, casting a fiery reflection that captivated the spirit. Shen Cangsheng came to a halt, his gaze fixed upon the government office. As he approached the entrance, the guards recognized him and stepped forward to inquire. Inside the hall, a plump official paced anxiously, muttering to himself. Should I wait until nightfall to eradicate the Liu family? No, that would not be right. I am a good official. A guardian of the people, how could I commit such an atrocity? Perhaps I could just castrate all the men in their household? It seemed as though the official had stumbled upon a brilliant idea, and he clapped his chubby hands in delight, albeit silently. Yes, that will suffice. Truly, I am a benevolent official who cares for the welfare of the people. I am far too kind-hearted. After the rotund official settled on his course of action for the evening, a guard rushed in with news. My lord. The guard hurried into the hall. But the official scowled at him. Look at you. What a disgrace. How have I taught you? You must remain composed, like a mountain that does not falter in the face of calamity. Do you understand? Your demeanor is a disgrace to my reputation. Before the guard could respond, the official launched into a tirade. The guard wiped non-existent sweat from his brow. Come, learn from me, the official commanded, taking a deep breath. The guard imitated him, inhaling slowly, but as thoughts of the incoming visitor crossed his mind, he quickly blurted out, My lord, the crown prince has arrived. The official was still focused on his deep breathing when suddenly, he began to cough violently, as if his throat had closed up. His face flushed crimson as he struggled for breath. Grabbing the guard with his sturdy arm, he demanded, Who did you say has arrived? Seeing the fierce expression on his lord's face, the guard felt a twinge of fear. After all, his master was usually a jolly figure. Without hesitation, he replied, "The Crown Prince." Upon receiving confirmation, the official flung the guard to the ground. "Why did you not say so sooner?" He quickly adjusted his voluminous robe and tidied his hair. The guard, still on the floor, muttered, "But my lord, you told us to remain composed, too." "To what?" "Enough of that." The official snapped, kicking the guard lightly before dashing out of the hall. The guard watched as his lord moved with surprising agility, sighing, "Indeed. My lord is truly remarkable." By the time the official reached the entrance of the government office, Shen Cangsheng had already crossed the threshold. Upon encountering Shen Cangsheng, the rotund man promptly lunged forward, his considerable weight of over 300 pounds causing the ground to tremor beneath him. "Ah, my dear brother Cangsheng. How long has it been since I last saw you?" Shen Cangsheng, feeling the earth shake from the man's approach, swiftly opened his paper fan to shield himself from the rotund visage. With a smile, he remarked, "Fatty, have you gained some weight again?" Fatty, unable to embrace Shen Cangsheng, wore a look of dismay. Yet, upon hearing the mention of his weight, he instantly sprang into action, his flesh jiggling with each leap. Even the ample official robe he wore seemed incapable of concealing the tumultuous motion. "I solemnly swear, my weight has absolutely not increased." Shen Cangsheng, with a hint of disdain, waved his fan in front of Fatty and jested, "What is going on? So many people are accusing you?" Shen Cangsheng produced a stack of memorials and handed them to Fatty. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Wankai Grand Inn, Siki and the little monk Yabuzi arrived. Siki remarked to Yabuzi, 5 years ago, when His Majesty visited this place, he took a liking to the pastries here. Who would have thought they would still be around 5 years later? With a smile, Siki gazed at the Wankai Grand Inn and spoke to Yabuzi. Yabuzi's eyes, large and dreamy, were veiled by a thin mist. A whiff of alcohol escaped from his lips as he hiccuped. Siki, observing Yabuzi's state, could only shake her head in exasperation. The two entered the inn, where Siki approached the counter alone to pack pastries for Shen Cangsheng. As Yabuzi swayed his small body, he stumbled over an unseen object and fell to the ground. Who dares to ambush this humble master? In that instant, a surge of energy propelled him upwards, and he exclaimed, "Ah!" Behind him, a crisp voice rang out. Before Yabuzi could turn around, he heard, "This little monk is actually drinking?" Turning to face the source of the voice, he saw a young girl. "I am not just a little monk. I am destined to be the master of Buddhism and Taoism. You may call me the master of Buddhism and Taoism." Yabuzi hiccuped, his eyes clouded. The young girl blinked her bright eyes and said, "But my senior sister says monks do not drink alcohol." Yabuzi responded, "That applies to ordinary monks. But I am the master of Buddhism and Taoism." He inquired, "What is your name?" The young girl blinked again. "You may call me Mishio." Yabuzi, gazing at her with his bleary eyes, found her face slightly flushed under his scrutiny as she shyly clutched the hem of her dress, playfully chiding. "How can you look at me like that?" Yabuzi mumbled, "Mishio? Mishio? How did you come to have such a name?" The young girl countered, "Then how did you come to be called the master of Buddhism and Taoism?" Upon hearing the title, Yabuzi perked up with renewed interest. He scoffed, "Do not doubt me. I am the Grand Master of Buddhism and Taoism, and I have a friend named the Grand Master of Ghostly Ways, though he has yet to arrive." Mishio gazed at Yabuzi with admiration in her eyes. "Your names are quite lengthy." Yabuzi tilted his head proudly and replied, "Indeed." As Yabuzi recounted his illustrious exploits to Mishio, Siki had already procured the necessary items. Yabuzi inquired, "Tell me, is it not for the good of my master's uncle that I urinated in his wine? He is merely an ordinary monk. How could he indulge in alcohol? I, as the Grand Master of Buddhism and Taoism, am naturally able to drink." Mishio had never heard of such things. It seemed that monks were prohibited from drinking. Not even the master's uncle could partake. Only the Grand Master of Buddhism and Taoism had the privilege to do so. Yabuzi patted Mishio on the shoulder, speaking with an air of wisdom. "Do you understand now?" She nodded eagerly, exclaiming, "I comprehend. You possess so much knowledge. Just like how a tiger has 5 legs. A fox can climb trees, monks can eat meat, and the crown prince is quite the sight to behold. These are all things I was unaware of." At that moment, Yabuzi reveled in her admiration. This was the stature befitting a Grand Master of Buddhism and Taoism. He must teach the Grand Master of Ghostly Ways in due time. After all, he would be his little brother in the future, and ignorance would not do. An unknowledgeable Grand Master? Could he truly be called a Grand Master? Siki approached the 2 children, her expression darkening upon hearing Miss Shio's words. "What on earth is this?" she exclaimed, striking Yabuzi on the bald head. Stop boasting. Siki turned to Miss Xiao and smiled. Little girl, would you like to try some osmanthus cake? Within the government office, a plump man poured a cup of tea for Shen Cangsheng, grinning widely as he said, Brother, you know that I, the plump one, shine brightly wherever I go, radiating an aura of my own. Naturally, when I am with you, my brilliance diminishes considerably. Those people are simply envious, absolutely envious. Shen Cangsheng sipped his tea in silence, observing the plump man. The plump man's name was Gu Outyin, yet he bore no resemblance to his name. Gu Outyin was of similar age to Shen Cangsheng, and they had played together since childhood. Gu Outyin's father was renowned throughout the lands, known by all in the previous generation. He was one of the 9 princes of the great Xia dynasty, the Divine King Gu. Gu Outyin's father, named Gu Shen, held the title of Divine King, and he fell in the last battle of the great Xia. The Gu family was left with only Gu Outyin, the sole son of the previous generation's Divine King. The only evidence of that radiant legacy. Seeing that Gu Outyin had fallen silent, Shen Cangsheng broke the silence, asking, To what level have you mastered the martial arts left by the Divine King? Upon hearing Shen Cangsheng's question, Gu Outyin's eyes shone with intensity. Rest assured, my strength is certainly not inferior to that of the old man. Shen Cangsheng had just taken a sip of his tea. Upon witnessing Gu Outyin's proud demeanor, I could not help but let out a laugh, which inadvertently landed squarely on his face. Gu Outyin, feeling disgruntled, wiped his face and retorted, Am I mistaken in what I said? Shen Cangsheng gazed at Gu Outyin and inquired, Have you truly reached that level? Observing Shen Cangsheng's earnest expression, Gu Outyin seemed to soar with confidence, lifting his chin and proclaiming, Of course. Do you not see who I am? I am the son of the Divine King. Gu Shen. Achieving that level is exceedingly simple. Though the stout Gu Outyin spoke with bravado, the hardships he bore could not merely be encapsulated by the term struggle. His father basked in glory throughout his life. Ordinary people might think how fortunate it would be to have such a father. Yet, when one truly possesses a father of such stature, one realizes the immense pressure that accompanies it. The greater the possession, the heavier the burden to bear. Should one prove inept, the shame would not solely reflect upon oneself, but upon one's father as well. Especially now, with the Divine King fallen, should he achieve nothing, the Gu family would fade into obscurity. The world knows of the Divine King, yet remains unaware that he has a son. My father was so formidable. How could I possibly be a failure? Gu Outyin growled. Who in this world truly comprehends the depths of his suffering? The glory of my father shall be carried forth by me, he declared, gazing earnestly at Shen Cangsheng. Shen Cangsheng nodded in understanding, while outsiders might remain oblivious. He recognized the weight they bore. Some burdens are impossible to relinquish, such as the vast expanse of their homeland. Rest well these few days, then join me in battle. The War of the Divine Generals. Whether you can inherit the legacy of the Divine King's past glory, that is something I cannot assist you with, he stated. Gu Outyin nodded in agreement. Rest assured, even if you wish to help, I would refuse. In the silence that enveloped them, the two sat across from one another, neither speaking further. Have you found the heir of Uncle Huanghe? Gu Outyin inquired. 3 of the 9 kings have already fallen. The Huanghe King, the Divine King, and the Killing King. Only the Divine King has a successor. We have found her. She is a woman. Gu Outyin's face twitched at the thought. He knew all too well how formidable the Huanghe King was. That cultivation method is beyond what a mere mortal could endure. I admire her, even though I have not met her. Gu Outyin continued, What about Uncle Bai? Shen Cangsheng sighed. The lineage of Gigu already has a successor for the Ghost God technique, which has now transformed into the Fuda Ghost God technique. However, I do not wish for him to be a disciple of Uncle Bai. You know that the more people he kills, the stronger he becomes. Uncle Bai slew countless enemies in his time. How could he have simply perished? I was still young, and Uncle Bai existed solely in my memories. Yet my life was exchanged for his. Among the 9 kings, I find it hardest to believe that Uncle Bai would meet his demise. Gu Outyin sighed in agreement. But you are well aware of the truth. I remain steadfast in my disbelief. Shen Cangsheng asserted vehemently. I refuse to accept it. Suddenly, the air grew thick with tension. Shen Cangsheng's complexion turned ashen. With a sudden gasp, he expelled a stream of golden blood. The stout man, witnessing this, hurriedly supported Shen Cangsheng. What is happening? Shen Cangsheng's eyes revealed a look of astonishment. His true energy was spiraling out of control. At the entrance of the government office, Si Qi and Su Huanjing had just stepped inside. Su Huanjing's face paled as flames of blood erupted from her mouth. The young lady quickly steadied her. Senior sister. What is wrong? They were indeed members of the Red Dust Firebath Pavilion, with Su Huanjing as their leader. Uncertain, Si Chi swiftly ushered them into the hall. Shen Cangsheng's lips still bore traces of golden blood. Si Chi approached, saying, "Your Highness." Shen Cangsheng's gaze locked onto Su Huanjing as he roared. "What cultivation method are you practicing?" Suddenly, both Shen Cangsheng and Su Huanjing simultaneously spewed forth blood, one golden, the other fiery. Gradually, the two distinct blood streams coalesced into a golden dragon and a phoenix. Roar-cry the dragon and phoenix clashed, entwining around the two individuals. Shen Cangsheng and Su Huanjing's true energy surged violently. Su Huanjing stared in shock at Shen Cangsheng. "You?" Shen Cangsheng's face twitched as white true energy relentlessly suppressed the turmoil within him, yet the more he suppressed, the more powerful the golden dragon became. The sparse phoenix diagram? Shen Cangsheng gazed at Su Huanjing, realizing that the only thing capable of inciting such chaos in his golden dragon true energy was indeed the sparse phoenix diagram. Su Huanjing nodded in affirmation. Upon witnessing her acknowledgement, Shen Cangsheng exclaimed, "The sparse phoenix diagram, the true dragon diagram. So that is it." In the Huangshan government office. Within the hall, Shen Cangsheng's heart was filled with astonishment. For years, whether facing countless enemies or standing against renowned figures of the martial world, he had never experienced such a feeling. He had even come to believe that no one in this world could evoke such emotions within him. Fear, unable to contain himself. Shen Cangsheng once again expelled a mouthful of golden blood. His martial arts were predominantly based on the true dragon diagram, and his blood had long since transformed into true dragon blood. Yet now, his once stable golden dragon true energy had erupted. No matter how Shen Cangsheng attempted to suppress it, even with the Sun Golden Crow technique operating at its peak, the turmoil and fear did not diminish in the slightest. Meanwhile, Su Huanjing felt an equally intense shock, if not more severe than Shen Cangsheng's. She felt flames of blood seeping from her face and body, the blood pulsating with fiery energy. How is this possible? Su Huanjing understood the terrifying nature of her sparse phoenix diagram. Her master had spoken of its might, stating that even in a fragmented state, no one could rival it in the realm of divine powers, let alone suppress it with martial arts. Yet now, Su Huanjing truly felt an overwhelming sense of suppression, not from a difference in realms, but rather stemming from a suppression of bloodline and true energy. Suddenly, a tempest raged within the hall. The ethereal shadows of a golden dragon and a phoenix manifested, their eyes glinting with fierce intensity as they fixed their gaze upon each other. Then, with a resounding roar, they ascended into a harmonious cry that shattered the furniture within the hall to smithereens. Observing this, Shen Cangsheng swiftly shielded Si Chi while Yao Buji rushed outside. Su Huanjing followed closely behind, leading his own junior sister into the open air. Within both Shen Cangsheng and Su Huanjing, it seemed as though something primordial was awakening. Their eyes gradually transformed, overtaken by shades of gold and crimson. The rotund Gu Outyin watched the two with increasing astonishment. Among the few who understood the martial arts Shen Cangsheng practiced, those of the Shen clan. Renowned as the second best in the world, Gu Outyin was aware that no one dared to claim the title of first. He had some knowledge of the true dragon chart that ruled over the world, yet he never imagined that someone could draw upon Shen Cangsheng's true energy. Could it be that this woman shares a fate akin to my brother? Gu Outyin pondered. However, in an instant unnoticed by the crowd, both Shen Cangsheng and Su Huanjing sprang into action. Shen Cangsheng, enveloped in golden true energy, roared with the ferocity of a dragon, as if intent on shattering everything in his path. Su Huanjing, ablaze with the unquenchable fire of the phoenix, let out a cry that resonated through the heavens, as though this realm could no longer contain its essence. In a flash, they clashed together in a primal confrontation, devoid of any ornate techniques, merely engaging in raw combat. Shen Cangsheng's golden gaze seemed poised to unleash a dragon at any moment, fixed intently on Su Huanjing. A powerful desire surged within him, devour her. If he consumed Su Huanjing's phoenix true energy and her flesh, he would attain completeness. What is it that you possess? Shen Cangsheng realized that if Su Huanjing had merely cultivated the rare phoenix chart, it could not possibly provoke the upheaval of his inner golden dragon energy. If that were the case, then why had there been no such turmoil during his numerous encounters with Miao Zhenfeng? The level of Miao Zhenfeng's rare phoenix chart significantly surpassed that of Su Huanjing. There was no way Shen Cangsheng would believe that Su Huanjing harbored nothing else within her. Meanwhile, in the capital, within the palace's scripture pavilion, a golden dragon soared forth. The elders guarding the pavilion were violently expelled, while those selecting martial arts within were struck by terror and collapsed, some even bleeding from their mouths. Yet, Despite being thrown from the pavilion, the elders' faces shone with joy. The prince, this is a sign that the true dragon chart is nearing completion. Ha ha, this is the true dominion over the world. The elders wept with overwhelming emotion. Shen Wudi arrived at the scripture pavilion, observing the transformation with astonishment. Could it be that the prince truly can perfect the true dragon chart? Such a phenomenon has never been seen before, leaving even Shen Wudi without a point of reference. Shen Wudi's father, Shen Tiandi, once possessed the essence of the golden dragon. However, in his final moments, he merely stated that the true dragon diagram could be completed. Yet he did not reveal the means to achieve this. The ancestors of the Shen clan, all who have practiced the sovereign true dragon diagram, met their demise beneath its weight. The clan possesses a decree. Unless faced with an existential crisis, the true dragon diagram must not be cultivated. Its power is immense, but the price is the life of a prodigy from the Shen lineage. The true dragon diagram is not to be practiced by anyone lacking extraordinary talent. In the realm of martial arts, the Red Dust Fire Phoenix Pavilion, one of the 8 sects, is renowned for its association with the Phoenix Maiden. The scripture pavilion also features a phoenix emerging from its depths. Miao Zhenfeng arrived swiftly, accompanied by the elders of the Red Dust Fire Phoenix Pavilion. Pavilion Master, this. An elderly woman trembled as she gazed upon Miao Zhenfeng, her hand gripping her cane. How many years had it been? The old woman could hardly recall. Miao Zhenfeng sighed as she surveyed the scripture pavilion. What you have envisioned is indeed true. Upon receiving her affirmation, the elders rejoiced. It had been countless years since the texts within the pavilion had been so vividly remembered. Was the sparse phoenix diagram finally on the verge of completion? Yet, they remained unaware that sparse phoenix diagram was not its full name. Miao Zhenfeng gazed into the distance. The supreme martial arts of the Red Dust Fire Phoenix Pavilion were about to be completed. As the pavilion master, she should have felt elated and excited. However, there was no trace of joy or excitement within her. The meeting of dragons and phoenixes does not herald auspiciousness, but rather forebodes calamity. According to legends from ancient times, the dragon and phoenix clans were the mightiest beings in existence. Yet, what supremacy exists in this world? Only that which is stronger. When the two clans encountered one another, neither yielded. Thus, the dragon and phoenix clans clashed, and it is said that they shattered the very fabric of the earth. In those days, the world was unified, devoid of oceanic barriers. After the cataclysmic battle between the dragons and phoenixes, the land was left in ruins, ice melted away, and the earth lay scarred, with terrifying chasms visible everywhere. The melting ice poured into these ravines, creating oceanic divides between the lands. Yet, this remains mere legend, unproven and unverifiable, reflecting the sheer magnitude of the power possessed by the dragon and phoenix. Miao Zhenfeng understood that for the true dragon diagram to achieve completion, Su Huanjing, who bore the blood of the phoenix, was destined to be consumed by Shen Cangsheng. Thus, the golden dragon essence within Shen Cangsheng would be perfected, allowing him to ascend to that exalted state, to be called the Supreme. Faced with such temptation, how many could resist? Moreover, should Su Huanjing not be devoured, Shen Cangsheng's life would dwindle in due course. Although both diagrams are incomplete, the sparse phoenix diagram merely hinders advancement, while the true dragon diagram demands a life. Miao Zhenfeng's fingers ignited with the flames of the phoenix. Was this fate? Chaos erupted throughout Huangshan City. In Huangshan City, the impending union between the prominent Lu family and the Lu family has drawn numerous figures from the martial world to extend their congratulations. The Lu family holds a certain stature in the realm, and the Lu family, once a significant player in the court, possesses formidable influence as well. Since the establishment of the Eastern Palace, it has become evident that the court's control over the martial world is an irrefutable reality. Consequently, in recent years, families within the martial realm have increasingly sought alliances with officials of the court, a practice that has become commonplace. In the past, the Lu family would have faced disdain from the martial community, but the present circumstances are markedly different. Amidst the jovial conversations of the martial crowd in Huangshan City, an extraordinary event unfolds as a golden dragon and a phoenix burst forth from the Huangshan prefecture, locked in a fierce struggle as if intent on devouring one another. The martial practitioners and those of notable strength present in Huangshan City are left in stunned disbelief. What could possibly be transpiring? A battle of the dragon and phoenix? It appears to originate from the prefecture. Just outside Huangshan City lies a mountain adorned with vibrant maple trees, amongst which grow a variety of green plums. This mountain is peculiar in that, despite the chill of the season, it remains warm, allowing the green plums to ripen even now. Sima Cha-Ching unleashes a surge of true energy, causing several plums to fall. He carefully wipes each one clean before stowing them away in his ropes. Suddenly, Sima's attention is drawn to the unusual spectacle in Huangshan City. Although it lasts but a brief moment, he discerns a significant presence. It is the Crown Prince. A grave expression crosses Sima Changqing's face. Could it be that the Crown Prince is in peril? The thought evokes a self-deprecating smile from him. Though he appears alone, he is acutely aware of the 11 others who accompany him in secrecy, 2 of whom await him at the mountain's base. Upon descending the mountain, a woman clad in green sways gracefully, teasingly remarking on Sima's prolonged absence. Sima Changqing steps back, gazing at her intently. Did you feel that aura just now? Is something amiss with the Crown Prince? The green-clad woman giggles, her beauty captivating, her eyes enchanting as if they hold a spell. If we, the 12, were in trouble, the Crown Prince would surely be safe, little Cha-Ching. You worry too much. Another companion remains silent, embodying an air of quietude, though he is not mute. The Crown Prince instructed us to first resolve our own matters. His voice resonates like distant thunder. The green-clad woman quickly covers her ears, playfully scolding. Perhaps it would be best if you refrained from speaking. My ears cannot bear it. As for the Lu family, their patriarch, Lu Sanlu, though not yet at the level of divine transcendence, still stands as one of the most esteemed figures in the martial world, a status not easily attained by ordinary individuals. Nevertheless, Lu Sanlu possesses remarkable strength. At this moment, the Lu family is filled with joy, adorned with vibrant red silk, as their eldest daughter prepares for her marriage. In a secluded chamber, large characters symbolizing happiness, meticulously cut by the maids, embellish the walls, exuding an overwhelming sense of delight. Before the dressing table, the young lady is encouraged to smile more, enhancing her beauty. Several maids attend to her. And in the copper mirror reflects a woman clad in a resplendent red wedding gown. She may not be a peerless beauty, yet she is captivating enough to leave a lasting impression. You once promised to gather the green plums for me. Why have you not come yet? That year, you rode a wooden horse, circling around me. Are the green plums delightful? I shall become a great general in the future, thus I cannot steal. I must gather them for you. I aspire to be an invincible general, commanding respect across the realm. Although that little boy was a wandering beggar in him, she perceived a distinction from his circumstances. His eyes sparkled with a light of hope. In the Huangshan prefecture, Shen Cangsheng and Su Huanjing, despite lacking extravagant techniques, wield significant prowess. Shen, though not yet 30, has fought countless battles. While he may lack formal techniques, his strikes are lethal. This mirrors how court generals often disdain those from the martial world, despite the myriad of martial arts present. A warrior honed in the court can swiftly vanquish a counterpart from the rivers and lakes. Those who emerge from seas of blood and corpses are not to be compared with those who solely focus on martial techniques. Similarly, if one were to place martial practitioners on the battlefield, few would survive. The sheer might of an army is not to be underestimated. When the drums of 1,000,000 heavenly soldiers resound, the atmosphere is charged with an ominous aura. Su Huanjing, benefiting from the advantage of the Gu Feng too, boasts formidable strength in combat. Yet, even if one were to combine the entire red dust bathing pavilion, it would scarcely amount to a fraction of Shen Cangsheng's prowess. Thus, even in their primal clash, Su Huanjing is forced to retreat repeatedly while Shen Cangsheng advances with unwavering resolve, his hand swiftly approaching Su Huanjing's neck. Though Su Huanjing lacks extensive combat experience, she hails from the mountains and has encountered wild beasts. Therefore, her adaptability manifests instantaneously. In her eyes, Shen Cangsheng resembles a ferocious tiger of the mountains. While the tiger is fierce, it is not invincible. Suddenly, the flames of the phoenix erupt from Su Huanjing, engulfing the entire Huangshan prefecture. With a resounding cry, the phoenix soars. The rotund Gu Outyan, accompanied by Si Qi, Yabuji, and Miss Xiu, swiftly exits the prefecture. Gu Outyan gazes at the formidable Su Huanjing, astonished by her power. Who would have imagined that a woman could wield such might? Indeed, when a woman is pushed to her limits, she fears no one. Shen Cangsheng, akin to a golden dragon, contains within him the essence of the golden crow. As the golden crow's cry resonated within Shen Cangsheng, a white flame ignited amidst the phoenix fire. At the moment the white flame detached from his being, Shen Cangsheng's eyes cleared. He beheld Su Huanjing, engulfed in the phoenix flames. Are you courting death? He exclaimed suddenly, his form a blend of gold and silver, embodying the essence of the sun and moon. With a golden arm extending into the phoenix fire, he seized Su Huanjing with determination. Within Shen Cangsheng, his vital energy surged tumultuously, seemingly on the verge of bursting forth. Gritting his teeth, a fierce resolve ignited in his gaze. Old man, I will place my trust in you this once. Should your words prove false, I shall ensure your bones are ground to dust, traversing mountains and rivers to do so. The golden dragon's true energy within him erupted through a meridian, unleashing an ancient and majestic voice that reverberated in Su Huanjing's ears. With me is bronze, and dragon and phoenix is coal. Let creation be the craft. Devour. Far across the boundless sea, a dilapidated little boat, on the verge of sinking, carried an elderly man. Ah, who is invoking the old man? The entire Huangshan government office was ensconced in white flames and phoenix fire. The surrounding crowd surged with agitation. What is happening? What kind of fire is this? Why are you not extinguishing it? The onlookers, witnessing the chaos, included women chastising their husbands, urging them to douse the flames. Some children, no older than 5 or 6, clutched small buckets, attempting to pour water onto the inferno. Others, with runny noses, stood by the flames, on the brink of urinating. Yet, as they released their urine upon the fire, the flames danced lightly, sparks cascading upon the children. Wow! Instantly, several children began to wail, clutching themselves in distress. As the government office blazed, the surrounding populace did not adopt a spectator's demeanor. Rather, they exhibited genuine concern, illustrating that the corpulent Gu Outyin was no inept official. Otherwise, would the common folk care for his fate? Indeed, the judgment of the people regarding an official is inherently clear, rendering petitions and flattery unnecessary. Gu Outyin observed the wailing children, his expression darkening. Within the conflagration lay the crown prince. Moreover, these flames were no ordinary fire. Half of it was composed of the crown prince's own vital energy. Is it truly wise to be so reckless? Yao Buji, appearing somewhat dazed, chuckled. Allow this monk to extinguish the flames. With that, Yao Buji brandished his wine jug, uncapped it, and poured its contents into the fire. Meanwhile, Miss Xu was about to speak, yet Yao Buji had already emptied the jug. With a whoosh, a flame surged up, encircling Yao Buji. Ouch, that hurts, he exclaimed, flailing at the flames consuming him. Miss Xu covered her mouth in astonishment, watching Yao Buji, who had transformed into a figure ablaze. Quick, roll on the ground, she urged. Hearing this, Yao Buji promptly began to roll on the ground. Gu Outyin observed the growing crowd of onlookers with increasing trepidation. Gu Outyin bowed deeply to the surrounding populace and reassured them, fear not. This is not a fire, but rather the crown prince engaged in his training. Any damages incurred will be accounted for shortly, and I shall ensure that the provincial soldiers deliver compensation to each of you. However, when the citizens heard that amidst the inferno, the crown prince was still inside, their understanding faltered. The common folk, lacking in knowledge, instinctively omitted the term training. A woman approached the portly Gu Outyin and, with a sudden drop to her knees, implored tearfully, My lord, you must save the crown prince. With such a great fire, he will surely be harmed. One by one, the townsfolk knelt before Gu Outyin, beseeching him, Please, my lord, save the crown prince. He must not perish. Listening to their pleas, Gu Outyin found himself at a loss for what to do with his hands, and he uttered, Rest assured, the crown prince is safe within. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot across his face. To his astonishment, he realized that he had been struck by an egg. A snot-nosed child from a distance had thrown it at him, shouting, You are a villain, seeking to burn the crown prince alive. The citizens, those innocent souls, were merely aware that fire could claim lives. They understood the merciless nature of water and flame, yet their hearts brimmed with compassion. Quickly, fetch water to save the crown prince. Their singular desire was for the crown prince to survive, for they knew that as long as he lived, their lives would be filled with envy from others. In recent years, the Daxia Empire had flourished remarkably. Traveling merchants passing through Huangshan City often remarked, Your Daxia is truly splendid. In our lands, we are beset by heavy taxes and chaos. We envy your peaceful existence, free from the worries of personal safety. You are fortunate indeed. We traverse the world, yet we find the greatest solace in Daxia, where we need not fear for our lives. Little did they know, just recently, wars had erupted in other nations, claiming countless lives. The Daxia crown prince was renowned far and wide, a symbol of invincibility, and none dared to provoke him. They expressed their admiration. How we envy you for having such a crown prince. We hear that in Daxia, soldiers volunteer for battle. Is that true? Each time they heard such words, a swell of pride surged within them, allowing their chests to puff with dignity. Indeed, that is our crown prince. Of course, should he speak, Not even the strongest matriarch in our homes would dare oppose him. If the crown prince calls, we shall be the first to respond. Their every response left the merchants in awe, bewildered by their fervor and passion. The merchants could scarcely comprehend that the battlefield was fraught with peril. Yet the citizens' enthusiasm was unwavering. They understood that their tranquil lives were a gift bestowed upon them by none other than their benevolent ruler, a revered sovereign known for his light taxation and deep concern for his people. Abroad, they are aware that with the crown prince in command, others dare not assault their homeland. The sentiment among the common folk is straightforward. Those who treat me well, I shall repay 100-fold. They recognize that amidst the raging inferno stands the crown prince, yet they remain oblivious to the intricacies of his training. It is a simple truth. They only understand that fire and water are merciless, capable of consuming all. The rotund Guoyin and the two disciples of the red dust fire bath pavilion stood perplexed, observing the townsfolk bustling around them. Buckets of water were being hurled onto the flames, adults carrying large containers while children toiled with smaller ones. The adults, witnessing the children's efforts, cheerfully exclaimed, "Well done." Amidst the twin-colored flames, Shen Cangsheng's golden hand grasped Su Huanjing's. He could still faintly discern the circumstances outside. A chuckle escaped Shen Cangsheng as he found the scene somewhat amusing. As he laughed, tears welled in the corners of his eyes, only to evaporate almost instantly. Radiance erupted from his golden hand, and inexplicably, he felt his inner strength amplifying. With a low growl akin to a dragon's roar, he commanded, "Come forth." As he pulled outward, an ethereal phoenix emerged. Su Huanjing's eyes gradually cleared as she regarded Shen Cangsheng. "Why do you rescue me? If you act now, your cultivation will be restored." Shen Cangsheng scoffed. "Do you think I require a woman's assistance to cultivate?" Su Huanjing sighed. "If you refrain from acting, your life may soon be forfeit." Yet, Shen Cangsheng remained unmoved. "I have declared it. I do not need a woman's aid. Do you comprehend?" With that, an irresistible force emanated from within Shen Cangsheng. The surrounding twin-colored flames surged toward him, coalescing into a fiery tempest that he absorbed into his being. The Dragon Phoenix Furnace. A subtle smile grazed Shen Cangsheng's lips as he realized the flames were fervently enhancing him. He understood that the old man had not deceived him, and he had indeed made the right gamble. Why had he not experienced any anomaly upon encountering Miao Zhenfeng, yet felt this peculiar sensation with Su Huanjing? Both Miao Zhenfeng and Su Huanjing bore the image of the solitary phoenix. If it were merely a matter of two cultivation techniques, he should have encountered a transformation upon meeting Miao Zhenfeng as well. But he had not. This indicated that the issue transcended the two martial arts systems. There existed another trigger point. He possessed this trigger, yet Miao Zhenfeng did not. Su Huanjing, however, did. Shen Cangsheng pondered the words of that old man from years past. In the grand design of fate, whether near or distant, tangible or ethereal, the existence of such destiny cannot be denied. It is enigmatic and profound, beyond the understanding of any mortal. Just as the practitioners of yin and yang can observe the terrain and discern celestial phenomena, ethereal existences upon which they rely to deduce the most suitable burial sites for emperors and predict the onset of rainy days, so too do all beings share a connection. Everything that exists must be intertwined. Poison must have an antidote. There are no toxins in this world without a solution, merely a lack of discovery. Since the true dragon chart exists, it follows that there must be a comprehensive method corresponding to it, though it remains undiscovered for now. However, the essence of the true dragon flows through you, elusive and imperceptible, yet undeniably present. The old sage may not comprehend the true nature of this essence, yet he is certain it is indeed the true dragon chi. With the presence of true dragon chi, the phoenix fire must also exist. The sage possesses a method, fraught with peril, but should you encounter the bearer of the phoenix fire, immense benefits will accompany your fortune. Perhaps this moment will mark your true advancement. With dragon and phoenix as the foundation, and creation as the craft, forge a furnace of dragon and phoenix to meld countless elements. This method, once enacted, is irrevocable. Remember this, remember well. At this moment, Shen Cangsheng embodies the luminous essence of the sun and moon, arms spread wide, one half golden, the other silver. One half like the sun, illuminating the realm, the other half like the moon, reflecting the vast chill. Su Huanjing, unaware of Shen Cangsheng's state, only knows that he possesses the ability to complete the true dragon chart, yet he chooses not to do so. This is the nature of dragon and phoenix. Only the dragon consumes the phoenix. For the realm's populace exists under the dominion of the true dragon son of heaven, not the rule of the phoenix maiden. Perhaps it is that insubstantial, ethereal fate at play. In that moment, Su Huanjing truly felt herself being consumed, powerless to resist. The phoenix fire seemed to enhance Shen Cangsheng's physique. A bitter smile escaped Su Huangjing's lips. Was everything merely a guise to adorn the true dragon chart? No matter how formidable, in the end, it becomes someone else's garment, which explains her master's frequent melancholic reflections. Who can bear such an outcome? A lifetime of cultivation, ultimately serving as a garment for another. It is no wonder her master forbade her from training. Su Huangjing gazed upon Shen Cangsheng, who was absorbing the flames, half golden and half silver, truly resembling a celestial being, radiating brilliance that compelled all to look up in awe. Do I, the sovereign, require the assistance of a woman for my cultivation? Such a gaze, condescending to the world, proclaiming one's supremacy. Su Huangjing understood that in this world, no one could rival Shen Cangsheng. Perhaps it is his resolute heart that sets him apart. As the flames gradually diminished, Su Huangjing widened her eyes to observe the situation outside. Citizens tirelessly fetched water to extinguish the flames. Elders knelt, repeatedly bowing their heads, pleading with the heavens to spare the prince. What sins have I committed that my wife must bear the burden? They beseeched. O heavens, do not punish the prince, if punishment is necessary. Let it fall upon me instead. The innocent voices of children reached Su Huangjing's ears. Heavenly Father, do not harm the prince. He is a good man. Su Huangjing gazed at the common folk, then turned his attention to Shen Cangsheng, suddenly feeling a pang of emotion in his nose. He recalled the expression in Shen Cangsheng's eyes. Indeed, how could such a person take the life of a woman to hone his skills? The moisture in Su Huangjing's eyes was not due to the plight of the people, but rather because of the divine aura that surrounded Shen Cangsheng, who bore multiple burdens upon his shoulders. This was merely Huangshan City, a place where Shen Cangsheng had scarcely visited. Thus, the common people had hardly ever laid eyes upon him. Yet, a prince whom they had never seen had captured their hearts. Is this not a testament to the peace that reigns in the realm? The sovereign, evidently, is not foolish. The condition of the populace reveals the ailments of the court. The flames gradually extinguished. The people looked on, beholding the resplendent gold and silver light. That was Shen Cangsheng. Consequently, the citizens knelt in unison, exclaiming, "Long live the prince." Shen Cangsheng opened his eyes, his pupils shimmering with golden and silver hues, resembling a deity. The crowd was exhilarated. This was their prince. Shen Cangsheng dared not meet their gaze, fearing he might lose composure. How fortunate is the common folk! He shouted, overwhelmed with joy. The people, though perplexed, understood that having such a prince was their blessing. They cried out, "Fortunate are the common folk." The two phrases bore entirely different meanings. Shen Cangsheng spoke of his own fortune, while the citizens proclaimed theirs. Fortunate are the common folk. Only because of you. Fortunate are the common folk. Only because of you. At the entrance of the Liu family residence, Sima Cha-ching followed the crowd inside, a stranger to all, for time had elapsed too long. With their exceptional skills, Sima Changqing and his companions quickly arrived at the door of the young lady's chamber. Sima Changqing tightly gripped the green plum fruit in his hand. A woman clad in blue kicked him lightly, saying, "Are you too afraid? Or do you worry she has forgotten you?" Sima Changqing forced a smile, acknowledging the truth of the passing years, and today was indeed her wedding day. "I fear," the blue-clad woman scoffed. "What if she is not marrying of her own volition?" Sima Changqing hesitated, responding, "After all these years, she is a lady of a prominent family. I am but a beggar. How could I expect her to remember me after so long?" The woman rolled her eyes, remarking, still hesitating, "Are we?" Sima Changqing shook his head. "I merely wish to see her once more, that is all." He took a deep breath and stepped forward. Just then, the door to the chamber swung open. "Who speaks outside?" As the door opened, a woman adorned in a fiery red wedding gown appeared. Sima Cha-ching lifted his gaze, and their eyes met. The bride paused upon seeing him. "You." Sima Changqing awkwardly smiled and said, "I have come to deliver green plums." With that, he produced several green plums from his robe, reminiscent of days gone by. A beggar, reaching into his bosom, produced a green plum. "You, being a young lady of high standing, have likely never tasted such a thing, have you? It is quite sweet." In a fleeting moment, the large hand and the small hand of yesteryear slowly overlapped in the woman's eyes. Before the grand entrance of the Huangshan prefecture, it had now transformed into a desolate ruin. Shen Cangsheng, with his true energy contained within, exhibited a brilliance in his gaze that surpassed all that had come before. Suddenly, his closed eyes sprang open, radiating light. With a forceful exhalation, a breath of turbid air escaped his lips. Shen Cangsheng felt a change within. His golden dragon true energy seemed to have undergone some transformation. What this transformation entailed eluded him, yet he was acutely aware of his newfound strength, much greater than before. Stretching his back, Shen Cangsheng heard his bones crack, not a hint of discomfort, but rather a clarity that enveloped him. Indeed, Su Huanjing bore the noble aura of a phoenix, as the old man had spoken. Some things are ethereal, yet their existence cannot be denied, much like Shen Cangsheng himself. His understanding of the true dragon diagram undoubtedly marked him as the foremost of the Shen clan in centuries. His blood had nearly turned to gold. Referred to as golden dragon blood, also known as true dragon blood, Shen Cangsheng had witnessed the blood within Su Huanjing's body, which blazed like a fire. At this point, if Shen Cangsheng were still unable to deduce the truth, he might as well meet his demise. Su Huanjing was akin to him. His own blood transforming to gold indicated true dragon blood, while Su Huanjing's blood resembled flames, corresponding to his cultivation of the phoenix blood. This elucidated why Shen Cangsheng's true energy surged in the presence of Su Huanjing, yet remained still before Miao Zhenfeng, despite her higher realm. The sole explanation lay in the lack of phoenix blood within her. Coincidentally, after Su Huanjing practiced the sparse phoenix diagram, his blood transformed, achieving the phoenix blood. Shen Cangsheng licked his lips. At that moment, Su Huanjing appeared to him as an immensely potent elixir. No earthly treasure could rival the enhancement that Su Huanjing's blood offered to him. As Shen Cangsheng contemplated his current power, he realized that merely a trace of Su Huanjing's blood had amplified him so significantly. If he were to truly consume Su Huanjing, what heights would he reach? The thought was beyond his imagination. Alas, Shen Cangsheng sighed with a wry smile, shaking his head. Had Su Huanjing been a truly nefarious individual, he would have undoubtedly devoured her. However, the relationship between the Red Dust Bathing Fire Pavilion and the Shen clan was rather delicate, since his grandfather's generation. The pavilion had consistently aligned with the court. Moreover, Shen Cangsheng recalled the girl from the snow-capped mountains, whose village had been annihilated. While such thoughts lingered, the allure of rapidly enhancing one's power after years of stagnation was a temptation few could resist. Upon witnessing Shen Cangsheng's recovery, the portly Gu Outyin hurriedly approached his side. Concern etched upon his face as he inquired, "Are you all right?" At this moment, Shen Cangsheng could not afford any missteps. With the imminent battle for the sealing of the gods approaching, it was evident that, aside from Shen Cangsheng himself, no one else from the great Xia dynasty could lead. The participants in the divine battle would likely oppose anyone else. Shen Cangsheng, feeling the power he had not enhanced for many years, smiled contentedly and remarked, "I have never felt this comfortable before." Gu Outyan's eyes gleamed with delight upon hearing this, and he asked, "Is your body well again?" Shen Cangsheng shook his head and replied, "It is not so simple." He then turned to Su Huanjing and asked, "By the way, what brings you from the Bathing Fire Pavilion to Huangshan City?" Su Huanjing chuckled wryly and explained, "It seems that the father of Qixio is here, so we came to take a look." In the distance, Miss Xiao and Yao Buji were playing together, laughter ringing through the air. Su Huanjing continued, "Qixio's birth name is Kaiatu. She did not even have a proper name. Her parents abandoned her in the mountains, and by chance, my master passed by and brought her to the Bathing Fire Pavilion, naming her Qixio for her delicate beauty." After hearing this, Shen Cangsheng offered, "If there is any way I can assist, do not hesitate to ask. This gentleman here is quite capable." He gestured towards the rotund figure beside him. Louise stared in disbelief at the person before her, memories flooding back. It was just like years ago when she sat by her family's back door, her gaze searching for that little beggar, a warm meat pie in her hand, prepared for him. The little beggar, clad in tattered clothes, appeared before her, producing a few green plum fruits from his embrace. "I always eat your meat pies, so let these be my token of gratitude," he said, handing the fruits to her. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as their small hands exchanged gifts. She settled onto a small stool, savoring the green plums, some sweet, some sour. Each time she bit into a sour one, she would close her eyes, her teeth chattering from the tartness. Meanwhile, the little beggar would ride his small wooden horse around her, nibbling on his pie and laughing heartily. "You are bullying me," she exclaimed, tears streaming from the sourness. Seeing the little beggar's joyful laughter, she felt a sense of injustice. At that moment, the little beggar would sit beside her, taking a particularly sour green plum and biting into it, also shedding tears from the taste. Stammering through the sourness, he declared, "This makes us even." The girl's south eyes sparkled like crescent moons in delight. The little beggar would then mount his wooden horse once more, sharing his dreams. He proclaimed, "In the future, I will definitely become a general. Therefore, even if I starve, I will not steal from others. A great general does not engage in thievery." He added, "I shall traverse these vast mountains and rivers to witness the world, and when the time comes, I will take you with me to see what lies beyond." He said, When the day arrives for him to conquer the world, he shall feast on 10 meat pies and purchase some sweet green plums for her. For by then, he would possess wealth, enabling him to buy an abundance of delectable treats. Yet, dreams are but a sweet illusion. As they gradually matured, they discovered that the words spoken in their childhood seemed exceedingly distant. For a young beggar, uneducated and impoverished, to aspire to become a general was an arduous endeavor. One day, amidst a torrential downpour, the young beggar confided in her, "I must depart from here. This may be the last time I bring you green plums." From his embrace, he produced several green plums. "I have found a master who will take me away." The young girl understood that she could not keep the beggar, for he harbored his own dreams. Years passed, and the green plums became a distant memory. Shen Cangsheng gazed at Louis, adorned in bridal attire, and remarked with a smile, "The young beggar does not yet know your name." Louis looked at the green plums in Shen Cangsheng's hand, tears streaming down her face. "I am Louis. I am Shen Cangsheng. The world of martial arts is timeless. Once one enters, they are no longer their own master." This wisdom is imparted by the elders to the younger generation. Yet, the youth yearn for the world of martial arts, only to forget it until many years later when the youth become the elders. Thus, the cycle continues. The world of martial arts is akin to a blank canvas, awaiting the brushstrokes of those who come forth. It is a realm of joy and sorrow, parting and reunion, love and hate, constantly unfolding with each passing moment. Outside Huangshan City, there exists a mountain that remains warm as spring even in winter. The mountain is adorned with maple trees, and even in the coldest months, the leaves blaze like fire. Beneath one such maple tree stood a young man in white, holding a white horse, lost in thought for an indeterminate time. With his sword unsheathed, he danced amidst the falling maple leaves. "Master, may I see you just one more time?" His sword was unlike any other, broad and radiant, scattering several maple leaves with its brilliance. Tears welled in the young man's eyes. "Master, can you truly not meet me once more?" He fell to his knees, crying out. He was an orphan, and it was his master who had found him in a dilapidated temple. Bowing deeply, the master proclaimed, "Today, you shall become my disciple. From this day forth, we shall traverse the world of martial arts together. I will buy you candied hawthorn and a satchel." Thus, the young man followed his master, and together they ventured into the realm of martial arts. "Master, look, I have found a little colt." The young woman in white smiled, her veil failing to conceal her beauty, stunning and enchanting. The boy knew no superfluous words. He had only heard that to describe a woman's beauty, one must use the phrase stunning and enchanting. Then remember to feed it hay every day. The master affectionately ruffled the boy's hair. "I know. I shall become a great hero in the world of martial arts one day. Year after year passed. The master and disciple traversed the vast desert, crossed the snow-capped mountains, and journeyed through the picturesque landscapes of Jiangnan. "Master, you need not follow me any longer. I have grown up." The master quietly trailed behind the youth, smiling without uttering a word. Thus, the young man embarked on his path to fame in the martial world. "Well, your new attire is ready," the master announced, presenting a freshly crafted garment before the youth. Upon seeing the embroidery of a large horse monkey on the fabric, the youth tossed it to the ground. "I have already stated that I have matured." The master picked up the garment in silence. After a moment of hesitation, the youth turned to the master and asked, "Are you angry?" The master replied with a smile, "Not at all." The youth continued ahead, while the master followed closely behind. One day, as snowflakes danced in the air, the master sat alone on the edge of a cliff. "Master, do you have someone special in your heart?" the young man inquired. For the master often appeared lost in thought whenever it snowed. "No, I do not," the master responded. "Then, are you waiting for someone?" The master caught a snowflake drifting from the sky and replied, "I am not waiting for anyone." The youth, naturally gifted in martial arts, gradually garnered a reputation in the martial world. With swift steps and flashing swordlight, he left a trail of blood in his wake. His renown grew ever larger. "Your new attire is quite impressive. It suits a hero well." "Indeed." The master observed the white horse beside the youth. "Your little steed has grown. I have some fine fodder for it. Please take it." The youth replied, "I already have some. If you have no further matters, I shall take my leave." The disciple stated. On a day when snow fell heavily, the youth found himself alone on the road, the figure of the white-clad woman now absent. Beneath a maple tree, the young man gazed at his reflection and chuckled softly. "Master, who are you waiting for?" He achieved fame at a young age, his reputation echoing throughout the martial world. Years later, he would come to realize that a person was missing from his side. He was Bu Liuxing. Atop the mountain peak, a woman with flowing white hair stood. Shen Cangsheng appeared silently beside her. Shuemei, will you not go see him once more? My royal brother is about to face the nations. How could I disrupt his grand plans? Shen Cangsheng sighed. In truth, you need not concern yourself with this. The white-haired woman remained expressionless. With one more person, my royal brother would possess an added advantage. I too am of the Shen clan. Shen Cangsheng could only sigh in response, though he refrained from taking action himself. How many hearts bore sorrow at his behest? Yet, he was the prince, destined to be unlike any other. He bore not only his own burdens but also the hopes of countless citizens across vast lands. Shuemei, let this account rest upon my royal brother. The distant voice of Shen Cangsheng echoed through the air. The wind howled fiercely. My royal brother carries too much. The people of the Shen clan are not selfish. In Huangshan City, the Lu family gradually grew lively. Lu Sanlu bore a joyful expression. Lu Xiong, congratulations. Lu Sanlu responded, congratulations to you as well. We must not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Haha, indeed. Lu Xiong, congratulations. The festivities continued in the courtyard. Lu Yi gazed at Sima Chaqing and remarked, you have finally arrived. Sima Chaqing replied, as I promised in the past, I would return to you. However, today marks my wedding day. He looked at Lu Yi and said, so, congratulations. Lu Yi responded, but I have waited for you in vain. One of Sima Changqing's hands trembled within his flowing sleeves. Yet he smiled and said, perhaps this is fate. I have been a beggar since childhood. Had you waited for me, I might not have dared. Lu Yi looked at him and inquired, did you truly never consider marrying me? Time has passed, and we are no longer the children we once were. My promise has been fulfilled. I wish you well in the days to come. Sima Changqing sighed deeply and turned to leave. Lu Yi grasped her wedding gown and asked, then, have you become a great general? Sima Changqing halted. No. Lu Yi insisted, you will surely become a great general. Sima Changqing replied, perhaps there will be no opportunity in this lifetime. Lu Yi's complexion paled, but you spoke of this in your youth. Sima Changqing turned to face her, smiling. Because I am now one of the 12 ancient immortals, Sima Changqing, he declared proudly. Not becoming a great general but instead serving as one of the 12 ancient immortals under His Highness the Crown Prince is, in fact, even better and more fitting for me. Lu Yi regarded the proud Sima Changqing. One of the 12 ancient immortals? His Highness Shen Cangsheng commands a vast force. But when it comes to combat prowess, only the 12 ancient immortals are unmatched. Is this not the fulfillment of your dream? Sima Changqing waved his hand. Of course. A promise in life must be honored. Once I have achieved the position of Folang Jushu, I shall come to congratulate you. Lu Yi watched as Sima Changqing departed. Very well. I shall await the day when you achieve Folang Jushu. Yet, none of them anticipated that in the battle for deification, none of the 12 ancient immortals would return alive. Lu Yi waited her entire life for Sima Changqing, hoping for his achievement of Folang Jushu. But she never saw that day. 80 years later, Lu Yi sat alone at the back gate of that year, awaiting the beggar to inform her of his accomplishment. Yet in the moment she closed her eyes, she found herself still waiting. In truth, I wish to marry you. In Huangshan City, at the Eastern Palace. Shen Cangsheng sat in the principal seat, observing those below. He smiled and said, Zhuangzhu, what brings you to my palace today? Shen Cangsheng lifted his teacup and gently sipped. Zhuang Yufan, clad in white, appeared like an ethereal being, with all traces of his previous wounds vanished. Occasionally, a glint of sword light flickered in his eyes, and he exuded an aura akin to that of an extraordinary divine sword. Zhuang Yufan let out a hum. He spoke, Eastern Sovereign, I have bestowed upon you the treasures of my sword-forging manor. Without the artisans of my manor, they hold no value for you. I have come here on behalf of the 20,000 disciples of the sword-forging manor. The others echoed, Eastern Sovereign, our sincerity should suffice. Yet why do we still not see our disciples return? The leader of the Wild God sect, Mo Daji, regarded Shen Cangsheng in silence, fully aware, albeit vaguely, that Shen Cangsheng's actions in the martial world were directed towards their disciples. However, he could not fathom Shen Cangsheng's true intentions. In the Grand Hall, 7 individuals gathered, representing 7 of the 8 sects in the martial realm, with one sect still absent. The others had been summoned by Shen Cangsheng for punishment. Shen Cangsheng smiled and said, Gentlemen, please remain calm. As for those disciples, it is evident that I cannot return them. Even with these thousands of martial artists, I still find myself in need of more. Your disciples serve a purpose for me, and furthermore, you have already defied my Eastern Sovereign's decree. Thus, await your punishment. Among those present, only Zhuang Yufan and Zhang Taiji had clashed with Shen Cangsheng. Yet now, Zhang Taiji was submissively fawning over him. After the fierce battle between Shen Cangsheng and Zhuang Yufan, Zhang Taiji was eager to offer everything his sect could provide. Initially, the elders of the supreme sect were reluctant, questioning why they should comply. However, upon hearing Zhang Taiji's revelations, the entire supreme sect seemed to be driven into frenzy, surrendering nearly all of their century-old legacy to Shen Cangsheng. Shen Cangsheng declared, "I have no interest in your martial arts tomes. I have already inscribed the essence of your martial arts upon 72 steels. I have not covetously taken a single technique from you. Every source is duly noted on these steels. When they stand across the land, your martial arts will be available for all to learn, a feat you likely cannot achieve." The assembly gasped in astonishment, utterly taken aback by Shen Cangsheng's audacity. He intended to disseminate martial arts throughout the world. Historically, many rulers harbored such ambitions. Yet the formidable martial factions always thwarted them, preventing any realization of this vision. It is noteworthy that before the Shen clan ascended to power, this land had been embroiled in relentless turmoil, be it external wars or internal strife. Only after the Shen clan's rise to the throne had there been a semblance of stability over the past few centuries. Yet they never anticipated that Shen Cangsheng would undertake such a venture. Zhuang Yufan let out a cold laugh. "In the end, we sacrifice our treasures, and you gain a splendid reputation." Shen Cangsheng gazed at Zhuang Yufan and replied, "You must understand to whom you are speaking. It would be wise to reflect carefully before you speak." In Shen Cangsheng's eyes, a brilliant gleam of gold and silver ignited, a palpable pressure sweeping through the air. Zhuang Yufan stared at Shen Cangsheng in astonishment. How have you grown so powerful?" Zhuang Yufan is undoubtedly the most knowledgeable about Shen Cangsheng's capabilities among those present. However, today's Shen Cangsheng exudes a pressure far more formidable than before. Has he taken that crucial step? Zhuang Yufan swallowed hard and inquired. After Zhuang Yufan's defeat, all eyes turned to Shen Cangsheng. Shen Cangsheng shook his head. "No." Meanwhile, Miao Zhenfeng observed Shen Cangsheng with a knowing gaze. "I have just stated that all of this belongs to you. I am merely assisting you. Consequently, the ultimate benefit shall undoubtedly rest in your hands. Instead of searching high and low for disciples, wouldn't it be more advantageous for the disciples to seek you out? Am I correct in saying so?" Zhang Taiji chuckled, affirming, "Yes, since it has already been entrusted to His Highness, it should be managed by him." Upon hearing Zhang Taiji's words, the crowd inwardly cursed. "You may have done so voluntarily, but did we have a choice? Despite the numerous advantages provided by the martial arts world, they are remnants from our ancestors. Even the disciples of our sect must contribute to learn, right? Yet now, everyone can learn freely. Where does that leave us? They might as well be left to the winds of the Northwest. It is essential to understand that their ability to accept disciples hinges entirely on these martial arts texts. How much must a disciple pay to join their sect? Now, that has all vanished." Shen Cangsheng's eyes flickered. He said, "Esteemed guests, do you not see how gracious I have been in my actions? Therefore, ought you not to express your gratitude?" The attendees, upon hearing Shen Cangsheng's words, were incensed. "You have severed our means of livelihood, and yet you claim to have our best interests at heart? Do you not realize that we are struggling to put food on the table?" Zhuang Yufan gritted his teeth, gazing at Shen Cangsheng's smiling face. "Speak plainly, what is it that you truly desire?" Shen Cangsheng nodded and replied, "You see, I genuinely enjoy engaging with the likes of you, Zhuang. You are a straightforward person." Zhuang Yufan turned away, unwilling to meet Shen Cangsheng's gaze. "Each of you holds a prominent position in the martial world and commands significant resources. Therefore, I wish for all present to assist me in defending the borders when the Divine General's War commences in 3 years." Upon hearing Shen Cangsheng's proposition, the room fell silent. "This is no trivial matter." Zhuang Yufan scoffed derisively. "Humph. Is your reputation not enough to command respect?" Shen Cangsheng shook his head. "This is not a mere matter of martial disputes. It pertains to the rise and fall of the court and the welfare of the common people. Do you believe that a mere title or reputation can halt progress? In the martial world, perhaps a name can quell conflict, but this is a matter between courts, concerning the lives of countless citizens. Whom do you intimidate with a name? As long as you are absent, who will fear you?" Miao Zhenfeng proclaimed. "There is no issue with this matter. 3 years hence, the entirety of my red dust firebath pavilion will emerge to safeguard the borders for the crown prince." Zhang Taiji echoed, "The Taishang sect will also have no objections. 3 years from now, we will defend the borders for the crown prince." Yunju smiled and remarked, "Yun Shangyan has yet to witness the blood of other courts. 3 years hence, Yun Shangyan shall also guard the borders for the crown prince." Zhuang Yufan interjected, "Our forging sword manor is not adept in warfare. However, in 3 years, we shall contribute 100,000 divine weapons. We shall, in 3 years, defend the borders for the crown prince. Shen Cangsheng rose and bowed to all present. Cangsheng expresses gratitude on behalf of this realm for your noble righteousness. Shen Cangsheng bowed again, thanking you all for your great virtue on behalf of the world. Zhuang Yufan snorted, do not perish outside. If you must die, let it be at my hand. Shen Cangsheng laughed heartily. Then I shall take your auspicious words to heart. Once the assembly dispersed, Miao Zhenfeng approached Shen Cangsheng and inquired, you have already discerned the method to complete the true dragon diagram, have you not? Shen Cangsheng fell silent and nodded. After all, the method requires consuming the disciples of others. Miao Zhenfeng sighed with a bitter smile. I truly wonder if, in a past life, our red dust-bathing fire pavilion owed a debt to your Shen family. In the end, we are merely crafting garments for your clan. Shen Cangsheng asked, did the emperor also possess knowledge of this back then? Miao Zhenfeng suddenly smiled sadly. Had he not been so obstinate in claiming the absence of phoenix blood, he might have discerned the method and thus avoided his fate. Shen Cangsheng frowned. Elder, are you implying that you also possess phoenix blood? Miao Zhenfeng glanced at Shen Cangsheng and said, I understand your thoughts. Do you presume that if I indeed possess phoenix blood, your true dragon energy would not react within you? Shen Cangsheng nodded. Miao Zhenfeng gritted her teeth and replied, that is because, back then, all my blood was given to your grandfather. Otherwise, could he have lived to 50? Shen Cangsheng was taken aback. What? Miao Zhenfeng laughed bitterly. The true dragon energy within you and your grandfather must consume the flesh and blood of those possessing the sparse phoenix diagram to be completed, rather than relying solely on phoenix blood. At that time, the great Xia faced formidable enemies, and those in the martial world believed that whoever ruled this realm was of no concern to them. In a bid to turn the tide, Shen Tiandi created the true dragon diagram. It is truly laughable. The true dragon diagram reigns supreme, yet it remains merely a diagram without dominion. Back then, to ensure Shen Tiandi could hold out until the expulsion of the invaders, I sacrificed all my phoenix blood for your grandfather to consume. Had it not been for my blood, the true dragon energy would have only sustained him until the age of 36. Do you grasp my meaning? My blood essence has long been depleted, and the energy within me is no longer phoenix blood, which is why you find no anomaly in my presence. Shen Cangsheng gazed at Miao Zhenfeng and said, are you suggesting that without phoenix blood, I could only live until 36? Miao Zhenfeng nodded, stating, to be precise, even with phoenix blood, you would only reach your 50s. As for how many more years, I cannot say. Shen Cangsheng felt as though struck by lightning. He once believed that with the formidable Dainichi Kin technique, he could dispel any impurities and complete the fragmented true dragon chart. However, the persistent weakness that arrived on time was never a surprise. Shen Cangsheng understood that even the Dainichi Kin technique could not mend the void. Thus, he ascended Ling Mountain in search of Buddhist scriptures. He obtained the Great Nirvana Sutra, yet the outcome remained unchanged, utterly futile. Now, Miao Zhenfeng informed him that at most, he would live to see his 50s. Miao Zhenfeng declared, at present, my disciple, Su Huanjing, embodies your hope. In 2 years, should you consume her flesh and blood with the true dragon chi, your true dragon chart will be completed, and at that time, you shall traverse this world at will. Shen Cangsheng gazed at Miao Zhenfeng with a bitter smile, replying, Senior, even my royal grandfather refused under such circumstances, let alone a mere junior like myself. I implore you to refrain from such words. I shall not survive solely on the merits of a woman. A surge of battle spirit welled within him. He, Shen Cangsheng, a youthful commander, had never tasted defeat. Miao Zhenfeng looked at Shen Cangsheng and shook her head. The lineage was strikingly similar. When Shen Tiandi fell into her embrace, he had proclaimed, I, Shen Tiandi, have never known defeat. How could a mere martial art claim my life? Furthermore, to practice my skills at the expense of a woman's life is beyond me. I am not yet at that juncture. Thus, in Miao Zhenfeng's eyes, that upright figure resembled a war god, bearing the dragon banner, safeguarding the vast expanse of mountains and rivers. I am Shen Tiandi, he declared, transforming into true dragon chi, sweeping through countless foes without retreat. Ultimately, he still succumbed in her embrace. Zhenfeng, I am sorry. Miao Zhenfeng wept, her hair turning white in an instant. Why? Why? If you could consume my flesh and blood, you could turn the tide. Miao Zhenfeng held Shen Tiandi close. Shen Tiandi, barely clinging to life, murmured, my empire is not for a mere woman to uphold. If I were to devour you, how would I differ from that demon? No, I shall not stoop to such depths. Miao Zhenfeng gazed at Shen Tiandi. The land remains unsettled. Will you truly depart in this manner? What place do you leave for this realm? Shen Cangsheng closed his weary eyes and did not reopen them. You promised to pacify these vast lands. You vowed to offer me this land as a betrothal gift. You said it. Shen Cangsheng, you are a scoundrel. You claimed you would not forsake this land. Yet you have forsaken me. Shen Cangsheng, I hate you. I despise you. I loathe you. The dragon banner lay tattered, the heavens stained with blood. Miao Zhenfeng held Shen Cangsheng tightly. Zhenfeng, as the emperor, I had no choice. I fear I must forsake you in this life. On the day of my wedding, Zhenfeng, I truly have no other recourse. I shall borrow your blood for a purpose. I only wish to safeguard these vast lands, and I also wish to marry you. I am weary, truly weary. I name my son Wudi, hoping he can restore this fractured realm. In the world, he shall be invincible. In the future, I shall name my grandson after you, Cangsheng. In this lifetime, I am fated not to unite with you in matrimony, however. My grandson shall bear the name you have bestowed upon him, which shall be Cangsheng. With Cangsheng as his mission, he will safeguard this vast expanse of mountains and rivers. Before Shen Cangsheng, Miao Zhenfeng appeared to be aging rapidly. The old one feels somewhat weary. Shen Cangsheng remarked, allow me to escort you, esteemed elder. Following Miao Zhenfeng. Shen Cangsheng, at that moment, perceived the undeniable truth. Miao Zhenfeng had truly aged. As if lost in thought, Miao Zhenfeng murmured. Cangsheng must take it upon himself to protect this great land. She gazed at Shen Cangsheng. So many years have passed. It is time to move on. In truth, I yearn for you to call me grandmother. Long ago, your imperial grandfather fell into my embrace, lamenting two great regrets in his life. 1. The restoration of this shattered land. And 2. Marrying me. Your name was originally chosen by me, intended for the son of me and your imperial grandfather. Yet, since he ultimately did not marry me, your name was designated as Shinwudi's. I am old now and wish to seek out that ungrateful man. 3 years hence, I shall undoubtedly guard the borders for you. You may rest assured. Though I am aged, I still possess supreme power. As she spoke, Miao Zhenfeng emanated an aura that overshadowed the heavens. Above the realm of divine powers, she stood as a supreme being. I, Shen Cangsheng, embody supremacy for the sake of this vast land, ready for battle. In that moment, Shen Cangsheng glimpsed that era, gazing upon Miao Zhenfeng. Ultimately, he spoke, Grandmother. Volume 3, Bloodstained Sky. This volume marks the first explosive segment of the narrative. As the sun set in the west, half the sky was tinted crimson. It resembled a sky stained with blood, stretching for 100,000 miles. A cool breeze swept through, causing the tattered banners to flutter in the wind. The ground was littered with bones and remnants of flesh, scattered everywhere. Not far off, tents were pitched, and in the air, the black dragon flag bore numerous gaping holes, seemingly narrating the harrowing nature of the battle. The sky gradually dimmed. Fires blazed in heaps. Only the sound of the wind could be heard, as soldiers hurriedly consumed their meals. In the camp, candles flickered uncertainly. Tomorrow, it seems, shall bring yet another fierce skirmish. Within the tent, surrounding the sand table, stood armored warriors. 3 generals, clad for battle, intently focused on the sand table. One of them let out a deep sigh. What are the losses our army has suffered today? One individual spoke up, and immediately, a response came forth. Today, we have slain 300,000 enemies. The questioning general furrowed his brow and coldly stated, I did not inquire about the enemies slain, but rather our own casualties. The man's face turned tense. He then reported, upon completion of the tally, our army has lost 120,000. Loss signifies death in battle. 120,000 fallen in a single day. Upon hearing this, the general's expression turned grim as he declared, now, our great Xia faces enemies on all sides. If this continues, we shall be unable to endure such losses. Your Majesty's expedition to the northern frontier is fraught with peril, particularly in that harsh territory. We, stationed in the eastern realm, have already suffered considerable losses in a single day. What lies ahead for us? Huang He, do not be hasty. Tomorrow, I shall take matters into my own hands, spoke a general clad in dark yellow armor. It is precisely during our moments of exhaustion that they await us. Presently, we have no other recourse. This time, it seems we may not return. Return? I never intended to come back this time. Before dawn the next day, the drums resounded like thunder, shaking the very earth. The enemy launched a 3-pronged assault, advancing toward the black dragon banner. Huang He and his comrades mounted their steeds, surveying the approaching forces. They are forcing our hand, chuckled the ancient god. What a welcome challenge. Feng Xian, clad in resplendent white armor, brandished his long spear. Oh, they wish to encircle us? Let me carve a path through their ranks. Huang Yi laughed in response. Perhaps we shall pierce through their lines. They faced an enemy force of 600,000 against 3 million. Such a disparity in numbers would surely be catastrophic. The horses neighed fiercely, and the winds howled ominously. Fengxian sent 2 jars of wine soaring into the air. "Brother, this may be our last toast together." The ancient god and Huanghe caught the jars. "Drink, drink." In that moment, the soldiers of the 3 armies raised their cups. It was a moment to warm their spirits and bolster their resolve. "Brother, after this cup, we may find ourselves separated by realms. Brother, may we meet again in the afterlife. Brother, after this cup, let us fight fervently on this battlefield without regrets. Cheers. Ha ha. If fate allows, we shall stand shoulder to shoulder in the next life. Brother, should you return alive, please look after my newborn son. Brother, if you survive, I implore you to care for my aged mother. Brother, if you return, gently inform my wife to seek another, so she need not wait for a celestial warrior." Thus, they parted ways. Fengxian's gaze grew resolute. "Brothers, we shall emerge victorious in this battle. Tell me, what lies behind us?" The 600,000 soldiers rallied in unison. "Our homeland." Fengxian bellowed. "And who are the people behind us?" "Our kin." "Brothers, behind us lies the home we protect, our loved ones, and the breathtaking expanse of our land. Now, as others seek to trample upon it, what shall we do? Kill, kill, kill." The air thickened with bloodlust, painting the sky crimson. In the end, they triumphed, achieving the impossible, a victory of the few over the many, 600,000 against 3 million. What a remarkable feat. Yet, not a single soul bore a smile, for the cost had been too great. The Yellow River, ancient deities, and the fallen warriors leave only Fengxian, who returns to the capital with his triumphant retinue. Once the realm is stabilized, Fengxian retreats into seclusion, and the long spear, which has tasted the blood of countless foes, is also sealed away, though he has been conferred the title of king among the 9 kings. Aside from those who perished in battle, only 2 remain active. The others have vanished, as if unable to withstand the crushing blows of fate. In the capital, within the palace's scripture vault, Shen Cangsheng quietly peruses the tomes chronicling the battles of yore, the candlelight flickering gently. "Your Highness, it grows late," remarks an elder from the pavilion, resembling the wavering flame as he approaches Shen Cangsheng and drapes a cloak over his shoulders. Shen Cangsheng exhales a heavy sigh. This land has seen too much death. The elder observes the book in Shen Cangsheng's hands and speaks. "Your Highness, I should not meddle. But do you truly intend to go personally?" Shen Cangsheng responds with a cold smile. "I aim to unite the northern and western territories completely. This battle is imperative, and it must instill fear in them for the future. Otherwise, if I act and they mobilize, the losses would be catastrophic." The elder nods in agreement, yet cautions. "But you say this, your presence carries great risk, for few among the dynasties truly stand with our great Xia. Yet, this land of great Xia is so splendid that they all covet it. But do they dare to reach for it? Let one attempt, and I shall cleave him." Shen Cangsheng declares boldly. As the night breeze flows, an air of menace envelopes the scripture vault. Beyond the southern borders of the great Xia dynasty lies the Dayan dynasty. "Ha ha, your majesty, rest assured, within 2 years, I shall surely break through." Upon hearing this, the Dayan emperor beams with delight. "My loyal minister, worry not. For the next 3 years, I shall serve as your protector." "Thank you, your majesty. 3 years hence, once that scoundrel Shen Cangsheng departs, I shall seize the 13 cities of the southern realm of Great Xia, expanding our Dayan territory." "Very well, I shall await your triumph." In the eastern region, separated by a sea, lies the Dalan dynasty. Wen City, the imperial capital of the Dalan dynasty. An elderly general laughed heartily in the court. "Ah, Shen Cangsheng will never anticipate that I have already broken through. When the time comes, I shall present him with a grand surprise." "The guardian general indeed lives up to his reputation," exclaimed the Dalan prince with a grin. "I have previously been defeated by Shen Tiandi and Shen Wudi. Yet I remain alive, while Shen Tiandi has long turned to dust, and Shen Wudi could not best me. Once Shen Cangsheng sets forth, we shall cross the sea and directly seize the southern territories of Great Xia." In the palace of the Dachi dynasty, the prince muses. "Should I test Shen Cangsheng's strength? I have felt a recent surge in my own power." Han Mengmeng sits beside her 2 mighty hammers, the national treasure of the Dachi dynasty, which she now wields. The fallen earth-shattering hammer. Han Mengmeng embraces her beloved weapon, a treasure so revered that even her father had never employed it. Now, it belongs to her. It is evident how formidable his strength truly is. The fallen celestial hammer. It is neither iron nor steel, yet resembles both. Legends say it is forged from a meteorite from beyond the heavens, weighing an astonishing 300 pounds. Thus, two would amount to 600 pounds. Who could wield such a weight? Only he, Han Mingming. Therefore, with the possession of the fallen celestial hammer, Han Mingming felt capable of shattering the very heavens. Sitting beside her mighty hammer, her confidence surged. She inquired, for the old eunuch had raised Han Mingming, remaining by her side for over 20 years, never straying an inch. He understood her even better than the sovereign himself. Your Highness, with the fallen celestial hammer in your possession, your power has naturally increased. Upon hearing this, Han Mingming's delight was palpable. However, the old eunuch's subsequent words cast a shadow upon her joy. Yet, Shen Cangsheng has long possessed the eternal dynasty. Han Mingming was aware of the eternal dynasty. As were all nations, it was the national treasure of the great Xia dynasty. At this revelation, her head bowed in contemplation. But this was not the source of her greatest distress. Rather, it was the two words that haunted her. When would she acquire a national treasure? Not long ago. And what of Shen Cangsheng? He had obtained it long before. The old eunuch's face twitched slightly. At the age of 13, Han Mingming was rendered speechless. 3 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. In the eastern palace of the great Xia, Su Huanjing appeared somewhat pale. Since 3 years prior, his master had instructed him to remain in the presence of Shen Cangsheng. Su Huanjing understood what Shen Cangsheng represented, particularly now. He could not afford any misfortune to befall him. He placed a bowl of blood before Shen Cangsheng. Over these 3 years, Shen Cangsheng's condition had become increasingly unmanageable. It had flared up 3 times within that period. Without Su Huanjing's blood, he could scarcely fathom enduring such torment. After consuming the bowl of blood, Shen Cangsheng exhaled deeply, steadying the true energy within him, and cast an apologetic glance at Su Huanjing. Thank you for these 3 years. Su Huanjing remained silent, taking the bowl and departing. Shen Cangsheng gazed at his arm, where a golden thread had begun to spread. Would it ultimately envelop him entirely, leading to his demise? He chuckled to himself in self-mockery. The technique of the great sun golden crow activated, white flames rising to envelop the surface of his skin, slowly devouring the golden thread. Though minimal, it was indeed being consumed. 3 years had passed, and the time had come. Shen Cangsheng exited the eastern palace, making his way directly to the imperial harem. At that moment, Shenlan was with the empress, the autumn air growing ever more pronounced. Mother, is it true that elder brother is about to depart? Shenlan asked with concern. The empress gently caressed Shenlan's head, speaking softly, your brother, as the crown prince, has no choice but to go. But mother, other crown princes do not endure the hardships my brother faces. Why must he bear such burdens? Throughout their lives, they had scarcely seen their elder brother. Other crown princes indulged in ease and comfort, while their brother was either waging war or journeying toward battle. Though the queen wore a smile, the worry in her eyes was unmistakable. For her elder brother was indeed exceptional, safeguarding the vast mountains and rivers. Brother. Shenlan's gaze fell upon Shen Cangsheng, who approached the queen. Mother. The queen maintained an air of calm. Are you leaving? Shen Cangsheng replied, Mother, I apologize. I have not been able to fulfill my filial duties. The queen adjusted his attire. Go on, your sister will keep me company. Shenlan looked at her elder brother, her voice tinged with emotion. Brother. Shen Cangsheng smiled, ruffling Shenlan's long hair. My sister has grown up. Should anyone dare to bully you, when I return, I shall deal with them decisively. Shenlan chuckled softly. No one dares to bully me, she declared proudly, shaking her little fist. The queen added, Be cautious on your journey. I shall not see you off. After Shen Cangsheng departed, tears welled in the corners of the queen's eyes. Her own son, whom she had yet to truly behold, for over 30 years, aside from his childhood, she was unaware of his current preferences. Now, her son was set to embark on the divine battle, where nations from around the world would gather. Would they cause him distress? The royal family? Everyone admires the royal lineage, yet who understands that she has scarcely glimpsed her own son? In the queen's chamber, a wardrobe filled with male garments lay untouched. These were clothes she had crafted for Shen Cangsheng, but before he could wear them, they had become too small. Year after year, she was deprived of the sight of her son adorned in her creations. Mother. Shenlan gently wiped the queen's tears. Do not worry, brother is so capable. He will surely return safely. Each time brother comes back, the townsfolk welcome him from 10 miles away. I know he will not disappoint them, nor will he let our vast lands down. Shenlan's eyes sparkled with fervor. At the city gates of Jindu, a young man clad in silver armor, in his 20s, stood with a long spear slung across his back. The Eastern Palace possessed 7 treasures, one of which was this spear. The youthful figure awaited with anticipation. Brother Shen, I have arrived. In the Eastern Palace, Shen Cangsheng took his seat among 5 others, the leaders of the celestial armies. The earthly immortal spoke. Your Highness, I trust you have made all necessary arrangements? Shen Cangsheng lightly tapped the armrest of his chair, smiling faintly. When the immortal burned heaven destroyed a city, do you believe they would not seek revenge? The earthly immortal chuckled. The immortal of burning heaven coldly retorted, as long as they dare to come, I will ensure they do not survive. The white demon, exuding an aura of menace, proclaimed, we should raise the city. What good is burning it down? The Eastern Gate deity smiled calmly. Your Highness, if not, I can remain and guard you. Shen Cangsheng waved his hand, saying, you should learn from San Lang. Observe how composed he is. San Lang, known as Xiao San Lang, the foremost of the great Xuanwu heavenly soldiers. Xuanwu. Xiao San Lang traverses the realms beyond. Your Highness speaks of me? Xiao San Lang was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Shen Cangsheng. The following day, as the sun began to rise, banners unfurled in the sky, the black dragon banner fluttering majestically, followed closely by the 4 symbols banners. Shen Cangsheng, clad in resplendent golden armor, wore a cape embroidered with a map of mountains and rivers, the sun and moon over the land. Outside the golden capital, a throng of people gathered. A sea of humanity stretching as far as the eye could see. Some expressed excitement, while others wept softly. For today marked the day when Crown Prince Shen Cangsheng would lead the army into battle. Shen Wudi, along with a host of ministers, stood at the palace gates to bid farewell to Shen Cangsheng and his men. Shen Cangsheng gently spoke. Father, esteemed guests, please return. With that, they set forth. As his words echoed, the drums resounded, shaking the heavens. On either side of the Grand Avenue, the populace gathered to see them off. Children gazed at the imposing army. Determination etched on their tiny faces, for they knew the purpose of this noble endeavor. One day, I too shall traverse the Helan Mountains and safeguard this vast expanse of land. Not only the common folk stirred, but the martial world as well. The 8 sects led a grand procession. Though not as formidable as the heavenly soldiers, their spirit soared to the skies. Elegant beauties flashed enchanting smiles, adorned with delicate gestures. Who says women are inferior to men? As Shen Cangsheng and the 4 symbols heavenly soldiers set out, all the kingdoms prepared for departure. The War of the Divine Generals was, at its core, merely a contest among nations. Though it was said that one general would lead 100,000 troops in a grand tournament, no one would foolishly march into battle with such numbers. To do so would likely result in annihilation. The ultimate aim of the War of the Divine Generals was a great melee among the nations. Heavenly soldiers differ fundamentally from ordinary troops. What defines a heavenly soldier? Their overall strength surpasses that of common soldiers by several folds. Generally speaking, the average strength of a heavenly soldier hovers around the realm of bone tempering and blood exchanging, with some even possessing the ability to summon winds and rains. However, the resources required for proper cultivation are staggering. Even a vast dynasty would find it challenging to nurture 100,000 heavenly soldiers without incurring significant losses. Thus, the number of heavenly soldiers is typically capped at 100,000. While most dynasties cannot muster 1,000,000 heavenly soldiers, they can still manage to produce 100,000 with some effort. It is essential to recognize that heavenly soldiers are usually the pinnacle of a dynasty's military might. They are rarely deployed except in battles that pertain to the fate of the nation. Losing one is a tremendous drain on resources. Presently, most dynasties possess around 100,000 heavenly soldiers, with the more powerful ones boasting up to 200,000. However, the number never exceeds 300,000. This time, Shen Cangsheng has entirely mobilized his own forces, with each division of the 4 symbols heavenly soldiers numbering 120,000. In total, he commands 480,000 heavenly soldiers. Such a formidable count undoubtedly ranks as the most significant presence among the current dynasties. These celestial soldiers were forged through the relentless efforts of Shen Cangsheng, who, in earlier times, bore the burden of reparations alone, channeling all resources into the formidable 4 symbols celestial army. Over the past decade and more of continuous warfare, Shen Cangsheng has amassed an incalculable wealth of resources, culminating in nearly 500,000 celestial soldiers. It is this substantial army that solidifies Shen Cangsheng's claim to the title of Crown Prince, rendering it unassailable. Who would dare to oppose him? Let them step forth and contest. This is precisely why only civil officials occasionally trouble Shen Cangsheng, while not a single military general would dare utter a word against him. Indeed, the military power of the great Xia dynasty rests firmly in Shen Cangsheng's grasp. As the grand army departed from the capital, the earth trembled, resonating for miles along the thoroughfare, with trees shedding their leaves in the wake of the march. Yao Buji, a boy of approximately 10 years, pursued the troops, shouting fervently. This boy was unlike others, with a mane of blood-red hair that seemed steeped in a sea of crimson. His eyes, equally blood-red, flickered as if haunted by vengeful spirits. Yao Buji was now 12 years old, riding on his diminutive steed, accompanying the expedition. Beside him rode the elegant Miss Xiao, along with Su Huanjing. From the outset, Miao Zhenfeng had repeatedly cautioned Su Huanjing, for Shen Cangsheng's innate dragon energy was surging uncontrollably. Should any calamity befall Shen Cangsheng at a critical juncture, it would spell doom for all those accompanying him. Yao Buji prepared to sip from his flask, seeking to quell his bubbling excitement. My goodness! Nearly 500,000 celestial soldiers. In all his life, even his ancestors had never witnessed such a multitude. Now, he had the extraordinary chance to lead an army into battle. What exhilaration! Suddenly, Yao Buji heard someone calling his name. Turning, he spotted his little brother, whom he had affectionately dubbed the ghostly Dao ancestor, Li Xianwang. Little ghost, I'm right here. Yao Buji, relishing his age advantage, playfully addressed him as such. He confidently asserted, as the ghostly Dao ancestor, it's perfectly acceptable for me to call you little ghost. I assenti it. Li Xianwang's cheeks flushed crimson as he sprinted alongside Yao Buji's steed. Yao Buji, will you return? He inquired while running. Yao Buji was the first to have met him without fear, teaching him martial arts and bestowing upon him a name. He was a true friend to Li Xianwang. Yao Buji patted his steed proudly and declared, Little ghost, I am leading an army into battle this time. With my strength, I will undoubtedly return. Li Xianwang, panting, asked, when will you come back? Yao Buji shook his head and replied, that depends on the tides of war. After all, this venture is monumental. As you can see, the celestial soldiers stretch as far as the eye can see. Li Xianwang nodded in agreement. Indeed, so many people. Yao Buji added, little ghost, practice diligently at home. The techniques you are learning were pilfered from the great Thunder Sound Temple. You must study them with utmost dedication. Li Xianwang said, do not worry. Yao Buji, I will study diligently. You must return. Yao Buji sighed and replied, little one, should I not return from this journey, will you seek vengeance for me? Upon hearing that Yao Buji might not return, Li Xianwang's expression turned anxious. Yao Buji, you will certainly come back. If you truly do not, I will avenge you. Li Xianwang declared, shaking his fist. Yao Buji waved his hand. Remember your words, little one. You must await my return, and when I do, I shall take you to explore the world. Li Xianwang, now out of breath, watched as Yao Buji gradually receded into the distance, waving goodbye. Yao Buji, you must return. Su Huanjing chuckled at Yao Buji, remarking, you speak as if you were the one leading the troops. Miss Xiao also made a face, how shameless. Yao Buji took a hearty sip of wine, feeling an overwhelming sense of strength. He believed that he could now easily overpower his master, Shen Cangsheng, with a single punch. His gaze wandered towards Shen Cangsheng, as if contemplating a test of strength. Looking at Miss Xiao, Yao Buji asserted, you have misjudged, Miss Xiao. I am indeed very strong now. He waved his hand, producing a resounding crack. Humph, I shall not pay you any mind. In the northern expanse of the great Xia dynasty, 1,000 miles beyond, lay a vast plain. Enclosed by towering mountains, it resembled a grand basin, surrounded by peaks that enclosed this expansive land. As no vegetation could thrive here, the territory held little interest for anyone. Over a century's evolution transformed this place into a gathering ground for emperors and a site for divine ordination. Suddenly, amidst the tranquil mountains, a grand banner unfurled, seemingly tearing through the very fabric of space, fluttering above the peaks. Clearly, the first dynasty had arrived. In the grand realm of the Great Red Dynasty, as Shen Cangsheng embarked on his journey, a parallel spectacle unfolded. Before the imperial palace, the Great Red Emperor gazed anxiously at his son, while Han Mengmeng exuded excitement. Eager for the challenge ahead, clad in resplendent golden armor and wielding the falling heaven hammer, his cape billowed like the sun and moon in concert, and beneath him, the wind-tearing steed neighed with vigor. Father, mother, fret not. This prince shall surely return victorious, proclaimed Han Mengmeng, brimming with confidence. With a sweeping gesture, the lunar flag soared. A magnificent sight akin to the simultaneous emergence of day and night. In the Great Lan Dynasty, as the wind swept across the battlefield, a voice rang out, Father, your son shall not disappoint your expectations. This journey will surely lead to our triumphant return, as Shen Cangsheng's forces stepped beyond the northern borders. The various sects of the Great Xia dynasty gathered at the frontier. At the red dust fire bath pavilion, Miao Zhenfeng had shed his youthful visage, his vitality seemingly extinguished, resembling an elderly figure on the verge of collapse. The elders of the pavilion gazed at their leader with concern. Is it truly worth it, pavilion master? They lamented. Miao Zhenfeng chuckled softly. What is not worth it? I have lived long enough. My time has come. In the southern territories, the red dust fire bath pavilion and the Yunshangyan took the lead. The Lord of Clouds, dressed in white and wielding a folding fan, resembled a scion of a noble family. He remarked, Pavilion Master Miao's prowess is unparalleled. Beauty is but a fleeting moment for him. What haunts you, perhaps? Are the events of yore? Miao Zhenfeng gently shook his head. Let the past be carried away by the winds. We bear the responsibility for the safety of the southern lands. Failure is not an option. The Lord of Clouds nodded in agreement. Indeed, 300 miles beyond the southern borders, the earth trembled as a grand banner fluttered, and a lone rider sped forth towards the south. In the eastern territories, a flag blotted out the sun, revealing an array of glistening weapons under the sunlight. Here stood the supreme sect and the sword-casting manner of the 8 sects. Zhang Taiji beheld the enemy forces and laughed heartily towards the sky. Zhuang Yufan, in our lifetime, have we ever witnessed such a spectacle? Zhuang Yufan licked his lips in disbelief. Who would have thought that today I would aid Shen Cangsheng in battle? As he spoke, the earth quaked, and a torrent of sword energy erupted from Zhuang Yufan, shattering the void before him, causing the enemy to halt their advance from 100 miles away. Awestruck by his power, Zhang Taiji clasped his hands, conjuring the yin-yang fish emblem with a black and white fish appearing. Zhuang Yufan, do not perish. With that, he leapt from the city wall. Zhuang Yufan, observing Zhang Taiji, chuckled. I am now the sword of life and death. Let us see how they can extinguish me. With a flourish, he surged forth like a tempest, charging towards the enemy. In the northern territories, icy winds howled amid the thousands of snow-capped mountains. At the pinnacle, where the clouds gather, there exists a clan known as the Shen. At this moment, figures from the Shen clan are ceaselessly departing, transforming into ethereal shadows that vanish into the vast expanse. Within the innermost sanctum of the Shen clan, the individuals prepared by the Crown Prince are set to make their appearance. In the western lands, the great Thunder Sound Temple, which once thwarted the Desert Dynasty, suffered devastating losses. Now, the temple has retreated to the Spirit Mountain, with only 6 Buddhas emerging. The remaining 8 sects are gathered here. The Buddha of Good Fortune gazes at the swirling yellow sands, his lips twitching. His wounds have yet to heal. Why must trouble arise once more? The injuries sustained by the Buddha of Good Fortune were grievous, and despite the medicinal Buddha's efforts over 3 years, complete recovery remains elusive. However, he has regained a fair measure of strength. The north wind sweeps across the land, bending the white grass. A great battle is on the verge of erupting. In the southern territories, Miao Zhenfeng squints at the rising dust on the horizon and chuckles. I never expected he would guess correctly. Yunshangyan merely nods in response. While the Lord of Clouds smiles lightly, it seems this time, there truly is no turning back. Miao Zhenfeng inquires, What? Do you still harbor thoughts of returning? The Lord of Clouds chuckles ruefully. Though I am a killer, I do not wish for death. Miao Zhenfeng sighs. Who in this world truly desires to meet their end? The Lord of Clouds gazes into the distance, seemingly looking towards Shen Cangsheng. Perhaps there are indeed those unafraid of death. In this life, he admires a younger generation. The Lord of Clouds shakes his head, closing his folding fan. I shall take my leave first. With those words, the Lord of Clouds' form vanishes before the eyes of the crowd, along with the people of Yunshangyan, as if they had never existed. It is as though, in this world, they were not but figments of imagination. Miao Zhenfeng remarks, the Lord of Cloud's skills are formidable. If he could return, he would undoubtedly take that step. Alas, the Lord of Clouds is no longer here, and the atmosphere is as light as a feather. Like the clouds dispersing, even if they scatter, there will be a moment of reformation. Perhaps that is rebirth? Standing atop the city walls, resembling a slumbering dragon, Miao Zhenfeng awaits the arrival of the enemy forces. Little did he expect that though he could not fight alongside you in the past, today he aids in the battle for the people. Perhaps soon, he will see you again. The winds and clouds converge. The dust and smoke disperse. The dark clouds looming over the city herald the arrival of the Dain dynasty's army. This general has attained the supreme realm. Even Shen Cangsheng cannot impede my advance. The voice of the Dain dynasty's commanding general resonates with the force of a tempest. Yet, just as the general's words echo, a line of blood appears upon the necks of the other generals behind him. Sometimes, even the supreme can be slain. A voice, as ethereal as a cloud, instills trepidation. A single step, a breathtaking moment. The general of the Great Sound Dynasty yearned to charge directly towards the city walls. Within Miao Zhenfeng, a surge of genuine energy coursed through her veins, emanating an even more formidable aura. In this world, you are not the strongest. With a cry reminiscent of a phoenix's call, the sound resonated across the heavens. In an instant, the sky was filled with this echo. A spectral image of a green phoenix materialized behind Miao Zhenfeng. In those bygone days, Miao Zhenfeng had nourished Shen Cangsheng with her own blood. The once formidable image of the solitary phoenix had long since waned. Now, this was the depiction of the green phoenix longing for her lord. Miao Zhenfeng leapt from the city wall. With her supreme power, she sought battle. Just as in the final moments of Shen Cangsheng, in the Eastern Realm, Zhang Taiji and Zhuang Yufan were drenched in blood, their laughter ringing out. Who else remains? Haha, exhilarating. At that moment, however, a presence akin to a heavenly weight bore down upon them. The two staggered. What? From the enemy ranks, a figure slowly emerged. I, the general, am of the Supreme Realm. You shall take your own lives in atonement. Zhang Taiji and Zhuang Yufan exchanged glances. The Supreme Realm. Zhuang Yufan's lips twitched. Shen Cangsheng, you have betrayed me. Yet before they could utter another word, the heavens shifted in color, and a far more terrifying sensation arose. A figure clad in black, face obscured, appeared before them. Who are you? The enemy Supreme Realm sensed this person's aura, recognizing its similarity to their own. How could there be a Supreme Realm in the Great Xia Dynasty? The black-clad figure spoke with a voice that echoed from the depths of the abyss. I am the Will King. In the Eastern Realm, the cold wind howled, the pressure, instilling dread. Fear flickered in the eyes of Zhang Taiji and Zhuang Yufan. It had been years since they had encountered a Supreme Realm, and now one stood before them. Yet, what astonished them further was the realization that their own side also possessed a Supreme Realm. How surreal. A glimmer of ease crossed Zhang Taiji's eyes. Since their side also had a Supreme Realm, who had to fear whom? Let us proceed. Thus, Zhang Taiji and Zhuang Yufan, invigorated as if by a stimulant, unleashed a dual fish diagram of yin and yang, charging into the enemy ranks once more. Zhuang Yufan transformed into a sword, unleashing boundless sword light, mowing down everything in its path, blood spraying and flesh scattered. Miyamoto Daojian regarded the black-clad figure with trepidation, stating with a commanding tone, I recall that the Great Xia seems to lack a figure of your caliber. One might presume you hail from the Great Xia's martial world? The black-clad figure replied indifferently, does it matter whether it is true or not? With a mere gesture, the figure vanished from sight. Upon witnessing this, Miyamoto Daojian's gaze sharpened, a sense of impending doom lingering in his heart. Beyond the northern realm, Shen Cangsheng turned his horse back, gazing towards the Great Xia. Dear uncles, please forgive your humble nephew. It is just that this realm, these vast mountains and rivers, I alone find it impossible to bear. His sigh was swallowed by the chilling wind. Full speed ahead. Shen Cangsheng waved his hand and strode away without looking back, unaware of the place or its name. Here stood a thatched cottage, where a figure in white sat quietly. Suddenly, he rose. It seemed that after all these years, some shattered pieces had allowed him to take this step. Since he had come, he would never return. Upon finishing his words, the figure vanished like a breeze, leaving behind a wooden table with steaming tea. In another location, surrounded by mountains, the roars of tigers and bears echoed, and for miles around, no signs of human life could be found. Deep within a cave, a voice chuckled, three-sided siege? That little fellow truly spoke the truth. However, you have not considered that in the Great Xia, there is not merely Shen Cangsheng. One could surmise that the other two had likely already set off. After this musing, a silhouette emerged from the cave. It was a middle-aged man clad in rough linen, indistinguishable from anyone else. Ordinary was the most fitting description for him, an unremarkable face, an unremarkable figure, and even his voice was quite ordinary. This was the essence of an ordinary man. Yet, such a seemingly mundane individual thrived in a land teeming with beasts. This, in itself, was the greatest anomaly. With a whistle, the middle-aged man summoned a tremendous bear, which appeared before him with earth-shaking might. Great Bear, let us venture out and see how much those curs have progressed. The enormous bear submissively lay before the man, who gently stroked its head. With that, he leapt onto the bear's back. Let us go. The bear galloped through the woods, heading westward. In the capital, within the royal palace's study, Shen Wudi and Wang Buchan sat across from each other. It has finally come to this, Shen Wudi sighed. Years ago, I promised them peace for the remainder of their lives. It seems they are about to stir again. Wang Buchan scoffed. They are not old yet, just pretending. If I had the strength, I would have dealt with them long ago. Shen Wudi fell silent. There is no other choice. The older generation is the only one capable of confronting the prince's cohort, who tremble at the mere mention of his name. That is why the prince has prepared this strategy. Wang Buchan laughed heartily. I relish this feeling. It is exhilarating. Shen Wuti chuckled. They are likely even more thrilled. Once, those who were deemed useless have finally made some progress, only to realize they remain as they were, ineffectual. Wang Buchan remarked. Isn't this just their way of trying to bully us due to our lack of numbers? Now, let them open their eyes and understand that advancing a step does not render them invincible. Shen Wuti and Wang Buchan exchanged knowing smiles. What a fine tea. It is quite fragrant. When you depart, your majesty, do grant me some. Very well, but only a little. I have but a small supply myself. Not to worry. The prince can send more later, Wang Buchan replied. That would be splendid. Surrounding the golden capital, there are several mountains, yet the most renowned among them is Mount Bai. This mountain has long been declared off-limits by the royal family. Only the elder generations are aware that a certain individual rests within its embrace, once the ninth prince. Later known as the God of Slaughter, a moniker bestowed upon him due to the earth-shattering battle he waged, instilling fear in both gods and demons alike. Among the 9 kings, he was the king of hell, bearing the surname Bai, though his given name has faded into obscurity over time. At the foot of Mount Bai, approximately 10 miles away, lies a quaint mountain village. It is said that the villagers built their homes to guard the mountain. At the village's entrance, a young woman, seemingly in her 20s, diligently engages in needlework each day. Her craftsmanship is exquisite, fetching handsome prices in the city. Time appears to have left no mark upon her visage. As children frolic around her, she remains unchanged, a constant presence throughout the years. One day, as usual, she arranged her items and began her intricate embroidery. Each stitch executed with utmost precision. Whispers circulated that even the current prince had once purchased her wares. The village children affectionately referred to her as Tian Girl, oblivious to her true name. Tian Girl, may I have another piece of candy? They pleaded, enchanted by her sweetness. With a gentle smile, Tian Girl replied, You must behave. Once I sell these, I shall bring you candies, all right? The children, eager to please her, scampered off, knowing that any disruption might forfeit their treats. For over 20 years, Tian Girl has exclusively used red thread, shunning any other hues. When inquired why she limited herself to this color, she replied with a radiant smile. Because I am waiting for him. I wish to bind him tightly with this red thread. I failed to secure him before, but this time, he shall not escape. Curiosity piqued, someone asked, Where is he? Gazing into the distance, she replied, He is right here, and I wait for him to marry me. And how long have you waited? Came the next question. Approximately 25 years, she answered softly. As one gazed out, a grand thoroughfare stretched north and south, with the northern end leading to the battlefield. Suddenly, the heavens darkened, a tempest arose, casting the world into shadow. A great flag soared high, resembling a true dragon, issuing a mighty roar. Accompanying it were smaller banners, each bearing its own formidable presence. Alone, I am invincible. At the forefront of the celestial army stood Shen Cangsheng, clad in resplendent golden armor that accentuated his formidable stature. A more profound and awe-inspiring presence enveloped the scene. Shen Cangsheng, with only a sword at his waist, remained dormant in its sheath, much like himself, concealed yet potent. When the blade was unleashed, it would cause the earth to tremble and the mountains to quake. Suddenly, a faint smile graced Shen Cangsheng's lips as he waved his hand towards the heavens. The celestial soldiers halted their advance. My lord, what troubles you? Asked the celestial sage of the mortal realm, who had been engrossed in divination until the unexpected interruption nearly caused the coins in his hand to drop. We await an old friend, Shen Cangsheng replied, gesturing. There is no haste. Let us take a moment to rest. As Shen Cangsheng and his companions paused, the battlefield loomed, a place synonymous with the War of the Deities, long known as the continent battlefield due to its anonymity. Yet now, the surrounding mountains proudly displayed the banners of numerous dynasties, fluttering in the wind. For some dynasties, this was merely a ranking of martial prowess. For them, the mere 24 slots available were dauntingly scarce. The vast expanse before them seemed poised to witness a cataclysmic spectacle, as various dynasties vied fiercely for those coveted positions. The thought alone stirred the blood with fervor. On a hilltop, a prince of an already arrived dynasty stood resolutely against the wind. With a tall and elegant physique and a handsome visage, he distinguished himself amidst a throng of battle-hardened warriors. My lord, the crown prince of the Dalan dynasty sends word, seeking an alliance. How shall we respond? The young man chuckled nonchalantly. When has the great Chang dynasty ever needed to ally with others? This time, I shall observe whether Shen Cangsheng truly lives up to his legendary reputation. Reply to him with a simple command. Depart. He extended his hand skyward, as though it could grasp the very heavens. I hope your invincibility does not leave me disillusioned. However, he remained oblivious to the glint of derision in the eyes of the general behind him. Clearly, the young prince had never set foot on a battlefield. In a realm of countless nations, to refuse alliances was tantamount to courting disaster, regardless of their stature as one of the mightiest dynasties. The general shook his head, sighed, and retreated to his tent. Here, aside from securing the camp, he merely accompanied his prince to behold the scenery. Each day, he spoke of the impending brutality of the conflict, lamenting the futility of life while the prince fancied himself the true sovereign. The general felt a wave of nausea wash over him. You should be sent to the Spring Blossom Pavilion. Ugh. I hope you don't soil your trousers when the time comes. A mere bird walker dares to command such a grand battle? Alas, it seems our misfortune is inevitable, he muttered. Life is indeed a cruel mistress, Chao Dan remarked, one of the mightiest generals of the great Chang dynasty. Must my name be invoked in such discussions? Black Hell, burdened with vexation, entered the tent, addressing his comrades. What are you all? Our prince wishes to challenge Shen Cangsheng of the Great Xia and, in the process, ascertain whether Shen's prowess will disappoint him. Moreover, His Highness has rejected the alliance of the Great Lan dynasty and even commanded them to depart. Upon hearing this, all the generals were rendered speechless, their gazes fixed upon Hailianyu. Chao Dan's hands trembled slightly, and even his voice seemed tinged with fear. What did you say? Hailianyu inquired, frowning as he regarded Chao Dan. Among us, only you have fought against the Great Xia's Prince Shen Cangsheng to enlighten us on his true strength. Is he truly as the legends depict? They were aware that Shen Cangsheng had practiced that martial art, the one that allowed Shen Tiandi to single-handedly combat numerous emperors. Furthermore, the distance between the Great Chang and Great Xia dynasties precluded them from direct engagement with Shen Cangsheng. Their strategy relied on incessantly harassing the Great Xia through other dynasties. Chao Dan closed his eyes, gradually steadying his breathing. In a hoarse voice, he remarked, You overestimate me. I have never fought him. The sound of his own heart shattering echoed within him. Was he finally going to confess? After all, he was one of the most extraordinary generals of the Great Chang dynasty. This revelation would forever stain his illustrious military career. Chao Dan wished to remain silent. Hailianyu, however, urged him, Enough with the preamble. Speak quickly. Did you not encounter Shen Cangsheng in battle? Hailianyu patted Chao Dan's shoulder, pressing him for answers. Yet, hesitating, Chao Dan opened his mouth. I did not engage him in combat. My 5,000 heavenly soldiers could not even withstand the charge of one of his subordinates. Hailianyu interjected. Are you saying that, despite commanding 5,000 heavenly soldiers, you were unable to fend off a single subordinate of Shen Cangsheng? Is that correct? Chao Dan closed his eyes, feeling embarrassed, and nodded in affirmation. Chao Dan. Upon witnessing his nod, the generals chorused in disbelief. Chao Dan sighed and confessed, Actually, I did exchange blows with Shen Cangsheng. He pondered the implications of this revelation. Now, as their prince prepared to confront Shen Cangsheng head-on, it was imperative to ascertain the true extent of Shen's might. Chao Dan raised a hand and stated, With one strike, he sent me flying. After that, I lost track of what transpired. The generals fell silent, contemplating the implications of such power. With such strength, do you believe our prince stands a chance? Perhaps a mere finger would suffice. They lamented, Chao Dan. At the crossroads of fate, Shen Cangsheng and the generals paused. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath the pounding of hoofs. Shen Cangsheng smiled. They have arrived. Yet, before the troops made their entrance, the air was already charged with anticipation. Ha! Shen Cangsheng, are you receiving this prince? A solitary figure, upon tearing through the wind on horseback, beheld Shen Cangsheng and burst into hearty laughter. The assembled soldiers, upon hearing this, swiftly turned, eager for battle. Those who insult the prince shall perish. Yet, Shen Cangsheng raised a hand to halt them, chuckling, an acquaintance. With his feet firmly planted on the ground, Shen Cangsheng unleashed a surge of true energy that spread along the great avenue. The golden dragon roared. The golden crow cried out, transforming into two hues of flame. They soared into the heavens. His aura of the true dragon overshadowed mountains and rivers for miles. Like a deity, Han Ming, shall we engage in combat? Along the expansive thoroughfare, flames ignited on either side. One side blazed with golden flames, the other with white flames, both ascending toward the sky. Upon witnessing this, Han Ming, initially brimming with excitement, brandished the fallen earth-shattering hammer in her hand, exerting force as she propelled herself from the saddle. In the blink of an eye, her entire being lunged toward Shen Cangsheng. Shen Cangsheng, I thought you were here to welcome me, yet it appears you are merely afraid of me, Han Mingming proclaimed solemnly. With great force, she aimed the hammer at Shen Cangsheng's head. The fallen earth-shattering hammer stirred a powerful wind, as if it could shatter a small mountain. Who could withstand such a strike upon their head? Shen Cangsheng, taken aback by Han Mingming's words, found himself momentarily stunned. However, before he could fully gather himself, Han Mingming's hammer had already descended. Observing this, Shen Cangsheng channeled his true energy into his legs. Bang! Shen Cangsheng was sent flying, regaining his composure. He gazed at Han Mingming and inquired, Han Mingming, when did this prince ever fear you? Han Mingming, having missed her strike, stumbled slightly, nearly toppled by the force of the hammer. Had it not been for her firm footing, she would have found herself on the ground. Her cheeks flushed, albeit briefly. She retorted, Shen Cangsheng, if you were not afraid of this prince, why do you obstruct me here? Are you concerned I might overshadow you? Han Mingming declared with confidence. Now wielding the fallen earth-shattering hammer, she believed there was no place she could not conquer. Han Mingming felt herself on the brink of invincibility. No, she was already invincible. Did one not see? What significance did Shen Cangsheng's reputation hold to commit such acts? With disdain, Han Mingming regarded Shen Cangsheng, stating, Shen Cangsheng, I have long considered you my lifelong rival, yet today you have truly disappointed me. Utterly disheartened. In this world, I once thought only you, Shen Cangsheng, could be deemed a hero alongside me. With a tone of frustration, Han Mingming lamented, in the end, it appears I have overestimated you, and nothing more. From this day forth, you, Shen Cangsheng, shall no longer be my rival. She gazed upward, where the sky bore no stars, save for a singular sun. Much like herself. Oh, there could only be one sun. Originally, I believed it to be a time when the sun and moon shone simultaneously, yet. Han Mingming gazed at Shen Cangsheng with disappointment and continued to speak. Shen Cangsheng wished to respond. However, Han Mingming denied him the opportunity to voice his thoughts. Little did I realize that in the sky, there can only be one sun. In truth, I should have anticipated this long ago. How could it be possible for both the sun and moon to exist together in the heavens? Han Mingming shook her head, an air of melancholic invincibility emanating from her being. It was the solitude of unmatched supremacy. Meanwhile, the elderly eunuch following Han Mingming was rendered utterly speechless. How could our prince be so shameless? Shen Cangsheng, equally astonished, gazed at Han Mingming. He was aware of her confidence. Yet he could hardly fathom that over the years, her self-assurance seemed to have grown significantly. Am I the one obstructing you? Were it not for your esteemed father's letter to me, I would not deign to acknowledge your existence. Certainly, Shen Cangsheng did not voice his thoughts. After all, Han Mingming, as the crown princess, must maintain her dignity. Shen Cangsheng remarked, Han Mingming, have you become so arrogant? Or is it that this palace can no longer command the illustrious Wandai dynasty? Shen Cangsheng wore a smile at the corners of his mouth as he gazed at Han Mingming, softly speaking. Initially, Han Mingming appeared unbothered. But upon hearing the mention of the Wandai dynasty, his expression shifted dramatically. Though Han Mingming was proud, he understood that Shen Cangsheng, possessing the power of the Wandai dynasty, represented his most formidable state. Yet now, it seemed that Shen Cangsheng had not yet made a move. Ha! Han Mingming suddenly burst into laughter. Shen Cangsheng, do you really believe that only you possess the legacy of the eternal dynasty? Han Mingming lightly tapped the enormous hammer in her grasp. This prince wields the fallen heaven-shaking hammer, which is by no means inferior to your illustrious dynasty. Han Mingming is imbued with confidence. He possesses the fallen hammer, a formidable weapon that is undoubtedly capable of toppling Shen Cangsheng. Han Mingming, eager to test her skills against Shen Cangsheng, was abruptly restrained by the elderly eunuch behind her. Your Highness, please do not act impulsively. Han Mingming gazed at the elderly eunuch. What is it? Do you intend to obstruct this prince? The elderly eunuch wiped his sweat while offering a wry smile. On one side stood Shen Cangsheng, a man who had fought countless battles, never tasting defeat, renowned for his invincibility. On the other, the prince of his own household. However, the eunuch was acutely aware of his prince's limitations. Perhaps, in this era, the prince was not without merit. Indeed, he was commendable, as Han Mingming devoted herself earnestly to her training, striving to match Shen Cangsheng's footsteps. Yet, such a comparison was futile. The latter was already at the pinnacle, while the former was still ascending. Nevertheless, when compared to others, Han Mingming undoubtedly excelled, which was the source of her confidence, having vanquished every opponent in the Great Red Empire. Yet, before Shen Cangsheng, the situation transformed entirely. Your Highness. The eunuch whispered in Han Mingming's ear, when you encounter Prince Shen, the Emperor instructed me to remind you to cultivate a good relationship with him, for otherwise, we may not return. Upon hearing the eunuch's words, Han Mingming felt a stir within. Han Mingming exclaimed in disbelief. Is my father truly asking this prince to grovel before Shen Cangsheng? The elderly eunuch awkwardly nodded. Although the term was rather unflattering, it encapsulated the sentiment perfectly. Upon seeing the eunuch's affirmation, Han Mingming fell silent. In the grand empire of Daxia, within the capital of Jindu, in a quaint village, a small girl inquired of the Tian girl. Mother says that when one dies, they must drink Ming Po's soup on the road to the underworld. Is that true? The little girl squatted beside the Tian girl, resting her chin on her hands, lost in thought. At her tender age, one is most prone to flights of fancy. The Tian girl was mending a simple garment, made from ordinary fabric. The little girl was aware that the Tian girl possessed an array of exquisite materials. Yet she chose to stitch attire from the most mundane cloth, a choice that perplexed many, including the girl herself. As the last stitch was secured, the Tian girl turned to her and gently replied, Indeed, everyone must partake of a bowl of Mingpo's soup. Thus, we can forget our past lives and embrace our future ones. The little girl shook her head and said, But why must we forget our past lives? I think my mother is wonderful, and I do not wish to forget her. The Tian girl offered a bittersweet smile, gazing into the distance. Her vision fixed on a point that had remained unchanged. Indeed, why should we forget our past lives? Can a bowl of Mingpo's soup truly erase everything? How can one simply forget profound longing? Perhaps some things are simply too indelible. Upon hearing this, the little girl's eyes sparkled with joy. I knew we could not forget. I will certainly never forget my mother, and neither will you, Tian girl. I know you are waiting for someone. Is that person residing over there? She pointed proudly toward Baishan. Simultaneously, deep within Baishan, lay an imposing tomb. Within this tomb, the air was thick with a crimson hue, nearly palpable and chilling. A coffin stood resolutely in the center, devoid of a lid. Inside lay a middle-aged man, distinct from the rest of the deceased. Though he seemed to have rested here for an extended period, his body displayed no signs of decay. Instead, his skin radiated a luminous quality, as if the blood coursing through his veins could still be seen flowing. In the tomb, a blood-red halberd had morphed into a shape resembling a long spear, adorned with a crimson tassel. Beside the spear stood a blood-colored longsword, rendering the entire chamber a veritable tableau of crimson. Suddenly, the longsword, embedded in its stone pedestal, quivered and lifted from the ground. At this moment, Han Mingming felt utterly despondent. Who was she? Han Mingming, the crown prince of the Great Red Dynasty. One of the most exceptional individuals of her generation, possessing both literary and martial prowess, now wielding the national artifact, the fallen hammer of heaven. Who could possibly rival her? Yet, there remained one who could. Before him stood a figure, smiling cheerfully at him. Initially, he believed that Han Mingming was the sun in this vast expanse of sky. Yet, he soon realized that he was not the sun at all. He was merely an inconspicuous star. Shen Cangsheng gazed at Han Mingming with a smile and inquired, Your Highness, what troubles you? Please, continue. He gestured invitingly with a slight lift of his hand. Han Mingming cast a resentful glance at the old eunuch, who appeared helpless. Your Highness, I have no choice. This is the Emperor's decree, and I can only comply. Han Mingming felt a surge of frustration. Could you not have mentioned this later? Why must it be at this moment? He sensed a malicious intent from everyone around him. Just as he was basking in his glory, it was abruptly interrupted. It was distressing, particularly in light of Shen Cangsheng's demeanor. Humph. Shen Cangsheng, do not revel in your triumph. I vow to bring you to ruin. He wielded the meteor hammer, its sound resonating ominously, revealing its formidable weight. Shen Cangsheng chuckled, Han Mingming, I doubt you will ever succeed in your endeavor. Observing Shen Cangsheng's smug expression only fueled Han Mingming's ire. Humph, I shall not stoop to your level. However, considering your anticipation of my presence, I shall let it slide this time. Han Mingming, astute as he was, stood among countless heavenly soldiers. He, Han Mingming, the crown prince. Yielding was simply out of the question. Even in death, he would not concede. This was his unwavering principle. As long as I, Han Mingming, exist, I shall never bow to anyone. He raised his proud head defiantly. Shen Cangsheng, are you not departing? He mounted his steed, the Wind Ripper, and addressed Shen Cangsheng with an air of command. Indeed, it was clear that he was quite astute. Shen Cangsheng replied coolly, Why depart when not all are present? Are we to merely observe? It was at this moment that Han Mingming noticed the heavenly soldiers accompanying Shen Cangsheng. They far outnumbered his own. A sudden realization struck him. He was formidable. Shen Cangsheng, renowned for his invincibility, had brought forth an overwhelming force. Was he not afraid of perishing outside? Han Mingming felt an exhilarating surge within. Shen Cangsheng, I never imagined you to be so fearful of death, bringing along such a multitude. Are you not aware that the decisive factor lies with the heavenly soldiers, not these ordinary warriors? Similarly, the old eunuch behind Han Mingming was finally cognizant of the sheer number of troops Shen Cangsheng had mustered. However, upon seeing the 4 great banners fluttering behind the golden-threaded black dragon flag, he was momentarily stunned. His body trembled as he recognized the banners: the vermilion bird, azure dragon, white tiger, and black tortoise. It was common knowledge what these 4 banners represented across the realm. This is the mightiest celestial army under the command of Prince Shen Cangsheng of the Great Xia dynasty. Over 4 million strong, all of them celestial warriors. It can be said that Shen Cangsheng, with this celestial army, could almost sweep through a small dynasty. The elderly eunuch trembled as he tugged at the prince's sleeve. Your Highness, take a closer look. The eunuch pointed towards the 4 grand banners. Han Mingming, who had been laughing heartily, fell silent as she followed the eunuch's finger. Gasp! Han Mingming's mouth fell open, unable to produce a sound. Confident in her understanding of Shen Cangsheng, she knew precisely the strength of his forces. Shen Cangsheng, have you lost your mind? Her first instinct was that something was amiss. Shen Cangsheng was about to stir up trouble. Bringing forth such a vast celestial army was tantamount to a sweeping conquest. Shen Cangsheng smiled coldly. Han Mingming, do you naively believe these are merely ordinary celestial generals? Which dynasty does not covet the vast expanse of our great Xia? Upon hearing Shen Cangsheng's words, Han Mingming nodded in agreement. Indeed. If it weren't for the formidable strength of the great Xia dynasty, it would have long been divided among others. It is well known that the most prosperous lands of the world are almost entirely occupied by the great Xia dynasty. How could others not be envious? Yet, was it truly necessary for the princes of various dynasties to gather? Shen Cangsheng chuckled. We have only just begun. My strongest forces are still en route. Han Mingming was taken aback. Wasn't this celestial army Shen Cangsheng's strongest force? As Han Mingming was lost in thought, the ground trembled. She turned her gaze to see a white dragon, riding the winds, approaching. The candle dragon army had arrived. Shen Cangsheng grinned. Do you believe that my 7,000 soldiers could bury you all right here? Shen Cangsheng declared with confidence and pride. 7,000 candle dragon warriors. Hell meets twilight. Shen Ye has come. A lone rider galloped forth, the candle dragon descending upon the world, leading the 7,000 candle dragon warriors from the desert. Shen Ye had now caught up with Shen Cangsheng. The 7,000 candle dragon warriors moved as one, halting seamlessly just 3 paces from Shen Cangsheng, clad in white robes. Though armored, their attire was unlike any other, more fabric than metal. This exemplified the confidence of the candle dragon army. In their white robes, they could still traverse the battlefield for countless miles. Shen Ye reporting, Your Highness, long live the prince. Simultaneously, the 7,000 candle dragon warriors dismounted without stirring a speck of dust. The candle dragon army reports, Long live the prince, 1,000 times. Shen Cangsheng raised his hand. No need for formalities. Shen Ye lifted his white robe, standing tall, choosing silence. The 7,000 candle dragon warriors mirrored his actions, displaying flawless coordination. Han Mingming gazed in astonishment at the 7,000 candle dragon warriors. Indeed, her heart was filled with shock. The candle dragon army typically operates in the western regions. Thus it is quite natural for Han Mingming to lack information about them. After all, the 4 symbols loom large. Their brilliance so overwhelming that it engenders a belief that they represent the pinnacle of strength, one that inspires awe and reverence. How could there possibly be something stronger? Therefore, there are times when, even if they are aware, they subconsciously choose to overlook it. Impossible. Shen Cangsheng gazed at Han Mingming and inquired, What do you think of my troop? Having grown up amidst the military, Han Mingming could not conceal her admiration. They are formidable, truly the elite among the elite. Shen Cangsheng replied, however, My forces have yet to assemble completely. Han Mingming was still processing the shock brought by the candle dragon army when she heard Shen Cangsheng's words. Suddenly, the very atmosphere around them seemed to be gripped tightly in a hand, as an immense aura descended. 12 red figures rushed towards them. The former donned white robes, while the latter were clad in red. Shen Cangsheng chuckled. This time, we can truly embark. Han Mingming beheld the 12 figures, moving with an ethereal grace. And she did not notice her own hands trembling. They were at the divine power realm. 12 of them, at the divine power realm. Sima Chaching, dressed in green, along with Lei Bao and others, approached Shen Cangsheng. 12 ancient immortals reporting for duty. Long live your highness. Shen Cangsheng clasped hands and gazed toward the battlefield of the continent. They were not far off. It was said that someone wished to challenge me. I wonder if he can withstand it? On the vast battlefield, surrounded by towering mountains, lies a central expanse of plain. It is upon this very plain that the fierce contest of gods, involving various imperial dynasties, is held. Rather than a mere event, it resembles a brutal slaughter. For the weaker dynasties, this battle poses significant losses. Even if they gain something, it is merely a title, devoid of any substantial benefit. In truth, beneath the surface, apart from the formidable dynasties, many are reluctant to participate. Yet, when all the dynasties unite, participation becomes inevitable. However, the underlying treachery looms large, which is precisely why only the princes lead the armies. This serves two purposes: to gauge the strength of the princes from various dynasties, and to assuage the fears of emperors who dread betrayal from their counterparts. The emperors remain secure in their territories while their sons take charge of the battle. Thus, it can be said that no emperor will grace this battlefield. Only future emperors will appear. For the princes of the dynasties, this is indeed a fortuitous opportunity. Should they achieve merit, their future ascension to the throne will be of unparalleled significance. Consequently, a peculiar scene unfolds. The emperors are filled with trepidation, while the princes are eager to prove themselves. How many dynasties exist in this world? Each has its own prince, and this is the arena for their rivalry. Not far from the great Chang dynasty, a mountain peak rises majestically. A vast tent casts a shadow over the land, displaying a golden banner. This is the domain of the Great Lan dynasty. Here, the prince of Great Lan, Feng Zitian, exudes a cold demeanor, reminiscent of a chilling wind, evoking a sense of icy foreboding. He leisurely pours himself a cup of tea, the warmth lingering in the air. The golden banner flutters in the breeze, as if seeking to command the winds of the world. Feng Zitian takes a sip of tea, wipes his hands, and inquires, "What news?" A gentle breeze heralds the arrival of a heavily armored general behind him. The general bows and replies. The prince of the great Chang dynasty uttered but one word. Feng Zitian smiles faintly. "What word?" The general ponders for a moment before responding. "Scram." Upon hearing this, Feng Zitian's expression remains unchanged. Instead, he asserts, "Our Great Lan dynasty excels in naval battles beyond the seas. You harbor no doubts about that, do you?" The general's face takes on a serious countenance, pride swelling within him. "Of course." Feng Zitian chuckles. "So, while we may find it challenging to tread upon solid ground, it is not impossible. If we fail, we merely return to square one. It is no loss for us. However, once they set foot upon the seas, their fates will no longer be within their control." Thus, the attitude of the great Chang dynasty amounts to nothing more than a dog's bark. Hiki, everyone claims that Shen Cangsheng is invincible in this era. Yet this prince is not so convinced. If we were at sea, even if he possessed the 4 symbols celestial soldiers, or even the 8 symbols, this prince could still vanquish him. Therefore, let us remain at ease. This matter holds little significance for us. Sending you to Dachang is merely a means for this prince to gauge their stance. Attitude determines everything. The general, upon hearing his prince's words, nodded in agreement. However, he could not refrain from speaking up. "Yet, I have heard that Shen Cangsheng has subordinates skilled in naval warfare." Feng, seemingly unperturbed, chuckled lightly. "Not to worry. No matter how formidable Shen Cangsheng may be, can he truly train a naval force capable of contending with the Great Lan dynasty?" The general, named Gongbin Sanzang, son of the Gongbin swordsmith, pondered for a moment, then nodded and replied, "Your Highness speaks wisely." The wind continued to blow, as if it had never ceased. How delightful this wind is! Meanwhile, over 100 miles away, Shen Cangsheng and Han Mingming were on the verge of arriving, eager to determine whether Shen Cangsheng was indeed a worthy adversary. Unbeknownst to them, Shen Cangsheng had no intention of letting them off lightly. Should a few princes fall, perhaps some would find their peace? In the Dachang dynasty, within the court, His Majesty exclaimed, "Our forces will act immediately after Shen Cangsheng departs. The southern borders of Daxia may be in jeopardy." The emperor of the Dachang dynasty erupted into joyous laughter. "Prepare the chariots." I wish to see Shen Cangsheng's expression upon hearing this news. In the Great Lan dynasty, they laughed heartily, ha, with the sword and blade now at the supreme realm. Yet the Daxia dynasty occupies the finest lands without a single supreme presence. Prepare the chariots. I am eager to witness the expression of the once mighty Shen Cangsheng. At that very moment, following Shen Cangsheng's departure, the emperors of the invading dynasties swiftly made preparations for the continental battlefield. They had lost to him before. He had demanded land and reparations from them. This time, it was their turn. How does the saying go? The tides of fortune turn. Shen Cangsheng. Today is your day of reckoning. Of course, Shen Cangsheng remained blissfully unaware of all this. In Daxia, at Jindu, Baishan, for the people of the world. The reasons behind Baishan's prohibition remain largely unknown, known only to a select few. For long ago, when the Daxia dynasty lay in ruins, 9 individuals emerged, leading their followers to mend the shattered landscape. Yet, as the mountains and rivers regained their vitality, their figures had already vanished from sight. In fact, few even knew the names of these 9. What remained for posterity was merely the legend of the 9 kings. Time passed swiftly, over 20 years, yet enough to usher in change. Among the 9 kings, if one were to be deemed the strongest, it would be the one once crowned as the king of hell. In later years, people preferred to call him the god of death. The one interred upon Baishan is none other than he. Amidst the billowing white clouds, crimson threads slowly ascended from the mountains of the Baishan range, merging with the ethereal mist. In the imperial palace, Shen Wudi and Wang Buchan simultaneously opened their eyes, their faces alight with astonishment. He has awakened. Tian Gonu, as ever, was at the village's edge, stitching garments. Suddenly, a figure cast a shadow over her, obscuring the sunlight. She looked up to behold a middle-aged man, his face chiseled like stone, with sharp angles and a pair of eyes devoid of any impurity, as clear as if washed by water. Most striking was his attire, a vivid red that pierced through the sun's rays. Beside him stood a blood-red spear and a sword of the same hue. The man suddenly smiled, a sight akin to 1,000 blossoms blooming or 100 demons wailing. The divine beings trembled in fear. I have returned. Tian Gongnu's trembling hands caused her embroidery needle to fall to the ground, clad in her own crimson robe. She gazed at him with a choked voice. Will you marry me? Tears streamed down her cheeks as she looked at this man. The world may not know his name, but those who do call him Bai, the king of hell of the great Xia, also known as the White God of Slaughter. The middle-aged man in his red robe locked eyes with her. The tears flowed freely from the woman's face, as Bai gently wiped away her tears with a tender touch. His cold voice carried warmth as he remarked, How old are we now? Still shedding tears? A smile broke through his stern visage. Tian Gonu gazed at him, recalling his promise. If heaven grants me the chance to return, I shall marry you. Each time. He fought valiantly amidst the chaos, while she prayed for his safety from behind. His bloodshed had drawn the ire of the heavens, and ultimately, he fell into a deep slumber within the earth, saving the crown prince during his final battle. In the imperial study of the golden capital, Wang Buchan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Truly, heaven favors our great Xia. Now that the crown prince is away on the battlefield, I feared for the safety of our realm, yet at this moment, he has returned. Shen Wudi sat quietly, though he too felt joy, he remained silent, fearing Bai's reproach. Bai was 2 years his senior. When they first met, Shen Wudi had been running about with a lightning rod. On that fateful day, the sky was overcast as Shen Wudi joyfully climbed a mountain, determined not to miss such splendid weather. At that time, the land was in turmoil. Shen Tiandi led his troops into battle, and though Shen Wudi yearned to cultivate the true dragon chart of sovereignty, he was restrained by Shen Tiandi. If Shen Wudi were to continue his training, it was feared that Great Xia would be left without a ruler. Thus, Shen Wudi sought victory through perilous means, engaging in martial arts even more brutal than the true dragon chart of sovereignty, for while the latter might lead to death, the path he chose was a fate worse than death. To achieve greatness, one must summon the thunder into their being. The Xianlei Emperor's technique is the martial art practiced by Shen Wudi. On the day of mastery, he will embody the essence of thunder, impervious to all methods and unbreakable by 100 weapons. Although Shen Wudi has not displayed his brilliance for many years, those who knew him in the past would never dare to provoke him lightly, because, back then, he had already perfected this technique. How could he bring shame upon his name? Now, over 20 years have passed. Who knows at what stage Shen Wudi stands? It was on one such occasion. Amidst ominous clouds, thunder rolled like the crashing waves of the sea, instilling fear in all. Yet, with excitement, Shen Wudi raced towards the mountain peak, clutching a lightning rod. At that moment, another figure was descending the mountain. Their paths crossed. With this weather, do you still dare to ascend? Do you seek death? Just as Shen Wudi was enveloped in exhilaration, a voice pierced his ears. He scoffed, Mind your own business. With that, he resumed his sprint. However, the young man trailing behind smirked slightly. Wait, if you wish to die, I can assist you. The young man's martial arts originated from the Ghost Valley, the ghostly divine technique. This was a school of thought that thrived on killing to nurture strength. However, his sect had strict rules against needless bloodshed, leaving him unable to advance. Little did he expect to encounter someone so eager for death. Thus, if he were to kill him, it might not count as a violation of the rules, right? Consequently, both prodigies raced up the mountain, one ahead of the other. Stop. Don't go inviting the lightning. That will hurt. Allow me to kill you. It won't hurt at all. Shen Wuti continued his sprint ahead. With your skills, you think you can kill me? Suddenly, Shen Wuti halted and turned to face the young man. The youth, upon seeing Shen Wuti stop, approached earnestly. Brother, do you not wish to die? Don't waste the opportunity. You can fulfill my wish. Let me kill you, please. Shen Wuti stared at the young man. Are you mad? The youth was none other than Bai Bai. He replied, You must believe me. I am sincere, and I am not mad. Wang Buchan observed the silent Shen Wuti and sighed. It has been so many years. Surely the emperor does not still harbor grievances? Shen Wuti snorted. Am I such a petty person? Look, he has come out. If he does not come to see me, could it be I am the one being petty? Regardless of Shen Wuti's words, the ease in his eyes remained unmasked. Wang Buchan continued. Back then, it was indeed Bai Bai's impatience that led to action. Shen Wuti said nothing, merely grunting in response. Far beyond the great Xia dynasty, Shen Cangsheng, accompanied by heavenly soldiers, was about to reach the battlefield on the continent. Suddenly, an inexplicable joy surged within him, causing a smile to bloom on his face. What was this sensation? He slapped his own face, feeling inexplicably delighted, yet unaware of the reason behind it. At the village's edge, the man clad in white sat on the ground, gazing at the celestial maiden, who was recounting the events of the past years. Suddenly, she smiled and asked, Aren't you going to see His Majesty? The man in white retorted with a cold laugh. Why should I waste my time on a worthless ruler who cannot even keep his own son in check? I shall not go. Had anyone else been present, they would have been utterly astonished. It was rare indeed to find someone so audacious as to speak to the sovereign in such a manner. Yet, a hint of tenderness crossed the man's face, a sight seldom seen. He could hardly believe that Shen Wuti, despite his ineptitude, had sired such a son. How fortunate Shen Wuti must be, he mused. The celestial maiden chuckled softly. Since their acquaintance, Shen Wuti and the man clad in white had been like fire and water. Their animosity profound. Even she, who stood closest to the man, remained oblivious to the reasons behind their discord. Curiously, she inquired, Why is it that you and His Majesty always seem at odds? What transpired between you? Despite their apparent animosity, they had never truly faced each other in a life-and-death confrontation. The celestial maiden was well aware that every year on the anniversary of the man in white's memorial, Shen Wuti would drown his sorrows in the palace, drinking to excess. The man in white scoffed. That waste of space makes my heart ache just to think of. Let us speak no more of him. Yet, the crown prince has indeed risen to remarkable heights. It seems my efforts were not in vain. The celestial maiden sighed and asked, If you had saved the crown prince back then, well, what would you do now if the emperor were to act unjustly? The man's expression darkened, and with fierce determination, he declared, I would fight to the death to save him. If he dares to be unjust, I would not hesitate to end his life, even if he is of Shen Wuti's blood. Once, his master had told him that to ascend further, it was not merely luck or talent that mattered, but the trials of life and death. Coincidentally, at that time, the crown prince had been kidnapped. Though part of the man in white's motivation was for his own sake, who could truly discern the veracity of this unprecedented method? He held a deep fondness for the young Shen Cangsheng, which compelled him to intervene that fateful day. Perhaps the presence of the young Shen Cangsheng had brought him fortune. Now that he had returned, he mused whether the crown prince would be pleased, yet he wondered if the prince still remembered his visage. The celestial maiden understood that with the man in white's return, his success was assured. He smiled confidently. He will remember. As for these worthless souls, I shall have my uncle handle them. I shall be a king, a harbinger of death. Yet, he pondered whether anyone still recalled the once feared god of death. Let them come and test the might of my legendary killing technique. The celestial maiden laughed lightly, replying, I fear your aspirations may be in vain. The man in white, looking at her with intrigue, asked, What do you mean? She explained, When the crown prince departed, he sought me out once to revive the memories of your past. I suspect they have already arrived. He shook his head in disbelief. Are they still alive? Tian girl asked in a somber tone. Aside from you, 2 of them have already fallen. With a sudden jolt, the long spear beside Bai Bu emitted a sharp cry, echoing like a chilling spring from the depths of the abyss. Who moved their hand? The 9 of them were as close as brothers, yet upon awakening, he was met with the disheartening news of 2 fallen comrades. How could Bai Bu not feel rage? Tian girl, with an expression that suggested she had known all along, gazed at Bai Bu and remarked, after the prince came of age. He wielded the might of the myriad generations dynasty and delivered their heads to the grave. Bai Bui sat down, a hint of surprise in his eyes. I never expected that boy from back then would seek vengeance for his uncles. But when did such matters fall upon him? Do they truly think us old and feeble? His demeanor was one of indignation, the red robes swirling around him, as killing intent began to rise. Tian girl pressed down on Bai Bui, saying, I know you are pleased deep down. There is no need to express it so. Bai Bui chuckled. To hear such news is indeed a cause for celebration. On the battlefield of the continent, forces had gathered in near completion. The sounds of fluttering banners echoed everywhere, resembling the thunderous roar of the heavens, resounding across the land. At this moment, the heavens and earth shifted in hue. A black dragon banner billowed in the wind. Shen Cangsheng had arrived, leading the heavenly army. Shen Cangsheng had reached the battlefield, while Han Ming commanded the great red heavenly army towards her encampment. Surrounding mountains had been sectioned off as temporary camps for various dynasties. Shen Cangsheng surveyed the scene, noting the princes of each dynasty standing atop the peaks. Gazing down upon him, the banner of the great Chang dynasty seemed to aspire to cover the skies. Ah, so you are the renowned Shen Cangsheng? The prince of the great Chang dynasty sneered condescendingly. Standing with hands clasped behind his back, he exuded an air that could eclipse the heavens. As the prince of one of the most powerful dynasties, he possessed the confidence to declare himself supreme. No one in the world is his equal. Simultaneously, a figure like a gust of wind appeared atop the mountain. Shen Cangsheng, from this day forth, your name shall be as fleeting as the wind, no longer remembered in this world. Wind and Tian proclaimed with unwavering confidence. The other princes of various dynasties also regarded Shen Cangsheng, each making their own declarations, indicating that some dynasties had already formed a temporary alliance. Shen Cangsheng sat astride his steed, observing them, and paused momentarily before speaking. Do your fathers know of your actions? In the great Xia dynasty, the moment Shen Cangsheng departed its borders, chaos erupted. Enemies besieged from three sides. Save for the north, with formidable foes emerging. The strongest adversaries had never before appeared in the supreme realm, yet now, at this moment, they had emerged on all three fronts. In the western desert, the sky was a desolate yellow, and the sands of the desert swirled fiercely. The Buddha of Rui gazed intently at his opponent. Alas, why do you, who should be resting in a coffin, still venture out to frolic? The Buddha of good fortune has obscured his feet with yellow sand, revealing the ferocity of the wind. Yet, the tempestuous sandstorm easily blinds the eyes of men, causing them to overlook the trembling legs of the Buddha of good fortune. The supreme realm. Poor monk, it seems I may truly not return this time. The individual before him is none other than the singular supreme realm being of the Desert Empire, the Grand Emperor, Luoyuan. With a cold sneer, Luoyuan declared, You bald ones should have perished long ago. If it weren't for your great Thunder Sound Temple, how could so many have died in my desert empire? The Buddha of good fortune merely smiled lightly, stating, In the grand tapestry of existence, life and death are but fleeting moments. I am a monk of enlightenment. Why would I? It is merely the Buddha's desire to meet them, nothing more. Luoyuan retorted mockingly, Then, the Buddha wishes to see you today. The Buddha of good fortune responded, Is this an affront to me? Before he could utter another word, the ground was engulfed in a whirlwind of yellow sand, a thunderous roar echoing through the air. Who dares to meet the Buddha today? A massive bear thundered down, stirring the sand into a frenzy. Among the chaos stood an ordinary-looking man, devoid of any distinguishing features. Yet, the aura emanating from him pierced the heavens. He was, indeed, a supreme realm being. Amitabha, good sir, your words are rather grandiloquent. Upon seeing this, the Buddha of good fortune immediately clasped his hands together in reverence, addressing Luoyuan. You. Luoyuan's eyes widened as he recognized the newcomer, memories flooding back with startling clarity. You are still alive? He exclaimed incredulously. Huh, if you, a worthless wretch, can survive, why should I not? The newcomer chuckled. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the Emperor Song. With a single hand, he conjured a tangible force that sent the yellow sand flying toward Luoyuan. From the east, the Wheel King pointed, transforming his essence into countless sword energies that pierced through the void. Blood spewed from the mouth of the sword master Gong Bin as he gazed in terror at the Wheel King. How can you be this powerful? We are all of the supreme realm. Why are you so formidable? The Wheel King, with a devilish grin, replied, Because even in the supreme realm, there are those who are weak. Shui Han, the Wheel King, laughed heartily. A phoenix's cry echoed as a blue bird soared through the air. Miao Zhenfeng observed the scene. the general of the Great Sound Empire, now marred with wounds. Was it not said that the Great Xia Empire lacked supreme realm beings? Why then? He had just broken through, and as the mightiest of the Great Sound Empire, was he to fall before achieving glory? Shen Wudi could not kill me. What makes you think you can? Scoffed the general of the Great Sound Empire, turning to flee. Miao Zhenfeng looked mockingly at his retreating figure. You truly believe that the martial world is so feeble? At the village's edge, the man in white cloth remarked, in a few days, I shall journey to the mainland battlefield. The maiden Tian gently twirled a lock of her azure hair and inquired, why must you wait a few more days? The man in white, with a smile that could enchant the world, replied, because I intend to marry you. Boom. His words resonated like thunder, reverberating in the depths of Tian's mind. She was momentarily taken aback. You, she stammered, disbelief etched across her face. In the past, the man in white had consistently evaded her presence. Yet now, upon his return, he boldly proclaimed his intention to wed her? What did you say? Tian's skepticism lingered. The man in white embraced her tenderly and earnestly declared, I, the man in white, wish to marry Tian Ruoqing. Tian Ruoqing. A name that means the essence of the heavens, awaited your return, hoping you would not forsake her. Tian Ruoqing, do you wish to marry the man in white? Yes, she replied. If I were unwilling, why would I have waited for you for over 20 years? In the grand realm of the Great Xia dynasty, within the southern territories, Miao Zhenfeng stood amidst the mournful cries of the Azure Phoenix, resembling a lamentation steeped in blood, as she beheld the retreating general of the Dan dynasty. She could no longer restrain herself and spat forth a mouthful of blood. The elder members of the red dust-bathing fire pavilion, witnessing her distress, hurried to her side. Pavilion master, are you unwell? They inquired anxiously. Miao Zhenfeng's visage appeared increasingly aged, her once lustrous hair now a cascade of silver, with not a trace of black remaining. The silvery strands flowed down to her waist, and the creases upon her face began to reveal themselves. In this moment, the once mighty Miao Zhenfeng, a leader among the 8 sects, who had once roamed the world with indomitable spirit and left behind legends, was undeniably aging. With a gasp, she coughed up another copious amount of blood, her pallid complexion now tinged with a hint of color. Pavilion master. The elders were overwhelmed with sorrow at the observable decline of their leader. Miao Zhenfeng coughed again and remarked, this day was destined to arrive. It has merely come a tad sooner. Yet, despite her reassurances, the other elders of the red dust-bathing fire pavilion held a different perspective. Miao Zhenfeng had attained the supreme realm. She could potentially live for another century, an entire lifetime for an ordinary person. Pavilion master, this matter does not truly concern us. Had we not intervened, you would not. An elderly matron began. Miao Zhenfeng cast a penetrating gaze upon her and replied, your vision remains confined to the walls of our mountain gate. With a sigh, she continued, Prince Shen Cangsheng harbors the weight of the world within him, a burden beyond our comprehension. All I can do now is offer him my support. He has shouldered the responsibilities of a vast land since his youth. Regrettably, I was preoccupied with my seclusion. Now, having reached the supreme realm, I can at least assist him. Once I depart, the red dust-bathing fire pavilion shall possess a steadfast foundation, ensuring the continuation of our ancestral legacy. Pavilion master, might you be overstepping? Another elder interjected, finding her words somewhat alarmist. The red dust-bathing fire pavilion has thrived for a millennium. How could it simply cease to exist? Do you truly believe that the ancient masters in the back mountains are mere trifles? Miao Zhenfeng chuckled softly. You shall understand in due time. On the battlefield of the continent, atop a towering peak that pierced the clouds, resembling a sharp sword embedded in the earth, Shen Cangsheng donned a cerulean robe. Standing at the summit and gazing downward, Li Fenxian and Yao Buji appeared behind him. Li Fenxian, clad in fiery armor that radiated like a living inferno, seemed a walking blaze, while Yao Buji, with his wine flask, intermittently belched in a dazed manner. Your Highness. Li Fenxian bowed respectfully. Yao Buji, in a state of confusion, mumbled, Master. Master uncle, hic. Shen Cangsheng turned his head and inquired, have the arrangements for those going into battle been made? Li Fenxian smiled confidently. Your Highness. Rest assured, everything is in place. This time, Shen Cangsheng has brought nearly 5 million celestial soldiers. The rules of engagement dictate that one general leads 100,000 soldiers into battle. The last one standing is the victor. It is a rather straightforward method. However, it is not merely a matter of 1 or 2 dynasties. After this battle, the area will undoubtedly run red with blood. At this moment, the celestial from the mortal realm arrives. Your Highness, Is it acceptable for all the great vermilion birds, celestial soldiers, to engage in battle? Shen Cangsheng chuckled. Are you not aware of their strength, given your constant presence in the military? The celestial from the mortal realm smiled gently. Shen Cangsheng continued, if we follow your reasoning, the emperors of the warring dynasties will surely come to witness my folly. Therefore, if they dare to come, they must be prepared for the possibility of never returning. The celestial from the mortal realm confidently replied, Your Highness, rest assured, they will certainly come. Shen Cangsheng gazed into the distance. Then let them remain here forever. Even if I perish, they must be left behind. Otherwise, once that project commences, there will be no turning back. Both Li Hengxian and the celestial from the mortal realm knelt simultaneously, declaring, We are willing to die for your highness. In the golden capital, within a residence adjacent to the White Tiger Avenue, this abode, even in the absence of inhabitants, is attended to by guards who clean daily, thus remaining pristine over the years. Bai Bai and Tian Ruoqing walked side by side, slowly approaching. Throughout the journey, a smile never left Tian Ruoqing's face. Bai Bai's words represented her deepest longing for over 20 years. However, she had never imagined that Bai Bai would personally voice such sentiments. Tian Ruoqing understood Bai Bai all too well. His martial prowess is rooted in the art of slaughter. He is destined to be a demon. Bai Bai has never entertained notions of romance. She can only watch him from a distance. Even in death, buried away, Tian Ruoqing will remain by his side. She asks for nothing from Bai Bai, but to exist in his gaze. Yet, she never expected that Bai Bai would propose to her, a harbinger of death, seeking a union. Tian Ruoqing was overjoyed. Bai Bai observed the dazed expression on Tian Ruoqing's face and inquired, What troubles you? Tian Ruoqing's cheeks flushed. And nothing at all. Bai Bai took her hand. Shall we wed today? At once, Tian Ruoqing's face turned crimson, akin to the evening glow at dusk, the autumn leaves. The red of a bridal gown, reminiscent of blood on the battlefield. Bai Bai has devoted his life to vanquishing foes. He knows not what romance entails. Yet, he is aware that there is a woman waiting for him. That alone suffices. Tian Ruoqing does not seek Bai Bai's romantic gestures, for she understands him deeply. All she desires is a glance, a warm hand to hold. No matter how formidable a woman may be in her heart, she will always harbor the tenderness of a neighborly little sister. Bai Bai led Tian Ruoqing into the residence, arriving at a concealed chamber. Here is the bridal gift I present to you. The figure in white spoke with a smile. The two entered the hidden chamber, where the entire room seemed to be drenched in blood. Everywhere, a vivid crimson hue prevailed. In the center of the chamber stood a sword, its blade enveloped in azure and blood-red orris. This sword, forged long ago, is the celestial blue sword. The figure in white grasped the hilt firmly and drew it forth. The azure transformed into wisps of blue smoke, while the blood-red morphed into tendrils of sanguine energy, dispersing into the air. Ultimately, its true nature was revealed. The blade bore the inscription, Heaven, Love. The heaven of love, the love of heaven. Also known as celestial blue. May you forever remain youthful. May I eternally harbor love in my heart. The figure in white placed the palms of both hands upon the sword's edge. With my blood, I shall protect the celestial blue. May I dedicate my life to safeguarding yours. Upon uttering these words, his blood flowed onto the blade of the celestial blue sword. It is a sword of emotions, a weapon of the divine slayer, embodying the sentiments of a killer existing within this world.